Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 2835 to Chapter 2920. Jiang Chen had never expected that the battle in Huangdi Mountain would awaken Yan Qingqing completely. To him, this was undoubtedly great news. It made Jiang Chen even more excited than getting the fruit of fortune. After so many days and nights, Jiang Chen had only met Yan Qingqing in the divine world. Moreover, he did not know where Yan Qingyu and Wu Ningxue were. How could Jiang Chen not miss them? However, he was not a person who was good at expressing himself. In his heart, he also missed every one of his loved ones. Yan Qingqing's slap had made Jiang Chen feel extremely happy. He even felt that it was a lifetime ago. It was unbelievable because Yan Qingqing had been treating him coldly for a few times. She was not like her loved ones at all. This time, although Yan Qingqing did not say anything, her gaze and slap had made Jiang Chen extremely excited. She was a beauty that could topple a city and a nation. Finally, she was not late. Moling Dongchen did not leave Jiang Chen's embrace. She looked at the tears at the corner of Yan Qingqing's eyes and the feeling of loneliness and helplessness. Surprisingly, there was only love in her heart. There was no jealousy at all. However, it was impossible to say that she was not jealous. Although she knew that she was not qualified to be jealous, Yan Qingqing was a peerless beauty with a refined temperament. In front of Yan Qingqing, the advantage of her peerless beauty was gone. She liked Jiang Chen just like a gentleman's friendship. If it was not because of the separation of life and death, she would not have thrown herself into Jiang Chen's embrace. However, at this moment, Moling Dongchen did not have the heart to leave. Because she was afraid that she would be rejected by Jiang Chen if she left. With such a peerless beauty as his companion, what else could he ask for? Would he still treat her favorably? Moling Dongchen had always been confident in herself. Jiang Chen's excellence did not hinder her from falling in love with such a monstrous man. However, Yan Qingqing was her biggest obstacle. At least, it seemed so. Women are the most sensitive creatures. Especially when Yan Qingqing mentioned Sister Ningxue and Sister Qinyu, she understood that there was definitely more than one woman beside Jiang Chen. Moreover, even these peerless goddesses of the divine world were willing to accompany Jiang Chen wholeheartedly, showing their affection towards him. Yan Qingqing's eyes lit up. Jiang Chen's embrace was warm, but she could not feel that kind of passionate concern. Because Jiang Chen's heart was wholeheartedly devoted to the girl beside him. Jiang Chen had a faint smile. Although it did not mean anything, Moling Dongchen could see that Jiang Chen had never smiled like this before. Yan Qingqing hugged Jiang Chen tightly. She had no other request in her heart except to hug Jiang Chen quietly until they grew old. After a while, Moling Dongchen finally left Jiang Chen's embrace. She looked at him from afar as if he was her favorite toy. However, it did not belong to her. Moling Dongchen was still unwilling to give it up. You've suffered all these years. Qingqing. Jiang Chen's heart was full of longing for Yan Qingqing. Although he had seen it before, it was not her heart. All these years, Jiang Chen felt that he had wronged Yan Qingqing. It was reasonable for him to pursue her again. The love in his heart was like an aged wine, it would only get more and more mellow. With you here, it's not bitter at all. Yan Qingqing said in a low voice. She leaned on Jiang Chen's shoulder. When she and Jiang Chen hugged each other, all the gloominess was swept away. Even if all the hardships and grievances were no longer important. By the way, little Chenzi, how are Xiaoyu and Sister Ning? After a long while, Yan Qingqing raised her head and said with a grave expression. Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed and shook his head. I don't know where they are now. But according to Father, they should be in the divine world. It's just that I don't know where they are. Jiang Chen was full of self-blame. Don't blame yourself too much. Xiaoyu and Sister Ning are blessed by the heavens. They will be fine. Moreover, the divine world is so vast. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a person. How can it be that easy? Yan Qingqing held Jiang Chen's hand and comforted him. Even so, it will always be a worry in my heart if I don't find them. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and nodded silently. Some words could only be buried deep in his heart. The pressure and suffering of a man couldn't be explained in a few words. Just like Yan Qingqing. She could shed tears and be weak, but he couldn't. He was the pillar of support. Even if the sky collapsed, he couldn't fall. Don't worry. I will accompany you to find Xiaoyu and Sister Ning in the future. Yan Qingqing said with a serious face. Good. Jiangchen was in a good mood. Although he still didn't know the whereabouts of Yan Xinyu and Wu Ningzhu, he would definitely find Wu Ningzhu and Yan Xinyu even if he had to go to the ends of the earth and turn the entire divine world upside down. Even if he had to go to heaven or hell, he would find his lover. But who is that person? Look at her. She seems to be in your arms and doesn't want to get up. Humph, Yan Qingqing pouted. Every girl had her own temper. Especially when she saw a strange girl in Jiangchen's arms when she opened her eyes. How could she not be angry? Cough cough. She's just a friend. Don't make wild guesses. Jiangchen coughed and smiled embarrassedly. Moling Dongchen, who was far away, also heard Jiangchen's words. It was like a sharp thorn in her heart. That's right. What qualifications do I have to compete with her? Jiangchen was right. In Jiangchen's eyes, I'm just an ordinary friend. Moling Dongchen laughed at herself. She even felt that she was being too sentimental at this moment. However, she would never give up easily if she liked someone. Humph. You know very well whether we're ordinary friends or not. Yan Qingqing's words made Jiangchen shrug his shoulders helplessly. Saying too much would just become an excuse and make things worse. Jiangchen looked up. The 10,000-year iron tree that had once blotted out the sky beneath the azure moon gorge was now completely gone. However, Zishi was sitting there quietly like an old monk meditating. Brother Z, you're really capable. You're actually still cultivating. Jiangchen said with a smile. Zishi woke up at this moment. He looked at Jiangchen's surroundings in astonishment. It was still the same. However, the huge 10,000 years iron tree had disappeared. How could this be? Where's Nanhua the Enlightened? Zishi said in shock. He looked at Yan Qingqing, who was beside Jiangchen, as a greeting. However, he realized that Yan Qingqing was completely different from before. But he did not know what was different about her. From now on, Nanhua no longer exists in this world. Just think of it as a dream. Jiangchen said solemnly. Zishi looked at Jiangchen in confusion. Looks like Nanhua is dead. It's just a dream. However, this period of time felt like 3 years to me. It's very beneficial to my soul realm. Zishi said. This is also your opportunity. Now, I'm afraid we have to continue our journey to look for the silver dragon fruit. Jiangchen said. A dream. It's unbelievable. Oh right, did you get the inheritance of Nanhua the Enlightened? How can I get the inheritance if it's just a dream? Haha. Jiangchen and Zishi looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Donghuang Taiji, Morong Yun'er and Emokihan were extremely worried about Jiangchen and the others. When they appeared in front of them, Emokihan heaved a sigh of relief. Are you all right? Miss. Emokihan was still a little reserved. He looked at Moling Dongchen. She was still as cold as usual, but her expression was a little gloomy. This is my lover, Yan Qingqing. This is the young master of the city lord's mansion, Zishi. Jiangchen introduced to Donghuang Taiji and the others. Morong Yin and Donghuang Taiji had seen Yan Qingqing before. Now that they met again, they were still shocked. Yan Qingqing was like a peony fairy. She was graceful and noble. Her temperament was impeccable. Even Morong Yun'er felt inferior in front of her. The only one who could be compared with Yan Qingqing was Moling Dongchen. Her coldness and Yan Qingqing's gentleness were the complete opposite. There was even a vague feeling that two tigers could not share the same mountain. At this moment, the group of people went deeper into the forest to look for the silver dragon fruit. After all, if they wanted to be the best, they had to get the legendary silver dragon fruit. Obviously, the 10,000 years iron tree did not bear any silver dragon fruit. Zhuangzhouzi and Nanhua did not get the silver dragon fruit after fusing, but the more precious fortune fruit. I didn't expect that the silver dragon fruit wasn't born from an iron tree. Looks like some things can't be just listened to. Only by seeing it with my own eyes can it be considered true. Amo Kihan said with a solemn expression. While you were in the Sea Moon Gorge, we met a few groups of people who were heading for the northern mountain ice territory. It's said that the real silver dragon fruit is there. Now, many people have heard the news and gone there. It must be an extremely terrifying battle. The northern mountain ice territory is said to be thousands of miles away from here. Dong Huang Taiji said. His injuries had completely recovered now. So, the silver dragon fruit is probably in the northern mountain ice territory? Zishi asked with a puzzled face. It's possible. So, there should be many people in the northern mountain ice territory now. Dong Huang Taiji said. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go now. Zishi said in a deep voice. The few of them were extremely excited. Although they did not know the final result, not many of them would be able to fight against the monstrous geniuses. There were only 2 or 3 experts who could stand at the top. However, no one wanted to miss that earth-shattering battle. Many of them were looking forward to it. Xianxia looked towards the direction of the northern mountain. Perhaps it was the place where Zhuang Zhouzi had left. The northern mountain ice territory was in the middle of Huangdi Mountain, but it was full of dangers. You would never know how many hidden dangers there were. Thousands of miles of ice mountain, the sea and the sky were in a line, the wind was blowing, the snow was falling on the Silver River. The sun was setting on the 800 miles long river, on each side of the Nine Heavens Mountain. A willow was floating in the wind, a glacier was like a silver dragon. The glacier was like a wild dragon, its head and tail were connected, guarding the northern mountain glacier for 800 miles. There was an inland river flowing around the mountain. There were willow trees everywhere. This was an extremely cold place, the temperature cold enough to make one's mind tremble. However, willow trees bloomed, mountains and fields still crisscrossed. It could be said to be an exceptional wonder, a rather magnificent sight. One side was made of white snow, the other side was filled with green spring river. The spring wind was blowing under his feet. He stepped into the snowy sky. There was a valley between the dragon neck of the northern mountain ice territory. In the valley, there were green mountains and clear waters. It was even better than the scenery outside. However, there were not many people here. On the cliff, 2 figures were looking at each other. Neither of them took a step forward, but neither of them was willing to give way. Huang Xiong, do you really want to go against me? A chubby young man said with a smile. He crossed his arms and stood opposite the luxuriously dressed young man. As a god king, he could completely control his body shape. Even if he could not change his appearance at will, he could at least change his body. However, the young man's chubby pig-like body had a unique charm to it. It was like a unique landscape. Mo Sanpao, who is going against who? You want to go to the frozen canyon alone? Do you think everyone is stupid? Humph, the luxuriously dressed man called Huang Xiong sneered. The people from the Forget-Worry realm are really domineering. Could it be that Brother Hua wants to compete with me in this frozen canyon? Mo Sanpao grinned and said casually. It's Brother Mo. Mo Sanpao. Far away in the frozen canyon, Luo Ping said with a solemn expression. Luo Ping stood on the peak of the frozen canyon, looking extremely domineering. It's really him. He's the only one in the Qianhua boundary who can fight Brother Ping, right? Luo Ninger looked at Luo Ping and said solemnly. His strength is a notch higher than mine. In the entire Qianhua boundary, only Mo Sanpao can be considered capable. With my strength, it's already not easy for me to enter the top 30 of the battle royale of the 9 boundaries. I don't know where Brother Jiangchen is this time, but if he hears the news, he'll surely rush over as soon as possible. Luo Ping said solemnly. Although Mo Sanpao is unruly, he's a good person. Looks like this fella has encountered some trouble. Luo Ninger looked at Luo Ping. Luo Ping remained silent and paid attention to the situation. At this crucial moment, if Mo Sanpao was in trouble, he would not stand by and do nothing. After all, they were both from the Qianhua boundary, he would not let Mo Sanpao fall into danger. Mo Sanpao, don't push it too far. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. What's under the frozen canyon is something we both know. Everyone's mouths are gold, there's definitely something good under the canyon. If you insist on following me, I, Huang Xiong, am not someone to be trifled with. Humph, don't tell me you don't know who's making things difficult for whom. Do you think it's possible for you to take everything under the frozen canyon for yourself? Even if I'm willing, I'm afraid that the hidden experts will not allow you to do as you please. Xianxia harumphed. You're saying it as if I'm going to take everything for myself. Brother Hua, you're flattering me. Ha ha ha. I, Mo Sanpao, am not a greedy person. I just want to say, do you really think that there's something good under the frozen canyon? Mo Sanpao said with a smile. Don't think that I don't know what you're planning. You're waiting for someone from the Qianhua boundary. But do you really think that you're invincible in the Qianhua boundary? Jilian boundary, Qiantian boundary, there are many experts. Don't make a mistake. Alright, how about this, you and I go in together, how about that? Let's see what's going on. Mo Sanpao said. Xianxia's expression changed. Who knows what you're planning? You want me to go in alone with you? Dream on. If you want to be the first to enter the frozen canyon, let's see if my dual flower mace agrees. Xianxia wielded the golden dual flower mace and pointed it at Mo Sanpao. Looks like Brother Hua doesn't want to sit down and talk. If that's the case, let's see who's stronger. I also want to see how powerful the dual flower mace of the 8 trigram school is. The smile on Mo Sanpao's face slowly disappeared. What replaced it was a shocking battle intent. At this moment, the two of them were at daggers drawn and could break out into an earth-shattering battle at any time. Many people were observing in the dark, but no one was willing to come out at this moment. The sandpiper and clam were fighting, and the fisherman would benefit from it. After all, everyone wanted to be the Oriole and be the final winner. Now that Xianxia and Mo Sanpao were facing each other, it couldn't be any more interesting to them. It would be best if both of them died here, haha. In that case, our chances will be greater. Yes, yes, yes. You're right. I'm not Dong Huangtai or Xianxia. It's impossible for me to fight against them. Being able to pick up scraps is also a form of strength. I wonder if these two fellows will fight to the death. That's not necessarily true. To be able to become a peerless genius in the battle royale of the 9 counties, who doesn't have the disposition of a king? At this moment, even if they were to attack, it is likely that they will not be able to reveal all their trump cards and fight to the death. Many people were waiting for the battle between Mo Sanpao and Xianxia. As long as the two of them start fighting, it might lead to a series of battles. It would depend on who would lose their cool first. At least at this moment, whoever stood out would not have a good ending. You think I'm afraid of you? Xianxia sneered. Both of their auras suddenly rose, the surrounding airwaves became stronger and stronger. Snowflakes fluttered in the air, as if a group of demons were dancing. Xianxia held the dual flower golden mace in his hand and unleashed a terrifying airwave that struck the void, causing the snow to fall and reverberate in the frozen canyon. Come on, ha ha ha. Mo Sanpao roared madly. He stepped on the void and soared into the sky. His fists were fearless and fearless. Streams of dreadful chi soared up to the sky. The two figures crossed each other above the frozen canyon. The two mid-divine king realm experts were fighting fiercely at this moment. Mo Sanpao was the leader of the Qianhua boundary, while Xianxia was a peerless expert of the Wangyu boundary. At this moment, both of them were furious, neither of them wanted to fall behind. It was not only a battle between the two, it was also a battle between the Wangyu boundary and Qianhua boundary. Brother Mo's strength is indeed not something that I can compete with. Luo Ping took a deep breath. Even as a peerless genius of the greatest sect, Luo Ping still felt inferior in front of Mo Sanpao. An expert like him might not be at a disadvantage compared to Jiang Chen. Mo Sanpao and Xianxia clashed fiercely, each of their attacks were fatal, sweeping across the sky and earth. First shot, chaotic star sea spin. Mo Sanpao roared in rage as he threw a punch. Cannon fire filled the sky and thunder rumbled across the sky. Shadows of fists fell from the sky, causing the clouds to surge. Mo Sanpao continued to attack, breaking the spatial barrier. Xianxia didn't dare to be careless, his figure flickered, the dual flower golden mace in his hand wasn't easy to deal with. Sword shadows streaked across the sky, weaving through the space. The battle between the two mid-divine kings had shaken many people's confidence. The battle between the two mid-divine kings had pressured them greatly. After all, how could the geniuses who could enter the battle royale of the 9 districts be ordinary? Although the two of them might not be peak experts, it was possible for them to enter the top 15. The real trump cards had yet to take action, but Mo Sanpao and Hua Yingxiong's attacks were already extremely powerful, causing many people to stop moving forward. They had to find their own positions as soon as possible, otherwise, they might be dragged into the battle. These two fellas are monstrous. Yeah, mid-divine king experts, looks like we've underestimated them. We might be able to fight against some mid-divine king experts, but we're nothing if we encounter a mid-divine king genius. The battle between experts is also objective, it depends on who you're competing with, who's the one who laughs the best in the end. Mo Sanpao and Hua Yingxiong's battle intent was unparalleled, the two of them did not stop after a single attack. Their battle was absolutely shocking, every single move, every single attack was shocking. Viridescent flower-falling mace. Hua Yingxiong's twin mace swept across the sky, causing snowflakes to fly, mountains to crumble, water level to rise, waves to the sky. Huge waves rose to the sky and water arrows flew everywhere. Mo Sanpao squinted his eyes and threw out 9 consecutive punches, sealing off all the ripples on the water curtain. However, he still underestimated the might of the viridescent flower-falling mace. Golden shadows of the mace pierced through Mo Sanpao's attack in an instant. The second shot, invincible iron fist, sky-shattering cannon. Mo Sanpao retreated in order to advance. He threw out a series of punches, the light barrier dispersed, the water splashed, the dust settled, the two of them were pushed back a few zhang by the powerful qi. In the sky, the two figures had a cold expression, their auras fluctuated. The third shot. I'll take your life 3,000 times. Mo Sanpao's expression was gloomy, his fists danced, creating a shockwave of 3,000 li, as if the sky had exploded. Looks like Mo Sanpao is really anxious now. Luo Ping said. Mo Sanpao's third cannon shot out, causing thunder to rumble and the surroundings to tremble. A majestic aura swept across the 9 heavens, shattering the icebergs, shaking the river valleys. Countless ferocious beasts emerged from the forest, scared to death. Terrifying, this Mo Sanpao has some tricks up his sleeves. Luo Ninger said in a low voice with a solemn expression. However, this was also because of Hua Yingxiong. The opponent's dual flower truncheon was also unforgiving, not giving Luo Sanpao any chance. The truncheon swept through the landscape fearlessly. In an instant, the two clashed. Mo Sanpao's aura did not decrease at all, he soared into the sky and exploded. The 3 cannons shattered the mountains and river valleys. The fishes and prawns in the surrounding river valleys were either killed or injured. The birds and beasts were scared away, not daring to stay any longer. The dual-flower golden truncheons were unleashed, causing butterflies and flowers to dance in the air. Hua Yingxiong stepped on the 8 trigrams technique, exuding a domineering aura. The two of them clashed continuously, causing miserable cries to ring out endlessly. The intensity of the battle was shocking. The two fought for a long time, but there was no clear victor. At this moment, Hua Yingxiong did not want to fight to the death with Mo Sanpao. After all, if they were to fight to the death now, there would be more people waiting to reap the benefits, and he would only be adding to his troubles. Mo Sanpao, you live up to your reputation. The reputation of Qianhua Boundary is extraordinary. Hua Yingxiong withdrew his hand, the golden mace was still in his hand, not released. Hehe, Brother Hua is also a dragon amongst men, looks like Brother Hua has only used 30% of your strength in this battle. Mo Sanpao said with a smile. Both of them were smart enough to stop here. If they continued to fight, others would take advantage of the situation. Ha ha ha, Brother Hua, how come you can't even take down a village kid? Today, I'll lend you a hand. A loud laugh shook the void. Hua Yingxiong's face twitched as joy appeared on his face. His reinforcements had finally arrived, and this person was quite powerful. On the other hand, Mo Sanpao's expression did not look so good. This guy came as fast as lightning and his aura was vigorous. He was obviously not an ordinary person. If this was Hua Yingxiong's reinforcement, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Even though Mo Sanpao had made 2 preparations, he knew that he wouldn't be a match for Mo Sanpao if Mo Sanpao forcefully intervened. Ha ha ha, good, good. Brother sure is really a timely help. Hua Yingxiong's tone was filled with joy. At this moment, Mo Sanpao must have lost his confidence. Dragon Bone Boundary, mysterious strange sect, Xianxia. The leading white-clothed young man smiled as he landed in between the two. He was calm and composed, looking down at the sky. It was obvious that he was here to support Xianxia. Xianxia from the Dragon Bone Boundary. Looks like Mo Sanpao is in danger. Someone's heart could not help but pound. Who is Xianxia? You don't know who Xianxia is? He's one of the top 10 experts in the Battle Royale of the 9 Boundaries, the leader of the Dragon Bone Boundary, the big brother of the mysterious strange sect. Do you understand now? Another great expert. Looks like Xianxia and Xianxia are joining hands. Not to mention Mo Sanpao, even the 3 geniuses of the Qilian Boundary might not dare to face them head-on. Who knows, at least this Mo Sanpao is going to lose his confidence soon. What can he do when he's in a disadvantageous position? Mo Sanpao's eyes were cold. He knew that there was no need for him to fight anymore as he might be forced into a passive position. If he were to fight with his life on the line, he would probably suffer a great loss. Mo Sanpao knew about Xianxia from the mysterious strange sect in the Dragon Bone Boundary. This fella was only weaker than the 3 great experts of the Qilian Boundary. But without a real battle, no one knew who was the most terrifying existence in the 9 Boundaries. However, he was still a peerless expert of the 3 great sects of the Qilian Boundary. Now, Brother Mo, do you still want to join us? Xianxia said with a smile. A wise man submits to circumstances. This was not a sarcasm. Sometimes, this was the only way to survive. Survival of the fittest was not unreasonable. I dare not to say anything with your abilities. Please. Mo Sanpao said in a deep voice. He was extremely unwilling. But now, he could only take a step back to ensure his safety. Northern Mountain Icy Territory, Frozen Canyon. Not everyone can enter it. A black silhouette appeared in front of Mo Sanpao. But Mo Sanpao did not know who this person was. Guegu? Xianxia's expression changed. Obviously, he knew who Guegu was. This fella was more famous than Xianxia, Mo Sanpao, and even himself. Who didn't know Guegu of the Killing Luo sect? His strength was unstoppable. Even Xianxia was powerless in front of him. This time, it seems like the real experts are finally taking action. First, it's Xianxia, then Guegu. Oh my god, a great battle is about to break out. He. Killing Luo sect, Guegu. Looks like things are more complicated than we thought. Who dares to fight against Guegu? A tripartite confrontation is what we like the most. We can't have a monopoly now. Only then will we have the chance to follow them into the frozen canyon. Guegu's appearance made Xianxia and Xianxia speechless. Even Mo Sanpao did not dare to say anything. Guegu's appearance instantly stabilized the situation. So it's Brother Guegu. Ha. Since that's the case, wouldn't it be better if we all go together? Who knows, this frozen canyon might be filled with dangers. Xianxia said with a smile. Guegu's appearance had undoubtedly stolen his limelight. But at this moment, he would rather give up on being the first bird. That's great. What do you think, Brother Guegu? Xianxia also said in a deep voice. Who would dare to disrespect the Ghost Valley? Without even taking action, it was already enough to make countless people stop. This was the disposition of an expert. Guegu nodded. He took the lead and charged into the frozen canyon. Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other. They did not want to fall behind and followed behind Guegu. Brother Mo. Luo Ping appeared beside Mo Sanpao at this moment. You guys are here too. Let's go together? It's impossible to monopolize this place now. Guegu's appearance had caused a commotion. Those who were observing in the dark were probably happy about it. Don't make Guegu your enemy. Let's go. Mo Sanpao looked at Luo Ping and said. The 3 of them quickly entered the frozen canyon. Behind them, there were dozens of experts waiting for a chance to enter the valley. Their appearance was known by everyone. However, those so-called geniuses were much weaker in front of Guegu and the others. Hence, they chose to avoid the battle. They would not take action unless it was the best time to do so. Guegu charged at the front. Guegu was fearless as he had the battle prowess of the strongest expert. Even if he were to face those so-called geniuses, he would not be afraid at all. This was the stance of an expert, he would not be affected no matter what. That's a ginkgo tree? Guegu squinted his eyes and saw a ginkgo tree growing in the riverbed of the canyon. The ginkgo tree was lush and green, forming a sharp contrast with the silvery white in the valley. The ginkgo tree was slanted, growing on the riverbed. However, the life aura it emitted was shocking. This ginkgo tree was a treasure tree that was blessed by the heavens and earth. Under the valley, there was a clear river that was less than 10 li long. The river water was green, reflecting the ginkgo tree. The entire valley seemed to be covered with a layer of green paint. This ginkgo tree has such a dense life aura. Yeah, could it be that the silver dragon fruit is on this ginkgo tree? Most likely. Someone could not help but look at the ginkgo tree. They wanted to take action, but no one dared to act rashly as Guegu was still at the front. Looks like it's really hidden in there. Guegu murmured as he looked at the ginkgo tree in the river. The silver dragon fruit is mine. No one knew who dashed out and headed straight for the ginkgo tree. Everyone's eyes were focused on that figure. The silver dragon fruit is not something that a trash like you can touch. Guegu said coldly. He struck a palm and a black snake shadow shot out, piercing through the Divine King Realm expert's body. That expert was killed instantly. Everyone held their breath as they were shocked. Guegu was too terrifying and ruthless. He killed a Divine King expert right away. That guy was obviously driven by his greed and wanted to go to the ginkgo tree to look for the silver dragon return. Guegu killed him in one strike and taught him a lesson. Everyone at the scene was frightened and no one dared to attack again. Even a late Divine King expert might not be able to kill a Divine King expert with a single palm strike. This had already made them speechless. The Killing Luo sect was indeed not to be trifled with. Guegu had also established the position of the Killing Luo sect and himself. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. At this moment, no one dared to cross the line. Guegu killed people like flies, who could kill him? With a powerhouse in front of him, naturally no one dared to act rashly. However, just when everyone was shocked by Guegu's strength, the Divine King Realm expert melted completely the moment he fell into the water. The Divine King Realm expert's corpse turned into a skeleton in a blink of an eye. Everyone at the scene, including Guegu, became solemn as he was secretly shocked. The corpse of a Divine King Realm expert, even if he was dead, was not something that anyone could destroy. The body of a Divine King Realm expert was not as powerful as a divine tool, but it was almost on par with a divine tool. His cultivation was all on his body, but it was melted by the green lake water in an instant. Who wouldn't be shocked? This water is too terrifying. Mo Sampao said subconsciously. His expression slightly changed. A Divine King Realm expert melted just by touching it. What's the difference between this and the abyss of death? Now, who else dares to take a step forward? Guegu said faintly. His heart was also solemn. The river water was terrifying and it had already alerted everyone. This place was definitely not a good place. Guegu looked at the green river and was shocked. He found a huge object at the bottom of the river. But what was it? Wherever there was a treasure, there would definitely be a spiritual beast guarding it. It seemed like it was true. The silver dragon fruit was definitely in the ginkgo tree. Otherwise, why would the huge creature hidden deep in the river be willing to stay in the river? The Tsung Mountain was where it should stay. Go. Guegu struck with his palm and the leaves of the ginkgo tree fell into the river. There was indeed a silver halo flickering in the ginkgo tree. It's the silver dragon fruit. It must be the silver dragon fruit. I must get this silver dragon fruit today. The silver dragon fruit was the symbol of being the champion. Whoever could be the champion must have the silver dragon fruit. Therefore, when the silver dragon fruit appeared, many people's eyes lit up. They even forgot about the previous crisis. Naturally, everyone wanted a good item. Furthermore, the symbol of the silver dragon fruit was something that everyone couldn't help but be attracted to. But there was only one good thing. The silver dragon fruit was a treasure that belonged to those who were capable, However, the battle royale of the 9 counties did not lack monstrous geniuses. Some of them were like dark horses that appeared out of nowhere. Their strength was not weak. Moreover, the newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger. It was naturally their time to show their strength. No one was willing to fall behind others. Moreover, they had not fought with others yet. Their confidence was naturally inflated. There were quite a number of such experts. They were just waiting for an opportunity to soar into the sky. It was time to prove themselves. At this moment, no less than 5 people clenched their fists and squinted their eyes when they saw the silver radiance on the ginkgo tree. They were ready to take action any time. Don't take action. Luo Ping, whoever takes action now will definitely die. It's impossible to go against Guegu. Moreover, the river is like the realm of death. A slight mistake and you might lose your life here. That person just now is the best example. However, I can see that there are quite a number of people around us who are eager to make a move. These guys obviously want to prove themselves. However, it is better for us to restrain ourselves and not get involved in this mess. Our strength is not the best, only when an expert like Guegu is defeated will we have a chance. Mo Sanpao said. I know. Some of them are ready to take action. After all, the silver dragon fruit is very tempting. Moreover, there will be a greater reward for getting first place. Moreover, when we enter the Tongxian mansion in the future, we will probably receive a lot of rewards. This is without a doubt. So, many of them have already lost themselves in the face of absolute temptation. Luo Ping could see it clearly. He knew that he should not take action at this moment. That's only part of it. More importantly, too many people think that they are the strongest in the battle royale of the 9 counties. What they want to fight for is what countless people yearn for. Becoming the monstrous king is their ultimate goal. Guegu, who do you think you are? How dare you try to monopolize the silver dragon fruit? I, Zhang Tianming, will be the first to not accept this. A lightning-fast silhouette pierced through the void, heading towards Guegu. His terrifying qi rippled the surrounding river and shook the valley. Overestimating yourself. Guegu sneered. I, Wang Minghua, will also fight to the death with you. I heard that killing Luosec's Guegu is extremely powerful. Let's see what you can do to me. Ha ha ha. In a blink of an eye, a few silhouettes rushed towards Guegu. They attacked continuously, catching him off guard. If there's anyone else who is not satisfied, then come at me. I, Guegu, will send you all to reincarnation. Guegu took a step forward and the sound of the wind rose up. A terrifying palm wind swept out like a tide, shaking the void. The 5 of them were all pushed back. The 5 of them were actually pushed back by a single palm strike. Guegu's strength was undeniable. Go, I don't believe that this guy can stop all of us. No one dashed forward again. After a few attacks, Guegu was finally pushed back by the crowd. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face was extremely pale. I never thought that there's such a powerful expert in Fengshan boundary. I, Guegu, admit defeat. Guegu flew backwards, looking extremely embarrassed. No one had thought that Guegu would be defeated in such a manner. His previous ferociousness had vanished in an instant. Ha ha ha. I, Zhang Minghua, have said it before. I, Zhang Minghua, am the real expert. You so-called monsters, what can you do to me? You're just a pillow with embroidery. Nice to look at but useless. Zhang Tianming smiled proudly on top of the valley. The 4 people behind him were not satisfied. It was not only him who pushed Guegu back. At this moment, many of them were eager to fight with Zhang Tianming. Looks like there are many experts in the 9 boundaries. Huang Xiong and Shi Qian looked at each other. Zhang Tianming and the others were looking down on everyone. Their words were filled with disdain as if everyone here was trash. None of these people are ordinary. Although they might not have broken through to Mid-God King, their cultivation is so great that ordinary people can't fight against them. Shi Qian nodded and said. Guegu's strength was not weak but under the combined attack of the 5 of them, he could not even withstand a single blow. However, at this moment, he was looking for the defeated Guegu. Guegu had already retreated and disappeared into the crowd. Xianxia sneered in his heart, feeling puzzled. Could it be that this ghost valley was really so weak? As one of the top 3 experts of the Chilean boundary, how could he be defeated so easily? Although the 5 of them were not weak, wasn't it too easy for Guegu to lose? You really don't know what's good for you. The Ghost Valley has an undeserved reputation. I, Wang Minghua, am not afraid of you. Wang Minghua also sneered. His eyes met Zhang Tianming's, and battle intent rose once again. Come, I, Zhang Tianming, will let you know who the real experts are today. Zhang Tianming gripped the dragon-slaying saber in his hand as he stepped forward, directly standing together with Wang Minghua and the other 3. The surrounding people also became restless. A chaotic battle seemed to have begun at this moment. At the moment when Zhang Tianming and the other 4 pulled Guegu down from the altar, everyone seemed to have found a way to vent their anger. Guegu was not invincible. Guegu was said to be a god, but wasn't he still defeated by the 5 of them? They also believed that they definitely had the ability to fight against Zhang Tianming. They dared to pull the emperor down from the throne without hesitation. This was the true disposition of an expert. If they were to be cowardly, they would not be able to stand out. An expert must go through a bloody battle to be called an expert. Only after going through hundreds of battles could one rise to the top. Crazy, crazy. If these guys continue to fight like this, I'm afraid it will turn into a situation of killing each other. Luo Ping said in a deep voice. He had no choice but to withdraw from the battle. His face became gloomy. More than 80 people started a chaotic battle with Zhang Tianming and Wang Minghua as the leaders. More and more people gathered and started to fight. Everyone wanted to be the leader of Wangdi Mountain. Everyone wanted to be the leader of the 200 monstrous geniuses. However, it would not be easy to defeat everyone here. Where's Guegu? Where did this guy go? Luo Ninger was the most clear-headed at this moment because she was not that ambitious. She did not want to be the center of attention. These guys, they really don't want to live anymore. The silver dragon is under the control of the others. The situation is out of control now. Mo Sanpao shook his head and sighed. Luo Ninger's words were exactly what he wanted. Guegu might have withdrawn from the battle as he did not want to be the center of attention. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game better than the onlooker. Luo Ninger was right. She saw Guegu's whereabouts, he had disappeared. As for the others, especially Zhang Tianming and Wang Minghua, they became arrogant after defeating Guegu. In their eyes, Guegu was useless. He had already been defeated by the 5 of them, what qualifications did he have to compete for the top spot? Even Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao wanted to join in and compete with them. After all, the true expert would have the last laugh. Who wouldn't want to be the center of attention? Those who could enter the battle royale of the 9 counties were all geniuses. However, the battle between geniuses was the cruelest. The rise of a genius would be accompanied by the fall of countless geniuses. Luo Ninger's words woke them up. Both of them understood that this might be Guegu's plan. Would he really be defeated so easily? At least this question was worth pondering. No one could deny Zhang Tianming and Wang Minghua's battle strength, especially when the 5 of them joined hands to fight. It was indeed powerful and incomparably valiant. But was the Phantom Valley really that vulnerable? Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao looked at each other. The more they thought about it, the more scared they became. This might be a trap, Guegu's plan to exhaust their battle strength. Of course, Guegu was not invincible. If he was as powerful as Zhang Tianming, then it would be a different story. At this moment, they had to be more careful. Be careful, there must be a reason why Guegu disappeared at this moment. Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao were aware of this. The 3 of them slowly retreated. The battle between more than 80 Divine King Realm experts was earth-shattering. Wails of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard, the water was flooded and the canyon was cracked. However, the ginkgo tree was still standing proudly at the riverside. The battle was so intense that Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao dared not to look at it. At this moment, Shi Qian and Huang Xiong also retreated secretly. They seemed to have noticed something. However, the battle was still ongoing. The experts did not stop dying. Within half an hour, there were already 20 Divine King realm experts that fell into the Green River. In the end, only skeletons were left floating on the riverbank. It's just too terrifying. God Kings are like cabbages. They're either dead or injured. Some people have lost their lives here forever after this battle. Luo Ninger gripped Luo Ping's hand tightly and said while gritting her teeth. She was afraid that she would see such a scene one day. She was afraid that Luo Ping would leave her. Death had become a common occurrence at this moment. Originally, God King realm experts could dominate the world, but if they wanted to reach the peak of the King realm, they would definitely fall or be heavily injured in battle. Some of them had their origin injured, which would shorten their lifespan. This was also the reason why many God King realm experts only had a lifespan of 1,000 or 10,000 years. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Luo Ping patted Luo Ninger's hand and said. I'm afraid that you'll leave me one day. I don't want to leave you. Luo Ninger said softly. The world was cruel, but there were always things that people shouldn't have to endure. She was afraid that one day, she or he would be like a dandelion, scattered in the world, leaving behind only a fragrant scent. Fool, if that day really comes, I'll definitely leave before you. Luo Ping smiled and hugged Luo Ninger. At this moment, a cold aura could be felt from afar. Luo Ping's expression changed slightly. When he felt it, it was already too late. His lover, Luo Ninger, was standing beside him. Be careful. Luo Ping. Mo Sanpao shouted as his expression changed. Luo Ping could not turn around in time. Luo Ninger stood in front of Luo Ping subconsciously. A black palm wind penetrated through Luo Ninger's body. Her soul was instantly injured and shattered into pieces. Pooh, Luo Ninger spurted out a mouthful of blood. Her face was extremely ugly, without a trace of blood. No, Luo Ping roared with all his might. His face was contorted, but he knew that even if he was hit by this palm, he would not be able to survive. Brother Ping, I can't do it anymore. Luo Ninger's murmur echoed in Luo Ping's ears. At this moment, Luo Ping's heart almost shattered. This palm strike was more painful and heartbreaking than hitting his own body. No, no, no. Luo Ping gritted his teeth in anger. Who is it? Luo Ping roared. However, no one noticed that Guigu's figure had already appeared beside them at this moment. Mo Sanpao acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy. It's you. How can you achieve great things if you are indecisive and hesitant? For the sake of a woman, you're so wishy-washy. What's there to be sad about when you die? Guigu said indifferently as he looked at Luo Ping in disdain. Guigu. You and I are irreconcilable. Luo Ping could not wait to eat his flesh. This palm had almost depleted Luo Ninger's life force. She was on the verge of death now. Brother Ping, between you and me, we are after all, deep in love but shallow in fate. The only thing I will not regret in this life is falling in love with you. After I die, you must treat yourself well. I will always accompany you in your heart, Luo Ninger said with difficulty. At this moment, her breath was extremely weak. One could only see her lips moving. Luo Ping's eyes were bloodshot as he hugged Luo Ninger tightly. Finally, her breath disappeared at this moment. Guigu, compensate my Ninger. Luo Ping roared thunderously as he soared into the sky towards Guigu. Don't be rash, Luo Ping. Mo Sanpao's words were still a step too late. The moment Luo Ping put down the lady in his arms, he had already disregarded his life and death. At this moment, without any hesitation, he rushed up to the sky to fight a life and death battle with Guigu. At this moment, he no longer hesitated, nor did he dare to be careless. Regardless of whether he won or lost, he no longer cared. However, the rage in his heart had already reached the highest heavens. If he didn't vent it, he would definitely die from depression. Mo Sanpao could not bear to see Luo Ping throw his life away, so he quickly went up to meet him. Guigu was fighting against two enemies at the same time, but Luo Ping was killing his way out without a care for his life. His way of fighting had already shown his determination, to die, just to pull you down from the altar. Luo Ping vented the anger in his heart. His strength continued to rise and reached the peak. Luo Ping was not weak. This time, Guegu had stimulated the endless power in his body. In a battle of life and death, Luo Ping, who was fearless, was even more powerful. The two of them were having a great time fighting against Guegu, fighting back and forth. Guegu's eyes were burning with passion as he snorted coldly, "Do you really think that you're invincible? You can't even get past a woman. You're just a piece of trash." Guegu was not afraid of Luo Ping's divine spear as he was too powerful. With just his physical strength, he could fight against Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao. Mo Sanpao's strength was not ordinary and he could be ranked in the top 20 experts. However, compared to Guegu, he was still too weak. After the first wave of attack, they were suppressed by Guegu step by step. There was no chance for them to turn the tide. Mo Sanpao gritted his teeth. He knew that if they continued to fight, they would only become cannon fodder. Guegu could easily kill both of them. From the start, he felt that this was a trap. Now it seemed like Guegu had planned this all along. Moreover, he killed Luo Ninger because she was meticulous. She noticed something was wrong at the first moment. She did not know the truth, but because she was in the mountain, when everyone was fighting with their lives on the line, only Luo Ninger knew how to stay out of it. That was the best way to protect herself. How could Guegu let her go? "Give me back my Ninger." Luo Ping's attacks were fatal. He did not care about his life. At this moment, his heart was filled with anger and sorrow. He only wanted to kill Guegu. Those divine kings who were fighting in the depths of the battlefield had already begun their final battle. Out of the 80 divine kings, only less than 40 remained. Zhang Tianming's strength was indeed extraordinary. Even so, he was still fighting in the front line. There was almost no one who could defeat him. Why are all the bones gone? Xianxia squinted his eyes. At that moment, he finally discovered that something was off. Although the battle between Luo Ping and Guegu had already left the depths of the valley, the God King skeletons that floated on the green water had already vanished, which made Xianxia even more curious. Roar! Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Only now did they realize how terrifying this sturgeon was. It was grayish-brown in color, and its whole body was covered with green spots. It was extremely dazzling. The green lights made people's hearts tremble. The giant sturgeon's leap made the 40 Divine King Realm experts at the scene completely dumbfounded. They were even scared. Even Zhang Tianming and the others were no exception. The giant sturgeon was like a prehistoric crocodile. The 4 Divine King Realm experts were caught off guard and were eaten. Xianxia was frightened. Fortunately, he had already retreated from that area because he had already felt something was wrong. He did not expect the giant sturgeon to teach everyone a lesson when it appeared. It was 100 zhang in size, brown in color with green light flashing, making people shudder. His huge eyes contained everyone, and there was an unprecedented greed in them, as if everyone was a delicious meal for him. This giant sturgeon is terrifying. Could it be that it has reached the hierarch realm? I think it's strange. This giant sturgeon swallowed the 4 Divine King Realm experts in one bite. It's like a devil. That fella seems to be looking at everyone, as if it's looking at delicious food. How could there be such a terrifying beast here? We are not its match at all. It's definitely a hierarch realm beast. Everyone had goosebumps. They never thought that this battle would alarm the great demon under the green water. Moreover, the great demon was not afraid of the corrosion of the water at all, as if it was nothing. However, they were afraid of the water as if it was a tiger. Once it touched them, their bodies would be corroded and they would die. At that moment, everyone stopped fighting because the giant sturgeon had once again returned to the river and disappeared. However, those Divine King Realm experts seemed to be frozen in place. None of them dared to act rashly. They were all stunned and extremely shocked. If it was really a hierarch realm great monster, none of them would be able to leave this frozen canyon alive. However, Guegu, Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao's battle had already reached the outside of the frozen canyon. Guegu's attack was still unstoppable. Although Luo Ping was burning with anger and his strength had skyrocketed, and Mo Sanpao was also giving his all, the two of them still could not gain any advantage in front of Guegu. On the contrary, Luo Ping was heavily injured. Guegu was advancing step by step. The two of them could only be suppressed without any strength to fight back. Trash, you'll always be trash. Guigu's palm wind whistled, thunder shook the 9 heavens, a black mist was unleashed towards Luo Ping. The terrifying aura made Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao feel that it was a battle of life and death. Luo Ping was fearless, he wanted to take revenge for Luo Ninger even if he was going to die. Chilling wind strikes dragon's soul. Guigu struck 2 palms consecutively and blocked all of Luo Ping's escape routes. Mo Sanpao sighed. This time, Luo Ping was completely defeated. There was no chance for him to take revenge for Luo Ninger's death. He was powerless and could not even protect himself at this moment. However, Guigu might not chase after him even if he risked his life. At this moment, Mo Sanpao had already done his best. However, Luo Ping and Luo Ninger were destined to die here. Buddha's radiance. Rays of golden light dispersed the chilling wind. Guigu's expression slightly changed at this moment. Luo Ping stood there unscathed without any danger. The chilling wind was replaced by the golden light. Luo Ping stood proudly in the sky as if he was assisted by God. Who's that? Guigu squinted his eyes and looked at the 9 heavens. The one who came was definitely not an ordinary person. Luo Ping was slightly stunned. He thought that he would not be able to survive Guigu's desperate attack, but he did not expect him to be unscathed and unharmed. Initially, Luo Ping thought that this was the end of his life. He didn't expect that he would live on peacefully. Old friends, is this how the killing Luo sex genius, Guigu, treats others? He. Xianxia smiled. Luo Ping was slightly startled by Jiang Chen's appearance and his face showed a hint of surprise. Brother Jiang. It's you again, kid. It seems like we're enemies on a narrow road. Guigu squinted his eyes and his expression became cold. Jiang Chen had won the formula of eliminating Doom pill from his hands. It was a great humiliation to him. The formula of eliminating Doom pill might not be that important, but it was the dignity of the killing Luo sect, the dignity of the Qi Lian region's top expert. To Guigu, he valued his reputation more than the formula of eliminating Doom pill. Guigu had been looking for Jiang Chen since the beginning, but he couldn't find him no matter how hard he tried. He wanted to teach Jiang Chen a lesson and let him know what a true expert was. But now, it seemed like he didn't need to waste any more effort because Jiang Chen had walked right into his trap. When old friends meet, you wish that you could join hands in the underworld. Today, I'm afraid that you will have to go to hell to find your place. Guigu said coldly. His gaze was like an arrow, staring at Jiang Chen. Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao felt great pressure from him. Is this the Jiang Chen that Luo Ping mentioned? Mo Sanpao thought. He had heard about Jiang Chen's heroic deeds. Moreover, Jiang Chen's name had risen in the Linhe boundary before the battle royale of the 9 boundaries. He swept across a boundary with his own strength. Nobody could be compared to him. Although Luo Ping's strength might not be among the top, he was proud and stubborn. Jiang Chen was the only one who could make him respect him. What shocked Mo Sanpao was that Jiang Chen was fearless despite being an early divine king. Guigu's pressure was nothing in front of him. Mo Sanpao could not help but sigh in his heart. Jiang Chen was really good at hiding his strength. Even a mid-divine king expert like him could not be compared to him. However, Jiang Chen was able to face it calmly. It goes without saying that Jiang Chen's strength was profound. Don't be too full of yourself. Do you think that no one in this world can punish you? Jiang Chen smiled and snorted. Let's see how capable you are. Donghuang Tai A and Xianxia are the only ones that I respect. You're not qualified yet. Guigu stared at Jiang Chen coldly. Kill anyone who dares to come. Brother Jiang, I'm weak and powerless. I hope that Brother Jiang can take revenge for me. Luo Ping said while gritting his teeth. His face was extremely gloomy. Could it be that Lady Ninger? Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. He had guessed that Luo Ninger might have been killed by Guigu. Otherwise, Luo Ping wouldn't be this furious and mad like a mad bull. It was unbelievable. I must take revenge. At this moment, a few silhouettes appeared behind Jiang Chen. Yan Qingqing, Moling Dongchen, Zishi, Mo Qihan, Donghuang Taiji, and Murong Yener were all here. Mo Sanpao was shocked by their strength as they were not to be underestimated. Especially Yan Qingqing, Moling Dongchen and Zishi, they were much stronger than him. With such strength, they were indeed qualified to challenge Guegu. Hee, so you want to use the human wave tactic? Do you think I'm afraid of you? In the entire Huangdi mountain, there's no one who can make me bow down to you. Guegu said in a deep voice. He was not afraid of Jiang Chen and the others at all. His pressure was like a pillar that could support the sky. Human wave tactic? You're overestimating yourself. Who do you think you are? Ha ha ha. Zishi sneered and said with cold eyes. He might not be a match for Guegu alone, but with the help of Jiang Chen and the others, Zishi was not afraid of Guegu at all. Others might not know, but he knew that Jiang Chen was in the limelight during the battle in the Thunder Rush Sea. At this moment, he could not let Jiang Chen fight Guegu alone. Young city lord, if it's not because of your identity, do you think you can be so fearless and arrogant in the Huangdi mountain? Guegu said with a smile. Because his identity was too special and his strength was quite extraordinary, those who were weaker than him were naturally not a match for him. No one dared to kill him if he met a powerful person. After all, he was the son of the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries. Even Guegu, Xianxia, and the others had to treat him seriously. Otherwise, not everyone could bear the wrath of the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries. I also want to see how powerful the Guegu that everyone says is. Is he really as powerful as the rumors say? Is he really an unstoppable deity that descended from the heavens? Moling Dongchen crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her figure was cold and unparalleled. She was not timid or fearful at all. She was not inferior to any man. After receiving the inheritance from Die Fairy, her strength had become more stable. Her mid-divine king strength had been completely stabilized. Now, she even dared to fight against Jiang Chen. At this moment, she couldn't fall behind anyone, especially Yan Qingqing. Since she had chosen to like him and pursue him, she must move forward bravely. Wherever Jiang Chen was, she would be there. There's strength in numbers. Ha ha ha, good. Let's fight there. Let me, the Ghost Valley, see if everyone in this world is worthy of my respect. Guegu continued to roar, ignoring everyone. Yin Hun and He Cha have already died in my hands. It's not a big deal to have you as a companion. Jiang Chen smiled. Yin Hun and He Cha, you killed them? Interesting. Looks like it's fate. This time an eye for an eye. Looks like you can only die in my hands. Guegu squinted his eyes and said faintly. If I wasn't in seclusion at that time, you might have already died in the Battle of the Thunder Rush Sea. Do you even have the chance to show off here? Guegu was proud and arrogant. He ignored everyone. Only Dong Huangtaie and Xianxia were worthy of his attention. You're right. If I met you in the Thunder Rush Sea, you might have already died. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He had seen with his own eyes that the ferocious giant beast that looked like a Kuan-Pung swallowed a hierarch expert, let alone him. Big senior brother, I'm late. At this moment, a sword rainbow pierced through the sky. The tip of the sword was shining brightly. A green-clothed, sage-like figure with long hair fluttering in the wind could be seen. His eyes were sharp and pierced through the sky. When his eyes fell upon Morong Yener, he slightly trembled and his expression became extremely solemn. You're not too late. Guegu said faintly. Fangbai was indeed a peerless genius. He was only a half-step divine king, but he was able to fight against him for more than 100 rounds. Such an expert sword aura was especially ferocious. His sword aura was unstoppable. Fangbai might even be on par with him when he reaches the divine king realm. Because Fangbai's swordsmanship was something that even the sect master had never seen before. He had already reached the peak of the sword Dao. Brother Fangbai. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He didn't want to fight Sword Saint Fangbai because he and Sword Saint Fangbai were once acquaintances. If they were to fight, Jiang Chen's heart would be filled with regret. I've said it before, we don't owe each other anything. Someone will die in today's battle. If it's not you, it'll be me. Fangbai said calmly. Not long ago when they met, they were already at each other's throats. However, Fang Bai did not attack in the end as Xianxia did not plan to fight with him. Fang Bai, don't disappoint me. Guigu said. Don't worry, big senior brother. I can kill those trash in one move. Mo Sanpao and Luo Ping snorted at Fang Bai's arrogance. Half-step divine king. Haha. I think there's no other half-step divine king in Huangdi Mountain besides you, right? I'm dying of laughter. How strong do you think you are? I, Mo Sanpao, will be the first to not accept you. Mo Sanpao sneered. Brother Mo, don't underestimate him. It's a taboo to underestimate him. Luo Ping knew that Xianxia would never judge a person wrongly. Even he paid so much attention to this half-step divine king. Fang Bai was definitely not an ordinary person. You're not my match. Fang Bai said indifferently. Other than Xianxia and Guigu, no one would believe him. However, it was the truth. Xianxia believed that Fang Bai's words were not groundless. Let's see how many people you can defeat by yourself. Mo Sanpao curled his lips and said. It's more than enough to kill you. Fang Bai's gaze landed on Murong Yin'er. I will let you know how powerful I, Dong Huang Taiji, am in this battle. Dong Huang Taiji will never be able to defeat me in this lifetime. Fang Bai's eyes were burning, his voice was slightly trembling. You will never understand Yun'er's heart. Dong Huang Taiji did not want to be outdone. Then let's fight. Today, one of us will fall. I will take Yun'er from your hands. Murong Yin'er bit her lips and sighed. She had nothing to say to Fang Bai. Brother Fang Bai, do you really want to fight to the death? Do you really want to be on Guigu's side? Xianxia said helplessly. From the moment we parted, my heart had already died. It was also you who made me understand the true meaning of the sword Dao, the meaning of living. Fang Bai's sword shadow pierced through the sky, creating a bright line. Guigu and Fang Bai's strength might not be weaker than Xianxia and the others. Then, let's fight. Xianxia's eyes shrunk and his battle intent rose. As you wish. Guigu's eyes were cold as he stared at Xianxia. Because he knew that Xianxia must be the leader amongst these people. Otherwise, these experts wouldn't be willing to stand behind him. Moreover, Guigu had a grudge against Xianxia previously. He had to take his revenge and wash away his shame. Although the eliminating adversity pills formula was not a treasure, how could Guigu, who valued his reputation so much, allow others to trample on his dignity? If it wasn't for Lingju City, Guigu would have tried his best to kill Xianxia after losing the competition. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he would definitely not miss it. I'm afraid that you're unhappy that I defeated you in the art of alchemy. If it wasn't for Lingju City restraining you, I'm afraid you would have attacked me already. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. How could he not see the anger in Guigu's eyes? Since you know, then obediently wait for your death. Guigu took a step forward, causing the space to shake and the void to buzz unceasingly. Xianxia was not afraid at all. His indestructible body struck out thunderbolts and smoke rose from the 9 heavens. Guigu held the sickle of death in his hand and slashed horizontally while Xianxia fought against Guigu with his body. Neither of them gave way. Nobody expected that Xianxia would fight against Guigu with his body. One should know that Guigu was one of the 3 great prodigies of the Chilean boundary. He was as invincible as Donghuang Taie and Xianxinji. Who would dare to challenge him? However, in Xianxia's eyes, he would even dare to fight against a heavenly king. Every step the two took was frightening. Every step they took caused the spectators to tremble with fear. Brother Jiang, let me lend you a hand. Zishi's eyes were solemn as he leapt into the sky. He must not let Xianxia fight this battle alone. Zishi attacked swiftly. The battle strength of a late divine king was not a joke. As he attacked, the wind and clouds surged. Guigu fought against 2 of them alone, but he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. At this moment, Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen looked at each other. Both of them were surprisingly calm, but surprisingly, they rushed towards Guigu at the same time. Another 2 mid-divine king realm experts joined in. Guigu was fighting against 4 of them at the same time. His terrifying pressure was starting to take effect. At least for now, Guigu had been suppressed to the extreme. If he wanted to defend and counterattack, he might need to put up a great resistance. Yuner, if you are willing to return to my side now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Fang Bai gazed at Morong Yuner affectionately. Morong Yuner shook her head and sighed, everything can no longer be turned back. In this life, we can only be strangers. My friendship with Taiji will never change until death. Morong Yuner held Dong Huang Taiji's hand. Fang Bai's face turned even uglier. Perhaps this was the last time they would meet again. Because they would not be able to change their fate in the next second. You're just a half-step divine king. I would like to see how powerful you are. Amo Qihan sneered and went straight for Fang Bai. At this moment, he did not hesitate anymore. He must end the battle as soon as possible because he wanted to help Jiangchen fight against Guegu. Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao looked at each other and joined the battle without saying a word. Dong Huang Taiji did not want to be outdone. At this moment, he was the one that Fang Bai wanted to fight the most, he could not fall behind. Even though Fang Bai was a half-step divine king, Dong Huang Taiji knew that Fang Bai was just like Jiangchen in the past, a guy who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. Even Dong Huang Taiji had suffered great losses in Fang Bai's hands. Promise me. Morong Yuner looked at Dong Huang Taiji affectionately and shook her head silently. Only the two of them could understand what was going on. A bunch of useless people. Today, all of you shall die. Fang Bai sneered. Compared to Jiangchen's arrogance, he was even more arrogant. This little fellow is quite strong-willed. Looks like we'll have to bring out our true abilities and properly entertain him. Mo Sanpao said with a smile. He did not put Fang Bai in his eyes. There were so many of them, how could they not defeat a half-step divine king? However, as soon as Fang Bai took action, he knew that he was wrong. The sword in Fang Bai's hand was comparable to Yu Hong. Wherever the sword passed, there was no way to retreat. It was not a problem for him to fight against 4 people. Mo Sanpao, Luo Ping, Mo Qihan and Dong Huang Taiji, the 4 divine kings could not suppress Fang Bai. Instead, they were pushed back by Fang Bai's sword aura. Fang Bai's sword was comparable to Jiangchen's. Jiangchen managed to improve his swordsmanship after sparring with him. Although Fang Bai had not reached the divine king realm, his swordsmanship was enough to change everything. Such a fast sword. Mo Sanpao's eyes gradually became stern. It was so fast that even a mid-god king like him could not catch up to it. Moreover, every single strike was suffocating, where the slightest carelessness could lead to a hole in one's body. Fang Bai's sword chi was unstoppable within 3,000 miles. Dong Huang Taiji had also used all of his skills and the Eastern Emperor limitless art to its limit. They worked together to suppress Fang Bai but to no avail. Luo Ping's spear was like a dragon. The battle technique of the number 1 sect was shocking. His battle intent turned into a dragon's shadow and pierced through the void. Fang Bai looked calm as he attacked with his sword. Everyone thought that Luo Ping would be pushed back. However, Fang Bai took the challenge head-on. All of Luo Ping's skills were shattered by his sword's shadow. His invincible aura shocked everyone. This fella is too monstrous. Luo Ping's expression turned gloomy. Although his spear art was ferocious, Fang Bai's sword was even more ferocious than his spear. Fang Bai would be able to find a chance to retreat every time he attacked. Fang Bai had the upper hand. Even when the 4 of them joined hands, Fang Bai was not afraid of the pressure at all. Mo Qihan's frenzied attack was like a storm. Fang Bai retreated as he fought. However, retreating did not mean that he had lost. Fang Bai was looking for a better opportunity to attack. Under his sword aura, Fang Bai did not show any signs of retreating. He was almost attacking as if he was defending himself. 5th blade. Even Jiangchen could not help but look at Fang Bai. Fang Bai's sword technique was the best he had ever seen in his life. Jiangchen had to admit that Fang Bai's sword technique was better than him. However, Fang Bai might not be his match in a battle of life and death. Jiangchen had to admit that Fang Bai was better than him in terms of sword technique. His sword art is getting better. This fella is worthy of being called a genius. I'm afraid there are less than a handful of experts in the 9 boundaries who are more talented than him. Mo Sanpao felt ashamed and said in a low voice. The scariest thing was a battle that surpassed one's strength and level. Only a peerless monstrous genius could do it. Moreover, Feng Bai was also a genius, but he was not even worth mentioning in his eyes. This was the most overbearing thing. It's hard to kill him even with the four of us combined. It seems like this will be a tough battle. Dong Huang Taiji said quietly with mixed feelings in his heart. No matter if Feng Bai was dead or alive, it would be a painful thing for him and Murong Yun'er. However, they had to fight this battle as it was related to a man's dignity and the path of becoming an expert. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to progress in his cultivation in the future. The fifth sword was unleashed and the sword chi shook the surroundings. This was the result of cultivating the sword art to the extreme. The sword was the man and the man was the sword. Wherever the sword art went, it would be controlled by Feng Bai's mind. This was the scariest part. Feng Bai was multitasking. The four of them looked solemn as they could only defend passively. The sword art was a peerless attack art. It was also known as the king of weapons. One sword could cut through mountains and lakes, the sun, the moon and the stars. It was obvious that the sword art was majestic and domineering. When it reached the extreme, it would be able to ignore all laws. The attack art was meant to be invincible and unstoppable. Feng Bai took the leading position. The sword in his hand swept across the world as if he was invincible. He was a half-step divine king. On the other hand, Guegu was not as lucky as Jiang Chen and the others. Because Jiang Chen and the others were much stronger than Mo Sanpao and the others. Zixi attack, Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen's defense had formed a complete blockade on Guegu. In addition, Jiang Chen was fighting against Guegu head-on. It was not easy for him to fight against the four of them. However, Guegu's strength was still too strong. As one of the three great monarchs of the Chilean boundary, how could he not be capable? Even though he was besieged by the four of them, Guegu did not show any signs of disorder. He retreated in order to advance and was not anxious at all. On the contrary, Jiang Chen and the rest continued to counter each other's moves. Between the two of them, there was already a situation where no one was able to gain the upper hand. This guy is definitely not that simple. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes as he felt that Guegu was brewing something. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and charged forward, not giving Guegu any chance to breathe. Although it might not be as sharp as Jiang Chen's sword, Jiang Chen's strength was a notch higher. Guegu felt quite pressured when facing Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. "Brat, is this all you've got?" Guegu smiled indifferently. After retreating, his eyes were filled with coldness. "Dusk cloud ghost shadow formation," Guegu shouted. He moved his palm and the formation was activated, trapping Jiang Chen and the rest in it. At this moment, Jiang Chen thought of it, but he did not expect Guegu to be so fast. Moreover, this dusk cloud ghost shadow formation was definitely not ordinary. Eerie ghost shadows filled the formation. Outside the canyon, on the peak of the mountains, Jiang Chen and the rest were trapped in the dusk cloud ghost shadow formation. Guegu's expression was calm as if he had already expected this. He never fought a battle without preparation. Unknowingly, the formation was set up and everyone's expression changed. Ghost shadows filled the formation. There were thousands of early Divine King Realm ghost shadows roaring ferociously. They devoured everything in the formation. Yan Qingqing and the rest looked extremely serious. This formation was indeed strange. The formation of the ghost shadows made everyone dumbfounded. No wonder he's the strongest of the Killing Luo sect. This formation is really hard to deal with. Zixi's expression was solemn. The sword in his hand continued to slash the incoming ghost shadows. The immortal ghost shadows interweaved in the formation, unstoppable. Jiang Chen's eyes slightly moved. These thousands of ghostly shadows were all at the Divine King realm. The pressure they gave off was self-evident. Especially Zixi and the other two, they were completely trapped by the Ghost Valley. The ghostly shadows that came one after another brought them great pain. Those ghostly shadows seemed to be devils that came from the depths of their souls, constantly attacking their bodies and spirits. Killing Luo ghost shadows, they're all illusions. 3,000 ghost shadows can't do anything to me. Jiang Chen slashed the heavens with his hand. The Buddha's light shone in all directions, but the ghostly shadows were still everywhere in the formation. Xianxia's Buddha's light could only prevent the ghostly shadows from getting close to him. As for the other three, it was getting more and more difficult for them. After being entangled by dozens of ghostly shadows, the three of them couldn't even move a single step. They even felt like they were being overwhelmed. If this went on for a long time, they would definitely be overwhelmed by the ghostly shadows. Under the illumination of the Buddha's light, the ghostly shadow seemed to only move away from Xianxia. However, it had caused great damage to Yan Qingqing and the other two. Xianxia frowned. Even though this Rakshasa ghostly shadow was not as strong as a divine king expert, its fearless and desperate attack had caused great damage to the enemy. If this goes on, the three of them would definitely die. Guegu stood proudly in the middle of the formation. Xianxia's eyes became cold. He knew that the formation could only be broken if Guegu was defeated. Otherwise, the three of them would definitely fall into a life-and-death situation. If you want to break my dusk cloud ghost shadow formation, you must have a higher cultivation than me. Otherwise, you're dreaming. The ghost shadows are like me, I am a ghost shadow. Ha ha ha. Guegu said with a loud laugh. His face was cold and his eyes were sharp. He also went into the thousands of ghost shadows. Xianxia was not afraid of the ghost shadows, but it was not easy to find Guegu. A mere ghost shadow formation, I'll definitely break it. Xianxia's expression became solemn. Lung Lung said. There were thousands of ghost shadows, the three of them could not resist the terrifying formation. They could only defend passively and lost the initiative. Sunluo Ghost Mother, devour the heavens and earth. Guegu rushed towards Xianxia. The thousands of ghost shadows behind him merged into one and turned into a more terrifying ghost shadow skeleton. It was thousands of zhang in size and it seemed like it was going to devour Xianxia completely. The Sunluo Ghost Mother's mouth was burning with a blue flame. Xianxia was not afraid at all. He pointed his sword at the Sunluo Ghost Mother. Under the dusk cloud ghost shadow formation, the Sunluo Ghost Mother swallowed Xianxia. At that moment, Yan Qingqing and the others' facial expression changed. They knew how terrifying the ghost shadows were, let alone the huge Sunluo Ghost Mother. Xianxia. Moling Dongchen was extremely worried and murmured. Although he had absolute trust in Xianxia, the person they were facing now was not an ordinary person. Guegu of the Killing Luo sect was extremely powerful and it was obvious to everyone that he was facing. Xianxia was swallowed by the Sunluo Ghost Mother. At that moment, the heaven and earth seemed to have stopped. Everyone held their breath and looked at the scene silently. In the dusk cloud ghost shadow formation, the three of them had completely lost their ability to resist. They could only defend passively. It was impossible for them to save Xianxia. 3,000 Li freeze. Xianxia was in the Sunluo Ghost Mother's mouth. He swung his sword and finally, thousands of ghost shadows were frozen. Xianxia turned into a ray of light and turned into a sword shadow. He became one with the sword and dispersed Guegu's Sunluo Ghost Mother. Light and shadow pierced through the sky. Xianxia was looking down at the sky. After the Sunluo Ghost Mother was frozen, it turned into layers of cold air and disappeared without a trace. Interesting. Xianxia, it seems like I have underestimated you. It's impossible for you to gain any advantage in my formation. The Sunluo Ghost Mother is just an appetizer. Guegu's eyes were cold. He looked at Xianxia. Although they were thousands of meters apart, they could feel each other's burning battle intent. Yan Qingqing and the others heaved a sigh of relief when Xianxia broke free from the Sunluo Ghost Mother's restraint. At least, Xianxia was not injured at this moment. Guegu's attack did not have much effect on him. It's time to show my true strength. Xianxia said faintly and roared. Under the dragon transformation, his aura soared to the sky. Xianxia was confident that he could tear a mid-divine king apart. Xianxia's madness had shocked Mo Sanpao. He had never thought that there would be such a terrifying figure in the Chilean region. Under Xianxia's dragon transformation, even he felt a shiver down his spine. Xianxia was definitely qualified to be in the top 10 of the battle royale of the 9 counties. Moreover, his strength had reached the level where he could compete with Guegu. Early Divine King Realm, invincible. Mo Sanpao said in a deep voice. He did not know that even a mid-divine king would not be able to fight against Xianxia. Guigu's expression became solemn. Xianxia's body became stronger under the dragon transformation. Those terrifying ghost shadows were instantly destroyed by Xianxia. They did not even have the strength to fight back, let alone cause any damage to Xianxia. Great! 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 Guigu's battle intent grew stronger. This was the only way to ignite his battle intent. Guigu clenched his fist. The scythe of death in his hand became darker and blood-red. It soared across the sky like a blood-red shadow descending upon the world. Scythe of death, blood sacrifice. Guigu and the scythe of death clashed together. A great pressure swept across the void. Xianxia's expression did not change as he stared at Guigu. The blood-red scythe of death seemed to have cut through the shackles of the space. In an instant, it was already close to Xianxia. Xianxia's pupils shrunk. He swung his heavenly dragon sword and clashed with the scythe of death. Radiance fell and the stars shook. Roar! The roar of the heavenly dragon sword's soul forced the sickle of death to retreat. The strength of the heavenly dragon sword was much stronger than Guigu's sickle of death. The overbearing sword's soul made Xianxia more confident. This sword almost caused a slight crack to appear on the sickle of death. Guigu's expression was normal. He tried to approach Xianxia a few times but was blocked by the heavenly dragon sword. The heavenly dragon sword that had awakened its sword spirit was not something that the death sickle could compete with. In Guigu's hand, a bloody halo shone on the scythe of death. The scythe of death became even weirder and sharper. Xianxia and Guigu clashed again and again. The sky looked like it was going to collapse. Everyone was watching this scene. Xianxia looked at Guigu coldly. The heavenly dragon sword was unstoppable. Under the blood sacrifice, the sickle of death could not suppress Xianxia's attack. Break for me! Guigu roared in anger. The sharpness of the sickle of death was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. However, under the pressure of the heavenly dragon sword, he was like a child who could not lift his head up. Fifth blade. Xianxia swept his sword. This was the sword that he had secretly learned from Feng Bai. It was the sword that Feng Bai used to fight against Emokihan and the others. However, in Xianxia's hands, although this sword was not as natural as Feng Bai's, Xianxia's strength was too terrifying. This sword was almost a fatal blow to Guigu. The sickle of death started to crack. A primordial spirit tool was shattered by Xianxia. This sword was Feng Bai's fifth blade. The corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a faint smile. The fifth blade was indeed terrifying. It was almost on par with the 3,000 miles of ice. Most importantly, the sword seemed to have no limit. The heavenly dragon sword was able to unleash the full potential of the sword. It was a sword technique that could ignore boundaries and pushed the sword's momentum to the extreme. Most importantly, how could the heavenly dragon sword be compared to Feng Bai's sword? Therefore, this sword was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than Feng Bai's sword. Fifth blade, Guigu said while gritting his teeth. He was forced back by Xianxia's sword aura. He even looked a little embarrassed. Guigu looked back and looked at Feng Bai. Could this fella be related to Xianxia? Your ability to comprehend is indeed something that others can't hope to catch up to. When Feng Bai looked at Xianxia, his eyes met with Guigu's. One could imagine how angry Guigu was. In other words, Guigu was defeated by Xianxia's sword. Of course, it would be embarrassing. Feng Bai, why does he also know your sword technique? I'm afraid that you won't believe me if I say that he secretly learned from me. Feng Bai said with a bitter smile. He wanted to explain but realized that he could not say anything. Moreover, the sword technique that Xianxia used was indeed the same as his. However, the sword aura that Xianxia used was much more ferocious. Although there was a slight difference in their realms, it was impeccable that even Feng Bai himself could not compete with Xianxia's sword technique. Brother Feng and I have spent the whole night discussing sword techniques. I also know his sword technique. What's there to be surprised about? Could it be that your Ghost Valley is a sore loser? Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed and said. Guigu's face turned pale. You don't have the ability to make me, Guigu, bow down to you. Guigu sneered. Although his sickle of death was destroyed by Xianxia, His techniques were not limited to this. It was not easy for Xianxia to defeat him. Ghost Gate Formation. Heavenly Ghost Imperial Walk. Guegu continued to form hand seals. The Dusk Cloud Ghost Shadow Formation had undergone a great change. However, the foundation was still there. Guegu used his powerful technique to create a strong formation base. The Ghost Gate Formation had undergone a qualitative change on the foundation of the Dusk Cloud Ghost Shadow Formation. The Headless Ghost was holding a saber. The Ghost Gate Formation was full of ghosts. What a great Ghost Gate Formation! Xianxia's expression became solemn. This Ghost Gate Formation was indeed much stronger than the Dusk Cloud Ghost Shadow Formation. The Headless Ghost was unstoppable. Its puppet-like figure was extremely huge and destructive. Unfortunately, you're not going to see tomorrow's sun. Even the deities would not be able to deal with the Heavenly Ghost Imperial Walk. Guegu controlled the Heavenly Ghost to run amok. Yan Qingqing and the other two were forced to retreat. Xianxia's eyes lit up. The Fire God Guard might be the best way to deal with the Heavenly Ghost. You have Zhang Liang's stratagem, I have a ladder to climb over the wall. Xianxia moved his hand and a Middle Divine King Realm Fire God Guard appeared in front of him. The pressure of the Heavenly Ghost was oppressing. The Fire God Guard's eyes were burning with a blazing flame. The Heavenly Ghost was unstoppable. However, it could not move an inch in front of the Fire God Guard. After going through the baptism of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, the Fire God Guard's dreadfulness became even more indescribable. Their eyes were burning with the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. The Heavenly Ghost was unstoppable. However, it could not move an inch in front of the Fire God Guard. Such a powerful puppet. Guegu's countenance changed. The Fire God Guard's oppressive force could destroy all of his heavenly ghosts. The formation could not suppress such a powerful puppet. Guegu believed that he might not be able to destroy the puppet even if he risked his life to fight against it. However, he did not know that it was just one of Xianxia's Fire God Guards. Guegu's countenance would change if all 12 Fire God Guards came out at the same time. Guegu's Ghost Gate Formation still did not have a good effect on Xianxia. On the contrary, Xianxia's Fire God Guards broke the Heavenly Ghost's rampage. Guegu's formation was broken by Xianxia one after another. Is that all you've got? Xianxia stared at Guegu and said faintly with a touch of ridicule. That depends on your ability. You're still too young to make me bow down to you. Although Guegu was defeated by Xianxia, he did not want to be outdone. After all, he was a rare genius of the Killing Luo sect, a pillar of strength, and a popular candidate for the battle royale of the 9 counties. He would not be called Guegu if he could be defeated so easily. On the other side, Fang Bai's attack and defense were getting sharper. The Fifth Sword's terrifying deterrence was stronger than Amokihan, Donghuang Taiji, and the others. Fang Bai's strength was much sharper than Xianxia's. Because he was like a sharp sword. If one wanted to defeat him, one must find a flaw in his sharpness and break it with strength. Only then would one be able to defeat Fang Bai. Is this what you call a genius? He's not worth mentioning in my eyes. Fang Bai said disdainfully. He looked at Morongyener and the domineering aura in his eyes became more obvious. He wanted Morongyener to return to his side. I'll treat a tiger as a sick cat if it doesn't show its power. Brother Luo, show him how powerful I am. Mo Sanpao harumphed. The third shot, I'll take your life. While Fang Bai was in a daze, Mo Sanpao struck out forcefully while Luo Ping's spear pierced through the void. Both of them did not hesitate at all. At this moment, they used all their strength. In this battle, it was either you die or I die. They did not want to die. If Fang Bai defeated them, they would not be able to live either. At this moment, who would have the energy to spare? This is the moment. Donghuang Taiji said. He activated the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art and pressed towards Fang Bai. The divine golden bell fell from the sky and suppressed Fang Bai. Donghuang Taiji, you're not my match. Why? Why should Yin Er be with you? I'm not satisfied. At this moment, there was only Donghuang Taiji in Fang Bai's eyes. His mouth was filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. Morongyener clenched her fists tightly and her eyes flickered. She naturally did not want Dong Huang Taiji to fail as he might be killed by Fang Bai. Of course, she also did not want Fang Bai to die if it was possible. Fang Bai's sword Qi soared in the sky, only targeting Dong Huang Taiji. His murderous intent surged and forced everyone to retreat. However, Luo Ping, Mo Sanpao and Mo Qihan's attacks were not to be trifled with. Fang Bai had lost his mind as he only wanted to kill Dong Huang Taiji. Fang Bai's 9 swords pierced through Dong Huang Taiji's body. Blood splattered everywhere. His sword was too fast, it was so fast that it was hard for the naked eye to see it. It was so fast that no one could keep up with it. Taiji. Morong Yuner wanted to help but there was nothing she could do. Dong Huang Taiji was heavily injured and he became weaker after Fang Bai's continuous attacks. He circulated the Eastern Emperor limitless art and barely managed to block Fang Bai's attacks. However, he still could not block Fang Bai's sword Qi. At the same time, Fang Bai's madness made him pay the price. Because at this moment, he was left defenseless. He only had Dong Huang Taiji in his eyes. This allowed Mo Sanpao's attacks to land on Dong Huang Taiji. Fang Bai's eyes turned red. At this moment, he was not afraid of death. He only wanted to kill Dong Huang Taiji and get rid of the demon in his heart. Fang Bai was attacked from the front and the back. Mo Sanpao and the others took advantage of his weakness to kill him. Fang Bai was fighting against 4 enemies by himself. At this moment, he did not focus on defending and only wanted to kill. This caused him to suffer great injuries. Even if I have to die, I will drag you down with me. Fang Bai gritted his teeth. He hated Dong Huang Taiji to the core. He used all his strength to kill Dong Huang Taiji. In this Huangdi mountain, he was not a stubborn loner but a madman who fought for love. Don't give him any chance. Otherwise, those from the Eastern Emperor sect will die. Mo Qihan said. Although he did not have any relationship with Dong Huang Taiji, Jiang Chen's friend was also his friend. Luo Ping was the same. He would not let Dong Huang Taiji be in danger. After all, he owed Jiang Chen a lot. Now that they were united against the enemy, their morale would be boosted. However, Fang Bai's sword was too fast. Mo Qihan could not block it, Luo Ping could not block it and Mo Sanpao could not do anything. They could only watch Fang Bai's sword Qi slashing down at lightning speed. In the void, they could already see Dong Huang Taiji's tragic death. They were struggling in their hearts but there was nothing they could do. Kill. Don't give him any chance to retaliate. Mo Qihan's eyes were cold. Although they could not block Fang Bai's attack, they could still stab him in the back. Since Fang Bai was fearless and only wanted to kill Dong Huang Taiji, it was their chance. Fang Bai was like a mad bull. His eyes were bloodshot and ferocious. Dong Huang Taiji's face turned gloomy. He knew that he could not avoid it anymore. At this moment, Morong Yuner felt her inner world crumbling. However, it was already too late for her to act. Divine Golden Bell. The Eastern Emperor limitless art was casted again. However, this time, Fang Bai was suppressed. He knelt down on one knee, his face was pale and he coughed out blood. He was in extreme pain. Mo Qihan and the other two's attacks landed on Fang Bai. Mo Qihan and the other 2 were stunned. There was another person behind Dong Huang Taiji. It was a sturdy man with eyes as sharp as a king. Who do you think you are to touch the people of my Eastern Emperor sect? A low and cold voice reverberated in Fang Bai's ears. Fang Bai was surrounded by enemies from all directions and was suppressed by the divine golden bell. He was on the brink of death and could feel the arrival of the god of death. Morong Yuner quickly grabbed Dong Huang Taiji's hand. She finally felt relieved. Fang Bai's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He did not manage to kill Dong Huang Taiji in the end. It's Dong Huang Taie. Mo Sanpao said. It was the same divine golden bell, but the difference was like heaven and earth when Dong Huang Taie casted it. Fang Bai did not have the chance to escape. He was completely suppressed and heavily injured. He was definitely dead. Luo Ping and Mo Qihan gasped. No wonder it was so terrifying. Fang Bai was suppressed in an instant. Fang Bai will definitely die now that Dong Huang Taie is here. Mo Qihan said in a low voice. He was slightly happy in his heart. At least they had the upper hand now. Xianxia stared at Dong Huangtai. Dong Huangtai also stared back at him. Dong Huangtai had appeared at the right time. Otherwise, Dong Huangtai would have died. If it wasn't for him, I would have killed you. Pitiful, hateful. Fang Bai stared at Dong Huangtaiji and Dong Huangtai stared back at him. Both of them had a complicated expression. Dong Huangtai's appearance was like a huge mountain pressing on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. Don't tell me you still don't understand? Fang Bai, why did I leave you? It's been 1,000 years, has nothing changed in your heart? Morong Yener roared in anger. Fang Bai was slightly stunned and did not understand what was going on. Why? I love you so much. Morong Yener smiled bitterly and kept shaking her head. One could imagine the struggle in her heart. I used to love you, not because of your talent, not because of the sword in your hand, but because of you. But in your eyes, there's only the sword. The sword is your life. I can't replace it, and you can't give it up either. So I chose to let go. In your life, the sword is an inseparable part. Without the sword, you're like a walking corpse that has lost your 3 souls and 7 spirits. There is a kind of love called letting go. But you don't understand, since the sword has shocked the world, why do you need to go back to the past? At that moment, a beautiful picture flashed across Fang Bai's eyes. However, all of that no longer existed. His sword was still unstoppable, but his lover was gone forever. Once upon a time, he only wanted to protect her with his sword. He never thought that the person was gone, the flower had withered, and the person was gone. But why didn't you tell me? Why? Why did you hide it from me for 1,000 years? Fang Bai's eyes were filled with tears of blood, his body was trembling. His inner world had completely collapsed. Because love is selfish. I don't want you to give up the sword because of me. I'm too selfish. Even if we're together, how can you be happy? Even you don't know how important the sword is. In your heart, it's harder to replace than me. No one understands you better than me, just like no one understands the sword better than you do. Morong Yener took a deep breath. That love was buried deep in her heart. No matter how much she loved him, it was useless now. Dong Huangtaiji held Morong Yener's hand tightly. Believing in her was the best answer. Fang Bai's eyes were filled with despair. What's the use of my sword, no matter how strong it is? Unfortunately, things remain the same, but people have changed. He no longer had any nostalgia. But when he looked at the sword in his hand again, he realized that if he were to let go of the sword, it would be even more painful. The sword and Morong Yener were both important, but if he had to choose one, Fang Bai realized that he would choose the sword without hesitation. Because the sword had already fused with his blood, it had completely become a part of his life. Without the sword, his life would be dark, and without it, there would be no light in his life. Fang Bai smiled bitterly as he looked at Morong Yen and Dong Huangtaiji's tightly held hands. His heart finally died. But at the moment when his heart died, he discovered that his heart was like a bright mirror. Everything in the world became clear. His sword once again underwent a huge transformation. A sword intent actually rose in his heart. It was a sword intent that he had never felt before. That sword intent was completely connected to him, fusing with the heavens and earth. His swordsmanship once again took a huge leap. The sword has no limits, no rest, no limit, the sword of limitless. Ha ha ha, I finally understand. Once the sword intent moves, the world changes color. Fang Bai laughed out loud. The sword in his hand pierced through the clouds, covering the sky. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. To be more precise, they were focused on the sword's shadow that was about to destroy the world. Jiang, watch carefully. This is my limitless sword. There's no limit to the sword. If your sword has any changes, it's all in your mind. Fang Bai held his sword and soared into the sky. At this moment, even Dong Huangtai's expression became solemn. Because the current Fang Bai was like a completely different person. A half-step divine king realm has such a terrifying aura. Truly terrifying. Jiangchen stared at Fang Bai with a serious expression. As their eyes met, Jiangchen saw Fang Bai's expectation and determination. Because he knew that Fang Bai was teaching him the sword intent of his sword skill. Just a sword shadow was already so terrifying. Moreover, the sword shadow was nowhere to be seen, as if it could destroy the world at any time. Gui Gu, Dong Huang Tai, Mo Sanpao, Mo Qihan and the others looked at this scene. They were extremely shocked. Even Gui Gu and Dong Huang Tai might not be able to defeat Feng Bai. Feng Bai's figure moved continuously in the sky. He turned into a series of afterimages, shuttling between the gigantic sword shadows. Traversing 90,000 li with a single sword, who doesn't know of you? Xianxia was shocked. Everyone was staring at this scene. Because Feng Bai's sword was not just an attack, it was an art that had reached the pinnacle. His sword had fused with him, making him invincible. As swift as the wind, as swift as thunder, as fierce as lightning, as heavy as mountains and rivers, and as thin as a thread. Xianxia murmured. Feng Bai's sword was constantly changing in his eyes. Xianxia was shocked by the limitless sword. Feng Bai's swordsmanship was indeed a realm higher than his. After Feng Bai's death, his swordsmanship had undergone a qualitative change. In Feng Bai's heart, it was not just a sword anymore, it was also his thoughts. I am a sword maniac, unparalleled, my sword is all-encompassing. Everyone could clearly see Feng Bai's limitless sword from the 9 heavens. However, other than Xianxia, no one could feel the unparalleled sword will that wanted to compete with the heavens. Feng Bai's swordsmanship had reached a terrifying realm. Even if ordinary people wanted to learn it, they would not be able to understand it. Therefore, only Xianxia who had the highest understanding of swordsmanship could understand and master the limitless sword. Although Feng Bai had lost his beloved woman, his swordsmanship had reached a higher level. Especially the last sword shadow, it was as if it could split the heavens and the earth, it was unstoppable. How much you can learn will depend on your luck. Xianxia, I, Feng Bai, have no regrets being your friend in this life. Live life to the fullest, don't look back at the moon. If you can understand the 8th sword realm, the limitless sword will definitely reach a higher level. You are more talented than me, don't disappoint me. 6th sword. 7th sword. 8th sword. Feng Bai's swords overlapped with each other countless times. There were even reincarnations in his swordsmanship. Xianxia could see that when Feng Bai's swordsmanship reached the 8th sword, he had reached a stage where he could not control himself. However, Xianxia knew that he might not even be able to perform the 6th sword. Performing the limitless sword required not only the understanding of swordsmanship, but also the ultimate embodiment of the realm of swordsmanship. I have seen it all, I have forgotten it all. Xianxia said. Good, good, good. The limitless sword is formless. If you can perform the 5th sword in one go, it means that you indeed have the power of the limitless sword. The way of the sword is endless. I have evolved it countless times. The strongest time was when I evolved it to the 17th sword. However, I can only perform the 8th sword. Feng Bai laughed heartily, he had no regrets. When he looked back at Murong Yun'er, his heart was as still as water. His heart had turned into sword will. Xianxia, promise me. You must evolve the limitless sword to its peak. Because I am looking forward to that day. All right. Xianxia nodded heavily. Life is like a game of chess, I am willing to be the sword. I am willing to turn into a strand of sword aura and exist forever in this world. Feng Bai turned into a strand of sword aura and crossed the sky, merging with the heavenly dragon sword. Everyone was silent. No one could understand how heroic Feng Bai was when he turned around and turned into sword chi. Perhaps this is the best ending for you, my friend. Xianxia murmured. He was emotionless. Xianxia died a worthy death. His biggest wish was to make his limitless sword a masterpiece. Xianxia would not disappoint him. Although Feng Bai had died, he turned into sword chi and became a part of the heavenly dragon sword. This was what he had been chasing for his whole life. When he let go of all his obsession, his swordsmanship had reached a whole new level. Even Xianxia could not catch up to him. Xianxia's heart was filled with heaviness. However, Feng Bai's death was the best ending for him. Since he had no more obsession, his swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle. His only pursuit was to become a masterpiece under the heavens and earth. The limitless sword. Xianxia knew that it was not just a sword intent, it was also a swordsmanship, a path to the emperor realm. The limitless sword, the Tao of the sword, it was the pinnacle of the heavens and earth. It was even stronger than the sword of solitude. If he could continue to evolve it, Xianxia's swordsmanship would become more and more clear. Feng Bai had only helped him evolve to the eighth saber. The rest of the journey still required him to take it step by step. Morong Yener was filled with self-blame. Feng Bai had died because of her, but there was nothing she could do. She could only watch as Feng Bai turned into a strand of sword qi. You don't have to blame yourself. That was his destiny, his final destination. He lived a greater life than anyone else, because he had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship that no one else could reach. That's a true man. He had merely changed his way of living. His sword intent had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. He was the only pioneer of swordsmanship that I have ever seen. He lived for the sword and died for the sword. You don't have to be sad. Xianxia looked at Morong Yener. At this moment, Morong Yener finally calmed down. However, she could not hide the sadness in her heart. At least, they were no longer obsessed with love. This was the best ending for him and Dong Huang Taiji. Xianxia, thank you. Dong Huang Taiji said and looked at Xianxia. He knew that he could not repay this debt in this lifetime. Everything has its cause and effect. Perhaps this is fate. Xianxia smiled. Dong Huang Taie and Xianxia looked at each other. Their current target was Guegu. Damned fellow, so useless. Guegu said while gritting his teeth. After losing Feng Bai's help, he was alone now. Moreover, Xianxia's side was getting stronger and stronger. Dong Huang Taie's appearance had caused him to lose his competitiveness. He had no choice but to retreat. After all, as the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. Guegu, we finally meet. Dong Huang Taie said faintly. He had been looking for two people, Xianxia and Guegu. The two of them were his greatest opponents. In the battle of the Battle Royale of the 9 counties, he had killed almost 20 god kings. His hands were stained with blood, and no one could stand up to him. If it wasn't for that group of people, perhaps we would finally have a battle between us. But now, do you want to have a fair fight with me? Guegu snorted. If they were to fight now, he would have to face too many people. Guegu did not want to be surrounded by a sea of people. Moreover, Xianxia was not weak as well. That fellow was able to fight evenly with him. Not to mention the others, even if Dong Huang Taie and Xianxia joined hands, Guegu did not have the competence to win. Do you think I'm the type of person to bully others? Dong Huang Taie frowned. Lunlun looked at Guegu and said. Perhaps you are not. But can you guarantee that the people behind you will not take advantage of you? Humph, the only person you can trust in this world is yourself. Dong Huang Taie, we will have a battle eventually, but not now. Guegu was not stupid. If he were to have a life and death battle with Dong Huang Taie, 99% of Xianxia and the rest would definitely take action. Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao hated him to the core. You're so timid. It seems like you're much weaker than Xianxia. Dong Huang Taie's expression was cold. Guegu had his reasons for avoiding the battle. I don't want to die without knowing the reason. Ha ha ha. Let's go and see if the silver dragon fruit has been taken. Guegu squinted his eyes and looked at the frozen canyon. Silver dragon fruit? Dong Huang Taie's expression turned solemn. Looks like it's true. Even Guegu is here, Xianxia and the rest are not to be outdone. There must be something going on here. That's right, but it depends on whether or not you have the luck. This place is full of crazy people, and everyone's ambition is higher than the sky. You want to be the champion, but I wonder if you dare to enter. Guegu said with interest. Even if you have the silver dragon fruit, do you think you have the capability to fight against us? Xianxia smiled. With him and Dong Huang Taie here, Guegu would not be able to do anything to them. Guegu's eyes were cold as he stared at Xianxia. This fella is really like a dogskin plaster. It's not easy to deal with him. Really? What if I'm in? A deep and rough voice was heard, causing Dong Huang Taie and Guegu to tremble. A green-clothed silhouette appeared in the sky. His brows were sharp and his beard was fluttering in the wind. His aura was vigorous and overbearing. Xianxia, Dong Huangtai said with a solemn expression. He might not care about Guigu, but who was Xianxia? He was Xianxia of the Heavenly Profound sect, the strongest person in the Chilean boundary. He was also the strongest competitor for the battle royale of the 9 boundaries. Or rather, everyone was competing against him. He was a prodigy of a generation, traveling unhindered in the Chilean boundary for thousands of years. Xianxia wore a green robe, his temperament was refined. His eyes were as bright as the stars. His slender figure was like a sharp sword, piercing into one's heart, making one feel as if there was a fishbone stuck in one's throat. 2 skinny young men stood behind him. They were the other 2 experts of the Heavenly Profound sect, Xian Lang and Xian Qing. One look and one could tell that they were not ordinary people. In the entire Chilean boundary, the most mysterious person was Xianxia. Even though he had never taken any action, he was worshipped like a god. Guigu and Dong Huangtai, even though they were the top 3 of the 10 great sects, they were still not on the pedestal. However, Xianxia was a legendary man. Rumor had it that he had once withstood a blow from a half-step ultimate god expert without suffering any injuries. Such courage and determination had left countless people in the dust. Who would dare to take a blow from a half-step ultimate god expert? You finally appeared. Guigu squinted his eyes and said with a smile. It's better to have 3 powers than 1. At least, you don't have to fight alone anymore. Xianxia said faintly. He looked at Guigu with a calm expression. His appearance was to break the stalemate. Jiangchen, I know you. Xianxia looked at Jiangchen. Jiangchen smiled. He could feel that Xianxinji's strength was stronger than Guigu and Dong Huangtai. He had reached the peak of the mid-divine king realm, at least on the surface. Oh? Really? Seems like I'm quite proud to be admired by the strongest of the Chilean Empire. Jiangchen smiled and said. The Eastern Emperor sect has 2 peerless experts, a genius like Dong Huangtai and a monstrous one like you. Not every sect can achieve such a feat, Xianxia said. Before he entered the Huangdi mountain, an elder of the sect had told him about Jiangchen's name. Jiangchen was unstoppable in the Linhe boundary. Although it was just a rumor, it was still believable. Jiangchen's actions in the Linhe boundary were extremely powerful and secretive. But if you guys want to touch Guigu, you'll have to go through me. Xianxia smiled indifferently, as if he was extremely confident in himself. His overbearing aura was terrifying, at least other than Jiangchen and Dong Huangtai, no one would dare to go against his words. He was like a king of the 9 heavens, ordering people around, not allowing anyone to go against his words. Xianxia, you're quite arrogant. I, Dong Huangtai, have never been afraid of you. Dong Huangtai Lingling said as he stared at Xianxia. Xianxia was not angry, he smiled and nodded. If you win against me, you'll be the strongest in the Chilean boundary. But first, you have to be able to do it. Xianxia seemed to be on the same side as Guigu. Dong Huangtai knew that it was impossible for him to fight both of them at the same time. Jiangchen's strength was unfathomable to him. Even if they had the advantage in numbers, they might not be able to turn the situation around. Hence, he could only give up. Help! Mother Vasterus Kerr, I've met a ghost. Screams reverberated in the void. There were at least 30 to 40 people, all of them looked extremely miserable. Zhang Tianming was the first to rush out of the frozen canyon. Everyone's face was pale. Dozens of Divine King experts were like stray dogs at this moment. Look, why did those people run out? Mo Sanpao said in a deep voice. These people had already fought fiercely in the icebound canyon and many of them had died. But now, they were all scared out of their wits and had a miserable look on their faces. When Zhang Tianming saw Guigu, his expression changed slightly. So you plotted against me, Guigu, I will not let you live. Zhang Tianming's eyes were cold. He was finally sure that this guy was plotting against him. He already knew that there was a monster under the river. So what? You yourself are as stupid as a pig. Do you want others to pay the price for your conceit? Trash. Guigu sneered, looking at Zhang Tianming as if he was looking at a fool. Guigu, I will kill you. Zhang Tianming roared in rage. His mid-divine king strength was fully displayed. Previously, he was chased by the giant sturgeon and was forced to run away. Now, he was determined to get back at the giant sturgeon. Loser, I will let you know how powerful I, Zhang Tianming, am. Facing Zhang Tianming's madness, Guigu sneered. This guy realized that he had tricked him, but he did not realize how powerful he was. Does he still want to fight with me? Stupid. Guigu snorted. Facing Zhang Tianming, who was charging towards him, his expression was cold. He struck out with his palm. Zhang Tianming's bones were almost shattered by this palm. He was blown away. His face was pale and his injuries were severe. He was on the verge of death. Not only Zhang Tianming, the people behind Zhang Tianming had a drastic change in expression. Who would have thought that Guigu, who was beaten by Zhang Tianming before, would be so powerful at this moment, forcing Zhang Tianming back with a single palm? He did not even give Zhang Tianming a chance to fight back. Is this the real Guigu? We were all fooled by him. How could Guigu's strength be so weak? The genius disciple of the Killing Luo sect. Hehe, we are too naive. The most naive one should be Zhang Tianming. Does this guy really think that Guigu is so weak that he can trample on him? Guigu's strength is not something we can be compared with. Those Divine King Realm experts who escaped from the frozen canyon had a drastic change of expression. Everyone knew that Zhang Tianming had shot himself in the foot. Previously, Guigu was just toying with him. With his current strength, he was not even a match for Guigu. Zhang Tianming was utterly defeated. Until now, he still couldn't believe that he would be defeated so thoroughly. He couldn't even fight against Guigu. Didn't that mean that everything that happened before was just a dream? Did that mean that his strength was just an illusion? He thought that the previous battle was enough to establish his position in the battle royale of the 9 boundaries. But now, it seemed like he was just a chicken pecking at each other. His strength was still not enough to fight against Guigu. Zhang Tianming laughed out loud. His view of the world instantly collapsed. He had become a laughingstock in everyone's eyes. Guigu's strength was still unparalleled. However, he would definitely die. He should have guessed the ending the moment he became arrogant. Not everyone could stand on the peak and enjoy the worship of the masses. He was just living in a dream. I lost. I actually lost. Zhang Tianming murmured. He did not want to believe what was happening in front of him. He was supposed to be the great demon king of Huangdi Mountain, the one that even Guigu had to bow down to. But now, he was being suppressed and could not even raise his head. He could not even retaliate against Guigu's attack. Life was like a drama. He was invincible just a moment ago. But now, he was like a stray dog that everyone wanted to beat up. Those who were cheering for him previously also snorted at him. This was the will of the people. The weak would never be qualified to wag their tails and beg for mercy. Stray dog, appearing here. Humph humph. You've indeed lost. Not only did you lose yourself, but also your heart. You're too arrogant, to the point that you can't even see the truth before your eyes. You want to soar into the clouds, but unfortunately, the moment you fall back down, you've plummeted. You no longer have any heroic spirit, and what awaits you is only heartless ridicule. Mo Sanpao sneered. He only had himself to blame. He knew that Guigu was hiding something. It was a pity that Zhang Tianming was too eager for success. He thought that he was invincible after defeating Guigu. At least, he thought that no one in Huangdi Mountain could rival him. The final battle had made him fall from his dream back to reality. Zhang Tianming was ridiculed, but it was useless now. His life and death were no longer important. From the beginning till the end, he was just a puppet led by the nose by the Guigu. Those experts who escaped from the frozen canyon looked at each other in dismay. The might of the Guigu was still unstoppable. Zhang Tianming only had himself to blame. This was something that nobody could change. The will of the people was the true leader. The weak would never have the right to speak in a world where strength was respected. What's going on? There's a huge demonic beast in the underground river of the valley. It swallowed 30 to 40 Divine King Realm experts. We couldn't suppress it at all. Instead, we ran away like drowning dogs. That's why we were able to keep our lives. Yeah, that demonic beast is really too terrifying. It can swallow the heavens and the earth, and no one can stop it. Dong Huangtai looked at Guigu. Guigu sneered, why? Scared? Don't come if you're scared. Guigu took the lead and rushed into the ice-sealed canyon when everyone else retreated out of it. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Go back if you're scared. This silver dragon fruit is mine. Guigu's voice reverberated in the void. Everyone fell into silence. However, Dong Huangtai was not afraid. Guigu dared to enter the tiger's den, what's there for him to worry about? Since you're going, why can't I, Dong Huangtai, go too? Dong Huangtai turned into a stream of light and rushed into the canyon. Let's go. Let's go and see what's in the canyon that made them so afraid. Xianxia smiled and said softly. Xian Lang and Xianqing who were behind him nodded and rushed into the canyon without hesitation. It might be dangerous this time. If you're not willing, you can stay here. Jiangchen said in a deep voice. This was not a child's play. There were so many Divine King Realm experts running away like drowning dogs. This demonic beast was not simple at all. I'll be wherever you are. Yan Qingqing held Jiangchen's hand and smiled. With him around, there's nothing to be afraid of. Jiangchen smiled faintly. His heart was extremely calm when Yan Qingqing was around because it was an indescribable place to return to. Everyone can go. I, Moling Dongchen, can go too. Moling Dongchen looked at Yan Qingqing and Jiangchen and said faintly. Mo Qihan swore to follow them since he was a member of the Mo clan. Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao did not hesitate either. Dong Huang Taiji and Morong Yuner wanted to enter but were stopped by Jiangchen. It's not easy to have someone who loves you. Jiangchen said to Dong Huang Taiji. Dong Huang Taiji smiled bitterly and nodded. He did not go in. Moreover, he was severely injured and it was enough for Morong Yuner to protect him. Those who escaped from the canyon didn't choose to go in after experiencing life and death. The best way was to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. When the experts came out from the canyon, they might be able to reap the benefits. If no one came out from the canyon, then they might become the final winner of the battle royale of the 9 counties. Now that Xianxia, Guigu, and Dong Huangtai have entered the frozen canyon, I hope none of them come out. Haha. That's right. If that's the case, we'll be the final victors of this battle. When there's no tiger in the mountain, the monkey claims to be the king. You guys, sigh. So what? If they're all dead, then we'll have a chance to take the throne. No one was a fool. Perhaps waiting for a heir to come to them wouldn't make them the final winner, but they would be able to survive and become the winner of life. After all, death was like the extinguishing of a lamp. Once one died, everything would be over. So what if one was talented? At the bottom of the frozen canyon, the Emerald River had already regained its calmness. The reflection of the ginkgo tree on the bank of the river was reflected. When Guigu entered the river again, there was not a single ripple on the river. It was even strangely quiet. It was completely different from before. However, there was a strong smell of blood in the air. There was even a murderous aura. There must have been dozens of Divine King Realm experts here not long ago. Even the Emerald River water gave people a great pressure. Come out. Guigu threw a punch. The river shook and water splashed everywhere. Everything within 100 miles turned into ice. Roar, a deafening roar was heard. Guigu's expression changed as he quickly retreated. The gigantic giant sturgeon appeared on top of the river, circling continuously, its aura overshadowing the sky. Greedy humans. Looks like you guys are willing to sacrifice your lives for the silver dragon fruit. The giant sturgeon Lung said with anger. He had already killed more than 40 Divine King Realm experts, but there were still people who dared to come. It seemed like the silver dragon fruit was quite tempting. Treasures would always be guarded by spiritual beasts. As expected, the giant sturgeon's strength had reached the late Divine King realm. It was a half-step hierarch realm. Guigu quickly retreated with a solemn expression. This fella's aura was terrifying. Everyone wants good stuff. The silver dragon fruit is more attractive than this. Guigu Lingling said. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The taste of a human is quite delicious. Guga, guga. The giant sturgeon flapped its fins, splashing the green river. Its two giant eyes stared at Guegu with a hint of ridicule. There's really a giant monster. No wonder so many people were scared away. Dong Huangtai appeared on the riverbank and sneered. However, he was still shocked by the giant sturgeon. The beast's strength was much higher than theirs. Looks like there are quite a lot of people who don't know what's good for them. The giant sturgeon said in disdain. It did not react to Dong Huangtai's appearance. It was not affected at all. Haha. Interesting. A giant sturgeon. I'll cook it later. It'll be a delicious dish. Xianxia said with a laugh. The coldness in his eyes did not fade away. This giant sturgeon was indeed domineering. However, it seems like we must take down this giant sturgeon to obtain the silver dragon fruit. The silver dragon fruit was a treasure. It was reasonable for such a powerful beast to protect it. Looks like you guys did not disappoint me. Guegu said with a faint smile. It was impossible for him to defeat the giant sturgeon alone. Hence, they had to join hands to kill it in order to have a chance of survival. A bunch of greedy fellas. You guys will pay for your stupidity. The giant sturgeon's voice reverberated in the valley. Guegu, Dong Huangtai and Xianxia stood in three different directions, surrounding the giant sturgeon. The giant sturgeon snorted at the three of them. Guys, let's join hands and kill it. What do you think? Guegu looked at Dong Huangtai and Xianxia. The two of them knew that none of them could defeat the giant sturgeon alone. As long as the giant sturgeon was here, it was like a huge mountain in front of them. Killing it first was the best solution. That's what I was thinking. 3 heroes against the sturgeon demon, I will definitely crush you into ashes today. Guegu sneered as a long black saber appeared in his hand. He slashed at the giant sturgeon with endless saber light. Seeing Guegu's move, Dong Huangtai also activated the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art and joined hands to fight against the sturgeon. The two of them immediately rushed forward. A terrifying aura swept across the void and the green river water gushed out. The giant sturgeon let out a roar and resisted Guegu's attack head-on. Dong Huangtai's attack failed to leave a mark on the giant sturgeon's body. A palm strike that was powerful enough to kill a mid-divine king expert failed to do anything to the giant sturgeon. Looks like you're quite capable. Xianxia sneered as his eyes shone with light. A silver light sword swept across the battlefield. The sturgeon slammed onto the riverbank and leaped up, its slender fin sweeping towards Xianxia. Xianxia retreated in order to advance, fearlessly slashing his silver light sword on the sturgeon's body. Light and shadow intertwined, dazzling and golden. The three of them continued to attack, but they couldn't gain the slightest advantage over the sturgeon. Such a terrifying demonic beast. Mo Sanpao took a deep breath and said solemnly. This demonic beast could probably kill him in a matter of minutes. Only experts like Dong Huangtai could fight against this sturgeon. Yeah, it was the best decision for us to leave this place. Luo Ping said. He could not help but think of Luo Ninger who was killed by Guegu. His eyes were burning with anger, he must kill Guegu to avenge Ninger. Luo Ping's heart was filled with hatred. However, he knew that he was not Guegu's opponent. Even Jiangchen did not injure Guegu severely in the previous battle. Hence, he felt even more depressed. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. Guegu will definitely die. Jiangchen could see Luo Ping's depression and anger, but he couldn't do anything about it. His beloved was killed and he could only watch helplessly as his enemy was right in front of him. This helplessness and pain made Jiangchen understand the pride in Luo Ping's heart. Brother Jiang, Luo Ping said in a low voice and sighed. Right now, he could only place all his hopes on Jiangchen. There was nothing he could do. It seems like it will take some time to eliminate the sturgeon demonic beast. Even Xianxia and the other two might not be able to win. Yan Qingqing said in a low voice. She had been following beside Jiangchen since the beginning. When Jiangchen didn't make a move, she quietly stayed by his side. That's none of my business. We'll take action when they're busy fighting. As the 3 great kings of the Chilean region, they should be aware of this. Xianxia stood with his arms crossed and narrowed his eyes. This sturgeon demonic beast was not as simple as they thought. Xianxia could even sense the aura of a hierarch from its body. However, its strength was not beyond the hierarch realm. Otherwise, Xianxia believed that Xianxia and the other two would have sensed its aura and they would not seek their own deaths. The difference between the hierarch realm and the divine king realm was like heaven and earth. A half-step hierarch might have a chance to survive, but a hierarch expert would definitely die. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art, Dong Huang Sword Rain. Dong Huang Tai's figure was like a flash of lightning as he rotated in the void. A rain of swords fell from the sky with a terrifying momentum. The sturgeon demonic beast roared in anger as it flew up in response. Its 100-zhang body was crushing everyone, forcing them to take a step back. The rain of swords fell on the sturgeon demonic beast's body, leaving bloody marks on its body. Guegu took advantage of the situation and attacked with his saber shadow. Ghost Sex Blood Demon Saber. The saber shadow turned into 100-zhang long and swept across the riverbed, crushing everything in its path. The sturgeon demonic beast's eyes kept rolling. Dong Huang Tai's attacks were getting stronger and stronger, even it did not dare to take them head-on. Roar, a deafening roar was heard as the sturgeon demonic beast kept roaring. It destroyed the saber light of the blood demon saber and took a step back. Its eyes were sharp and cold as if it was extremely solemn. Mysterious Heaven Sword Art, 7 Swords / the Heavenly Dipper. Xianxia sword shadows were blurred, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, indigo and purple. The sword shadows fell from the sky. The giant sturgeon rolled up, trying to dodge the 7 terrifying swords. However, Xianxia sword chi was too terrifying and fast. Even Xianxia became solemn. Although this fella's sword realm was not as strong as Fang Bai's, the mightiness of his sword technique was also extremely terrifying. It was extremely difficult for Xianxia to block the attack. The 7 swords fell one after another. The sturgeon demonic beast moved like lightning and dodged 3 of the swords. However, the last 4 swords still made it suffer. The 3 of them changed their attacks again, not giving the sturgeon demonic beast any chance to escape. They kept suppressing the sturgeon demonic beast, making it unable to raise its head. Damned fellas, a group of despicable humans, I will definitely kill you all. The sturgeon demonic beast scolded and jumped over the dragon gate, diving into the river again and disappearing. Ha ha ha, so weak. This sturgeon demonic beast probably knows that it is no match for us, so it ran away. Guegu said with a cold smile. The 3 of them were getting stronger and stronger. The sturgeon demonic beast was already on the receiving end of their attacks. If this continued, the sturgeon demonic beast would definitely be unwilling to lose its 100,000 years of cultivation. Moreover, demonic beasts were usually more cunning than humans. This guy is not heavily injured, I hope it won't come back. Dong Huang Tai said with a solemn expression. He did not let his guard down because of this. The sturgeon demonic beast had jumped into the river again, it must be afraid of them. However, it was hard to guarantee that it would not come back under the influence of the silver dragon fruit. Senior brother Dong Huang, this river can transform the body of a divine king, you must not be reckless. Xianxia said. Dong Huang Tai glanced at Xianxia and nodded silently. After all, Xianxia was also considered as a member of the Eastern Emperor sect, he would definitely not harm him. Although he did not interact much with Xianxia, he could see that Dong Huang Tai trusted Xianxia. Others might not know this, but he knew his own brother like the back of his hand. Dong Huang Tai was a prideful person, he would definitely not treat someone with respect unless they were close to him. Moreover, Dong Huang Tai was very respectful towards Xianxia. Therefore, Dong Huang Tai trusted Xianxia. Seems like this sturgeon demonic beast knows that it is no match for us and wants to protect the silver dragon fruit. But let's see if it has the ability to do so. The silver dragon fruit's spiritual aura was overflowing, making people feel relaxed. The silver dragon fruit has finally ripened, releasing its spiritual aura. Looks like this is the best time to harvest it. Xianxia murmured. However, he was not in a hurry to take action as he did not want to be the target of everyone. Above the ginkgo tree, the silvery light flickered. Everyone's eyes shone brightly. At this moment, no one would let go of the silver dragon fruit. At the very least, those with strength would be eyeing the silver dragon fruit, wanting to become a strong competitor for it. Xianlang, Xianqing, protect me! Xianxia shouted. Two silhouettes appeared on the riverbank and Xianxia went straight for the silver dragon fruit. Trying to get the silver dragon fruit? Guigu squinted his eyes and said with a smile. He rushed forward and wanted to stop Xianxia. However, he was blocked by Xianlang and a fierce palm wind blocked Guigu's way. You're just a tiny speck of light and you dare to compete with the moon? You're courting death. Guigu shouted. His sword and blade slashed the river. Xianlang was strong as he had reached the peak of early Divine King realm. He tried his best to stop Guigu, not to win but to buy time for Xianxia. Xianqing did the same, he blocked Donghuang Tai, not giving him any chance to attack. At this moment, Xianxia went straight for the silver dragon fruit. Roar! Just when everyone was holding their breath and watching this scene, countless water pillars spurted out from the green river once again and rushed up to the sky, blocking Xianxia's path. The water pillars were terrifying. Xianxia's expression changed and he quickly took a few steps back. He unleashed a powerful airwave and dispersed the water pillars. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. The dragon's head was shining with silver radiance, its horn was terrifying and the scales on its body became more dazzling. Its fins retreated, revealing its sharp claws. Its eyes were still as domineering, bloodthirsty and gloomy as usual. Is this, the giant sturgeon just now? This is not an ordinary sturgeon demon. This is a sturgeon demon in the dragon transformation stage. It has already undergone 70 to 80% transformation. The silver dragon fruit is not something you can touch. Lowly humans, go to hell. The sturgeon demon had transformed into a sturgeon dragon. This was out of everyone's expectation. The dragon sturgeon appeared and devoured everything. The dragon chi was so strong that Xianxia was almost blown away. The dragon sturgeon's body was long and it was 100 feet long. Xianxia could not withstand it at all and he quickly dodged it. Luckily, he was strong enough to defend himself, so he was not injured. Damn it! It's a dragon sturgeon. Not only Xianxia, even Jiangchen's expression became solemn. The sturgeon demon might be strong but the dragon sturgeon was not at the same level as him. Any demonic beast with the word dragon in their name would not be easy to deal with. Especially this branch of the dragon clan which had transformed through cultivation. It was comparable to a real dragon. Although Jiangchen was cultivating the dragon transformation skill and he had met some dragon souls, he had never seen a real dragon before. But even so, it was still quite rare to see a branch of the dragon beast clan. This was because they had all relied on their own efforts to successfully transform into dragons. Naturally, there was no need to say much about their foundations. If they did not have talent, how could they transform into dragons? Although the sturgeon demon is strong, it's still manageable. Once the dragon sturgeon appears, I'm afraid that this battle will be extremely difficult. Donghuang Tai's expression changed drastically. Guigu and the others were also shocked. Those who transform into a dragon are all great demons. The python is the supreme, followed by the jiao. The sturgeon is the most difficult and the snake can ascend to the sky. It means that the python is the supreme among all the dragons and it's not inferior to a real dragon. The jiao is the second but it's not ordinary either. The sturgeon is the most difficult and the snake is the most difficult to transform into a dragon. Zishi said in a deep voice. His face was gloomy. At this moment, even he had the intention to retreat. Is this dragon sturgeon really that terrifying? Jiangchen said with a frown. If it's an ordinary sturgeon demon, of course, I'm not afraid. However, the dragon sturgeon has left the sturgeon demon's camp and has even become a part of the dragon race. Do you know that the dragon clan is the pride of the heavens when they are born? There's no difference in the heavenly god realm. An adult dragon can step into the divine king realm without cultivating. Moling Dongchen said in a low voice. He looked at the ferocious dragon sturgeon and his expression became even more terrible. What a great dragon! What a great dragon sturgeon! Jiangchen took a deep breath. The dragon clan was too heaven-defying. They were born as heavenly god realm and they could reach the divine king realm without cultivating. Many prodigies of the divine world had failed to reach the divine king realm. Reincarnation was also a skill. There was a reason why the dragon clan was rare. Because the dragon clan's talent could not be described with the word abnormal. What are you waiting for? Xianxia roared in rage. The dragon sturgeon hovered in the sky and surrounded him. At this moment, Xianxia's roar stopped Xianlang and Xianqing from fighting. Dong Huangtai and Gui Gu looked at each other with a solemn expression. They immediately took action. If the dragon sturgeon was not killed, all of them would die. If they saw Xianxia being suppressed or killed by the dragon sturgeon, they would not be able to escape. The strength of the dragon sturgeon was beyond their imagination. The body of the dragon sturgeon was already difficult for them to deal with. Now that the dragon sturgeon had turned into a dragon sturgeon, it was really shocking. Xianxinji's silver light fell down and the sword shadows were densely packed. Each sword shadow was stronger than the previous one. However, it was still not enough to defend against the dragon sturgeon's powerful attack. The head and tail of the dragon sturgeon shook the mountains and rivers. Xianxinji was very cautious. The aura of the dragon sturgeon had completely suppressed him. Although Xianxinji was shocked, he did not panic. If he panicked now, he would die a horrible death. Peak of the late divine king realm. Such a dragon sturgeon could even fight against a half-step hierarch. Xianxinji gritted his teeth. He was extremely shocked. It seemed like the silver dragon fruit was not that easy to get. Silver light falling rain flying white scarlet. Xianxinji's silver light sword kept clashing with the dragon sturgeon's giant claw. Brother Xian, let me help you. Gui Gu also arrived. Together with Dong Huangtai, Xianqing and Xianlang, they managed to defend against the dragon sturgeon's attack and saved Xianxinji from being killed. The dragon sturgeon was enraged. Its giant claw tore the void apart. The chilly wind was roaring and it was extremely violent. Xianlang was caught in the attack and he could not dodge it in time. He was crushed by the dragon sturgeon's claw. It was a terrifying scene. Xianqing's heart trembled. He had completely lost his fighting strength. He could only run away as he was afraid that he would be killed by the dragon sturgeon's claw. Such a terrifying fella. Jiangchen squinted his eyes. Xianlang's strength was definitely not weaker than Luo Ping's. However, he was caught and killed in an instant. At this moment, everyone's faces turned pale because they might be the next one to be killed. Mother Kerr, should we leave now? Mo Sampao gritted his teeth, feeling extremely excited. That Xianlang was not weaker than him, but he was not even enough to fill the gap between the dragon sturgeon's teeth. Let's wait and see. Luo Ping said in a low voice. At this moment, it was up to Xianxinji and the other two to suppress the dragon sturgeon. If they failed, they might have to run for their lives. I'm afraid that the three of them won't be able to suppress the dragon sturgeon. Jiangchen said. He saw that Xianxinji and the other two had to use all of their strength to fight against the dragon sturgeon. However, the situation was not as good as they had imagined. Each of them was suppressed by the dragon sturgeon's aura and they could not even lift their heads. They were even getting beaten up by the dragon sturgeon as if it was a toy. The three's defense was already in a mess. They would not be able to hold on for long if this continued. You're just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The dragon sturgeon sneered and its huge claw fell down from the sky. Gui Gu had no chance to dodge it. He waved his blade and retreated in order to advance. However, he still could not resist the powerful pressure from the dragon sturgeon. Puff, Gui Gu spurted out a mouthful of blood. He kept retreating but he was still powerless against the dragon sturgeon. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art, Boundless Heaven and Earth. A terrifying storm was formed from Dong Huangtai's hand. The storm was rolling and the riverbank was flooded. Dong Huangtai had used all of his strength. This was his most powerful technique. Such terrifying power. Mo Sampao sighed. This is the aura a genius should have. Luo Ping was also shocked. At this moment, Dong Huangtai had blocked the dragon sturgeon's attack with his own strength. Boundless heavens and earth, the hurricane roared. The collision between the dragon sturgeon and Dong Huangtai had shocked everyone. The Eastern Emperor Limitless Art had taught everyone a lesson. As one of the three great sects of the Chilean boundary, the Eastern Emperor sect's Eastern Emperor Limitless Art was their trump card. At this moment, Gu and Xianxinji's eyes lit up. This was a rare opportunity. Dong Huangtai was holding the dragon sturgeon back, the two of them would be the best time to attack. Ghost Gate Soul Net Formation. Gu's expression became solemn as he casted a formation. Countless ghost shadows formed into a heavenly net, attacking the dragon sturgeon. Even an elephant could be killed by a large number of ants, let alone the dragon sturgeon which was being held back by Dong Huangtai. We must delay him. Dong Huangtai, this is our last chance. Xianxinji shouted. Profound heavenly sword technique, shadowless sword. Xianxinji stepped on the Big Dipper and moved forward. Blue light shone, shadowless and formless. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, the dragon sturgeon was unleashed. At this moment, the Ghost Gate Soul Net Formation and the shadowless sword had caused great damage to the dragon sturgeon. However, Dong Huangtai, who was fighting the dragon sturgeon, had consumed a lot of his divine origin qi. Especially the pressure from the dragon sturgeon. Dong Huangtai was heavily injured, but he still managed to delay the dragon sturgeon with his Eastern Emperor Limitless Art, buying enough time for Xianxinji and Gu. Kill him while he's down. Gu sneered. The long blade in his hand turned into a ghastly shadow, dashing forward like a jackal, wolf, tiger, or leopard. It pierced through the dragon sturgeon's eyes. The dragon sturgeon let out a blood-curdling screech. The mountains and rivers were shattered and the earth was shaking. The branches of the 100-zhang-long body smashed onto the valley, causing rocks to roll down. Today shall be the day of your death. At the last moment, Xianxinji turned into a sword shadow and pierced through the dragon sturgeon's body countless times, making everyone's scalp numb. Finally, Xianxinji stood firmly on the dragon sturgeon's head and looked down upon the crowd. Dong Huangtai had consumed a lot of his energy and fell down from the sky. This is the moment. Gu's expression was gloomy. The dragon sturgeon was dying, its life was in their hands. At this critical moment, Gu's target was Dong Huangtai. Gu, you, Dong Huangtai was furious. He never expected that Gu would turn his spear to kill him right after the three of them defeated the dragon sturgeon. They were fighting together just a second ago, but now, they had become mortal enemies. Undeniably, it was ironic. Dong Huangtai had contributed a lot in fighting against the dragon sturgeon, he even almost lost his life. But in the end, he was still the first person that Gu wanted to kill. Gu struck out more than 10 palm strikes, Dong Huangtai managed to dodge most of them. However, he still couldn't escape from Gu's clutches. Gu had planned this from the start and Dong Huangtai was heavily injured. He was caught unprepared and was heavily injured by Gu. Xianxinji and Linglin looked at this scene calmly and coldly. If Gu did not take action, he would definitely not let Dong Huangtai go. An opponent like Dong Huangtai was a huge threat to them. Since Dong Huangtai was willing to pay such a huge price to kill the dragon sturgeon, why not? However, Dong Huangtai must be eliminated after making use of him. You've shown your worth, there's no need for you to continue living. Gu sneered. His speed was too fast. Dong Huangtai kept retreating under his storm-like attacks. Eventually, he had nowhere to run. Damn it! Dong Huangtai did not expect this to happen. He was extremely disappointed. The three of them fought against the dragon sturgeon together and he became the one to be sacrificed. Moreover, Gu still wanted to kill him. I will remember you, Dong Huangtai. Xianxinji said with a faint smile. Divine Golden Bell. At this moment, a layer of golden light appeared around Dong Huangtai. The divine golden bell covered his entire body. Gu's attacks could not move an inch. He thought that Dong Huangtai would definitely die, but he managed to survive. To think that you have such terrifying combat strength. Gu stared at Dong Huangtai coldly. Even he was slightly stunned. Who do you think you are to touch the people of my Eastern Emperor sect? Jiangchen Lingling stared at Gu. At this moment, it was similar to what happened to Jiangchen in Lingju City. Dong Huangtai smiled bitterly, he felt a sense of relief. When he was in despair and thought that there was nothing he could do, he was saved by Jiangchen. Most importantly, this scene was exactly the same as when he saved Xianxia. Life is full of ups and downs. Dong Huangtai believed that if he still had his strength, he wouldn't have been kicked out by Gu for the silver dragon fruit. His selfless contribution became a laughable sacrifice in the end. It was worthless. Xianxia's appearance undoubtedly made Dong Huangtai excited, but how much of a burden could he carry? At least in his opinion, Xianxia's strength was extraordinary. However, he was afraid that Xianxia would be in a disadvantageous position in a life-and-death battle with Gu and Xianxia. He might even end up like him. Good. So it's you, kid. Do you really think that I can't kill you? Humph, you're too naive. You don't even put Dong Huangtai in my eyes, how can you compare to him? Gu said disdainfully. Since Xianxia had saved Dong Huangtai, he was unhappy about it. It's time to teach this reckless fella a lesson. You're right, brother Gu is right. The scum of the Eastern Emperor sect must be killed. We are willing to follow brother Gu. A cold laugh rang out. A skinny young man who was as thin as a match slowly walked over. He was so skinny that he was only skin and bones. However, his gaze was extremely sinister and terrifying. Xianxia, to think that you've learned how to suck up to those in power. The pride of the Shining sect has vanished from your body. Gu said faintly. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in, and a fine day chooses its master. Now that the Donghuang sect is so ruined, why don't I take this opportunity to join hands with brother Gu and trample on the Donghuang sect? Haha. As for the silver dragon fruit, I, Xianxia, know my limits and will definitely not snatch it from brother Gu. Xianxia said with a chuckle. Although he was slightly weaker than Gu, Dong Huangtai and the others, he was not someone to be trifled with. It was quite surprising that he was able to serve under Gu. In the Battle of the Thunder Rush Sea, only the people of the Donghuang sect walked out of the Thunder Rush Sea alive. Isn't that enough to explain everything? As far as I know, the members of the 10 great sects all died at the hands of the Donghuang sect. I must avenge them. I believe brother Gu also wants to take revenge for the sect. You dogs of the Shining sect are everywhere. Xianxia sneered. A wise man submits to circumstances. Dong Huangtai has already lost, how much more can you do? If we join forces, your Donghuang sect will have no place to stand. Xianxia's expression was cold as he stared fearlessly at Xianxia. Everyone in the Donghuang sect has the right to kill them. Count me in too. A dragon shadow covered the sky and covered the earth. Everyone was shocked. The dragon shadow retreated and a handsome young man in white stood proudly in the void. I, Long Xingyun, am willing to join forces with brother Xian. I, Long Xingyun, will not be merciful. I will definitely kill the people of the Donghuang sect and kill Xianxia. There's a ruthless person, Long Xingyun from the Nine Dragon Palace. His strength is comparable to Xianxia. Zishi squinted his eyes and said. Alright, with brother Long's help, the people of the Donghuang sect will not be able to escape from the Ice Seal Canyon. Xianxinji said faintly. Shi Qian from the mysterious sect. Huang Xiong from the 8 Trigrams sect is willing to follow brother Xian. I hope that brother Xian can protect us. Shi Qian and Huang Xiong also joined Xianxinji at this moment. With their current strength, they would definitely not be able to fight for the silver dragon fruit. However, if they chose the right side, they would definitely be invincible. Even if they could not get the silver dragon fruit, they would still be able to enter the Tongxian mansion. What a gathering of heroes. Looks like I've become everyone's target. Xianxia smiled faintly. It was obvious that he and the Donghuang sect had become everyone's target. Long Xingyun, to think that the Nine Dragon Palace is so ungrateful. If it wasn't for Xianxia, Long Xinghua would have died in the battle at the Thunder Rush Sea. To think that the Nine Dragon Palace would repay kindness with enmity. Zishi said angrily. Lung Lung stared at Long Xingyun. He saved her, not me. Why should I repay him? I only know that only those who survive have the right to speak. Long Xingyun's eyes lit up like the stars in the sky. He sneered and completely ignored Zishi's words. This is the difference between a human and a dog. A dog is a dog, but a human might not be a human. Xianxia shook his head and chuckled. Although he had become everyone's target, and those fellows were all standing on their own sides, afraid that they would be sacrificed in the battle between Xianxia and Guigu. It's the Donghuang sect that harmed you. Donghuang Taya smiled bitterly and looked at Xianxia. Little Chenzi, I will always be by your side. I will have no regrets even if I die. Yan Qingqing stood beside Xianxia and said gently. Don't say such depressing words. The ones who will die might not be us. I saw the word die written on their heads. Ha ha ha. Xianxia said with a smile. There were still many experts behind him, but compared to Guigu and Xianxia, they were a little lacking. Boss Jiang, Mo Qihan swears to follow you. We fought together in the Divine Tomb, I will not embarrass you. Without a doubt, Mo Qihan would not back down. Although Moling Dongchen did not say anything, her silence showed that she had made the wisest decision. Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao's strength were on par with Mo Qihan. The only ones who could help Jiangchen win were Yan Qingqing, Zixi, and Moling Dongchen. Jiangchen, there's no need to force it. Donghuang Tai's words were obviously to persuade Jiangchen to leave as soon as possible. Although they might not be a match for Guigu and Xianxia, they might not be able to catch up to them. In Jiangchen's eyes, there is no such thing as retreat. Jiangchen smiled faintly, but his confidence stunned Donghuang Tai. Did he underestimate Jiangchen from the beginning? I wanted to fight him, but now, Jiangchen sacrificed himself to save me. This made Donghuang Tai ashamed. Perhaps this was his fate. Donghuang Tai did not expect that he would become the sacrifice to defeat the dragon sturgeon. Their chance of winning this battle was less than 10%, it all depended on Jiangchen. If Jiangchen lost, he would be utterly defeated. If Jiangchen was strong, he would still have a chance of survival. But it was just a chance. Brother Xian, we can postpone our battle. Since everyone wants the Eastern Emperor Sexfella dead, we should not disregard the public's opinion. What do you think? Guigu said with a cold smile. As you wish. Everyone, we can only succeed in this battle, we cannot fail. Zixi said in a deep voice. Everyone who followed behind Jiangchen was unafraid of death. Compared to the people behind Guigu and Xianxia, their aura was much stronger. Everyone held their breath and did not dare to be careless. Who could be careless when it was a matter of life and death? Yan Qingqing, Moling Dongchen, Zixi, Mo Qihan, Luo Ping, Mo Sanpao, and everyone else had placed their hopes on Jiangchen. If he could win the battle, everyone would be happy. However, if he lost, it would be an epic disaster. Xianqing, Shiqian, Huangxiong, don't disappoint me. Xianxia said faintly. We will not let Brother Xian down. Mo Sanpao's face turned gloomy, but he was not afraid. However, his heart was still beating fast. Jiangchen's name had spread throughout the battle royale of the 9 boundaries, but compared to Guigu and Xianxia, he was still lacking. Brother Luo, this time I am putting my life in your hands, Brother Jiangchen. Mo Sanpao's expression changed from his usual joking and scolding. I dare not say how strong Jiangchen is, but he has never been defeated before. Luo Ping firmly believed that Jiangchen could turn the tide. At this moment, they had no other choice. Jiangchen was their last hope. Luo Ping's words made Mo Sanpao's body tremble. This sentence made him feel a little comforted. Mo Sanpao's worries were not a problem. After all, it was not an easy thing to place one's life in the hands of others. Alright, Mo Sanpao, will not retreat today. Mo Sanpao, Mo Qihan and Luo Ping went against Xianqing and the other 2. On the other side, Guigu's underlings, Shen Lianqiao and his brother Shen Tianqiao and Long Xingyun went against Yan Qingqing, Moling Dongchen and Zixi respectively. Following Yan Qingqing and the rest, only Guigu and Xianxia were left. Donghuang Tai did not have the strength to fight anymore. His biggest hope was for Jiangchen to leave as soon as possible. As long as there's life, there's hope. However, not only did Jiangchen not listen to him, he wanted to fight Xianxia and Guigu to the death. It was no different from digging his own grave. Jiangchen, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. The long blade in Guigu's hand moved slightly and the blade radiance started to tremble. This battle could break out at any time. Is that so? I'd like to see if you have the ability to do so. Are you two going to fight one-on-one, or are you going to come at me together? Xianxia said with disdain, his face was filled with arrogance. Even Xianxia looked solemn. Is he really going to fight against the two of us? Lad, be careful, who gave you the courage to provoke us? Ha ha ha. Xianxia stared at Xianxia coldly. There's no need to kill a chicken with a butcher's knife. Brother Xian, you don't have to do it this time. Xianxia has killed many of our killing Luosec's disciples, it's only right for me to teach him a lesson. All right. Xianxia took a step back while Guigu charged forward. Wherever his long blade pointed, a sharp radiance would shine. Get lost. Xianxia roared furiously. He did not hold back at all and immediately casted the dragon transformation. He struck out a thunderous punch and clashed with Guigu's blade light. Neither of them could gain the upper hand. Xianxia was not afraid at all. He turned around and raised his sword. The heavenly dragon sword broke through the sky and fell down continuously. The wind and the sword were unstoppable. Good sword. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He did not care about Xianxia's life, but the sword in Xianxia's hand made him feel shocked and excited. Because the sword was too terrifying. The reason why Xianxia's strength could increase so much was because of the existence of this sword. Xianxia took the lead. He must make sure that Yan Qingqing and the others have no worries. Otherwise, if he lost in terms of momentum, the people behind him would be in a disadvantageous position in today's battle. Freezing 3,000 Li sword. A cold light flashed and the sword chi swept across the place. Guigu kept retreating and pointed his long blade at Sumo, not to be outdone. Look at my ghost/9 nether. Guigu's long blade was surrounded by blue-black lightning. It was extremely powerful. The blade and the sword intertwined with each other. Both the blade chi and the sword radiance were extremely shocking. Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword finally forced Guigu to retreat with an overwhelming advantage. The terrifying sword chi made Guigu feel extremely pressured. His clothes were torn and he looked extremely embarrassed. Fortunately, he managed to counteract most of the power of the sword. Otherwise, he would be in an even worse situation. Your ghost/ is not worth mentioning in my eyes. Xianxia sneered. The sword chi approached him again and it was even more powerful than before. Limitless sword, fifth blade. Guigu's face turned pale when he saw the fifth blade. He was forced to retreat by Xianxia's move previously. He would not fall at the same place twice. Heavenly ghost/demon. The blade radiance in Guigu's hand changed again. He clashed with Xianxia's figure. Both of them dared not to be careless. Xianxia executed the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. He was careful with every step he took, attacking and defending. He would not give Guigu any chance. Azure Dragon's 5 steps, every step ascends to heaven. Xianxia's mightiness was unstoppable. With the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, Guigu basically had no chance to fight back. The fifth sword fell and the sword chi rippled. Even Xianxia couldn't compete with this sword technique, which meant that he couldn't defeat the fifth sword's sword technique. This sword technique was performed by Xianxia after learning Feng Bai's sword technique. It was not pure. However, it was undeniable that the scariest part of this sword technique was not the sword chi but the understanding of the sword principle. The deeper the understanding of the sword principle, the scarier the sword technique would be. The fifth blade pressed the void and Guigu retreated again and again. Xianxia took the chance to chase after him. Guigu finally could not take it anymore. You forced me to do this. Xianxia, since you're looking for death, then you shall bid farewell to me forever. Guigu shouted. His figure kept flashing and his speed was extremely fast. Even Xianxia could not figure out what he was trying to do. Ghastly 13 needles. Soul-piercing needle. Guigu's figure changed and turned into 13 figures, surrounding Xianxia. Every figure was holding a 3-inch silver needle. The needle was sharp and Xianxia had no choice but to defend himself. Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. Xianxia activated the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. The battle between the two started at this moment. After Xianxia performed the dragon transformation, his body had already reached an unprecedented peak. Moreover, when he activated the heavenly dragon battle armor again, even the essence soul weapon could not compare to his body. Break it! Guegu roared and 13 needles pierced through the sky. Xianxia raised his blade and the 13 needles were like 13 terrifying sword rain, causing Xianxia to be attacked from the front and back. However, the heavenly dragon battle armor's defensive power was still quite strong. Even though Guegu used all his strength and strengthened the Ghost Gate's 13 needles, he still couldn't break through Xianxia's heavenly dragon battle armor. In the end, the Ghost Gate's 13 needles lost its effect under Xianxia's heavenly dragon battle armor. The 13 Guegu's needles were shattered and Guegu retreated with a solemn expression. However, Xianxia's heavenly dragon battle armor was also shattered at this moment. Guegu did not know that Xianxia was also heavily injured. The Ghost Gate's 13 needles was indeed terrifying as it shattered Xianxia's heavenly dragon battle armor. It would take some time for it to recover. Xianxia, you've really infuriated me. Even if I don't get the silver dragon fruit, I'll still tear you into pieces. Guegu's roar was thunderous and deafening. Really? You've finished your performance, it's my turn now. Xianxia Lungling said. Heavenly ghost devouring the sun. Guegu instantly turned into a giant black skeleton, the light and shadow blurred, black smoke rushed up to the sky. Xianxia's expression became solemn. The heavenly ghost devouring the sun caused the sky to darken. Xianxia felt that the divine origin qi in the sky was being devoured by him. Yan Qingqing, Long Xingyun and the others looked at this scene in shock. Guegu had used his trump card, he must defeat Xianxia this time. Yan Qingqing's strength was considered as one of the top, stronger than Long Xingyun. However, Zixi and Shen Lianqiao, as well as Moling Dongchen and Shen Lianqiao were slightly weaker. The two of them were extremely nervous and took every step carefully. The Shen Lianqiao and Shen Lianqiao's cooperation was quite terrifying. How could the genius disciples of Shening sect be so weak? Both of them were being suppressed to different extents. Although there weren't too many changes for the time being, the danger they were in was only a matter of a thought. On the other hand, Mo Sanpao, Luo Ping and Mo Qihan were in danger. No matter Shi Qian or Hua Yingxiong, not to mention Xian Qing, the disciple of Heavenly Profound Sect who was second only to Xianxinji, any one of them could completely suppress Mo Sanpao and the others. Xianxia's side became extremely passive. All of this was under the condition that Xianxinji had yet to take action. Once Xianxinji took action, the situation would instantly change and become one-sided. Xianxia's side would be defeated. However, Mo Sanpao and the others were doing their best to resist. None of them had the slightest bit of slacking off. Life and death was a matter of a single thought. Moreover, a slight change in one hair could affect the whole body. None of them could lose this battle. Even if they had to grit their teeth, they still stubbornly held on. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Divine Golden Bell. Xianxia casted the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. This time, it was not an ordinary Divine Golden Bell. Xianxia casted the Eastern Emperor Bell to suppress Guegu's skeleton. Your devouring power is completely meaningless to me. Xianxia retreated. In a blink of an eye, the Divine Golden Bell had completely sealed Guegu. Guegu had no way out. Such a terrifying Divine Golden Bell. Not to mention Guegu, even Dong Huangtaya was shocked. This Divine Golden Bell was many times stronger than the one he casted. Moreover, the Divine Golden Bell had locked onto Guegu. Guegu could not do anything anymore. The powerful pressure almost made Guegu kneel on the ground. Dong Huangtaya had never seen such pressure before. Compared to the God's Golden Bell that Sect Master has displayed, I'm afraid it's not inferior at all. Just when Dong Huangtaya was shocked, Guegu could feel the pressure of death. Even his body was getting distorted. Is the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art really that terrifying? Xianxinji murmured. This Divine Golden Bell, even he would have to face it head-on. Moreover, he might not have 100% confidence that he could withstand it. Rumor has it that the Eastern Emperor sect was one of the top sects in the Lone Dragon County a million years ago. However, it declined and became one of the top 3 sects in the Chilean boundary. Many people sighed. Is the Eastern Emperor sect going to rise again? Now, you should understand what it means when the devil grows 1 foot, the Tao grows 10 feet. Jiangchen Lengling said. The divine golden bell shone brightly. Guigu's expression changed as he was being suppressed. Blood seeped out from his flesh and bones. Beads of sweat rolled down his face. His bones were cracking bit by bit. Brother Xian, save me. Guigu finally felt the fear of death. Save you? Nobody can save you now. Not even the Heavenly King. Jiangchen sneered. That will depend on your own luck, Yi Futian said. Xianxia was indifferent. No matter what, he would not risk his life to save Guigu. Just like Dong Huangtai, who was on the verge of death. He would not make such a foolish mistake. Life and death are up to fate. Guigu's reincarnation, Demon King's Eye. At this moment, Guigu ignited his soul to break through Jiangchen's divine golden bell. Otherwise, he would be suppressed to death. Even if he dies, he would not let Jiangchen off. You're crazy. Dong Huangtai's expression turned pale. A divine king expert igniting his soul was equivalent to a suicide explosion. It was indescribably terrifying. Even a hierarch expert would not want to see such a thing happen. Looks like he's really forced into a dead end. Xianxia sighed helplessly and started retreating. Everyone's expression changed. If Guigu managed to self-destruct, no one in the entire valley would be able to escape. At least, they would not be able to protect themselves. Eastern Emperor Bell, it's up to you now. See if you can restrain this fella. Jiangchen squinted his eyes. He was not worried at all as he was in a dilemma. The only way was to continue using the divine golden bell to suppress Guigu. If he retreated, Jiangchen would definitely be heavily injured. If he took a step forward, he would also face the risk of dying together with Guigu. However, Jiangchen had never thought of retreating. Go to hell. Don't even think about getting what I can't get. Guigu's eyes were filled with despair and brutality. He wanted everyone to die together with him. A mid-divine king expert igniting his soul to self-destruct was a terrifying thing. Everyone, retreat. In the golden divine bell, Guigu's aura instantly exploded. Everyone ran away in all directions. Other than Xianxia, no one could remain calm. However, Jiangchen's expression remained the same. Some people even thought that they could not escape from Guigu's explosion. However, no one expected that Jiangchen's golden divine bell could suppress the terrifying aura of Guigu's explosion. Jiangchen used all of his strength. The divine origin chi in his body was completely exhausted by the divine golden bell. With the help of the Eastern Emperor Bell, he managed to suppress Guigu's explosion within the divine bell. The entire valley was in an uproar. Jiangchen's figure stood proudly. Although his face was extremely pale and his aura was extremely weak, everyone knew that Jiangchen won the battle of life and death. From now on, Guigu would no longer exist in the world. Jiangchen's eyes were cold as he stared at the golden bell. Eastern Emperor Tai did not cheat me. Even though the Eastern Emperor bell was broken, it was still one of the 10 great ancient divine weapons. Only the Shangyuan sword could compete with it. However, even though the Eastern Emperor bell was broken, it was still in perfect condition. Jiangchen was slightly shocked. The person who could make the Eastern Emperor bell suffer such a heavy injury must be an ultimate celestial being. He managed to block Guigu's explosion? This is impossible. Jiangchen is only an early divine king. How could he be so terrifying? I don't believe it either. However, Guigu's explosion did not manage to break Jiangchen's golden divine bell. Looks like we have underestimated him. Humph. That might not be the case. He might be at the end of his rope now. He managed to block Guigu, but he could not block Xianxia. Everyone felt like they had just survived a disaster and their emotions were fluctuating. However, at this moment, Jiangchen was obviously heavily injured. Not to mention Xianxia, even an ordinary divine king might not be a match for him. Xianxia looked at Jiangchen, Dong Huangtai and Guigu, who had turned into ashes. His lips curled into a smile. He did not even take any action in this battle and he had already defeated all his enemies. This was the disposition of a true king. No one could compete with him, Dong Huangtai aside. He knew that even though Jiangchen won against Guegu, he lost to Xianxia. At least at this moment, they're all on the brink of death. If Xianxia takes action, they'll all die here. Brother Jiang. I, Luo Ping, will follow you for the rest of my life. Luo Ping murmured. Luo Ping was happy from the bottom of his heart. Because Jiangchen had finally fulfilled his wish. He killed Guegu and took revenge for Luo Ninger. His dream was so simple. However, Luo Ping was powerless. Even Jiangchen was heavily injured in this battle. He barely managed to suppress Guegu's explosion. However, his condition was worrisome. His aura was weak and unstable. I have to say that Jiangchen is indeed a hero. Even Guegu was defeated by him. However, he still could not stand on the peak. Xianxia has become the final king. Mo Sanpao smiled bitterly. Jiangchen was their last hope, but it seemed like his life was hanging by a thread. It was impossible to save him. Everyone who followed Jiangchen had fallen into a crisis. Once Guegu died, everyone naturally sided with Xianxia. Everyone knew that a big tree was a good shade. However, those who did not know what was good for them would only become ghosts in Huangdi Mountain if they continued to fight. Jiangchen? Humph, you're still too young. Brother Xian is wise. You're the leader of Huangdi Mountain. Shen Lianqiao smiled. Shen Lianqiao smiled. Now that Guegu was dead, he wouldn't go against Xianxia. We respect Brother Xian's prowess. How could a small Eastern Emperor sex orphan be compared to you? Ha ha ha. Long Xingyan laughed coldly. He looked down on Jiangchen. To them, Jiangchen was like a tiger that had its teeth pulled out. He might have been invincible in the past and was on par with Xianxia. However, no one could fight against Xianxia now that he and Guegu had perished together. Brother Xian, I would like to challenge you and kill Jiangchen. I congratulate you. Haha. Long Xingyan said in a deep voice. At this moment, he stood up and beat Jiangchen while he was down. This task was easy for him. In his eyes, Jiangchen didn't have much time left. Wouldn't it be better to kill him to relieve the hatred in his heart? Alright, take his head. I'll leave it to you. Xianxia said faintly. At this moment, he had nothing to worry about. The number 1 position in the 9 boundaries was already in his hands. Long Xingyan stared at Jiangchen. Leng Ling said, if it wasn't for you, Xinghua wouldn't have left me alone. If it wasn't for you, she wouldn't have lost her soul. It's all because of you, Jiangchen. I must kill you today to vent my hatred. Where is she? Jiangchen furrowed his brows. He had a bad feeling about this. Logically speaking, Long Xinghua should be with him. There was no need for people from the 9-Dragon Palace to be separated. Hee, what do you think? I've already raped and killed her. Nobody else can have what I can't have. Do you want to be with her forever? You're not worthy. Long Xingyun naturally wouldn't say it in front of everyone. He squinted his eyes and smiled as he transmitted his voice to Jiangchen. Jiangchen's eyes became extremely cold at this moment. His eyes were bloodshot. Although Long Xinghua did not have much of a grudge with him, she was still a friend who had fought side by side with him. To think that she would die in the battle royale of the 9 counties. If Long Xinghua was killed by someone else, perhaps Jiangchen would feel pity, but he wouldn't be so angry. Long Xinghua's death was caused by Jiangchen's rape and murder. Moreover, it was Jiangchen's elder brother. Although Long Xinghua might not be his elder brother, such a cruel act still made Jiangchen's blood boil with anger. You're a beast, a waste of the human world. Jiangchen stared at Long Xingyun coldly. Ha ha ha, I like to see your angry face when you can't kill me. Who do you think you are? How big of a wave do you think you can stir up? Do you think you're the ruler of this world? There are many things that you haven't thought of. Hee, do you want me to tell you all her tricks? TSK, looks like you care about her. If that's the case, she didn't die in vain. At least someone will pity her and think of her in the dead of the night. It's just that you might not be able to experience that absolutely beautiful figure and graceful naked body. It's really the best in the world. Hee. Long Xingyun sneered as he spoke. His eyes became more and more sinister and terrifying. His face was fully displayed by him. Jiang Chen had to admit that he was thoroughly enraged by Long Xingyun. Initially, he thought that it was strange that Long Xinghua didn't appear together with Long Xingyun. He didn't expect that Long Xingyun would be so despicable and shameless. He didn't even let his own sister off. How insane was this? It wouldn't be an exaggeration if he were to be struck by lightning. Scum like you shouldn't be living in this world. What a pity. Even if I only use one hand, I can still beat the crap out of you. Are you angry? But you're just a piece of trash now. Long Xingyun's expression gradually returned to normal. However, his evil eyes made Jiang Chen feel disgusted. Long Xinghua, Jiang Chen, have let you down. To think that you would be in such a predicament. I had no heart for a fallen flower, but it was swayed by the wind. A beauty who could topple a city, yet she died here. No one cared about her. Trash, it's enough to kill you. Jiang Chen said calmly. His eyes turned cold and his aura suddenly surged, threatening Long Xingyun. It's good that you've come. I wouldn't be too interested in crushing an ant. Humph! Long Xingyun roared furiously, his voice shaking the heavens. The two of them clashed once again. Your willpower is quite strong. To think that you still have the strength to fight. Hee, interesting. Xianxia looked at Jiang Chen's silhouette and smiled. Jiang Chen was originally on the verge of death, but he actually dashed forward and fought against Long Xingyun. This meant that his potential was not bad, but it's a pity that even the Heavenly Emperor himself would not be able to help him turn the situation around. 9 dragons rising to heaven. Long Xingyun's hands were like dragons, turning into dragon shadows that roared and charged towards Jiang Chen. Trash. Jiang Chen snorted and punched out. There was nothing fancy about it. The 9 dragon shadows were turned into nothingness by Jiang Chen's punch. The terrifying dragon might couldn't even withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen's dragon transformation. What a powerful true dragon might. Long Xingyun took in a deep breath and retreated with a solemn expression. Looks like I've underestimated you. Long Xingyun said. Mad dragon roar. Long Xingyun's hands were filled with lightning. The dragon's shadows closed in on him, causing the earth to shake. You can come and go as you please. What can you do to me? Jiang Chen didn't use any fancy moves. Every single punch of his shook the heavens and earth. Every single punch seemed to land on Long Xingyun's body, filled with dominance. Long Xingyun's dragon's might was practically useless against Jiang Chen. Next, try taking another punch from me. Jiang Chen did not stop at all. He dashed forward and punched with all his might. Even a late divine king would not dare to take this punch head-on. Xianxia looked solemn. Even he might not be able to take this punch head-on. No. Long Xingyun's pupils constricted as he quickly retreated. His berserk dragon's roar had been repelled by Jiang Chen, and he could sense Jiang Chen's rage burning in his eyes. Your performance ends here. Jiang Chen's punch struck Long Xingyun's chest like a shooting star. Unable to dodge, Long Xingyun was sent flying. His aura was suppressed to the limit, and he could not even breathe properly. You can't kill me, Jiang Chen. Puff, the 9 Dragons Palace will not let you go. Definitely not. Long Xingyun's eyes were filled with fear and regret. Why did he have to provoke Jiang Chen at a time like this? To think that Jiang Chen would defeat me at the last moment. I've even killed Guegu, and killing Luo sect is nothing in my eyes. Do you think I would care about a mere 9 Dragon Palace? Jiang Chen said faintly and snorted disdainfully. What he wanted to do was to avenge the innocent Long Xinghua. No, Long Xingyun kept shaking his head as his pupils dilated. However, Jiang Chen's fist had already landed on him. With a single punch, Long Xingyun disappeared from this world, vanishing into thin air. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. Jiang Chen's aura weakened once again. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Jiang Chen reminded them of this saying. How could someone who could go against Guegu and Xianxia be ordinary? Even if he was severely injured, he was not someone that could be humiliated. Long Xingyun had dug his own grave. Long Xingyun's death had taught everyone a lesson. Although Jiang Chen was severely injured, no one was willing to fight him to the death. Although his aura had weakened once again, no one dared to provoke Xianxia other than Xianxia. Little Chenzi, Yan Qingqing looked at Xianxia with a pained expression and murmured. However, she knew that the battle was far from over. As long as Xianxia was still breathing, he would never let himself be trapped in a dangerous situation. Right now, he shouldn't have any lethality left. Xianxia said softly. However, even the Shening sect, who had a deep grudge against Xianxia, did not want to make a pointless sacrifice at this time. From the looks of it, your potential is indeed astonishing. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and smiled. I don't have the right to call myself the strongest in the 9 boundaries without defeating you. Xianxia grinned as his lips were slightly dry. Even though Xianxia's myriad qi body had recovered quite a bit, he had used up all of his divine origin qi when he fought against Guegu. If it wasn't for the wood spirit and myriad qi body, he would have been in grave danger when he fought against Long Xingyun just now. Xianxia had used up all of his divine origin qi. Oh? You've really surprised me. Do you still want to fight me now? Xianxia said with a smile. Why not? I am still standing, am I not completely defeated? Xianxia said confidently. If you give up, that might be the best outcome. You are talented. It's not easy for the Eastern Emperor sect to have such a genius like you. If I were to kill you, I would be going against the heavens. Xianxia said coldly with a smile on his face. He looked arrogant as if he did not care about everyone. Are you afraid? Xianxia smiled faintly, completely at ease. Xianxia's eyes turned gloomy and said coldly, You think I'm afraid of you? You must be dreaming. Who do you think can fight me in the battle royale of the 9 boundaries? You're not afraid of me. You're afraid that your reputation will be ruined. I blocked Guegu's self-destruction, so you should already have some lingering fear in your heart. You might not be afraid, but you don't want to fight to the death with me. If that's the case, you won't be able to gain any advantage. Moreover, with Long Xingyun's death, it won't be easy for you to defeat me without a fight. Xianxia's words made Xianxia's heart sink. This fella is really smart, he already knew what I'm thinking. I'm not afraid of facing him because I'm not afraid of facing Xianxia at all. However, I'm afraid that both of us will be heavily injured. Those fellows who just want to sit on the mountain and watch from the sidelines might not listen to us. At that time, a chaotic battle might be unavoidable. He did not care about Xianxia, he only cared about being a tiger that had fallen to the ground. Moreover, the shock that Xianxia brought to him was too great. Even Dong Huangtai was speechless at this moment. Xianxia's skills had also left Dong Huangtai in the dust. Are you provoking me? Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? There's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. Looks like you're forcing me to send you on your way. Xianxia stared at Xianxia. Both of them were at each other's throats, no one was willing to take a step back. Xianxia swore while Xianxia was not clear about Xianxia's background. He was afraid that everyone would attack him after he defeated Xianxia. That would be the saddest thing. That was why he wanted to make sure that nothing would go wrong. However, who would have thought that Xianxia wouldn't fall for it and wanted to fight him to the death? There's no other reason. There will always be a winner and a loser in this battle. It all depends on this battle. Xianxia's eyes were burning. At this moment, he knew that he couldn't take a step back or show any signs of defeat. Because he was not alone. If he were to fall, Yan Qingqing, Moling Dongchen, Zixi, Luo Ping and the others would be suppressed or even killed in Huangdi Mountain. Xianxia knew that Xianxia did not plan to let him go from the beginning. However, no one knew what he was planning. You're right. If you don't die, I won't be able to get rid of my worries. Xianxia laughed at himself. If Xianxia didn't die, he would always be a threat to him. Whether it was Xianxia's strength or his determination to conquer the 9 boundaries, he must defeat Xianxia. However, Xianxia chose to take a step back in order to obtain the silver dragon fruit. Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't know how to cherish the opportunity. Xianxia could only let him know who was the true number 1 in the 9 boundaries. So, only one of us can survive. Get out of Huangdi Mountain. Xianxia and Xianxia were destined to have a battle that could not be avoided. Especially at this moment, Xianxia had no way out, so he could only fight with his life on the line. Your courage is commendable. However, I wonder how much weight you have left. Your body is already in such a state, yet you still want to fight against Brother Xian? You're really dreaming. Xianxiao sneered and did not forget to cheer for Xianxia. After all, they could only be at ease if Jiangchen died. Otherwise, Jiangchen would always be a threat to them. My senior brother Shinji will kill you as easily as killing a chicken. You will definitely die. Xianqing looked at Jiangchen in disdain. Xianxia was unstoppable now and no one could stop him from entering the Tianshan gate. Xianxia was definitely the number one in the 9 boundaries. Little Chenzi, you still have me. Yan Qingqing disregarded everything and rushed towards Jiangchen. If I can't protect you, how can I bring you to find little you and Ningzhu? Jiangchen smiled and shook his head. He touched Yan Qingqing's gentle cheeks and turned around. His aura changed again. He must kill Xianxia in this battle. As you wish. Weaklings should have the self-awareness of weaklings. Unfortunately, you don't know how to restrain yourself. Xianxia pointed his sword at Jiangchen. At this moment, he must kill Jiangchen. Whoever stood in his way must pay the price. Profound Sky Sword Technique, Heavenly Moon Divine Sword. Xianxia took the lead and approached Jiangchen. His sword aura was shocking. Everyone was shocked when he attacked. That sword was too powerful, only 5 people could fight against it. 5th Blade. Jiangchen did not show any weakness. Although he was extremely weak at this moment, his myriad chi body was able to recover quickly. That was why he was able to fight against Xianxia. The 5th blade was fearless as it clashed against Xianxia's profound heavenly sword art. Countless of sword shadows filled the sky. Xianxia was indeed powerful. Jiangchen could feel Xianxia's strength when they clashed against each other. The profound heavenly sword art was one of the top techniques of the heavenly profound sect and Xianxia was using it to its fullest. Even though the 5th blade was extremely sharp, it was still broken by Xianxia's 9 heavenly moon divine sword. At this moment, Jiangchen quickly retreated. Moreover, he was exhausted and was completely suppressed by Xianxia. Shocking sword aura. Such a terrifying sword technique. Profound Sky Sword Technique is indeed the best sword technique in the Tianshan Gate. Jiangchen said in a deep voice while his eyes were cold. He was being suppressed by Xianxia and he had no chance to fight back. Moreover, the terrifying sword shadows kept putting Jiangchen in a difficult position, causing him to be in a passive position. Xianxia's strength was undeniable. He was the number 1 in the 9 boundaries. Now, everyone believed that Xianxia was the real king. This guy is already at the end of his rope. I want to see how long he can last. He's just suffering for his pride. Since Brother Xian wants to let him go, he doesn't know what's good for him. He wants to compete with Brother Xian for the number 1 position in the 9 boundaries. Does he think he's the reincarnation of a god emperor? Some people will never know how strong they are until they are faced with death. Xianxia's name is well known in the 9 boundaries. How can a dark horse like him be compared to him? A dark horse will always be a dark horse. He will never become a dragon. Humph. Now that Jiangchen was in an extremely passive situation, it gave them the right to mock him. However, Jiangchen had indeed lost his previous elegance. His battle with Xianxia had been weakened by a lot. It was no wonder that many of them looked down on him. Everyone felt the same way, even Moling Dongchen and Amoki Han were worried for Jiangchen. Currently, Jiangchen could be said to be in danger with every step he took. Everyone was worried for him. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Jiangchen's expression changed. He casted the Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique and his strength increased tremendously. He could even fight against a late divine king. The shadow of the dragon changed. Golden light shone on Jiangchen's body. His chi became extremely powerful at this moment. The mightiness of the soaring dragon was matchless. Jiangchen possessed the soaring dragon technique. Once again, his strength increased tremendously. The dragon mightiness was ferocious. It was as if the ancient dragon emperor had descended upon the world. The mightiness of the ancestral dragon emperor could be faintly felt. Such a terrifying secret technique. I dare say that there are not more than 3 of such secret techniques in the entire Lone Dragon County. I'm afraid that the Eastern Emperor Sec's assets have been taken away by Xianxia. Only Dong Huangtai knew that this was not the Eastern Emperor Sec's secret technique. It was Xianxia's own technique. That means that he already had this technique but he had not casted it yet. Dong Huangtai knew that even though he had yet to fight with Xianxia, he knew that he was no match for him. Xianxia, I hope you can make Xianxia bow down to you. Xianxia said with a smile. At this moment, Xianxia finally unleashed his true strength. Xianxia became solemn, totally different from his casual attitude just now. Xianxia's ancient soaring dragon technique made Xianxia witness Xianxia's skills once again. I didn't expect that you would only be able to display your true abilities this time around. Xianxia's eyes were cold. Xianxia really lived up to his title as a monstrous genius. To be able to make Dong Huangtai be second to him, his skills were truly extraordinary. Let's see whose sword is faster. Xianxia's lips curled up into a faint smile. The battle had just begun. With the support of the ancient soaring dragon technique, Xianxia's strength had once again increased by leaps and bounds. This time, Xianxia and Xianxia were evenly matched. Xianxia's sword and Xianxia's sword had clashed countless times but they were still evenly matched. Mother ****. This is a true monstrous genius. I'm looking forward to it now. Xianxia might be able to defeat Xianxia. If he defeats Xianxia, then he'll definitely create a legend. He'll be the king of the 9 boundaries. Mo Sanpao said excitedly. He was extremely worried just a moment ago but the situation changed in the next second. Xianxia's strength had reached a new peak and he was on the same level as Xianxia. The ancient soaring dragon technique was extremely powerful. Imo Qihan and Moling Dongchen's eyes brightened up, especially Moling Dongchen. This was the man she liked. Only such a man could become the king of the 9 heavens. 6th sword. The heavenly dragon sword in Xianxia's hand changed again. This time, his sword aura was even more terrifying. The shadow of the sword floated up and down. The 6th sword had unleashed the sharpness and speed of the heavenly dragon sword to the extreme. Xianxia did not want to be outdone and fought with Xianxia fiercely. The entire frozen canyon was filled with dazzling sword shadows. Sword marks were left on the walls of the canyon. The aura was fluctuating and the entire sky was dimmed by the sword aura. The river was rippling but it was evaporated by the sword aura. The aura was suffocating. Xianxia took each step carefully and steadily. He advanced and retreated in an orderly manner. On the other side, he started to set up a formation. Profound Sky 8 Treasure Sword. Xianxia's expression was solemn. The sword was divided into 8 swords and each sword carried the power of 8 trigrams. The 8 treasures merged into one and turned into a divine sword. Xianxia turned into a sword and attacked instead of retreating. When the 2 of them clashed again, the sword aura changed and both of them retreated. Xianxia's face looked terrible as he was severely injured and it was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. This is the moment. Xianxia squinted his eyes. He knew that Xianxia's strength was not as strong as before. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for him to win against him. However, at this moment, Xianxia had a gap and Xianxia seized the chance to attack. His sword soared through the clouds and the giant sword was unparalleled in the profound sky. Underworld blue sky profound heavenly sword. Xianxia's attack contained all of his strength. Even an ordinary late divine king would be severely injured by this attack. Although it might not be difficult to kill Xianxia, it was enough to show how terrifying this sword was. Xianxia's pupils constricted. He retreated again and again. He knew that if he couldn't dodge the attack, he would most likely be severely injured, and his injuries would worsen. At that point of time, he would lose all of his strength to fight. It's impossible for you to dodge it. This sword is the pinnacle of the profound sky sword technique. It's going to send you to hell. Xianxinji's figure and the underworld blue sky profound heavenly sword made it impossible for Xianxia to dodge. Divine Golden Bell, God Sealing Prohibition. Xianxia casted the Divine Golden Bell once again. However, the green sword light that was 100 zhang long did not affect him at all. The 2 of them were in a stalemate for 10 breaths. At last, Jiang Chen's physical strength was exhausted. The green sword light easily cut through the divine golden bell like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Jiang Chen swung his sword and the heavenly dragon sword was suppressed for the first time. Jiang Chen spurted out blood and flew backwards. The green sword light almost penetrated through his body. Jiang Chen's face looked terrible and his aura became weaker. After Jiang Chen was forced to retreat, Xianxia looked at the sky arrogantly. Who in the 9 boundaries could compete with him? Jiang Chen's strength had recovered too little and he had consumed too much of his strength just now. The divine golden bell that could withstand Xianxia's attack did not last till the end. Little Chenzi. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen silently. She knew that she had to trust him. As long as he was still alive, he would definitely protect her. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth, but he still had a smile on his face, making him look cold. Now, do you still want to fight with me? Killing you is like killing intent. Xianxia frowned. This guy is really stubborn. He's already at death's door but he can still smile. Look behind you first. Jiang Chen said. Xianxia suddenly turned his head. At that moment, not only him, everyone was stunned. 12 middle divine king realm puppets surrounded Xianxia at the same time. Even Xianxia felt his scalp going numb. The eyes of the 12 middle divine king realm puppets were like hell. He was a little scared. These are, all puppets? You're right. Too bad there's no prize. Jiang Chen sneered and the 12 fire god guards surrounded him. The 5 elemental trigram fire formation instantly engulfed Xianxia. Despicable guy. Xianxia roared in anger. However, Jiang Chen could hear that he was angry. However, the 12 fire god guards would not give him any chance. He did not have any chance to get out of the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. Jiang Chen's eyes were getting colder. Xianxia could fight against 10 of them at the same time and it would be hard for him to get out of the formation. The 12 fire god guards were terrifying. Xianxia and everyone who was watching the battle realized how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Did he finally show all of his skills? No one was willing to believe how terrifying the 12 fire god guards were. However, the truth was right in front of them. Xianxia could not compete with the 12 fire god guards at all. At this moment, he was completely suppressed. In addition to Jiang Chen's continuous attacks, Xianxia was in a one-sided situation. He had never imagined how powerful the 12 fire god guards were. At this moment, Jiang Chen fully demonstrated what it meant to be high and mighty. The 12 fire god guards' ferocious attacks almost made Xianxia breathless. Jiang Chen's continuous suppression had pushed him into a desperate situation. The 12 fire god guards were all at the middle divine king realm and their bodies were as strong as an essence divine weapon. These puppets had been purified by the karmic fire of the red lotus, so they were extremely terrifying. Xianxia might not even be able to withstand 6 fire god guards, let alone 12 fire god guards. Xianxia felt hopeless. It was worse than death. His every move was controlled by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's sword chi was approaching Xianxia from the back of the 12 fire god guards. Xianxia's injuries were getting more and more serious. Xianxia finally felt that his life was in danger. Xianqing, Shen Lianxiao and the others held their breath. At this moment, everyone knew that once Xianxia was defeated, they would not be in a good situation either. Xiantian sword technique, Empyrean fairy sword. Xianxia's face was pale. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. At this moment, he could not panic, otherwise, he would die a horrible death. The Empyrean fairy sword turned into 9 sword shadows. The Empyrean fairy flying sword, one soul, Xianxia pushed away the 12 fire god guards. However, the strong pressure caused his internal organs to be severely injured. Limitless sword, 7th sword. Jiang Chen summarized the sword state of the 5th and 6th sword and kept evolving. Finally, at this moment, he merged his mind with the heavenly dragon sword and performed the 7th sword that Feng Bai had covered for him, the 7th sword. At that moment, a rain of swords fell from the sky. It was similar to Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation, but its power was slightly weaker. Even so, the 7th swordsman's strength was undeniable. The rain of swords made Xianxia feel the endless pressure again. His swords had no more moves left. The 12 fire god guards continued to attack at this moment. The 5 elemental trigram fire formation controlled them tightly. The formation might not be able to defeat Xianxia, but the 12 fire god guards had already evolved the 5 elemental trigram fire formation to its peak. It could attack and defend, advance and retreat. You have no way out. Jiangchen turned himself into a sword, and the sword spirit of the heavenly dragon sword merged with Jiangchen. The sword was sharp and Xianxia had no way to retreat. Jiangchen, I won't rest until you're dead. Xianxia gritted his teeth and his face was as black as ink. Under the heavy reward, it was hard for him to move. The surrounding sword chi was like tens of thousands of swords returning to their origin. Xianxia was fighting with his life on the line. I told you, between you and me, only one of us can survive. Jiangchen sneered. At this moment, he did not have the slightest mercy. You are a despicable person. You defeated me with a puppet. What kind of hero are you? Do you dare to fight me head-on? Xianxia was furious, but he had no choice. Jiangchen's 12 puppets could even fight against a late divine king or a half-step hierarch. The winner becomes king and the loser becomes a bandit. Kindness is the epitaph of a kind person. Despicable is the passport of a despicable person. In this world, there are only the strong and the weak. If you were the one with the fire god guards, perhaps you would not choose to reason with me, right? Jiangchen looked cold. At this moment, Xianxia was speechless. Jiangchen was right. Only the weak would reason with the weak. Only the truly strong could reach the top. History was written by the winners. If one failed, there would only be one result, which was to be forgotten. You forced me to do this. Jiangchen. Xianxinji's eyes were burning with fire. He moved his hands and a blood-red drum appeared in his hands. The drum's skin was as black as ink and the drum's body was as red as the sun. Evening drum, morning bell, heavenly drum. Xianxinji slammed his palm on the blood-red drum and a deafening sound was heard. In an instant, the 12 fire god guards were pushed back by more than 10 steps. The dreadful sound wave made Dong Huang Tai A and the others take a few steps back. They protected their heart veins with all their might to save their lives. Even so, the powerful sound wave and the echoes in the ice canyon had caused everyone to be heavily injured. Without exception, all of them escaped from the canyon with heavy injuries. Jiangchen's eyes were cold while the divine golden bell protected his body. The golden light shield was almost shattered by Xianxinji's heavenly drum as he was too weak at the moment. At this moment, his strength could not be compared to the battle at Guegu. The 12 fire god guards protected Jiangchen in the middle and activated the 5 elemental trigram fire formation to block Xianxinji's heavenly drum. Ha ha ha, Jiangchen, I said, don't force me. Let's see how you're going to deal with my heavenly drum. Xianxinji's eyes were sharp as he finally blocked the attack from Jiangchen's 12 fire god guards. You have your strength and I have mine. Don't look down on anyone, let alone me, Xianxinji. I'm the number 1 in the 9 boundaries. You can't win against me. Heavenly drum. Jiangchen squinted his eyes. The heavenly drum was indeed powerful. The power of the sound wave was hard to defend against. The quality of the heavenly drum had reached the level of a peak essence divine tool. Even a hierarch realm expert might not have such an amazing divine tool. Second strike, heart wave. Xianxinji struck the upturned drum once again. The mightiness of the upturned drum once again broke through the restraints of the heavens and earth, forcing Jiangchen into a corner. The terrain of the canyon was more suitable for the upturned drum. The sound waves reverberated throughout the canyon, causing the rocks to crack and the water to surge up to 100 zhang high. Jiangchen could feel that his mind had suffered a huge blow. Using the word terrified to describe this feeling was the best way to describe it. However, it wasn't fear, it wasn't fear. The chaotic heart wave was a huge mental attack that forced Jiangchen to quickly retreat. However, since the chaotic heart wave had locked onto Jiangchen, he had no way to retreat. Once he was locked onto by the chaotic heart wave, his mind would be directly attacked by the sound wave. Not only would it disturb his mind, it would also cause his body to be ravaged by the sound waves. The heavenly drum truly lived up to its name, shaking the periosteum and shouting himself hoarse. I didn't expect this guy to have such a powerful technique. It's even comparable to De Huang's soul-crunching sound. It was useless to cover one's ears because the heavenly drum not only attacked one's auditory nerves, but also one's heart. Pfft! Xianxia kept retreating. His face had turned pale. He understood that it was basically impossible for him to get out of the range of this monstrous attack in a short period of time. However, he couldn't let this guy continue to show off his power in the canyon. Like a beam of light, Xianxia dashed out from the canyon. His body had suffered a great deal of damage. Even he felt that the words struggling at death didn't fit him anymore. Especially the last chaotic heart wave, it had made Xianxia's injuries even worse. He could only passively endure the attacks and escape from the canyon. The Great Void technique was used to the extreme. However, this time, it was used to escape. The attack of the heavenly drum was too strange and frightening. Trying to escape? Humph, where are you going? Just when Xianxia's body and mind were under great pressure, the grain of sand in the warrior's gate gave Xianxia a great amount of soul recovery power. In just a short moment, his soul reached the perfect state. Emperor Realm Soul. However, Xianxia could not use it yet. At this moment, Xianxia's mind was under attack. His Emperor Realm Soul started to defend itself and the Great Soul Derivation technique pushed his Emperor Realm Soul to the extreme. A ray of light suddenly appeared in Xianxia's mind. The Great Soul Derivation technique continued to be activated and fused with the Emperor Realm Soul. His soul energy became more and more solid and stable. Soul Movement Stage. Is this the soul movement stage of the Great Soul Derivation technique? Finally, the Great Soul Derivation technique has made great progress after reaching the Emperor Realm Soul. Xianxia was overjoyed. The Great Soul Derivation technique was indeed powerful. However, ever since he entered the divine world, he did not make great progress. However, at this moment, he could feel that the Great Soul Derivation technique collided with the Emperor Realm Soul once again. There seemed to be sparks. The might of the Great Soul Derivation technique was fully displayed. The soul movement was as quiet as a virgin and as swift as lightning. The soul movement allowed Xianxia's Great Soul Derivation technique to have a strong attacking effect. The soul movement was much more terrifying than a physical attack. It could move thousands of miles away with just a thought. It could retreat without a trace. The Great Soul Derivation technique combined with the Emperor Realm Soul made the soul attack much easier. With the soul as the shadow and the Great Soul Derivation technique as the foundation, killing without a trace. This was the terror of the soul movement stage. The moment Xianxia activated the Great Soul Derivation technique, he could clearly feel Xianxia's position. Even his aura and speed were all under his control. With a single thought, the Great Soul Derivation technique was like a sharp arrow that pierced through one's soul. If it wasn't for the fact that his soul was stronger than Xianxia's, his soul would definitely be severely injured. However, the soul move of the Great Soul Derivation technique consumed a lot of Xianxia's soul. The soul move of the Great Soul Derivation technique also consumed a lot of divine origin power. Moreover, with Xianxia's current strength, he could only use the soul move of the Great Soul Derivation technique once at most. If he was not careful, he might even suffer a backlash. After all, his strength was still too weak. Even though his soul had reached the Emperor realm, it was impossible for him to completely integrate it. In the future, the Great Soul Derivation technique will definitely reach a higher level as my soul realm and strength increase. Xianxia's heart trembled and he became even more delighted. After all, his Great Soul Derivation technique had finally made a qualitative leap at this moment. The reason for this was the strength of his Emperor soul. Soul attack was not something that anyone could do. This was why the Great Soul Derivation technique was so terrifying. Ordinary people could only use their soul to create pressure. However, his Great Soul Derivation technique could directly attack one's soul. The strength of it was self-evident. However, Xianxia knew that the suppression of the soul realm was extremely terrifying. As long as one's soul had not reached the Emperor realm, his terrifying Great Soul Derivation technique and the soul move of the Great Soul Derivation technique could hurt or even kill the opponent. Once the opponent's soul was destroyed, he would definitely die. However, Xianxia did not dare to try it. If it was someone who had reached the hierarch realm or divine emperor realm, his strength would be unfathomable. Although his soul realm might not have the might of an emperor god, his terrifying strength would be able to instantly see through Jiang Chen's soul attack and defend against it. It would not be easy to kill him in one hit. Unless it was a life and death situation, Jiang Chen would definitely not use the soul move of the Great Soul Move. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen already had the idea to fight against Xianxia. He wanted to test out how powerful his soul movement was. Die, Jiang Chen. You're not fated to be the number one in the 9 boundaries. I, Xianxia, am the real genius. Ha ha ha. Xianxia closed in on Jiang Chen again as he struck the heavenly drum. The experts from all directions took a step back and their expressions changed. Great Soul Derivation Technique, Soul Strike. Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm Soul was released at this moment. The Great Soul Derivation Technique was pushed to the extreme by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen controlled the whole canyon within 10 miles. The soul movement of the Great Soul Move instantly pierced through Xianxinji's body and his soul was severely injured. However, Xianxinji was not prepared at all. The soul movement of the Great Soul Move allowed Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm Soul to kill his soul. Xianxinji held the heavenly drum in his hand and fell down like a falling star. Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm Soul blocked the sound wave attack from the heavenly drum. Xianxinji's soul was destroyed and his body lost his sovereign's energy. He died in an instant. However, Jiang Chen's injury was also indescribable. Because of the soul of motion, the consumption of his Emperor Realm Soul was too great. It instantly devoured all of Jiang Chen's soul and divine origin strength. Jiang Chen kneeled down on one knee. His face was pale, and he was sweating profusely. He looked like he was on the verge of death. He leaned against the rock wall and swallowed a few energy recovery pills. However, the depletion of his soul energy wasn't something that could be recovered in a short period of time. He would need at least a few days to return to his peak condition. Jiang Chen kept the heavenly drum. It was a good item. He could not refine a pinnacle primordial spirit weapon. However, he did not have the strength to fight anymore. Where's Xianxinji? Is he dead? Did the two of them perish together? Not necessarily. Those two fellas are the strongest among the strongest. How could they die so easily? Look, it's Jiang Chen. He's there. But Xianxinji's aura is gone. Is he dead? More than 10 experts gathered in the sky. Yan Qingqing, Moling Dongchen and the others were heavily injured by the heavenly drum. Xianxinji's death caused a commotion among the crowd. Jiang Chen leaned against the boulder. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well. At least at this moment, he could have a good sleep. Impossible, senior brother. Xianqing's countenance fell. In his eyes, Xianxinji was the pride of the heavenly profound sect, the Chilean boundary and the 9 boundaries. However, he was defeated by Jiang Chen. His aura had completely disappeared. Haha, I knew it. Boss Jiang will not disappoint us. Amo Qihan said with a smile. On Jiang Chen's side, everyone had a smile on their faces. Those who swore their loyalty to Xianxinji retreated one by one. No one dared to look down on Jiang Chen, who seemed to have lost his fighting strength anymore. Because Jiang Chen was like this after the battle with Guegu. However, he managed to kill Xianxinji, who was the last hope to become the strongest in the 9 boundaries. He looked harmless, but in fact, he was unparalleled in the world. He was the number 1 in the 9 realms. Guegu self-destructed, Dong Huangtaya was severely injured, Xianxinji was killed on the spot. Jiang Chen had become the last glory of the battle royale of the 9 boundaries. Jiang Chen moved his mind and a fire god guard flew out from the canyon, holding a silver fruit in his hand. It was the silver dragon fruit. At this moment, no one dared to object to Jiang Chen holding the silver dragon fruit. Because the number 1 of the 9 boundaries was a true king, who would dare to compete with him? Jiang Chen had defeated many experts and was in control of the universe. Even though he was severely injured, no one dared to take a step forward. The 9 boundaries are revered. This silver dragon fruit has caused many geniuses to perish. I'm afraid that there are countless casualties in the battle royale of the 9 boundaries. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. There were less than 200 people in the battle royale of the 9 boundaries, and now, there were only 40 to 50 of them left. It was not an easy feat. A general's success was built on the bones of tens of thousands of people. Xianxia was no exception. However, he knew that his journey to become an expert would be more difficult because he had to protect his loved ones. He wanted to ascend to the peak of the divine world. He wanted the heavens to be unable to cover his eyes. He wanted the earth to submit to him. With the silver dragon fruit in his hand, those who wanted to compete for it sighed silently. Their skills were not as good as the others. In this world where strength was the most important, the strongest fist was the last word. He. Such prestige. No wonder you're the one who could stir up a storm in the Linhe boundary. Xianxia, we've been looking for you for a long time. A white-clothed middle-aged man soared into the sky with an imposing manner. Countless people sighed in admiration. This terrifying wave of air caused the surrounding valley to tremble. It was too shocking. Behind the middle-aged man, there were 2 other people with incomparably powerful strength. At this moment, everyone raised their heads in anticipation. The strength of these 3 people was much, much stronger than them. Who exactly were they? Who are you? Xianxia said coldly. Indeed, he did not know these people. However, he knew that he had many enemies. Therefore, Xianxia did not find it strange. However, the strength of these 3 people was quite strong. It seemed that his preparations were not without reason. Battle God Clan, Doingqi. Doling is my younger brother. You killed the young geniuses of my Battle God Clan and stole my Battle God Clan's battle formation technique. I should have taken your life long ago. Doingqi said coldly. His gaze was as sharp as an arrow, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Xianxia's aura was completely locked down by him. At this moment, the 3-peaked Divine King Realm experts almost made Xianxia submit to them. Battle God Clan? It turned out to be that legendary race. This guy really stirred up trouble everywhere. It seemed that Xianxia's position as the number 1 in the 9 realms wouldn't last long. He. Yeah. How can he have a good life after offending the Battle God Clan? That's one of the 3 great clans in the divine world alongside the Tian clan and God Luo clan. Even a county lord would have to show some respect to such a great clan. Reckless guy. He dared to steal the inheritance of the Battle God clan and even dared to kill the geniuses of the Battle God clan. However, this guy is quite powerful. Unfortunately, he won't be able to live for long. Sigh. 3-peaked Divine King Realm experts. They could even fight against a half-step hierarch. They're a few times more powerful than Xianxia and Guigu. Those people seemed to see hope again. If Xianxia was defeated, they might have the chance to obtain the silver dragon fruit. Xianxia was on the verge of death. Although they did not know how much energy he could exert, it was almost impossible for him to fight against 3-peaked Divine King Realm experts. When it rains, it pours. Damn it. Aokihan said while gritting his teeth. Xianxia had already defeated the strong enemies. However, who would have thought that these 3 monstrous geniuses would appear out of nowhere? However, it seemed like these 3-peaked divine kings were going to fight Xianxia to the death. He's really stirring up trouble everywhere. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. However, at this moment, he was ready to fight to the death with these people. No one could hurt the person that he, Moling Dongchen, liked. Yan Qingqing was incomparably furious. Her pretty face was covered with frost. Xianxia had no more strength to fight at this moment. She must not let these 3 people kill Xianxia. If that's the case, what's the point of her being alive? So it's the Battle God clan. Doling is called a genius? Ha ha ha. Don't tarnish the word genius. You guys are not qualified. Xianxia and Lingling said. They were mocking the 3 people from the Battle God clan. Everyone thought that Xianxia was crazy. He knew that he was powerless to turn the situation around, so he was being unreasonable. You don't need to judge a genius. I'll send you to hell after today's battle. Doingqi said faintly. He did not care about Xianxia's mockery at all. What's there to be proud of for him to deal with a dying man? So what if he wanted to scold someone? Because in his eyes, Xianxia was already one of the four people. If you want to kill him, you have to go through me first. Moling Dongchen took a step forward and stood in front of Xianxia. Today, no one can touch him unless they step over my body. Yan Qingqing also stood in front of Xianxia. The two women were not inferior to men. They stopped the three peak divine kings for Xianxia. No matter what the result would be, their heroic spirit was enough to make people revere them. They were the heroines among women. I didn't expect that you'd let a woman be your shield at this stage. Xianxia, where's your pride? Where's your arrogance? Ha ha ha. If that's the case, I'll teach you two a lesson first. The dignity of a peak divine king is inviolable. Doingqi's aura was imposing. He looked down at the sky with both of his palms facing Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen. Both of them were not willing to show weakness. However, Doingqi did not panic even though he was fighting against two people at the same time. He was as steady as Mount Tai. After all, a peak divine king was only one step away from the half-step hierarch realm. Once a peak divine king stepped into the half-step hierarch realm, ordinary people would not be able to compete with him. 100 flowers bloom, do rain contend. Yan Qingqing's body was like a swan. She was as beautiful as a fairy. She was floating in the sky and her hand was dancing like a silver snake. The sky was filled with flower rain. After inheriting Duwan's inheritance, Yan Qingqing's strength had improved a little. Although there was not much change, Duwan's inheritance was not a small matter. 100 flowers bloomed and the flower rain was like a sword rain, covering the sky and covering the earth, attacking Doingqi. Child's play. Doingqi's expression did not change. He was not afraid at all. His palm was as sharp as thunder. The heaven and earth were roaring. Moling Dongchen also turned his body and cooperated with Dai Fairy's inheritance. He was fighting with Doingqi with the ink attack. Ink attack technique, ink feather thousand slash. Moling Dongchen and Yan Qingqing seemed to have exerted all of their strength. Their strength was ferocious. Even if they were to fight against a late divine king expert, they would not lose out. Undeniably, the two of them were quite powerful when they joined hands. They actually managed to block Doingqi's first wave of attack. What a good girl. If I don't teach you guys a lesson, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Doingqi's palm attack changed again. It was extraordinarily swift and fierce. The might of a peak divine king was fully displayed. The swift and fierce palm attack even caused the sky wind to howl and it was deafening. Wind prayer formation. Do formation technique. Doingqi moved his palm technique. In just a moment, he had cast the wind praying formation beside Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen. The wind praying formation had blocked the two's path. While they were in a dilemma, the wind praying formation blew up violently. Doingqi's palm wind became even sharper. The Mo attack technique and the 100 flowers blossoming technique were contending with each other. However, they were still unable to resist the power of the wind praying formation. It seems like Xianxia is really not going to make it. Sigh. He actually let two women shield him from the wind and rain. Xianxia is already powerful enough. It's just that he is unlucky. At this moment, who can turn the tide? Hee. Tisk tsk tsk. Perhaps this is the fate that makes fools of people. However, even if Xianxia was at his peak, he might not be a match for the three peak divine kings. This is fate and destiny. Everyone was mourning for Xianxia. Even Dong Huangtai felt that it was not worth it for Xianxia. Currently, he was already like an arrow at the end of its flight. How could he still have the strength to fight? If they were given a chance, he and Xianxia might not be afraid of the three peak divine kings. Unfortunately, there was no if in this world. Fire God guards, attack. Xianxia's eyes were cold. With a thought, the 12 fire god guards instantly attacked Doingqi. At this moment, Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen were trapped by the wind praying formation. The terrifying wind whistled past and even cut their clothes. Their faces were pale. In the wind praying formation and with the help of the Do formation technique, Doingqi did not hold back at all. He wanted to kill Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen. The 12 fire god guards attacked in a flash and broke through the praying wind formation. They rescued both Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongsun. Then, they attacked Dou Yingqi together. I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. But even so, puppets are still puppets. You want to use these guys to stop me, Dou Yingqi? You must be dreaming. Dou Yingqi sneered. His eyes were cold. He was not afraid of the 12 fire god guards at all. The terrifying divine origin energy gushed out and each of his moves was fatal. He forced one of the fire god guards to retreat. If the fire god guards' bodies were not strong enough, they might have been killed by Dou Yingqi. The 12 fire god guards combined their power and brought great danger to Dou Yingqi. Dou Yingqi managed to stabilize the situation, which greatly reduced the pressure on Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen. When the wind praying moves, the wind turns around. Dou Yingqi struck out several palms consecutively again. The unstoppable aura instantly sent the 12 fire god guards and Yan Qingqing flying. The powerful divine origin energy made the 12 fire god guards suffer another defeat with an overwhelming advantage. However, in order to protect Moling Dongchen and Yan Qingqing, the 12 fire god guards were severely injured. They might need some time to recover. Xianxia's face changed again. This guy was indeed a peak divine king. Even if he was in his best condition and performed the ancient soaring dragon technique, he might not be as powerful as him. Run! Xianxian grabbed Yan Qingqing with one hand and Moling Dongchen with the other. The three of them ran away instantly and went straight into the ice-sealed canyon. You can't escape from my palm. Dou Yingqi stretched out his hand and clenched his fist tightly. His face was gloomy. His figure turned into a stream of light and shot away. He was much faster than Xianxian and the others. Xianxian entered the canyon but there was no way out. Dou Yingqi and the other two caught up with them in an instant and did not give them any chance to escape. I've said it before. You can't run away. Why do you need to struggle pointlessly? Dou Yingqi sighed and said while shaking his head. You guys, other than taking advantage of people's difficulties, what other abilities do you have? The Battle God clan is one of the ancient divine clans. You shameless juniors have tarnished it. Do you think you deserve to be part of the Battle God clan? Xianxian sneered and said with a playful look in his eyes. Talking to me about this? What qualifications do you have? Humph, everything will be fine after I kill you. The Dou formation technique of our Battle God clan must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Alright, since you guys are so unreasonable, you can't blame me. Xianxian's expression was cold and the corner of his mouth was slightly cold. The coldness in his eyes made Dou Yingqi feel a trace of doubt and uneasiness. How big of a wave can you make? I would like to see how you are going to escape from my palm. Dou Yingqi's expression was cold and he was full of arrogance. How could he be frightened by Xianxian, a severely injured early divine king realm kid? At this moment, he was more concerned about the silver dragon fruit in Xianxian's hand. The silver dragon fruit was extremely important to him. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth contained in it was quite terrifying. Really? Since you're so confident and fearless, then you can just stay here. Formation, activate. Xianxian shouted and the little Ashura sword formation instantly changed. 108 heavenly divine tools rushed into the canyon. He had prepared this long ago and secretly set it up when he was fighting against Xianxinji. It was the best time to leave it to them. Dou Yingqi's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Xianxian to set a trap for him. It was obvious that the formation had been set up beforehand. Oh no, it's a sword formation. A sword formation is the most terrifying formation among the killing formations. Senior, we must break the formation as soon as possible. The people of the Battle God clan behind Dou Yingqi said in a low voice and did not forget to remind Dou Yingqi. Do you really think that a mere sword formation can shake me, Dou Yingqi? As a formation clan, why would the Battle God clan be afraid of you? Humph. Dou Yingqi was shocked but he did not panic. At this moment, he naturally could not let Xianxian look down on him. Alright, then have a taste of the power of my sword formation. I wonder if it is worthy of your attention. Xianxian smiled. Although his strength was greatly restricted, it was not difficult for him to control the formation with his life on the line. Undeniably, the consumption of the little Ashura sword formation was so great that Xianxia had to swallow energy recovery elixirs to temporarily control it. It's a sword formation of 108 heavenly divine tools, Senior. The people behind Doingqi became more and more serious, and there was a touch of worry in their eyes. Among the formations, the killing formation was the fiercest and the sword formation was the most ruthless. Therefore, the fierceness of the sword formation was also the most shocking. Doingqi's expression did not change. The three of them had set up the 8 Gates Black Tortoise formation as a defensive formation. This formation was extremely powerful. Xianxia knew that he would not be able to break the 8 Gates Black Tortoise formation even if he was in his peak condition. It was a defensive formation formed by 3 peak divine kings. Even a half-step martial venerable would not be able to break it. Rays of green light protected the three of them. The densely packed runes intertwined with one another like a spiderweb, firm and resilient. However, Xianxia had not used the core of the sword formation yet. As soon as the heavenly dragon sword was taken out, the sword formation was fully activated. At that moment, Do Hongming's expression became extremely ugly. He did not expect Xianxia to have such a terrifying divine sword as the core of the formation. The sword formation formed by 108 heavenly divine weapons was indeed terrifying. However, under his 8 Gates Black Tortoise formation and complemented by the 4 stars Do formation technique, Doingqi was confident that he could withstand it. However, the moment the heavenly dragon sword was unsheathed, the 108 heavenly divine weapons became dim. What a terrifying sword! What a terrifying formation core! As a family of formation experts, Doingqi and the others naturally knew how terrifying this formation was. The most crucial step was the eye of the formation. Xianxia's eye of the formation was a divine sword that they had never seen before. Now, my formation has just been activated. Xianxia squinted his eyes and activated the little Ashura sword formation. Even an hierarch expert might not be able to escape unscathed. The little Ashura sword formation was extremely powerful. It could kill a half-step hierarch. Without a doubt, this was where Xianxia's confidence came from. Rays of terrifying sword chi rose from the sky. Under the little Ashura sword formation, tens of thousands of sword lights were invincible. Outside the canyon, no one dared to go near it. They did not know what was happening in the frozen canyon. However, some of them felt a deep sense of fear as they retreated step by step. Tens of thousands of sword lights and layers of sword shadows were invincible. In the sword formation, there were wails of ghosts and wolves. The sword lights had completely penetrated the entire canyon. Within the sword formation, Doingqi and the other two's faces changed again and again. That was because their 8 Gates Black Tortoise formation had actually started to crack inch by inch at this moment. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the little Ashura sword formation was. Even though the three of them continued to accumulate energy in an attempt to maintain the 8 Gates Black Tortoise formation, it was a pity that the sword aura was too powerful. The 8 Gates Black Tortoise formation that was strong enough to make a half-step hierarch powerless was actually vulnerable in the little Ashura sword formation. In less than 10 breaths' time, the 8 Gates Black Tortoise formation was completely broken. The three of them experienced a struggle of death at this moment. From the initial confidence to the collapse, no one had expected that Xianxia's little Ashura sword formation could make them lose their combat strength in an instant. The terrifying sword lights had destroyed all their confidence. The 8 Gates Black Tortoise formation was their strongest defensive technique. However, in Xianxia's eyes, it was as thin as a cicada's wings. With a light touch, it turned into ashes. "Senior brother, what should we do? Are we going to die?" "I don't want to die, senior brother. Please think of a way." Doingqi remained silent. However, the 2 junior brothers behind him were so anxious that they were about to cry. This was simply a massacre. Even the 8 Gates Black Tortoise formation that was supported by the Do formation technique could not withstand a single blow. They had never thought that a divine king realm expert could display such an offensive formation. They knew that they had lost because they had underestimated their opponent. Damn it! Doingqi was even more anxious than the two of them. This terrifying sword formation had almost covered all directions. The 8 Gates Black Tortoise formation was invincible. In the battle of offense and defense, they had almost fallen into a passive position. The crisis of life and death was imminent. Xianxia's eyes were incomparably cold. However, his body had also suffered serious injuries. Xianxia couldn't sustain the little Ashura sword formation for too long after exhausting all of his potential. The little Ashura sword formation was really terrifying. Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen were stunned. Even the might of a hierarch might not be as powerful as this. The sword was sharp and invincible. The Eight Gates black tortoise formation that the three of them were proud of finally turned into ashes in a moment. The three of them continued to resist the might of the sword formation. However, this sword formation was too terrifying. There were countless sword wounds on their bodies. They did not dare to be careless. In just a short while, they were already severely injured. If it wasn't for their powerful strength, they would have already died. Xianxia, you can't kill us. Otherwise, the Battle God clan will not let you go no matter where you are. Dou Yingqi roared in anger. He was already severely injured and his face was extremely pale. However, at this moment, they still had to resist with all their strength. Otherwise, only death would be waiting for them. In this world, is there anyone that I, Xianxia, can't kill? Ha ha ha. What a joke. However, I'll give you a chance. I know it's useless to kill you. I only want the Dou formation technique. Remember, I want the complete Dou formation technique. Xianxia's eyes were cold. He withdrew the sword formation and stared at Dou Yingqi. Dream on. Dou Yingqi's face was gloomy. He immediately rebuked Xianxia. Senior brother, although Dou Yingqi was arrogant, the people behind him already had a bitter face. If this continued, they would definitely not be a match for the power of the formation. I'll only give you 10 breaths time to consider. Otherwise, the three of you can just wait to accept death. Xianxia said calmly with a faint smile, unruffled. 10, 9, 8, 7, between every breath, the three of them seemed to have experienced a century of torture. Their faces constantly changed because they knew that when Xianxia counted to 1, it would be the moment of life and death. Only at this moment, the pain of wandering between life and death would be deeply felt. 2, 1. Your time is up. Xianxia said Lung. His eyes were confronting Dou Yingqi. His momentum had already made Dou Yingqi completely dispirited. You. Okay, I promise you. But, you must keep your promise. Dou Yingqi finally failed to overcome Xianxia because he had no other choice. He knew that in the next second, if he still held on to his moral integrity, he would definitely die. The other two were bound to suffer a disaster. At this time, they could only choose to yield. Xianxia's sword formation was too terrible. It would definitely be his lifetime nightmare. A wise man submits to circumstances. You've done the right thing. Now, the three of you can get lost. Xianxia looked at the three of them with disdain. Dou Yingqi felt that he had been humiliated the most in his life. However, he could only surrender to Xianxia at this moment because he had lost the battle and the Battle God clan's secret technique. Dou Yingqi saw that Xianxia did not take any action and kept his promise, so he said, the green mountains don't change, and the green water is ever -f***ck off. Why are you still here? Do you really want me to change my mind? Xianxia's eyes were like the shadow of a sword, shooting at Dou Yingqi. Dou Yingqi choked on his words and could only grit his teeth. He was afraid that Xianxia would activate the formation again. The three of them ran away in panic. At the moment when the three of them left, Xianxia spurted out a mouthful of blood and his breath became extremely weak. Puff. Mother****, I almost couldn't hold it. Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with difficulty. He knelt down on one knee and smiled bitterly. If they could hold on for another 10 breaths, perhaps he would have been defeated. Although the little Ashura sword formation was unstoppable, Xianxia did not have the strength to support the formation anymore. His body was already broken. You know that you're not a match for them, but you still like to show off. Moling Dongchen said while gritting her teeth. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. However, Yan Qingqing was just beside him. She did not have any reason to give Xianxia a warm hug. Qingqing. You. Xianxia called softly. However, when he raised his head, Yan Qingqing's cold face made Jiang Chen's heart tremble. She seemed to have become the cold Yan Qingqing again. She was even colder than before. Yan Qingqing moved like lightning and took the silver dragon fruit from Jiang Chen's hand. At that moment, Jiang Chen's eyes became extremely gloomy. The silver dragon fruit is mine. Yan Qingqing glanced at Jiang Chen and said, Lung Lung. A mere Emperor Realm's soul wants to kill me? What a fool's dream. If she was at her peak back then, I might have been afraid of her. But now, there's no one who can be my opponent anymore. Yan Qingqing's sneer made Jiang Chen feel a chill in the depths of his heart. Her smile and her eyes were so cold, so strange, so different from him. Jiang Chen knew that the mark in her heart had not been erased. Who are you? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, but his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Who am I? I'm your Qingqing, Since you guys like him so much, then accompany him and stay here forever. Yan Qingqing turned around and flew out of the frozen canyon. However, the frozen canyon had already been completely destroyed by Jiang Chen's sword formation. Under Yan Qingqing's palm strike, the entire thousand-li Grand Canyon had instantly collapsed. The deafening roar of the mountains and tsunamis could be heard from all directions. At the peak of the canyon, a beautiful figure was looking down on everyone. She looked at everyone coldly and said faintly, I am the true number one in the 9 boundaries. Yan Qingqing then flew towards the direction of Lingju City, leaving behind Dong Huang Tai and the others who were in a daze. Where's Jiang Chen? Why didn't Jiang Chen come out? Could he be drowned in the Grand Canyon? Luo Ping said worriedly with a pale face. Moling Dongchen, Boss Jiang, then, Amoki-han flew towards the collapsed ice canyon. At the bottom of the canyon, under the pressure of the mountain rocks, Jiang Chen stared at the woman who was lying on top of him. Her beautiful body was tightly pressed against his, but Jiang Chen didn't have any evil thoughts. At this moment, Moling Dongchen's body had already been smashed into pieces. She was already severely injured. At the critical moment, she used her body to shoulder a huge mountain for Jiang Chen. Her tenderness made Jiang Chen's heart filled with bitterness. Yan Qingqing's departure made his heart as calm as still water. It was incomparably painful. Why are you so silly? Am I worth it for you? Jiang Chen said bitterly. Only Moling Dongchen knew that when Yan Qingqing turned around and left, Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with loneliness, struggle, and bitterness. Life is like a game of chess. I am willing to be a pawn and be at your mercy. Moling Dongchen closed her eyes and gently kissed Jiang Chen's forehead. She did not care about what she had or what she lost. As long as she loved him, everything would be worth it. Boss Jiang, are you really dead? Aoki-han stared at the flattened canyon and murmured. Both Jiang Chen and Moling Dongchen were buried in the canyon. Yan Qingqing, it must be Yan Qingqing. Zixi eyes turned cold. If it wasn't for Yan Qingqing, Jiang Chen would not be buried in the canyon. This was the reason why Yan Qingqing left alone while Jiang Chen and Moling Dongchen disappeared without a trace. Just a moment ago, they clearly saw the 3 peaked divine kings fleeing far away. As for the specific reason, they had no way of knowing. A monstrous genius should not die so easily. Dong Huang Tai said faintly. He still cherished Jiang Chen a lot because he always wanted to have a hearty battle with Jiang Chen. Although he knew that he might not be able to defeat Jiang Chen, his desire for battle was something that others would never understand. I also don't believe that Jiang Chen will die just like that. Dong Huang Taiji said in a deep voice. The Eastern Emperor sect's reputation had risen after this battle. However, no one had expected that Jiang Chen would disappear at this moment. Was his body still hidden in the canyon? No one knew, but no one dared to say no. I only recognized Jiang Chen as the number 1 in the 9 boundaries. Zixi said in a deep voice. This battle was amazing. It's a pity that I can't witness Brother Zhang's glory anymore. Mo Sanpao sighed and said. Luo Ping stared at him and said, You jinx. It's still unknown whether Brother Jiang is still alive or not. What nonsense are you talking about? Mo Sanpao smiled embarrassedly and shrugged his shoulders. He twitched his mouth to show that he was innocent. Aoki-han and Zixi wanted to look for Jiang Chen and Moling Dongchen. However, the canyon that was flattened had already fused with the mountain, they could not find them at all. However, after the silver dragon fruit was taken, everyone's gaze was focused on the Divine King Realm demon spirit. There weren't that many Divine King Realm demonic beasts, and every single one of them wasn't simple either. It was already a great fortune to be able to kill a Divine King Realm demonic beast. Only those with great strength would have the confidence to obtain a Divine King Realm demonic beast's monster soul. One should know that Divine King Realm beasts were not weaker than humans, they might even be stronger. Moreover, they would not just sit and wait for death if they were defeated. They would choose to run for their lives. 10 days later, at the outskirts of Lingju City, at the outer area of Mount Huangdi, countless people were waiting to see who would be the first to come out from Mount Huangdi. Look! Who's that? Such a beautiful figure. Yeah, a beauty that can topple a city and country. It's like a spring breeze. That person seems to be the adopted daughter of the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries. Countless gazes were fixed on the graceful figure in the sky. Yan Qingqing was wearing a white robe, she looked like a fairy. Her temperament was peerless and cold. He, as expected of the beloved daughter of Reverend Mo. She's not inferior to any man. Lianqing Yenyun said with a smile. At this moment, Mo Jiuqi, divine envoy Lianqing Yenyun and Ziqing Tian were the first to notice Yan Qingqing. You're flattering me. Ha ha ha. I'm just lucky. I wonder who's the number one in the Nine Boundaries. Mo Jiuqi waved his hand and said proudly. Ziqing Tian's expression was solemn as he looked at Yan Qingqing silently. At this moment, she was the first to come out from Mount Huangdi. Everyone's expectation was on her. Qingqing did not disappoint us. She got the silver dragon fruit by luck. Yan Qingqing said indifferently. However, the outer area of Mount Huangdi was shocked. Who would have thought that the number one silver dragon fruit in the Nine Boundaries was in Yan Qingqing's hand? It's really the silver dragon fruit. Ziqing Tian squinted his eyes and sighed. Why isn't it my son? However, he was just a little disappointed. As long as his son could come out from Mount Huangdi safe and sound, he would be satisfied. Great! As expected of my daughter, Mo Jiuqi. Wahahaha. Mo Jiuqi laughed wildly. The profound connection divine envoy's face turned solemn. It seemed like Yan Qingqing would be the winner this time. This result had caused the entire Chilean boundary to be in an uproar. Not only the Chilean boundary, the sects of the other boundaries were also feeling pressured. After all, the strongest of the Nine Boundaries was not someone from the Nine Boundaries, but Mo Jiuqi's daughter. Ziqing Tian's face was gloomy, but what could he do? The profound connection divine envoy had already said that whoever could pluck the silver dragon fruit would be the true number one in the Nine Boundaries. Although the experts from the various sects were filled with unwillingness, they were all looking forward to seeing the experts from their respective sects come out on top. Although they had lost the first place, there was still a chance for them to advance to the Tongxian mansion. The person who was the most depressed was Ziqing Tian. However, as the supremacy of the Nine Boundaries, he could not do anything about it. Not only did Mo Jiuqi take his place in the Nine Boundaries, but he also took away his prestige as the number one in the Nine Boundaries. It was a slap to his face. Mo Jiuqi looked proud. Although he didn't say anything harsh, he had already proven that he was here to make life difficult for him. The profound connection divine envoy had nothing to say as he was just a fair divine envoy. However, Yan Qingqing being the number one in the Nine Boundaries was still surprising. The battle royale of the Nine Boundaries this time seems to be quite surprising. Lianqing Yenyun said with a faint smile. It's really surprising. Supremacy Mo is really enjoying himself, he's smiling so much. Ziqing Tian said faintly. However, there was a tinge of indifference in his words. To think that Dong Huang Taie, Gui Gu and even Xianxia could not come out on top. To think that it was snatched away by a girl. It's really a tragedy for the Nine Boundaries. Dong Huang Zhuqing sighed and his expression turned ugly. At this moment, he could only hope that Dong Huang Taie and Dong Huang Taiji could come out safely. That would be his greatest consolation. Damn it. To think that it was snatched away by a girl. What a waste. Killing Luo Sec's elder Su Jincheng said with a gloomy expression. Guigu's return should not be too bad. With his strength, he should be able to enter the top 5 in the battle royale of the 9 boundaries. Entering Tongshan Mansion should be a sure thing. That just means that he's strong enough to be snatched away by a girl. It's quite a pity. Heavenly Profound Sect's elder Xian Fengtan curled his lips and said, "What's there to be unhappy about? I'm the number 1 in the Heavenly Profound Sect, Xianxia. Didn't I also fail to get the first place? And Eastern Emperor Sect's Dong Huang Taie, these 3 were strong contenders but none of them managed to get the first place. In a world where strength is everything, one must speak with one's fist. Whoever is stronger will naturally stand out. There might be a lot of dark horses this time," Xing Sanlingling said. Heavenly Xing Sect's Xing Feng also had the potential to be the champion, but he was not the first to appear here. "Look, there are more people coming out from Huangdi Mountain," someone exclaimed. Silhouettes started flying out from Huangdi Mountain. Following the cheers of the sects, the entire outer area became lively. The elders of the sects who were looking forward to it were overjoyed. "Mo Sanpao, it's our Qianhua Boundaries Mo Sanpao," someone exclaimed. Qianhua Boundaries 100 Battle Sects Number 1 Sect, Battle Sects Luo Ping. That's Huangxiong, Wangyu Boundaries Bagua Sects Huangxiong. Shining Sects Shenlianxiao and Shintianxiao. More and more cheers resounded in the outer region of Huangdi Mountain. However, some were happy while some were sad. Not all the elders could face it calmly. "Zishi. It's Zishi." Ziqing Tian squinted his eyes and finally felt relieved. Humans were not saints, even a hierarch realm expert like Ziqing Tian was no exception. Zishi was his son and he was comforted to be able to come back from Huangdi Mountain safe and sound. Even if he did not get the first place in the 9 boundaries, there was nothing to worry about. As a father, this was the greatest comfort. At least, there should be no problem for Zishi to enter Tongshan Mansion. "I did not get the champion, I hope father will punish me." Zishi walked to his father's side and said softly. "Ha ha ha, it's alright. My son is strong, I'm glad." Ziqing Tian said proudly. "Young city lord, have the people of Eastern Emperor Sect returned?" Dong Huangzhuiqing took a deep breath and looked at Zishi with a serious face. The disciples of Eastern Emperor Sect had never appeared at the edge of Huangdi Mountain. How could he not be worried? One should know that Dong Huang Taia was the pride of Eastern Emperor Sect. It was rare for there to be a genius like Dong Huang Taia in the past 10,000 years. The people of Eastern Emperor Sect are fine. "It's a pity," Zishi said. "But what?" "Jiangchen is missing. It's hard to say if he can get out of Huangdi Mountain alive. Dong Huang Taie, Dong Huang Taiji and Morong Yener are fine." Dong Huangzhuiqing's expression slightly changed, he sighed in his heart. "But Jiangchen managed to get out of the Thunder Rush Sea, can this Huangdi Mountain really kill him?" "It's a pity, master, we couldn't get the first place." Dong Huang Taiji sighed, the 3 of them flew out from Huangdi Mountain. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Tai, you should be fine entering Tongshan Mansion this time, right?" Dong Huangzhuiqing said. "If it wasn't for Jiangchen, we would have died long ago." Dong Huang Taiji sighed, he did not want to say another word. Dong Huang Taiji and Morong Yener nodded, Dong Huangzhuiqing's heart was in turmoil. Although he did not know what happened, he knew that it must have been extremely dangerous. Even Dong Huang Taiji was respectful towards Jiangchen. Dong Huangzhuiqing knew that Jiangchen must have been subdued by Dong Huang Taiji, otherwise, with his pride, why would he bow down to Jiangchen? "It's a pity, a pity." Dong Huangzhuiqing shook his head and sighed. "I believe that Jiangchen will not die so easily." Dong Huang Taiji murmured. "It'll be a pity if such a peerless figure dies just like that. I haven't had a good fight with him. Young city lord, I wonder how our Killing Luo sect is doing." Killing Luo sect's elder Su Jincheng looked at Zishi with anticipation. Zishi said faintly, "Guegu is dead, Feng Bai is dead." Zishi's words made Su Jincheng stagger, he almost fell to the ground. Guegu was dead, the genius of the Killing Luo sect who was regarded as the most promising candidate to become the number 1 genius of the 9 boundaries had died in Huangdi Mountain. How could this be? Who killed him? Su Jincheng's expression turned gloomy, he was furious. No matter who killed him, are you going to seek revenge? Zhixilingling smiled. Su Jincheng held his breath. Indeed, in this kind of battle for supremacy, life or death was up to fate. Success or failure was up to the heavens. If they were to pursue the matter, wouldn't all the sects in the 9 realms be in a mess? Even if they knew who the culprit was, they would have to do it secretly if they wanted to take revenge. No matter who you are, my killing Luo sect will never let you off. Su Jincheng roared in rage. His countenance was ashen, causing the people in the surroundings to sigh. If he couldn't afford to lose, why did he still participate in the battle? Could it be that as long as you swagger around and kill others, others are not allowed to suppress your killing Luo sect? What kind of logic was that? Young city lord, the people from my Tianxian gate should still be behind us, right? Xian Fengtan said in a low voice. He had a bad premonition. Even Guigu had fallen, what else was impossible in Huangdi Mountain? At this moment, Xian Fengtan heard a sorrowful cry. Xianqing ran out from Huangdi Mountain in embarrassment. Elder, senior brother Shinji, he's been killed. Xianqing said with a pale face. He was in a daze. Without Xianxinji's protection, it was not easy for him to walk out from Huangdi Mountain alone. Is what you said true? Who killed Xianxinji? Xian Fengtan's face was even gloomier than Guigu's. Guigu, Xianxinji, Donghuang Taiye, the 3 of them were the most monstrous prodigies in the Qilian boundary. They thought that the strongest of the 9 boundaries would be one of them. Unexpectedly, Yan Qingqing took the first place. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that Guigu and Xianxinji were both dead. Xianxinji's death had once again ignited the entire outer region. Everyone's expression became solemn. A total of 180 people entered Huangdi Mountain, but only 30 of them came out. Would they really perish like this? Almost 100 sects in the Qilian boundary had never thought that it would be this tragic. The number of geniuses withered. What? Xianxinji is dead? Isn't it too terrifying? Is Huangdi Mountain really that terrifying? There are too few people who came out this time. There's less than 30 of them. Are they the only ones left? Guigu is dead. Xianxinji is dead. So many monstrous prodigies are dead. Seems like this battle royale of the 9 boundaries is too cruel. Everyone was unwilling to believe this scene, especially Xian Fengtan and Su Jincheng. Just now, they were so confident that the monstrous geniuses of the sect would definitely return. But now, they were all dispirited. Guigu and Xianxinji's death became the mystery that everyone was looking for. It's Jiangchen. Jiangchen killed Senior Shinji. Guigu and Feng Bai, Heavenly Xing sect Xing Feng and Xing Ming died in his hands. Eastern Emperor sect Jiangchen is not an ordinary person. Xianqing's words made Xian Fengtan, Xing San and Su Jincheng's faces turn black. Suddenly, the people of Eastern Emperor sect attracted everyone's attention. Eastern Emperor sect Jiangchen. Where's Jiangchen? Xian Fengtan roared in anger. We don't know if Jiangchen is dead or alive. What are you guys trying to do? Even if Jiangchen came back, who dares to act rashly? Your disciple was killed by my Eastern Emperor sect Jiangchen. Who can you blame? Could it be that you old fellows want to go against the Donghuang sect? I, Donghuang Zhuqing, will fight you till the end. Eastern Emperor sect shouted with a gloomy expression. He never expected Jiangchen to kill so many experts. Guigu, Xianxinji, Xing Feng. It must be a terrifying feast. But why did Jiangchen disappear? Even the young city lord, Zixi, did not know if Jiangchen was dead or alive. Humph. Tianxian sect will remember this. Xian Fengtan gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Su Jincheng and Xing San were also helpless. Putting aside the fact that Jiangchen's life and death were still unknown, even if Jiangchen was standing right here, who would dare to lay their hands on him? After all, the 2 reverends and the profound connection divine envoy were still here. From a certain point of view, most of the geniuses that came out from Huangdi Mountain were qualified to enter Tongxian Mansion. If they were to attack, it would be equivalent to going against Tongxian Mansion. Not even the reverends of the 9 boundaries would dare to do such a thing. Time passed. However, only a few people managed to walk out of the mountain. Shi Qian of Xianxia sect, Mo Qihan and Mo Fangzhou of Mo clan, Fu Di of Tian Men house. In the end, only 37 people managed to walk out of Huangdi mountain alive. Take out your divine king realm demon spirits and let me have a look. Other than Yan Qingqing who obtained the silver dragon fruit, there are 19 others who can enter Tongshan Mansion. Who has more than 5 demon spirits? City Lord's Mansion, Zishi. 6 demon spirits. Eastern Emperor Sect, Donghuang Tai A, 5 demon spirits. Shining Sect, Shen Lianqiao, 5 demon spirits. There were 3 people who surpassed 5 demon spirits, 5 people who surpassed 4 demon spirits, 4 people who surpassed 3 demon spirits, 5 people who surpassed 2 demon spirits, and 2 people who surpassed 1 demon spirit, a total of 19 people. The competition for the slots was just right. Alright, you are the geniuses of the 9 boundaries, you are qualified to enter Tongshan Mansion. 10 years later, Tongshan Mansion will open its doors to you. Lianqing Yenyun said. That's where you should go. It's the biggest beast battle arena in Lone Dragon County, the top cage in the northern cold divine region. Only by breaking free can you rise, only the strong can survive. Tongshan Mansion will never keep a piece of trash. I hope to see you rise to the peak of the northern cold divine region. Tongshan Mansion will be the starting point for you to reach the peak of the divine world. Lianqing Yenyun's words made everyone extremely excited. Those who had lost their genius disciple sighed. However, the word fortune really made them feel helpless. Those who could survive must be the elites. Those who could enter the profound connection divine palace must be the strongest among the experts. However, the elimination rate of the profound connection divine palace was extremely high. Those who could reach the peak were less than 1 out of 10. The divine world was cruel. The stronger the experts, the more intense the competition. Only by surpassing the experts could one survive. Countless sects left in disappointment, countless experts lost their lives in Mount Huangdi. However, there were still people who were not afraid of death. I hereby announce that the battle royale of the 9 boundaries has come to an end. As Lianqing Yenyun was about to finish his sentence, 2 light dots shot up to the sky, as dazzling as the stars. I, Jiangchen, am back. Jiangchen stared at the densely packed Lingjue outskirts, his eyes filled with battle intent. It's Jiangchen. Jiangchen did not die, he's back. Ha ha ha. The moment Luo Ping turned around, he burst into tears. Men do not shed tears easily, but only when they are deeply hurt. The return of Jiangchen made Luo Ping's heart burn with passion. His expectations were not in vain. Jiangchen, the corner of Dong Huangshuiqing's mouth looked like a cracked bun. He was grinning from ear to ear. I told you, he won't fall so easily. Dong Huangtai smiled. Finally, he and Jiangchen could have a battle to their heart's content. I hope that my return is not too late. Jiangchen smiled and looked at Lianqing Yenyun. Brother Jiang, what took you so long? Zishi's face was filled with excitement and he couldn't contain his joy. I only killed a dozen of demonic beasts, that's why I was delayed. Jiangchen stretched out his hand and 17 divine king realm demon spirits appeared in the void. Everyone held their breath. So many divine king realm demon spirits, it was an eye-opener for everyone. Who had seen so many demon spirits before? Moreover, all of them were divine king realm demon spirits. Lianqing Yenyun squinted his eyes. This guy is not simple. He killed 2 monstrous geniuses who had the highest chance of becoming the #1 genius in the 9 boundaries. He has 17 divine king realm demon spirits in his hands. Even when he looked at Lianqing Yenyun, there was not the slightest hint of fear in his eyes. For ordinary divine kings, a single glance from him would be enough to scare them to death. However, this guy actually dared to look him in the eye. I only have 7. Moling Dongchen shrugged his shoulders. Compared to Jiangchen, he had too little. Countless people sighed. What is a genius? This is AF** King Genius. He killed a dozen divine king realm demon beasts in his spare time. Who dares to be so arrogant? However, Jiangchen did it. Moreover, no one dared to go against his words because they knew how terrifying Jiangchen was. Those who experienced Xianxia in Huangdi Mountain all felt how invincible Xianxia was. To him, being invincible was so lonely. It was a pity that apart from them, no one outside of Huangdi Mountain knew how powerful Xianxia was in Huangdi Mountain and how the peerless monstrous geniuses bowed down to him. Guigu self-destructed and Xianxia fell. Every one of them was the king of the 9 boundaries. However, they were all killed by Xianxia without mercy. Yan Qingqing could get the silver dragon fruit mainly because she stole Xianxia's fruit of victory. In the eyes of those who came out from Huangdi Mountain, there was only one person in the 9 boundaries and that was Xianxia. Alright. Both of you are qualified to enter Tangshan Mansion. As for the other 2 who only have 1 demon spirit, they are not qualified. Lianqing Yanyan's words made Zishi and the others feel relieved. It seemed like Xianxia was the biggest winner other than Yan Qingqing. Mo Fangzhou, who was holding a demon spirit, wanted to cry but no tears came out. He had risked his life just to kill a divine king realm beast. He thought that he could enter Tangshan Mansion without any worries. However, his quota was taken by Xianxia. Yes, it's Xianxia, this bastard always went against him. If it wasn't for Xianxia, he would definitely enter Tangshan Mansion. Unfortunately, Moling Dongchen was still by his side. Mo Fangzhou was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. The one who took away his thunderbolt Agarwood was him. The one who took away his beloved was him. The one who took away his quota to Tangshan Mansion was also him. This bastard, I will definitely not let him go. Since you always go against me, Xianxia, I will definitely not let you have a good time. Humph. Mo Fangzhou sneered. It's better to bully a gentleman than to provoke a villain. Mo Fangzhou already had a plan to deal with Xianxia. Xianxia, my killing Luo sect will definitely not let you go. Su Jincheng, Xian Fengtan, Xing San and the others stared at Xianxia fiercely. They could be indifferent now, but as long as Xianxia gave them the chance, they would definitely kill him secretly. Xianxia's return had undoubtedly made many people hate him. However, his return also announced to the world that his time is finally coming. The moment Xianxia looked at Yan Qingqing, their eyes met. What Xianxia saw was the same cold desolation. Compared to before, Yan Qingqing was even more ruthless. No matter who you are, I will definitely make you pay. My, Xianxia's woman will not be manipulated by others. Xianxia said Lung Lung. Promise me, don't let anyone hurt you, not even her. Moling Dongchen looked at Xianxia affectionately. Xianxia's eyes became quiet at this moment. I will take care of it. Xianxia said in a low voice. At this moment, the Eastern Emperor sect was the happiest. Dong Huangzhuqing's face was full of smiles. The 4 of them entered the Tangshan Mansion. This was the most joyous occasion for the Eastern Emperor sect in the past 100,000 years. Xianxia, this time, it's all because of you that the Eastern Emperor sect could have such an achievement. Dong Huangzhuqing said excitedly. I was just lucky. Xianxia said with a smile. His face was full of modesty. Only Dong Huangtai knew how terrifying Xianxia was. However, he was also full of battle intent towards Xianxia. This was the only way for him to improve. 10 years later, the opening day of the Tangshan Mansion will be held. It's time for me to go. Xianxia said. Where do you want to go? Moling Dongchen's expression changed and asked in a low voice. Xianxia remained silent for a moment and said faintly. Then, when will you come back? Moling Dongchen looked at Xianxia and asked. Xianxia shook his head. He did not know how long he would be gone. He still had to look for the people around him and protect his loved ones. His shoulders were full of burdens. He was not like Mo Qihan who could feed himself and his family. He was not like Mo Fangzhou who grew up in the divine world without any worries. He wanted to look for his lover and pursue the pinnacle of the experts. However, he would appear in Tangshan Mansion after 10 years. This was his only promise to Moling Dongchen. 10 years, I will definitely go to Tangshan Mansion. Alright, I will wait for you for 10 years. Moling Dongchen stared at Xianxia fiercely. She regarded this lifetime promise as more important than her own life. 10 years, please don't deceive me. At this moment, Xianxia immediately went to the Linhe boundary. He wanted to give the heaven-seizing fortune pill to his father. In that case, his father's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Moreover, all the impurities in his father's body would be removed. His future cultivation would be much easier. On the way back, Moling Dongchen and Emo Qihan were shocked because they saw Emo Fangzhou walking out of Huangdi Mountain unscathed. Why didn't he contact them? Where did Emo Fangzhou go? Where did he go? Emo Qihan said. If it wasn't for him, they might have been on their way back to the city. I don't know. Even the elder doesn't know where Emo Fangzhou went. Moling Dongchen was also puzzled. However, they were from the Emo family after all. They could not leave Emo Fangzhou alone. Forget it. Let's wait for another 10 days. If Emo Fangzhou doesn't come back in 10 days, we will rush back to the Emo family. The elder who had been silent said in a low voice. Moling Dongchen and Emo Qihan were speechless as they still had to listen to the elder. On the outskirts of Lingju City, in a hidden forest, Emo Fangzhou bowed to a man who was standing not far away and said with a smile, "Honorable Lord, I have something to tell you. I hope that you can grant me a wish. If not for the fact that you are a member of the Emo family, you would already be dead. You dare to bargain with me?" Humph. Mojiuchi flicked his sleeves and snorted coldly. Lung Lung said. The Emo clan's power was not to be underestimated. Even though he was the supreme of the 9 boundaries, the Emo clan was once listed as one of the top 10 clans of the northern Cold Divine region. Even those with high positions in the Lone Dragon County didn't dare to underestimate them. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Although the Emo family's power was not enough to make him feel fearful, he still had to give them some face. Junior wouldn't dare. My lord, you should know the value of Thunderbolt Daggerwood, right? Emo Fangzhou said. Emo Jiochi turned around and stared at Emo Fangzhou. He had heard from a powerful alchemist that the Thunderbolt Daggerwood could be used to concoct divine-grade medicinal pellets, and it could also be used to refine weapons. It was a peerless treasure, it could be used to refine weapons and pellets. There weren't many of such treasures in the world, but refining a weapon would consume too much of it, almost no one would use it to refine a weapon. It was different for alchemy, it could be used to refine a weapon 1,000 times. However, the value of Thunderbolt Daggerwood was undeniable. Do you know where to find Thunderbolt Daggerwood? Emo Jiochi asked. I do, it's huge, it's probably worth a lot. I only hope that my lord can give me 1% of its value after obtaining it. Emo Fangzhou said in a low voice, not daring to raise his voice. Cut the crap, where is the Thunderbolt Daggerwood? Emo Fangzhou's patience was about to run out. If it wasn't for the Thunderbolt Daggerwood, he would have gone berserk already. In the hands of Jiang Chen, the one who walked out of Huangdi Mountain at the last moment, Jiang Chen. Emo Fangzhou quickly said, afraid that he would anger Emo Jiochi. If it wasn't for the Emo clan's influence, he would not dare to bargain with Emo Jiochi here. It's him. Emo Jiochi murmured and stared at Emo Fangzhou with sharp eyes. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. I was the one who found the Thunderbolt Daggerwood, but he took it away forcefully and took away the woman I love. He even took away the quota of the Profound Connection Divine Palace. I don't have any other requests, I just hope that the Reverend Lord can avenge me and give me a little Thunderbolt Daggerwood. Emo Fangzhou said anxiously. He did not dare to be negligent in front of Emo Jiochi, so he simply told him all his thoughts. What a good way to kill someone with a borrowed knife. You're honest, but I like it. Ha ha ha, I'll take this deal. If there's any fake news, I'll go to the Emo clan and demand an explanation. Are you sure that you're the only one who knows about this? Emo Jiochi shouted. Emo Fangzhou's heart almost burst. Emo Fangzhou nodded, his face was pale. Ha ha ha, don't worry, if I get what I want, I will not mistreat you. Emo Jiochi turned and left. He had to catch up with Jiang Chen as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the Thunderbolt Daggerwood fell into someone else's hands, it would be a great loss. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already reached the Zhou Mountain Ridge, he would be able to return to Linhe Boundary in no time. However, Jiang Chen still felt uneasy. He rushed back to Linhe Boundary, wanting to give the elixir to his father as soon as possible, but he still felt uneasy. Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm soul also sensed that something was wrong. Although his soul would need at least a year and a half to recover from the injury, his Emperor Realm soul's perception was still there. However, it was impossible for him to use the Great Soul Derivation technique's soul movement in real combat at the moment. Such terrifying speed. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He knew that within 10,000 li, someone must be chasing after him, and this person's strength was not simple. Could it be that he's chasing after me? Xianxia knew that his worries were not groundless. The reason why he was able to reach Lingju City so quickly was because he knew that he would not have a good ending if he was targeted by other sections. If it was those old monsters from the other sects, he could not avoid a life-and-death battle. Now, he did not want to get involved with those guys. At least, if he wanted to stay in Chilean boundary, he must stay in Eastern Emperor sect. Otherwise, killing Luo sect, Heavenly Profound sect, even Shining sect and Nine Dragon Palace would not let him go. Xianxia increased his speed. He wanted to return to Linhe boundary as soon as possible. No matter who this person was, whether he was chasing after him or not, he did not want to have any conflict at this moment. Xianxia, you will not be able to escape from me. Within the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xianxia heard an earth-shattering crushing sound. This sound had completely sealed off his path. What's coming has finally come. Who could it be? Xianxia frowned and turned around. Behind him was the ridge of Zhou Mountain, Luo Feng Gorge. Because he had nowhere else to go. The enemy had caught up with him. Where could he escape to? Xianxia quickly set up a formation, the little Ashura sword formation. It was the most powerful technique he could use at the moment. Even a hierarch expert might not be able to escape unscathed. As long as it was not an unparalleled expert, Xianxia was not worried. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had set up the little Ashura sword formation. At that moment, a black-cloaked figure appeared in the air. His expression was cold and indifferent. Xianxia's pupils shrunk. He knew who this person was. Yan Qingqing's godfather, the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries, Mo Jiuqi. It's you. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Why? Are you surprised? Hee, could it be that seeing me makes you so unhappy? You don't have any respect for the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries. Mo Jiuqi said faintly. You are not the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries of Qi Lian. Why should I respect you? I don't think you are here for anything good. Xianxia said coldly. Although he knew that this fellow was not a good person, Xianxia did not want to offend him. After all, he would definitely die if he went against the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries. The Reverend of the Nine Boundaries was not an ordinary hierarch expert. He had been in charge of the Nine Boundaries for thousands of years. If he was not capable, how could he sit in that position and rule over a territory? Mo Jiuqi was not a good person. Compared to Ziqing Tian, he was more cunning. Xianxia felt uncomfortable. Although he had never met him before, he had a hunch that this fellow was not a good person. Ziqing Tian was an upright person. He was a gentleman. At least, he would not do anything improper when he was in a high position. However, he did not know about the person in front of him. What an arrogant fellow. Haha, if I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Yet, you still dare to act so presumptuously in front of me. Looks like you really think too highly of yourself. Mo Jiuqi sneered and said. He completely ignored Xianxia because in his eyes, Xianxia was indeed as small as an ant. So what if someone below the hierarch realm was gifted? If I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as taking something out of my pocket. I don't know, how did I offend the High Lord? Xianxia said faintly, neither servile nor overbearing. A gentleman's wealth is his own ruin. You didn't offend me, but unfortunately, I have my eyes on the Thunderbolt Agarwood in your hand. That's something that even an Emperor Realm expert would covet. Do you think a mere Divine King Realm cultivator is suitable for you? Mo Jiuqi smiled. Mo Fangzhou told you about it. Xianxia's expression changed. He immediately thought of Mo Fangzhou because everyone who knew about it was dead except for Moling Dongchen, Mo Qihan, and Mo Fangzhou. The former two would never betray him. Xianxia was confident about this, but Mo Fangzhou was not. Mo Fangzhou did not like him from the beginning and wanted to bring the Thunderbolt Agarwood in Xianxia's hand back to the Mo family. In his opinion, the Thunderbolt Agarwood should belong to the Mo family. In fact, it was just his greed. How could Xianxia not see through it? You're indeed a smart fella. Unfortunately, it's useless now. The Thunderbolt Agarwood is a good item. Kid, if you hand it over now, I might spare your life. Emojiochi said with a smile. Even if I hand it over to you, you won't let me go. As the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries, how could you do such a despicable thing? Wouldn't you be looked down upon by others? I'm afraid that it would damage your reputation. So, you never planned to let me go from the beginning. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. This fella had already decided to kill him. Jiang Chen was not a flower in a greenhouse, how could he believe Emojiochi's words? Emojiochi would only be able to rest easy after he was dead. However, the person that Jiang Chen hated the most was that bastard, Mo Fangzhou. He had saved his life, but Mo Fangzhou repaid his kindness with enmity. He told Emojiochi about the Thunderbolt Agarwood and used a borrowed knife to kill Jiang Chen. Mo Fangzhou wanted to send Jiang Chen into the abyss. Mo Fangzhou was too cunning. At that time, if it was not because of Moling Dongchen and Mo Kihan, Jiang Chen would never have mercy on Mo Fangzhou. However, the division of benefits had blinded Mo Fangzhou's eyes. There was only hatred and no gratitude in his eyes. Not only did he forsake Jiang Chen for saving his life, he even wanted to use such a despicable method to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had never seen such a scumbag in his life. Jiang Chen did not understand how much hatred Mo Fangzhou had at this moment. Because Jiang Chen had taken away his goddess, his qualification to enter the Tongxian mansion and the Thunderbolt Agarwood. These series of things had caused Mo Fangzhou's heart to become twisted. To repay kindness with enmity, to make Jiang Chen disappear from this world forever was Mo Fangzhou's biggest wish. Hee, you thought it through. Looks like I have nothing to hide. Today, I'm here to kill you. I want the Thunderbolt Agarwood and I want your life. Emojiochi's expression changed as soon as he finished his words. A cold aura was released and spread to 1,000 li away. Such a terrifying aura. A hierarch realm expert is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Chen's expression changed. This was his first time fighting against a hierarch realm expert. Moreover, it was a battle of life and death. Jiang Chen knew that his chance of winning was too low, less than 10%. However, he had no other choice. It was like an arrow on a bowstring that had to be released. Only death awaited him if he did not do anything. He might have a chance of survival if he fought with his life. Don't struggle pointlessly. Otherwise, your death will be extremely painful. Emojiochi said faintly. He stretched out his hand and struck a palm. The terrifying divine origin power swept across the sky. Jiang Chen felt that he was completely locked by the palm. It was a simple palm, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was unstoppable. Seventh sword. Jiang Chen struck out with his strongest technique. The dreadfulness of the limitless sword was enough to frighten everyone below the hierarch realm. Its dreadful sword aura was unparalleled and its imposing manner could devour the heavens. Emojiochi smiled faintly. The moment his huge palm collided with the sword aura, the sword's shadow in the void was like a shattered iceberg. It was easily destroyed and dispersed into the void. At that moment, the huge palm did not stop and went straight to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen displayed his dragon transformation and withstood the palm. However, he was also sent flying and was severely injured. Too powerful. I've said it before. You're like an ant in my hands. Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Emojiochi said in a deep voice with cold eyes. Once again, he struck with his palm. This time, it was even more terrifying than before. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk and he immediately activated the Little Ashura Sword Formation. Ghost Prison Ashura Sword Formation, activate. The Heavenly Dragon Sword soared up into the sky. The 108 Heavenly Divine Weapons also stood in 8 directions. At that moment, Emojiochi's palm directly met Jiang Chen's Ashura Sword Formation. Countless sword shadows rushed up to the clouds and collided with Emojiochi's palm wind. The sword radiance and palm wind dissipated in an instant. Emojiochi's facial expression slightly changed as he stared at Jiang Chen coldly. Such a strange sword formation. I never expected you to have such a technique. I've underestimated you. This is what I've meticulously prepared for you. Accept your judgment. Thousands of swords, let's see if you can block my ghost prison Ashura sword formation. Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp and the formation started to operate. Terrifying sword shadows were constantly shuttling through the sword formation. Emojiochi's expression was solemn as he punched out fiercely. His body was like an ancient giant god at this moment, seemingly indestructible. Those terrifying sword shadows were powerful enough to make a half-step hierarch expert fearful. However, Emojiochi was able to ignore them. You want to trap me with a mere formation? What a fool's dream. Xianxia looked solemn. He knew that this was his only hope. If even the ghost prison Ashura sword formation could not trap Emojiochi, he would have to flee for his life. Break! Emojiochi's punch was like a peerless king, smashing down fiercely. The ghost prison Ashura sword formation was shaking violently. Xianxia felt that he could not hold the Ashura sword formation any longer. 3-star battle formation technique. Xianxia casted the Do formation technique once again, making the Ashura sword formation even more ferocious. However, facing Emojiochi's counterattack, Xianxia still felt that it was insignificant. Emojiochi was still striking out with his fists, causing the heavens and earth to change color and the clouds to move. Although Xianxia's Do formation technique had greatly enhanced the Ashura sword formation, it was still not enough to stop Emojiochi's advance. Emojiochi advanced with each step. His palms moved like thunder. Compared to before, his aura was even more ferocious. His strength could shake the heavens. Every palm strike seemed to cause Xianxia's Shura spell formation to shake the earth and mountains. If this continues, even my Ashura formation will not be able to withstand it. Xianxia was worried. It was the first time that his Ashura formation was broken by someone. However, it was forcefully broken by force. There was a huge gap between their strengths. Although Xianxia was not sure of his opponent's strength, Emojiochi had at least the battle strength of a middle hierarch realm. There was no doubt about this. Your sword formation is indeed very strong. I'm afraid that even a half-step hierarch realm expert would be defeated by your sword formation if he is not careful. However, it is completely useless against me. Ha ha ha. Emojiochi roared and his palms became extremely sharp again. Each of his attacks was fatal. Even an ordinary peak divine king would not be able to withstand one round of attacks from him. One punch from him would definitely kill him. Emojiochi's aura was at its peak. Under his attack, Xianxia's Ashura sword formation lost its former glory. Xianxia's face was extremely gloomy. The Ashura sword formation could not hold on any longer. The strong counterforce had made Xianxia feel that the formation was about to collapse. The formation might completely collapse in a moment. No one can stop me. You're still too inexperienced. Emojiochi held his saber horizontally and clenched his palms into fists. He punched out and shook the universe. The Ashura formation can't hold on any longer. Xianxia quickly retreated and the Ashura formation was completely shattered by Emojiochi's punch. Xianxia's face looked even worse after he kept his heavenly dragon sword. The Ashura sword formation was broken and Xianxia's injuries had worsened. You're very strong. It's hard to find an opponent below the hierarch realm. It's a pity that you've met me. My biggest hobby is to end those who think that they're geniuses. Because they look down on the heavens and earth. You're the same. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think that you can do whatever you want in this world. Ha ha ha. Emojiochi stared at Xianxia coldly. In just a moment, Xianxia was severely injured. Even the Ashura sword formation that Xianxia was proud of could not stop Emojiochi's footsteps. As a reverend of the 9 boundaries, this is your pride. Humph humph, if I, Xianxia, step into the 9 heavens one day, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. Xianxia said in a deep voice. However, at this moment, he was indeed not Emojiochi's opponent. Because Emojiochi's strength was much weaker than his. It was not something that could be made up for with external items. If he could perform the soul of movement, Xianxia might have a chance to survive. However, his soul had not recovered to its peak. If he failed, his soul would be destroyed. You forced me to do this. Xianxia's face was cold as he stared at Emojiochi. He knew that he could only perform his last resort. It was also the only way to save his life, which was to merge 3 heavenly thunders. Oh? I forced you to do this. So what? Do you really think that you can still live? Stop dreaming. You're no different from an ant now. You're not qualified to go against the heavens. Emojiuchi became even colder as he looked at Xianxia in disdain. He no longer had the patience to fight with Xianxia. Until the last moment, it's still uncertain who will be the winner. Xianxia's lips curled into a thought-provoking smile. Emojiuchi furrowed his eyebrows. Could this guy still have some tricks up his sleeves? Fusion of heavenly thunders, come out. Xianxia held the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning in one hand and the dawn sky golden lightning in the other. The bright blade heavenly thunders flickered continuously in his hands. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the void. When the 2 heavenly thunders appeared, Emojiuchi's expression turned cold. You can control 2 heavenly thunders at the same time? I've underestimated you. Emojiuchi said in a deep voice. Is that so? Next, let's see if you can survive the fusion of heavenly thunders. Xianxia and Emojiuchi looked at each other. Both of them were extremely confident. Fusion of heavenly thunders? Interesting. Hee, but if you want to fuse the heavenly thunders together, you'll probably suffer a great backlash. I don't believe that you can fuse the heavenly thunders. If you succeed, perhaps I'll look at you differently. Compared to the sword formation from before, it might be slightly stronger. Unfortunately, it's still impossible for it to defeat me. Aren't your thoughts too naive? Hee. The game ends here. Emojiuchi shook his head and clenched his fists. He did not want to waste any more time in this battle. I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Not just 2 sky lightnings. As the Reverend of the 9 boundaries, what I prepared for you should be different, right? The corner of Xianxia's mouth curved into a smile. Lightning flashed in his mouth. A trace of the lightning energy of the fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning was spat out by Xianxia. The violent lightning energy was even more dazzling than the other 2 heavenly lightning. It was not 2 heavenly lightning, but 3. Even Emojiuchi's face turned solemn at this moment. Another bolt of heavenly lightning? Emojiuchi's face was gloomy and he said in a deep voice. He knew that although the 2 sky lightnings looked terrifying, he was confident that he could withstand them. On the other hand, he wanted to see how powerful Xianxia's sky lightning's fusion was. However, when the 3 sky lightnings fused together, Emojiuchi knew that he did not dare to let Xianxia continue. Even he was not confident that he could withstand the 3 sky lightning's fusion. You guessed it right. The trial of lightning starts now. Xianxia's smile gradually fused. The fire cloud tyrant sky lightning, 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and dawn sky golden lightning also fused together. That terrifying aura could be felt from thousands of miles away. Can't let him succeed. Emojiuchi suddenly had such a thought. The power of the 3 sky lightning's fusion must be devastating. Go to hell. Emojiuchi's fist shook the heavens and sealed the space in all directions. Xianxia's face was solemn. He must fuse the 3 sky lightnings. Break. Xianxia also used all the strength in his body, fusing 3 bolts of heavenly lightning. The resplendent lightning was like the beginning of the world. Sometimes, it was overflowing with color, and sometimes, it was colorless. However, that terrifying destructive power made even Xianxia's heart tremble. Emojiuchi had never imagined the terror of the fusion of heavenly lightnings. In particular, after the 3 heavenly lightnings fused together, he even felt a slight sense of danger. Light and shadow blurred, heavenly lightning crisscrossed, and the power of fusion destroyed the void. Tens of thousands of miles of sky were annihilated in this instant. Damn it, he still succeeded in fusing with it. Emojiuchi continued to retreat. His powerful punch shook the mountains and rivers. It intertwined with the terrifying thunderbolt power. Emojiuchi's body was submerged within it. Xianxia had a grave expression on his face. He had also exhausted all of his energy. After fusing with the 3 thunderbolts, even he found it hard to control the terrifying power contained within. Dust flew everywhere, floating in the void. No one knew if Emojiuchi was still alive after receiving Xianxia's attack. Even he himself did not know. He hoped that he could kill his opponent. However, Xianxia felt that as a supremacy of the 9 boundaries, Emojochi would not die so easily, right? Bang, an earth-shattering noise was heard. An extremely disheveled figure with disheveled clothes rose from the dust and flew into the void. His eyes were like lightning, flickering like thunder as he stared at Xianxia. You have completely infuriated me. Xianxia, I want you to be turned into ashes, and never to be reincarnated. Emojochi's injuries were extremely serious. His body was covered with blood. Even so, he still survived under the fusion of 3 heavenly lightnings from Xianxia. However, he had used up a lot of treasures. Otherwise, an ordinary middle hierarch realm expert would not have survived. You're still alive. Xianxia was a little unwilling. However, he knew that a supremacy of the 9 boundaries could not be judged by common sense. It was reasonable that he could survive. I'm alive, so you must die. This time, let's see who can save you. Emojochi was burning with anger. Xianxia's attack had almost caused him to suffer heavy injuries. He would need at least 8 to 10 years to recover. The terrifying power of the fusion of 3 heavenly lightnings was too shocking. Even as a supremacy of the 9 boundaries, he could not catch up to it. If Xianxia's strength had reached the middle divine king realm, he might not have been able to survive that attack. Supremacy Mo, you're really elegant. I thought you've left. I never expected that you're still in the 9 boundaries of Qi Lian. Hehe, it's really better to meet by chance than to invite. The word fate is really hard to describe. A chuckle was heard. Emojochi's attack suddenly stopped and his face became extremely gloomy. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It's Ziqing Tian. I owe him a favor. If Ziqing Tian did not appear at the crucial moment, I'll be in grave danger. Supremacy Purple, why are you here? Oh? Let me ask you this. Supremacy Mo, the battle royale of the 9 boundaries has come to an end. Why didn't you return to your own boundary? Why are you staying in my boundary? Hehe. Ziqing Tian smiled faintly. Emojochi held his breath. He had forgotten that he was in the 9 boundaries of Qi Lian. He should be the one saying that. Hehe, do I have to report my whereabouts to Supremacy Purple? The 9 boundaries of Qi Lian is indeed your territory, but you didn't say that I'm not allowed to come here, right? Emojochi said. That's true. However, if Supremacy Mo wants to fight in my Linha boundary, I'll have to say something fair. Ziqing Tian stopped smiling and his face became solemn. He was entrusted by Xianxia to look after Linha boundary. Linha boundary was under his protection. If it was a battle between hierarch realm experts, he might not be too concerned. However, the battle between the 2 of them had escalated to a battle between hierarch realm experts. Ziqing Tian would definitely not stand by and watch. He must get to the bottom of it. Emojochi was speechless and could only nod his head silently. At this moment, he was seriously injured and it was not suitable for him to fight with Ziqing Tian. Moreover, they were both supremacies of the 9 boundaries. They were just mocking each other verbally. If they really wanted to fight, perhaps the Princess of Lone Dragon County would definitely not stand by and watch. Being able to become supremacies of the 9 boundaries, their strength was naturally much stronger than ordinary people. I've heard that Xianxia's strength is outstanding. I'm only sparring with Xianxia. He, as a junior, Xianxia's strength is even stronger than my daughter's. As soon as he finished speaking, Emojochi turned around and threw a punch towards Xianxia. Xianxia used all of his strength to block the punch. However, his figure was instantly sent flying. The dreadful pressure made him fall into the Luofeng Valley. Ziqing Tian's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Emojochi to attack again and force Xianxia into the deep abyss. They knew very well what kind of place Zhou Mountain Ridge and Luofeng Valley were. The moment Xianxia fell into the Luofeng Valley, his heart was as calm as still water. Emojochi, damn you, I will make you pay one day. To Xianxia, the Luofeng Valley was not scary at all. At most, it was like visiting an old place again. As I said, it's just a sparring session. I did not expect Xianxia to be unable to withstand my attack. What a failure. Emojiochi shrugged his shoulders and said innocently. Ziqingtian's expression became extremely ugly. However, he knew that Xianxia had entered the Luofeng Valley before. Only Ziqingtian had walked out of the Luofeng Valley. However, he did not know if he would be so lucky this time. Ziqingtian was still worried. This Emojiochi was too despicable. What? Could it be that venerable Lord Amethyst wishes to fight with me because of a mere mortal? Emojiochi said solemnly. He stared at Ziqingtian and did not give in at all. Lord Mo, have a safe journey. Ziqingtian could only snort coldly and did not say anything else. Emojiochi also felt that it was a pity because he had not obtained the Thunderbolt Daggerwood from Xianxia. However, he could not attack Xianxia anymore. Otherwise, Ziqingtian would definitely not stand by and watch. If they really fought, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, he was not worried that Ziqingtian would fight him to the death. The only pity was the Thunderbolt Daggerwood. However, Xianxia had fallen into the Luofeng Valley and would definitely die. No matter how precious the Thunderbolt Daggerwood was, it was useless. He once had the urge to explore the Luofeng Valley, but he resisted the urge because once he entered the Luofeng Valley, it was equivalent to seeking his own death. Xianxia's death was enough for him. At least, Ziqingtian hated him to the core but could not do anything about it. Emojiochi enjoyed it. Moreover, his own daughter had taken the #1 spot in the 9 boundaries from him. This was what made Ziqingtian the most furious. Then we shall meet again, Lord Z. Ha ha ha. Mojiochi turned around and left. He stepped on the void and disappeared into the sky. Ziqingtian looked at the Luofeng Valley but he did not have the courage to check it out. Even though Xianxia had come out from the Luofeng Valley, it did not mean that others could do the same. At least, the top 3 supreme elders of the 10 major sects of Linha boundary had disappeared forever. Ziqingtian waited here for 3 days and finally waited for Xianxia. When Xianxia appeared from the Luofeng Gorge, Ziqingtian was elated. Thank you, Supreme Lord Purple, for lending a helping hand. Otherwise, I might not have long to live. Haha. Xianxia said with a smile. You are truly gifted by the heavens. I have always been curious as to how you were able to walk out of the Luofeng Valley unscathed. Ziqingtian asked curiously. Lord Amethyst, I advise you not to go down. Otherwise, the result might be something you can't imagine. I was only lucky and was immune to the layers of danger below Luofeng Valley. Otherwise, the words passed down from ancient times are correct. Even a divine emperor expert might not be able to walk out of Luofeng Valley. Xianxia's solemn expression shocked Ziqingtian again. However, he did not say anything. In his eyes, Xianxia had become even more mysterious. Xianxia was able to escape from Mojiochi's fatal attack. Xianxia's future was limitless. He might even surpass the reverends of the 9 boundaries. I am just asking. Ziqingtian smiled and did not continue to ask. Everyone had their own secrets. Since he felt that Xianxia was a talented person that was worth befriending, he would not question Xianxia about everything. What do you plan to do next? I want to return to the Profound Feng sect and then go to the Heavenly Star boundary. At least there is no place for me in the Qi Lian boundary now. Perhaps, there might be a chance for me to walk out of here. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. Currently, all the boundaries and sects had issued an arrest warrant for Xianxia. Not only the Qi Lian boundary, after knowing that the prodigy of their sect was killed by Xianxia in the Huangdi mountain, they swore to hunt Xianxia to the ends of the earth. It was impossible for Ziqingtian to be Xianxia's protector. It was impossible for him to come and save Xianxia personally. This was just an opportunity. Ziqingtian had promised to keep the Linha boundary safe. This was his promise. Alright, you have made a lot of enemies in the Qi Lian boundary. 10 years later, when you enter the Tanshan mansion and come back, I think no one will be your enemy anymore. Ziqingtian looked at Xianxia with hope. As a junior, Xianxia was the one that he had high hopes for. Reverend Z, how is the Tanshan mansion? How is it in the northern cold divine region? Xianxia asked modestly. To Ziqingtian, the Tanshan mansion was not unfamiliar. However, others would not know about it. Xianxia sighed and shook his head. Back then, I was one of the people who was eliminated from the Tongxian mansion. Xianxia's words made Jiang Chen's pupils shrink. Xianxia, who was powerful enough to be the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries, was a student who was eliminated from the Tongxian mansion? How terrifying was the Tongxian mansion? Or rather, what kind of place was it? What kind of existence was it? The four great academies of the northern cold divine region are even more powerful than a county. The Tongxian mansion is not the most powerful divine mansion. The most powerful one is the Thousand Autumns divine mansion, followed by the River Styx divine mansion. The Tongtian divine mansion and Tongxian mansion are equally powerful. The reason why the Tongxian mansion is so powerful is because a peerless genius came from the Tongxian mansion and entered the central region divine land. That's why the Tongxian mansion is so powerful. Even though it is not as powerful as the Thousand Autumns divine mansion and the River Styx divine mansion, it is still one of the superpowers in the northern cold divine region. You don't need to know too much now because you are not powerful enough to challenge those superpowers. I can only tell you that the Lone Dragon County might not even be able to compete with the Tongxian mansion. The Lone Dragon County is the third biggest county in the northern cold divine region. As the capital of Fengyun County, the Tongxian Mansion is located between Fengyun County and the Lone Dragon County. You should know that the minimum requirement to enter the four great divine mansions of the Northern Cold Divine region is Early Divine King Realm. The experts in their academies are like the fish in the river. Most of the people in the Lone Dragon County will enter the Tongxian Mansion. Only when they reach the Hierarch Realm can they graduate. Only then can they be considered as true experts. Even in the Central Region Divine Land, they will still be considered as top-notch experts. However, there are many people who are eliminated from the four great divine mansions every year. They might not be the most talented, but they are still valuable. Just like me, the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries under the jurisdiction of the Lone Dragon County. However, there are many people who are eliminated from the divine mansions and some even die. You can leave, but those who leave do not have a good ending. I can only tell you that the Profound Connection Divine Palace is a cage, but it's also a place where you can rise to the top. If you're chosen by a powerful force, you'll be able to enter the Middle Region Divine Land. It'll be the glory of the entire county. However, there has never been such an expert in 100,000 years, let alone 10,000 years. A person like you is suitable for the Tongxian Mansion because you will be able to step on all your enemies. I believe that you will definitely be stronger than me in the future. I, Xianxia, have never judged a person wrongly. Xianxia told Jiang Chen a lot and Jiang Chen understood a lot. Xianxia could not help Jiang Chen much, but he would try his best to make Jiang Chen feel more relaxed. When you arrive at Tongxian Mansion, if he's not too embarrassing, help me visit my former teacher, Xianxia. Alright. I'll definitely help you. Jiang Chen said. Young city lord, aren't you going to Tongxian Mansion too? Although Zishi is powerful, he's not as talented as you are. I have nothing else to ask for. I just hope that you can promise me one thing. Peace is a blessing. Xianxia said in a low voice. I'm hot-blooded and I want to go to the 9 heavens to catch the moon. It's already dusk before I can cover the crown. I understand now. You're right. Peace is a blessing. Jiang Chen turned around slowly and said in a deep voice. How could he not want to stop? But he couldn't do that. He wanted to ensure that his family and friends wouldn't be harmed in the slightest. He wanted to walk a path that belonged to him alone as an expert. The cloud soared for 90,000 li, daring to compete with the heavens. Everyone has their own ambitions. I don't have any other intentions. I just hope that you can give him a hand on the path of cultivation. I'm satisfied. As long as I'm here, Linha will be here. Alright. Jiang Chen didn't look back at Xianxia. This was a gentleman's agreement between the two of them. It was also his promise to Xianxia. However, he didn't say that as long as Jiang Chen is here, Zishi is here. The green grass by the river and the green algae in the water. They looked up at the snowy mountains and lowered their heads. There was a bamboo forest by the green river. The waves were rippling and the sky and the water were the same color. A boat was sailing on the river. The sound of the jade flute was pleasing to the ear. Spring was in front of him. On the riverbank, birds, beasts, and apes were crying. It added to the rare joy. There was a stretch of green mountains. On one side, there was a snowy mountain. On the other side, there was lush greenery. On the other side, there were maple leaves. On the rippling river, there were koi fish jumping around. They were lively and cheerful. The spiritual beasts on the riverbank were listening to the sound of the jade flute. It was beneficial for one's cultivation to rise. On the bamboo raft, there was a white-clothed lady. Her long hair was like a waterfall and her back was like a fairy. Her figure was slim and graceful. Looking at her from the side, she was already devastatingly beautiful. Her jade-like face was like smoke, fluttering in the wind. Her beautiful eyes flickered with an unconcealable elegance and coldness. There was even a hint of arrogance. It was as if she didn't care about anything in this world. Only the jade flute in her hand could solve her worries. Her jade-like fingers moved slightly. The jade flute spun and the soft sound fluttered. Sometimes it was sweet, sometimes it was joyful, sometimes it was hurried, and sometimes it made people happy. As the sound of the flute moved, the sound of the sound could be heard. The bamboo flute moved in the forest. The woman and the beautiful scene on the river seemed to have merged into one. It was as if she was an indispensable part of this world. He, Big Sister's flute is becoming more and more melodious. Even those little animals are benefiting from it. Most of them have gained intelligence. It's just that I'm unable to listen. On the riverbank, a young girl with a ponytail covered her mouth and giggled. Compared to the peerless elegance of the woman in white, she was not inferior at all. She was like a fairy sent by the heavens. Her black eyes seemed to be able to see through all the filth in this world. Extraordinary and refined, untainted by even a speck of dust. The little girl was petite and looked to be only 13 or 14 years old, but she already had the body of a young girl. His childishness was still there, and his smile was infectious. Even the eyes of the white-clothed woman that was as cold as ice revealed a faint brilliance. However, the girl seemed to have not escaped from the eyes of the secular world, because the purity in her eyes was something that even the white-clothed woman was unwilling to disturb. The girl had her hands on her hips, and when she smiled, 2 deep dimples appeared on her cheeks. She was like a fairy that had been left behind in the mortal world, making people want to love her. Needless to say, when she grew up, she would definitely be a peerless woman who could stir up the world and make all the heroes in the world bow before her. The white-clothed woman was beautiful in her youth, but the ponytail girl was detached from the secular world in front of her eyes. I know that sister must be worried, so I don't want to disturb you. However, I don't want to see sister so upset. Everyone doesn't understand you, but I do. The ponytail girl had a serious expression on her face, and she pouted her mouth. She was extremely cute. The white-clothed woman shook her head. You understand, but you don't understand. Why do you say that? Is sister really going to listen to the arrangements of the sect leader? The ponytail girl said angrily, feeling rather unwilling. Sometimes, people can't live for themselves. The white-clothed woman smiled, but who could understand the helplessness and bitterness at the corner of her mouth? People couldn't just live for themselves. Her existence was even more of a blessing in the misfortune of the sect. Even if she was beautiful and peerless, so what? She would still have her own worries and worries. As long as people were alive, they would have their own happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. It was impossible for them to be detached from the world. I feel that people should live for themselves. If I do what I want, who dares to stop me? That's what I heard from Big Brother. I know that you must be thinking about him. I miss him too. The ponytail girl pouted her lips and said with tears in her eyes. As she spoke, she almost cried out. The white-clothed woman didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you here to persuade me, or do you want me to persuade you? The white-clothed woman's expression darkened, and she sighed with a hint of laziness, filled with the charm of a beauty. I don't know where your big brother is right now. Even if he's here, what can he do? After so many years, he's no longer the same as before. That's right, that's right. But why am I growing so slowly? I was thinking that when Big Brother comes to see me, I want to become like Sister Ling. The ponytail girl pouted her mouth and said. She was you. The white-cloaked woman's identity was obvious. If it wasn't Ling Yun, then who else could have such beauty? But he still didn't come. So, people can't only live for themselves. Ling Yun said faintly and looked towards the north. She could only see white snow. How could there be any trace of hope? I know. But I believe that he will come. He will not abandon Yuer and big sister. Yuer said confidently. Don't look back. He might have already left with the wind. Ling Yun said indifferently. No, big brother won't die. He's not dead. I know. Yuer said furiously. You know? Ling Yun looked at Yuer in shock. He's still alive, and he's living well. I believe that one day, I will wait for him. Yuer's determination made Ling Yun sigh. Yuer was good at everything except her stubborn temper. Whenever Big Brother was mentioned, she would look down on everything and only see Jiang. I know that you like Big Brother, and Big Brother also likes you. Don't worry, he will definitely come to find you. Yuer said seriously. Then, she lowered her head and said with grievance. But Big Brother doesn't like Yuer. Then, Yuer turned around and left. She walked into the depths of the bamboo forest alone. Even Ling Yun did not see her. How do you know that Big Brother doesn't like you? But he likes me? Why don't I know? Tianxing Boundary, Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning Sect. Maple leaves covered the land as far as the eye could see. Snowy mountains were at the back. Palaces were built in a 900 li radius, a 3,000 li radius encircled the city, an 80,000 li long river flowed through the city. 9 out of the 10 great sects of Tianxing Boundary had come to pay their respects. The leader of the group was clad in green armor. His brows were sharp and his aura was calm, his strength suppressing the crowd. Sect Lord Ling, we have to congratulate your sect this time. That's right, how can we not come to congratulate you? That's right, Sect Lord Ling, we are willing to serve you and bring glory to the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning Sect. Wise men from all over came to congratulate him, but Ling Yanyu couldn't bring himself to smile. Although it seemed like a double blessing, it was the greatest humiliation his Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning Sect had suffered in the past 100,000 years. Ling Yanyu never thought that the person who had the most intense conflict with him would come to his Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning Sect at this moment to propose marriage. Ling Yan's beauty was peerless. Everyone in the stellar sky domain knew about her. All the young prodigies had been admiring Ling Yun for a long time, but no one was worthy of Ling Yun because she was too outstanding. In the entire stellar sky domain, there were no more than 3 people who could be compared to Ling Yun. Furthermore, they were all monstrous prodigies that stood above everyone else. The Blood Tool sect's strength was not that great, it could only be considered as the weakest of the 10 great sects. Especially the sect master of the Blood Tool sect, he was a sinister and cunning person. But now, the wheel of fortune had turned. The previously unknown Blood Tool sect had ushered in its first spring and began to recruit experts from the stellar sky domain and the surrounding domains. In a short period of time, the entire stellar sky domain flocked to the Blood Tool sect like a flock of ducks. The Blood Tool sect had become a great sect that could rival the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. Originally, only the Divine Puppet sect and the Chi Transformation sect could be compared to the Blood Tool sect. Now that the Blood Tool sect had risen, even the Divine Puppet sect and the Chi Transformation sect chose to remain silent. The Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect became the biggest target of the Blood Tool sect. A joyous occasion is a joyous occasion, but my Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect needs to consider it carefully. Ling Yanyu said coldly. As the sect master of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect, especially one of the great sects in the stellar sky boundary, he couldn't show any weakness. However, the 9 great sects had sent out their Divine King Elders to congratulate them. The meaning behind it was obvious that the Blood Tool sect was forcing the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect to give in. Sect Leader Ling, I'm here to propose marriage on behalf of my grandson, Xianxia. My Blood Tool sect leader also asked me to bring good news. What does Sect Leader Ling think? Chu Wang said with a smile. His grandson, Xianxia, was a monstrous prodigy of the Blood Tool sect. He left the sect for 100 years and learned a supreme martial art. That was how the Blood Tool sect rose to become the most powerful sect in the stellar sky domain. They were on par with the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect, the Divine Puppet sect and the Qi Transformation sect. Allow me some time to think about this matter. I will give Elder Chu an answer 3 days later. Ling Yanyu said with a faint smile. Even though he was furious, the 9 great sects had sent out their elders to force the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. The Blood Tool sect was giving the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect an ultimatum. 3 days it is. 3 days later, I, Chu Wang, will bring my grandson Chu Yanji to propose marriage. At that time, I hope that sect leader Ling will not say such words anymore. Hehe, the other 9 great sects are all in favor of this marriage. If the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect refuses, wouldn't that be going against the will of the people? My junior sister Ling Yan's husband must be a peerless prodigy of the divine world, someone who could reach the emperor realm. Ordinary people are not qualified. Ling Changsu said with a gloomy expression. He had watched Ling Yan grow up. She was also Ling Yanyu's favorite disciple. Other than Ling Yan, Ling Changsu was the strongest in the entire Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. Of course, he and Ling Yan were childhood friends, growing up together. He was full of admiration for Ling Yan. Now that someone from the Blood Tool sect was here to propose marriage, the anger in his heart was completely ignited. Is this the teachings of the noble sect? How can he be so rash when the elder is speaking? Someone sneered. You good for nothing, get out of here. Ling Yanyu shouted and waved his sleeves, sending Ling Changsu flying out. Hehe, I'm just joking, sect leader Ling, please don't take offense. Chu Wang's words made Ling Yanyu's expression turn cold, but he did not flare up. The smile on his face became more and more playful. That's right, it's the day of the engagement 3 days later. We will definitely be there. Ha ha ha, congratulations to the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect, congratulations to sect leader Ling. The Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect is different from before. Haha, if we were to form a marriage alliance with the Blood Tool sect, it will surely become a legend in our heavenly star boundary. Isn't that right? The Blood Tool sect's Chu Yanji is powerful, comparable to Ling Yun. Sect leader Ling, don't hide it anymore. Hehe, isn't it great to have such a son-in-law in the future? The monstrous prodigy of the Blood Tool sect is the pride of our heavenly star boundary. A monstrous prodigy that only appears once in 100,000 years. The other elders of the 9 great sects were also filled with smiles. The 10 great sects are here to force you to abdicate. I don't believe that you won't give in. The Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect might be powerful, but they're not the strongest. Furthermore, it's impossible for them to fight against 10. The Blood Tool sect joined hands with the 9 great sects to put the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect in a difficult position. Most importantly, the Blood Tool sect will surely rise to the top 3 in the future, and the sect that will be eliminated is the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. Ling Yanyu's expression was cold. At this moment, his Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect was surrounded by enemies. The 10 great sects are not to be trifled with. In the heavenly star boundary, there were many sects that could compete with the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect, and now, the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect is being humiliated. Double happiness, referring to the marriage proposal of the Blood Tool sect and the Tongxian mansion in a few years' time. Tongxian mansion only has one spot, Ling Yun. Yet, the Blood Tool sect wanted to marry Ling Yun, cutting off the path of retreat for the prodigy of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. It's also a slap in the face. How could Ling Yanyu not be angry? Unfortunately, he could only endure it silently. Ling Yanyu suppressed the anger in his heart, looked at everyone and said indifferently, good. Sect leader Ling's words carry enormous weight, as expected of the sect leader. Ha ha ha. I admire you. 3 days later, our sect will come down the mountain to propose. Sect head Ling, please consider this carefully. I hope that sect head Ling will consider this matter carefully. We shall meet again in the future. Ha ha ha. After that, Chu Wang turned around and left. The other elders of the 9 sects also bade farewell and left the mountain. A middle-aged beauty slowly walked out from the main hall. She looked elegant and extraordinary. Yanyu, are you really planning to push Yun'er into the fire pit? The beautiful woman bit her red lips, her face pale as she spoke with a difficult expression. Ling Yanyu's face slightly sank. Madam, don't you know me? Am I, Ling Yanyu, a heartless person? Although Yuner is not my own flesh and blood, we have treated her like our own for so many years. Do you think I will let my daughter fall into the fire pit with my own eyes? It's not like I don't know about the blood tool sect scheme. Our earthly fire heavenly lightning sect only has one quota to enter the Tongxian mansion, and that person is Yuner. She is talented and will definitely shine in the Tongxian mansion. I will not allow Yuner to be trapped in the blood tool sect and send her to the blood tool sect. Ling Yanyu's expression was even uglier than the middle-aged beauty. However, as the sect leader, what he could do was extremely limited. Most of the time, he could not do whatever he wanted. Sometimes, people do not live for themselves, but because they have no choice. But, they are obviously forcing us to abdicate. The 9 great sects have come to our earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. If we don't give in, they might really attack us. Yang Lu was not someone who couldn't tell right from wrong. As the sect leader's wife, she was a righteous person. However, she could not remain calm when it came to her own flesh and blood. She also knew that this time, the blood tool sect had joined forces with the other 9 sects to take them down a notch. The blood tool sect had been rising rapidly in recent years and had become the target that everyone in the Tianxing domain wanted to curry favor with. The blood tool sect was unparalleled and had completely surpassed the 10 great sections. Of course, all of this was because of this rising star, Chu Yanji. Chu Yanji had been traveling outside for hundreds of years. When he returned, he had dominated the stellar sky boundary with his peerless talent. Countless geniuses had been trampled under his feet. The blood tool sect, which used to be ranked outside the top 10 sects, had also stepped onto the stage of the stellar sky boundary. They had become a sect that was not inferior to the top 10 sects, and even surpassed them. At this moment, Ling Yun, as the peerless prodigy of the entire stellar sky boundary, naturally became Chu Yanji's target. A hero and a beauty, a perfect match since ancient times. In Chu Yanji's heart, only Ling Yun was worthy of him in the entire stellar sky boundary. Moreover, the blood tool sect's position in the stellar sky boundary would definitely improve. Using the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect was the best stepping stone. Furthermore, Ling Yun had obtained the quota to enter the Tongxian mansion. If she could marry into the blood tool sect, it would be 2 quotas for each sect, greatly increasing the blood tool sect's prestige. Most importantly, by using the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect as a stepping stone, the blood tool sect would definitely become one of the strongest sects in the entire stellar sky boundary. Of course, Chu Yanji's ambition, or rather, the blood tool sect's ambition, was far from this. Now that he could shake the 9 great sects, it was obvious that he was aiming for the entire stellar sky boundary. Suppressing the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect and forcing the 9 great sects to abdicate was also a show of strength to the other sections. After all, the blood tool sect's foundation was still weak. If they wanted to stand proudly in the stellar sky boundary, their foundation must be strong. Most importantly, they must gain the recognition of the blood tool sect. In other words, the blood tool sect's Chu Yanji and the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect's Ling Yun were filled with the smell of politics. Of course, Ling Yun's peerless beauty was also something that Chu Yanji valued. Being able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, it was incomparably gratifying. This time, the rise of the blood tool sect was unstoppable. This is also what I'm worried about. The blood tool sect is currently in the limelight, the 9 great sects have already established a close relationship with them. We can only survive in the cracks now. If the blood tool sect were to really cause trouble, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ling Yanyu said in a low voice, his expression was solemn. As the leader of a sect, this was the most difficult moment for him. He had to hand over his disciple to someone else and push him into the fire pit. This was the behavior of a beast. However, if he didn't do this, his earthly fire heavenly lightning sect would face its biggest crisis in the past 100,000 years. The blood tool sect could be said to be on the rise, full of vigor and vigor. What they wanted was to establish their prestige and become a member of the top 10 sections. Only then would they be able to step on others to rise up and make others fear them. I have an idea, but I'm not sure if it'll work. Yang Li's eyes lit up. Let's hear it. Ling Yanyu looked at his wife with a solemn expression. Let's agree to this marriage first, then let Yuner leave secretly to gain experience outside. When they arrive at Tongxian Mansion, it'll depend on their luck. I believe that Yuner will not be bullied by that guy. Ling Yanyu's expression was solemn. This was a good idea, but what if the Blood Tool sect refused to accept it? What if they fell out with Chu Yanji? This marriage would definitely become a conflict between the two great sections. Ling Yanyu had thought about this before. What you said is reasonable, but it's not as simple as you think. The Blood Tool sect is not an ordinary sect. I heard that Chu Yanji already has the strength to challenge the experts of the older generation. It won't be easy for us to get past her. If the Blood Tool sect and the 9 great sects are on the same side, things will become more complicated. This is the last resort. I will not do it unless it's absolutely necessary. Ling Yanyu was obviously in a dilemma, but as the leader of a sect, he had to make this decision. Let me think about it for 2 more days. Ling Yanyu sighed. No need, master. I'm willing to marry Chu Yanji of the Blood Tool sect. Ling Yan's silhouette appeared in the main hall. Ling Yanyu and Yang Lu looked at her with a strange expression. No, the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect must not mistreat you. Ling Yanyu said. Ling Yan smiled and shook her head. But, you don't even know him before this, how can you get together just like that? I know you have a good heart, but this is not a child's play. Yuner, listen to your master. Yang Lu held Ling Yan's hand and said softly. Marrying someone you don't like would be a lifetime of suffering. As a woman, how could Yang Lu not understand? Back then, she was also a prodigy with peerless magnificence. There were many famous hierarch realm experts who liked her, but she was indifferent towards them. She only fell in love with Ling Yanyu, who was only a half-step divine king back then. I'm speaking the truth. Master, mistress, you guys can't possibly deny my wish to pursue the path of an expert, right? I believe that we will be happy in the future if we follow Chu Yanji. Although his strength is on par with mine, to be able to make the entire Blood Tool sect become so powerful in just a short span of 10 years, his strength should be self-evident, right? The Blood Tool sect's strength rose with the tide. If it wasn't for Chu Yanji's ability, no one would believe it. In my opinion, this is not a political marriage as deep as the abyss. Ling Yan said calmly. Every single word of hers filled Ling Yanyu with helplessness and self-blame. Yuner, don't mess around. This matter cannot be handled by you. Ling Yanyu said. Master, Ling Yun will never forget the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect's kindness to me. I can't repay it, but please give me the right to choose my happiness. Ling Yan said seriously. You. Sigh. Ling Yanyu sighed and turned to leave. Child, why do you have to do this? Yang Lu held Ling Yan's hand tightly. Her eyes were filled with tears. She and Ling Yan had treated Ling Yun as their own daughter. But now, the entire Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect was panicking because of her marriage. It was a great irony. If they couldn't even protect their own child, then what was the use of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect's name? Mistress, sometimes people cannot live for themselves. Death can be as light as a feather, or as heavy as Mount Tai. I am not going to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire. I am only marrying into the Blood Tool sect. I hope that the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect will become better and better. Even if I marry into the Blood Tool sect, I, Ling Yun, will always be a disciple of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. My poor child, Yang Lu hugged Ling Yun and cried bitterly. 3 days later, the 10 sects gathered at the foot of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. The one leading them was Chu Wang, who came to the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect 3 days ago. Ha ha ha, sect leader Ling, how have you been? 1 day apart feels like 3 years. Chu Wang stepped into the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect and laughed. At this moment, Ling Yanyu was already standing in the palace, looking at Chu Wang and the rest at the foot of the mountain. Men, welcomed the Blood Tool sect and the other 10 sects to the main hall for a discussion. Ling Yanyu turned around and entered the main hall. Isn't this Ling Yanyu too arrogant? He didn't even come to welcome us. Looks like Ling Yanyu's temper isn't small. In the end, we all support Elder Chu. As long as you say the word, we will definitely support you. Haha, that's right. Since this Ling Yanyu is so arrogant, does his Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect really want to break off relations with all of us? The elders of each sect had a smile on their faces as they silently watched this scene. What they hoped to see the most was a war between the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect and the Blood Tool sect. At that time, the only outcome they could think of was a war between the two sections. At that time, it would also be the time to witness the strength of the Blood Tool sect. These fellows had their own ulterior motives. They were more than willing to see a war between the Blood Tool sect and the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. However, they were naturally standing on the side of the Blood Tool sect. I want to see what that old fellow Ling Yanyu is planning. Do you think that I, Chu Wang, am afraid of him? Humph. Let's go. Chu Wang said with a gloomy expression. Ling Yanyu had humiliated the Blood Tool sect. How could he not be angry? But today, they came to show their strength to the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect, for Chu Yanji's marriage. Thus, they naturally did not wish to fight. As long as Ling Yanyu agreed to the marriage, it would mean that the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect had already lowered their head. The 10 elders once again stepped onto the main hall. Ling Yanyu stood with his hands behind his back, looking extremely arrogant. I'm sure sect leader Ling knows very well why I'm here today. I wonder if sect leader Ling has considered the marriage of my grandson, Chu Yanji. Chu Wang narrowed his eyes and said. I agree to the marriage between the Blood Tool sect and the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. Ling Yanyu's words caused everyone's expression to change. They did not expect this old fella to really agree to it. They all knew that Ling Yanyu was famous for his stubbornness in the Heavenly Star boundary. He did not give face to anyone. Even the sect leaders of the Divine Puppet sect and the Qi Transformation sect might not be able to persuade Ling Yanyu. At this moment, Ling Yanyu directly agreed to it. This meant that he had already given in and had his own thoughts. The Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect had finally lowered their head to the Blood Tool sect. Chu Wang's eyes lit up and the corner of his lips curled up in excitement. He was waiting for Ling Yanyu to say this. The marriage was a small matter. The real important matter was the alliance between the sections. This meant that Ling Yanyu had completely acknowledged the Blood Tool sect and had lowered his head. Perhaps, the 10 great sects of the Heavenly Star boundary would really have a change of leader. At least, it wouldn't be like this. However, the Blood Tool sect still had a long way to go to become the #1 sect in the Heavenly Star boundary. After all, the foundation of the Blood Tool sect was far from the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect, the Divine Puppet sect and the Qi Transformation sect. They had hundreds of thousands or even millions of years of heritage. It wasn't something that an ordinary sect could surpass. Now, it was obvious that the Blood Tool sect would become the #1 sect in the 10 great sects. When Xu Yanji returned from the Tongxian mansion, the Blood Tool sect would be invincible in the entire Heavenly Star boundary. Ha ha ha, sect leader Ling is wise. I am gratified. Then, this marriage is decided. Sect leader Ling, don't worry. We will definitely let this couple get married as soon as possible. In the future, our Blood Tool sect and the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect will be brother sections. We will advance and retreat together. Today, I, Chu Wang, can be said to have an appetite. I admire sect leader Ling's magnanimity. I hope that sect leader Ling and the Blood Tool sect will be on the same side in the future. Advancing and retreating together, that's for sure. But to be on the same side as your Blood Tool sect, are you saying that you want me, Ling Yanyu, to submit to you? Ling Yanyu's domineering aura was instantly unleashed, causing the expressions of the 10 great elders, including Chu Wang, to turn exceedingly ugly. Ling Yanyu's strength was ultimately something they could not match up to. This was a fact that they had no choice but to admit. Haha, Sect Master Ling must be joking. Since that's the case, why don't we set a date? Ling Yun is a peerless beauty, my grandson's cultivation is profound, and his craftsmanship is world-shaking. Even the sect master of our Blood Tool sect has to admit that his craftsmanship is incomparable. Chu Wang said with a dry laugh. However, when he talked about his grandson, his face was naturally full of smiles, and even more pride and contentment. What? Even the sect master of the Blood Tool sect is incomparable to him in craftsmanship? Ling Yanyu's face became extremely unsightly. The elders of the 9 sects were also extremely solemn. They had heard that Chu Yanji's strength was powerful, that he could add an additional effect to a divine tool, and that his craftsmanship was comparable to the sect master of the blood tool sect. Such a peerless heavenly bridge was naturally something that everyone wanted to befriend. Furthermore, he could add an additional attribute to his divine tool, something that they only heard of in the Central Region Divine Land. Not only that, he could also increase the quality of his divine tool by a whole new level. The rise of the blood tool sect was also because of this that the other 9 sects flocked to. But now, Chu Wang's words had caused Ling Yanyu and the others to breathe heavily. One must know that the sect master of the blood tool sect could refine a primordial spirit tool. Although the success rate wasn't high, and the quality of the primordial spirit tool might not be great, it was still extremely terrifying to be able to refine a primordial spirit tool. Even in the Central Region Divine Land, he would still be sought after by countless people. It wouldn't be a problem for him to join a major force. Alchemists and blacksmiths were the 2 most popular groups in the divine world. Which one of them wasn't able to summon the wind and rain? There were countless people that wanted them to refine pills and weapons. Their ability to summon people was also terrifying. But Chu Yanji was only a junior. Had his strength really surpassed the blood tool sect master? This also meant that he now had the charisma of the blood tool sect master, and his future achievements would only be more terrifying than the blood tool sect master. He might even stand at the peak of the stellar sky domain. Is what Elder Chu said true? The elder of the Qi transformation sect asked solemnly. Of course. Do you think I would joke about such a thing? Humph, it's a good thing that sect master Ling is willing to marry Miss Ling Yin to my blood tool sect. Sect master Ling, you will know in the future if my grandson is worthy of your sect's genius. Chu Wang solemnly said. However, everyone had once again re-evaluated the strength of the blood tool sect. It seemed like the blood tool sect had once again risen in their hearts. The blood tool sect was a sect of artifact refinement. Now that there were 2 experts that could refine primordial divine artifacts, how terrifying would that be? Most importantly, he learned from Chu Wang that the current Chu Yanji was already a level higher than the sect master. Ling Yanyu fell into silence. At this moment, even he did not know if what he did was right or wrong. If what Chu Wang said was true, then it might not be wrong for Ling Yin to marry Chu Yanji. Chu Yanji's strength might really be limitless in the future. Chu Yanji pays her respects to sect leader Ling and all the elders. At this moment, a thunderous voice resounded outside the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect, echoing through the void, covering half of the sect. What? Chu Yanji is here? That's Chu Yanji? What a handsome man. Yeah. I wonder where did senior sister Ling Yin get the fortune to be able to marry such a young prodigy like Chu Yanji. Chu Yanji is truly our role model. Breaking through to the divine king realm at such a young age. His cultivation is unparalleled. His skill in artifact refinement is unparalleled. His future will definitely be limitless. The disciples of the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect were extremely envious of Chu Yanji. The men were filled with fighting spirit, while the women were filled with love. Chu Yanji wore a red robe, her long hair was like fire. Her eyes were bright like fire. She stood proudly on top of the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. Her gaze was like a torch, and her aura was extraordinary. Chu Yanji. Ling Yanyu squinted his eyes. Everyone looked towards the outside of the hall. As expected of a genius disciple of the blood tool sect. The 10 great sects might really be reshuffled in the future. Ling Yanyu thought. Mid-divine king realm. He was on par with Ling Yun, but the scariest thing about him was his refining technique. An expert that could refine a primordial divine tool was enough to make half-step hierarch experts scramble for him. This was his rallying power. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could refine an origin divine tool that even half-step hierarch experts would be interested in. The sect lord of the blood tool sect only needed to refine an origin divine tool, and it was enough for him to establish his own sect in the heavenly star boundary. Hence, the value of a grandmaster refinement master was much more than that. As expected of a genius, nephew Yanji. Ling Yanyu indifferently said as he stared at Chu Yanji. Chu Yanji's eyes were filled with a cold and austere aura. As expected of someone who had experienced many trials and tribulations. This fellow's experience couldn't be compared to those flowers that grew up in a greenhouse. Sect Lord Ling is overpraising me. We will be a family in the future. Today, I, Yanji, would like to see Miss Yunair again. What do you think? After the assessment at Tongxian Mansion, I have been thinking about Miss Yunair day and night. I hope Sect Lord Ling will agree. Chu Yanji smiled and said faintly. If you want to see Junior Yunair, you'll have to go through me first. Ling Chongsu said Lin Lung with a gloomy expression. Ling Yun was his childhood sweetheart, and now she was going to marry someone else. How could he not be angry? How could he not be angry? At this moment, he wanted to see if this fella had the ability to protect his Junior Yunair. This time even Ling Yanyu did not stop him. He wanted to see how strong this guy from the Blood Tool sect was. He wanted to see how powerful this guy from the Blood Tool sect was. He wanted to see how powerful this guy from the Heavenly Star Domain was. Senior brother of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect, sorry for not recognizing you. Chu Yanji cupped his hands and said. His eyes were burning with passion. Cut the crap, if you want to see Junior Sister Yunair, you'll have to ask my Ling Yun halberd first. Ling Chongsu held the halberd in his hand and pointed it at Chu Yanji. His battle intent was so high that it shocked many disciples. Haha, senior brother Ling is jealous. I never thought that our senior brother Ling would be so high-spirited. But since he has lost the qualification to enter Tongxian Mansion, I don't think he'll win this battle. Yeah, although we also hope that senior brother Ling can defeat Chu Yanji, the result might not be what we expected. Senior brother Ling might not be Chu Yanji's match after all. Not necessarily, Tongxian Mansion might not be the most powerful. It might not be a bad thing for senior brother Ling to lose the chance to enter Tongxian Mansion. Let's see who will win first, at least in my eyes, senior brother Ling is invincible. Among the disciples of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect, countless of them raised their heads and looked at Ling Chongsu. Ling Chongsu's strength was obvious, but he was not invincible. At least, he was not that easy to defeat in front of this guy who had obtained the quota to enter the Profound Connection Divine Palace. Yanji, don't kill him, don't overdo it, it's just that the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect welcomes you. Chu Wang said indifferently. Yes, Grandpa. Chu Yanji said in a deep voice. I think Chu Yanji will win this battle, this kid's future achievement will be beyond our reach. An elder said, obviously thinking highly of Chu Yanji. Senior brother, please. Chu Yanji stretched out his hand and said. Alright, take this. Ling Chongsu took a step forward and unleashed a terrifying aura. He held the Ling Yun halberd in his hand and moved like a dragon. The elders of the Divine King realm looked solemn. It was rare for them to witness such a battle between divine kings. The battle between divine kings was bound to be earth-shattering. At this moment, Ling Yanyu's expression froze. He used his divine origin force to envelop the two's auras. After all, the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect was not their battlefield. Sect leader Ling, good move. Someone was even more shocked by Ling Yanyu's strength, a peak divine king. Among the 10 great sects, only the sect masters of the Divine Puppet sect and the Qi Transformation sect could compete with Ling Yanyu. Peak divine kings were existences that could be seen but not reached in the eyes of these elders. Ling Chongsu took the initiative to attack Chu Yanji. Chu Yanji's eyes brightened slightly. Ling Chongsu was a peak early divine king. Chu Yanji's strength was not too far away from Ling Chongsu, but there was still a gap between them. Chu Yanji retreated as she fought. Ling Chongsu's aura was completely suppressed. Even with the Ling Yun halberd in his hand, Ling Chongsu could not do anything to Chu Yanji. A peak heavenly divine tool was not an origin divine tool after all. No matter how strong it was, it did not pose much threat to Chu Yanji. Undeniably, the might of Ling Chongsu's Ling Yun halberd made Chu Yanji solemn. After all, the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect's means were quite shocking. Fire of thunder, halberd blazing. Ling Chongsu wielded a powerful weapon in his hand, unleashing a domineering might that swept across the horizon. The disciples of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect were shocked. This was their senior brother that they were so proud of, he was too powerful. The Ling Yun halberd was blazing with flames. The halberd was majestic, it was like a tiger that could devour mountains and rivers. Ling Chongsu's attack was overbearing. He did not give Chu Yanji any chance. He wanted to defeat his opponent in one go. That way, all the disciples of the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect would be able to see his strength. You're quite strong. But it's a pity that the Lingyun halberd is still too weak in your hands. Chu Yenji sneered. Her fists covered the sky and shattered the void lightning fire. Ling Chongsu's countenance fell. The Lingyun halberd collided with Chu Yenji's fists. Chu Yenji was not afraid at all. On the contrary, many people were shocked. Fighting against a heavenly divine tool with his bare body. Although it was partly due to the difference in strength, it was still not something to be underestimated. Overlord halberd. Ling Chongsu used offense as defense. From the beginning to the end, his attacks were simple and complicated. His killing techniques were terrifying. It had to be said that Ling Chongsu's strength was indeed very strong, so strong that even the elders nodded their heads in approval. Some of them even felt ashamed of themselves, but Chu Yenji's expression didn't change at all. Get lost. Chu Yenji's punch was like a tsunami. The Lingyun battle halberd almost flew out of her hand. Ling Chongsu's perlicue was split open and blood splashed everywhere. The impact of the punch made Ling Chongsu's expression change dramatically. He was sent flying backwards, seriously injured. Ling Chongsu had completely lost his ability to fight. Such a terrifying technique. That's right. Even we might have our wings broken in his hands. It's truly too shocking. Elder Chu, I'm afraid that your blood tool sect will soon have a great weapon. Nephew Yunji's methods are truly shocking. We are ashamed of our inferiority. Many of the elders were filled with flattery, sighing in shock as they spoke in low voices. They were shocked by Chu Yenji's strength. Thank you, senior. Chu Yenji said with a smile. I'm weaker. I, Ling Chongsu, have lost. Ling Chongsu said while clenching his teeth. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. Chu Yenji's counterforce had made him suffer a lot. This guy's method was too despicable, but in the end, it was because his strength was not as good as hers. Ling Yenyu's expression became solemn. No matter what, his earthly fire heavenly lightning sect had lost. Ling Chongsu was only second to Ling Yun. That meant that only Ling Yun might be able to fight against Chu Yenji. As expected of a peerless genius. Nephew Yenji, I'm afraid that you're one of the top 5 in the entire Tianxing boundary. Ling Yenyu said indifferently. As the leader of a great sect, a loss was a loss. Ling Yenyu would not have any complaints. Ling Chongsu had tried his best. On the contrary, Chu Yenji's attack was too heavy. Ling Chongsu might not be able to fight again for the next 3 years. Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning Sect, is there any other senior who would like to challenge me? Today, I, Chu Yenji, am also itching to challenge you. I'm here for 2 reasons. One is to see Lady Yun, the other is to be defeated. A stone causing 1,000 ripples. Chu Yenji's intention was clear, to suppress the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning Sect, to prove that his blood tool sect's prodigies are unrivaled. Since you're so fond of fighting, then I, Ling Yun, shall accompany you to the end. A clear voice echoed in the void. A white-cloaked figure, with her sleeves fluttering in the wind, exuding a celestial aura. She turned around and smiled. Hundreds of flowers withered, revealing a beautiful face covered by a green veil. Although it's only through the veil, I can still feel Lady Yun's fragrance. It's even more powerful than your celestial aura. Chu Yenji's eyes lit up. Everyone's gazes were also focused on the white-clothed woman. Her face was covered by a green veil and she was extremely beautiful. It was a pity that they could only see her pair of intelligent eyes and not her true appearance. Even Chu Yenji was the same. That's why he was eager to see Ling Yun's true appearance. Her eyes had already captivated him. If he could see her true appearance, wouldn't it be too bad? Your mouth is still as hateful as ever. Ling Yun frowned. Lung Lung said. Even if I want to fight, I won't make things difficult for my wife. Ha ha ha. Chu Yenji's fiery eyes became even more passionate. His heart became excited the moment he saw Ling Yun. Not only him, all the men had the same thought. Such a lady should only exist in the heavens. How could she be seen in the mortal world? The fairies of fairies are those who do not mess with the mortal world. And Ling Yun was one of them. You can marry me, but you have to win me first. Ling Yan said faintly. Her eyes were as cold as ice. She could not let her master be in such a difficult position. The earthly fire heavenly lightning sect's dignity must not be trampled on. That's why she must get back at her master. Ha ha ha. Looks like Lady Yun is so mischievous. Since you like it, I'll help you fulfill your wish. Let's see if you're suppressing me from above, or if I'm suppressing you from above. Xianxia said with a smile. Your mouth is full of filthy words. Xianxia, is this all you've got? Ling Yan said coldly. Although both of them had passed the test in Tongxian Mansion, they did not have a chance to fight. Right now, Xianxia's eyes were burning with passion. It seemed like this battle was unavoidable. If he couldn't even deal with his own woman, how could he establish himself in the stellar sky domain? Xianxia's eyes moved. She crossed her arms and said in a deep voice, looks like I'll have to discipline you today. Women have to learn how to be obedient. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning Sect, Ling Yun, please guide me. Xianxia's eyes were cold. Looks like a woman full of thorns. If I don't discipline her well, she'll be full of thorns when she enters the clan in the future. This is definitely a good chance for me to have a good fight with her. Ling Yanyu frowned. Yang Lu, who was standing behind him, also had a worried expression. They knew that Ling Yun was trying to get back the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning Sect's face. Otherwise, Xianxia would not be able to trample on the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning Sect's dignity. However, other than Ling Changsu, there was no one else in the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning Sect who could fight against Xianxia. Yuner, be careful. Yang Lu looked at this scene worriedly and murmured. Don't worry. I believe she knows what she's doing. Ling Yanyu said. This battle can be considered as my blood tool sect's internal battle. Ha ha ha. I wonder if my grandson will win, or Ling Yun. But winning or losing is no longer important. Chu Wang said. At this moment, Ling Yanyu was feeling depressed. It was as Chu Wang had said. If Ling Yun lost, then his Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning Sect would not be able to regain their face. If Xianxia lost, then they could say that they were from the Blood Tool Sect. Therefore, they could only win this battle. Although Ling Yanyu knew that Ling Yun was talented, her opponent was not someone to be trifled with. Xianxia had defeated countless prodigies in the Heavenly Star boundary. She was definitely one of the top 3. This battle was unavoidable. I'm sorry, Yuner. Ling Yanyu's heart was moved. This was something that no one could change. Since the decision has been made, then no matter what happens in the future, your master will not be able to help you. Sister Ling will not lose. I believe that she's the best. Ha ha ha. Yuer giggled and stood behind Ling Yanyu like a little adult. Ling Yanyu glanced at Yuer in astonishment. This little girl, compared to Ling Yun, knew how to win their favor. Therefore, they were extremely fond of this little girl, treating her as their own daughter. In the entire Spirit Cloud sect, there weren't many people who dared to provoke this little demon. At such a young age, Yuer's strength had already reached the half-step Divine King realm. Although she was still young, her actual age was still very young. In these years, she had grown by leaps and bounds, even more so than Ling Yun. Ling Yanyu knew that Yuer might be even more terrifying than Ling Yun in the future. He did not know if this was good or bad for the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning Sect. In the past, Ling Yun was a child that they had picked up. Now, Yuer's talent was even more terrifying. Do you think that Sister Ling will win? Haha. Yang Lu smiled and caressed Yuer's braid. Yuer pouted and said, I think so. Plus, I feel that Big Brother should be here soon. As long as Big Brother is here, no one will be able to bully me and Sister Ling. Big Brother? Yang Li's heart skipped a beat. Who is this Big Brother that she was talking about? Yang Li had no idea. She only knew that Yuer was extremely reliant on that Big Brother. One could imagine that the relationship between that Big Brother and Ling Yun was not that simple. Are you sure that he will come? Yang Li continued to ask. Yeah. I can feel it. Big Brother, he's very close to me. Yuer's smile became more radiant. Her eyes were extremely bright, as though they were more transparent than crystals. Make your move, Miss Yuner. I believe that you will not disappoint me. Chu Yanji said with a smile. Her eyes were filled with ambiguity. At this moment, the confrontation between the two was right in front of them. Suddenly, in the northern sky, a gust of wind and thunder rumbled. A black figure broke through the void, stepping on the heavenly lightning, shocking everyone. Big Brother. 10 years of life and death, unforgettable and unforgettable. This Big Brother had brought out Yu-Er's pain and suffering for the past 10 years. She was cherished by the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect, like the moon in their palms, a treasure in their hearts. But to Yu-Er, it was nothing compared to a glance from her big brother, or even a gentle word of comfort. All these years, Yu-Er only had one hope in her heart. That big brother would one day arrive on the clouds, bringing her to travel around the world, to see all the prosperity in the world. That day would not be too far away. Because she could already feel that big brother was getting closer to her, step by step. Her heart was about to jump out of her chest. The tears of yearning were like rain falling on the mortal world. Yang Lu and Ling Yanyu looked at Yu-Er in shock. All these years, when did she have such an emotional moment? She had never shed a single tear. But at this moment, she was crying her heart out. In the blink of an eye, she raised her head and looked towards the north. Countless people at the scene followed little Yu-Er's gaze and looked towards the void in the north. A black silhouette was moving as fast as lightning, stepping on the thunderclouds. His face was as sharp as a knife, cold like frost, with distinct features, extraordinary handsomeness. His figure was like the backbone of Mount Tai, traversing across the sky. His black robe was like a shadow, his gaze was like a sword, looking down on the world. I'm sorry, I'm late. The black silhouette looked at Yu-Er and Ling Yan silently, his eyes were filled with shame. Yu-Er was like a sharp arrow, piercing through the void and fell into Jiang Chen's embrace. Her tears wetted his shoulder, but Jiang Chen's heart was in pain. Big brother, Yu-Er missed you so much, it's been 10 years, Yu-Er sobbed as she tightly hugged Jiang Chen, not saying a word. Her entire body was hanging on Jiang Chen's body. 10 years of longing gushed out like a spring, pouring out. Jiang Chen could feel Yu-Er's longing and attachment. In his heart, he missed her very much. Of course, there was also that white silhouette that stood proudly in the void, graceful and elegant, like a rose, making one's heart ache. I don't want to leave Big Brother ever again. Yu-Er raised her head and stared at Jiang Chen with a pout. Her pitiful expression made Jiang Chen's heart completely soften. All right. Jiang Chen's promise lifted Yu-Er's mood. She would never let her big brother leave her again. Now that she had the strength of a half-step divine king, her big brother did not need to worry about her anymore. She could even protect him. Is this the big brother that Yu-Er was talking about? Yang Lu glanced at Ling Yanyu and said with a sigh. Maybe it's him. Ling Yanyu said faintly as he stared at Jiang Chen, who was hovering in the sky. A trace of curiosity rose in his heart. Just where did this young man's charm come from to be able to make Yu-Er, who doesn't care about anything, trust and rely on him so much? From the moment Jiang Chen appeared, Ling Yanyu noticed that even Ling Yan's gaze became different. At least, it became gentler, not as tense as before. Ling Yanyu had always thought that he was good at reading people. However, he did not notice anything different about Jiang Chen. His appearance might not bring any benefits to the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. That I'm sorry, I'm late made Ling Yan's heart calm down. Even though she knew that Jiang Chen was no match for them, it was still good to see him. In the past few years, his cultivation speed had indeed skyrocketed. He had already reached the early Divine King realm. His strength was daunting. It would not take long for him to surpass the Heavenly King realm. However, no matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he was nothing in front of the Blood Tool sect. He had no background and was not strong enough. What could he use to fight against the Blood Tool sect? With his temper, he would definitely not let this matter go. Leave, I don't want to see you. Ling Yan's words made Yu-Er dumbfounded. Yu-Er had seen Big Brother's longing gaze when they were boating in the bamboo forest. She must be missing Big Brother deeply. Although Big Brother was not strong enough, she did not despise him. That was why Yu-Er liked him even more. But at this moment, she actually wanted Big Brother to leave? I don't care. I'll go wherever Big Brother goes. Yu-Er grabbed onto Jiang Chen's arm, not wanting to let go for even a second. Whether you want to see me or not, I'm still your man. Who does he think he is? The corner of Jiang Chen's lips turned cold. He looked at Xianxia and said faintly. A stone that causes 1,000 ripples. In an instant, the entire earthly fire heavenly lightning sect was in an uproar. The 10 great sects' elders' expressions changed. This brat who came out of nowhere actually dares to speak in such a tone. He must be tired of living. Does he not know where he is? Ha ha ha. Are you talking about me? Xianxia laughed instead of getting angry. She looked at Jiang Chen with a cold smile. Yes, I'm talking about you, idiot. You're still so happy after being scolded. Calling you an idiot is already letting you off easy. Jiang Chen and Xianxia looked into each other's eyes. Xianxia's eyes were filled with anger, the corner of her mouth was cold, causing the surrounding temperature to drop. Who's this guy? How dare he provoke Xianxia of the Blood Tool sect? Is he tired of living? Can't you tell? TSK, he's obviously seen your sister Ling's lover. Don't put it in such a bad way. Who knows, he might be quite capable. Haha. Early Divine King realm? I don't know where this guy came from, but he still dares to challenge the Blood Tool sect. He must be tired of living. I don't think even the genius disciples of the top 10 sects would dare to challenge Xianxia like this. The crowd was quite surprised by Jiang Chen's appearance. However, Xianxia was the mainstay of the Blood Tool sect. She had brought the Blood Tool sect to the next level with her own strength. Now, the Blood Tool sect was even more popular in the Heavenly Star domain. Even some of the elders who had been famous for many years were not as good as her. Compared to this unknown black-clothed lad, a young expert like her was more attractive and could even be crushed. I think you're tired of living. Xianxia said Lung Lung with killing intent. Ling Yan's expression slightly changed and she said, you're not his match. My earthly fire heavenly lightning sect doesn't need you to interfere. She could understand Jiang Chen's strength and ambition. But how would Jiang Chen know how powerful Xianxia was? He had no idea how terrifying the Blood Tool sect was. It was reasonable for Ling Yan to be worried. She had already accepted her fate. Being able to look at her again at this moment was enough for her to feel satisfied. How could it be so easy to turn this situation around? With Jiang Chen's early Divine King strength? Even his master, a peak Divine King, could do nothing. The earthly fire heavenly lightning sect was in an awkward situation. Once the Blood Tool sect lost their patience and decided to fight against the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect, the result would be unimaginable if all 10 sects joined in. Moreover, Jiang Chen did not have the strength to do so. Moreover, he might even get himself into trouble. How could Ling Yan ignore it? Jiang Chen was impulsive, but she could not be crazy like Jiang Chen. Love was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Waiting for him to meet for 10 years was already her limit. What she looked forward to was the man she loved sweeping across the world, taking her back and protecting the sect. That was just a fantasy after all. If Jiang Chen was given 100 years, Ling Yan believed that he would be invincible in the stellar sky domain. At that time, Jiang Chen would be her most glorious moment in the stellar sky domain. But time and tide wait for no man. Ling Yan knew that everything was too late. With love in your heart, don't think about it in your eyes. Even if they meet again, they would already be old. Since young, Ling Yan was protected by her master and mistress in the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. Now, it's time for her to repay her master's kindness. He couldn't let his master bear the provocation of the Blood Tool sect alone. This was her destiny. She could only blame the passage of time. They did not have the chance to meet again. They could only forget about each other in the pugilistic world. No one can take you away from me, not even the heavens. Jiang Chen stared at Xianxia with a burning gaze. Arrogant fella. Ling Yan smiled bitterly in her heart. Don't you know how strong you are? An early Divine King dares to challenge a mid-Divine King? Do you know how terrifying his strength is? How powerful was the Blood Tool sect behind him? This guy was digging his own grave. Ling Yan was worried that Jiang Chen was digging his own grave. But even so, she swore to protect him with her life. Otherwise, she wouldn't give in even if she had to fight against the Blood Tool sect. Haha, do you know who you are talking to? Little brat, even the heavens are no exception. Ha ha ha, you are the most ridiculous fellow I have ever seen. You want to fight with me for a woman? Who do you think you are? Today, if I, Chu Yanji, don't kill you, I'm not a human. The corner of Chu Yanji's lips curled into a cold sneer. At this time, his patience had reached its limit. He wanted to see what kind of tricks this guy had up his sleeves. The rise of the Blood Tool sect in his stellar sky boundary should be met with some bloodshed. He wanted to let everyone know that the Blood Tool sect was not to be trifled with and that the rise of the Blood Tool sect was unstoppable. Xianxia was his stepping stone to the heavenly star boundary. This reckless fella dared to fight with him for a woman. Even the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect would not allow him to do so. Yanji, don't let those people cause trouble in sect Lord Ling's territory. Chu Wang faintly said as he glanced at Ling Yanyu. Ling Yanyu was as still as a mountain. No matter who it was or what they did, it had nothing to do with him. Now, the initiative was no longer in his hands. Ling Yanyu's attitude was to stay aloof when it was none of his business. No matter what he said, it would definitely cause unnecessary conflict. Therefore, silence was the best solution. I will follow Grandpa's teachings. Chu Yanji smiled faintly, but his eyes were filled with bloodthirsty murderous intent. Get out of the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect, I'll send you off. Jiangchen, this is not a place you should be in. Bring you air and leave this place. Just pretend that we've never met. Ling Yin said. Don't worry. Big brother will not give up on you, Sister Ling Yuer said with a smile. She raised her head and looked at Jiangchen with an inexplicable trust. Ling Yin was extremely anxious, but Yuer still trusted Jiangchen. Jiangchen smiled and looked at Yuer. These two did not seem to treat Chu Yanji seriously. Ling Yin could already feel Chu Yanji's terrifying murderous intent. You're a madman. Too arrogant and conceited. Ling Yin gritted her teeth and said. Jiangchen was completely blinded by his confidence. Miss Yuner, looks like your advice is useless. I've already given you enough face. After all, I'll be your husband in the future. Unfortunately, he doesn't appreciate it. Ha ha ha, brat, this day next year will be your death date. Chu Yanji pointed at Jiangchen and said Lung Lung. Let's go to Sister Ling's place first. I'll bring you to play after Big Brother chases that bad guy away. Jiangchen looked at Yuer and said softly. Ling Yin was on the verge of collapsing. What qualifications do you have to fight Chu Yanji? She didn't know what Jiangchen had gone through all these years. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds, but his foundation was too weak. It was impossible for him to fight Chu Yanji. In Ling Yan's opinion, the collision between the two was like hitting a rock with an egg. You're indeed noisy. From now on, there's no place for you in the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. The moment Jiangchen turned around, his aura changed. The gentleness in his eyes was replaced by coldness. He looked at Chu Yanji with killing intent. Hee, Sect Lord Ling, you should know who's coming, right? Chu Wang said with a faint smile. Yeah, Sect Lord Ling, to dare to snatch the bride, and with a genius like Chu Yanji from the Blood Tool sect. Looks like there's going to be a good show today. Do you really not know who this person is? Hee. An elder said with a smile. This brat, I've never heard of him before. Ling Yanyu said faintly. Since he had said so, Chu Wang and the others did not say anything else. Everyone was looking forward to Chu Yanji beating Jiangchen until his face looked like a pig's head. Chu Wang still had this bit of confidence. No one understood his grandson better than him. You're just asking to be humiliated. Ling Yan's heart was filled with anger and worry. Every action of the two affected her heart. She was afraid that Jiangchen would get injured. Chu Yanji was one of the top experts in the heavenly star boundary. She had also passed the Tongxian Mansion's test. How could Jiangchen be her opponent? Make your move. Otherwise, you won't have the chance anymore. Chu Yanji said with an indifferent face, as if he was certain that he could kill Jiangchen. To him, killing this arrogant guy was just a piece of cake. Alright. A single punch from Jiangchen was enough to frighten a mid-divine king when he didn't use his dragon transformation. If he used his dragon transformation, ordinary mid-divine kings wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from him. It was just that Xianxia didn't know how strong he was. Since Xianxia was so confident, Xianxia would not disappoint her. He used 80% of his strength and punched out. Xianxia's expression changed instantly. It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded. The momentum was extremely imposing. However, when Xianxia finally reacted to it, it was already too late for her to dodge. She could only brace herself and launch a punch against Xianxia. No one had expected that Xianxia, an early divine king, could force Xianxia to take 3 steps back with just a single punch. Everyone was shocked by the scene. Xianxia's strength was only at the early divine king realm. What a terrifying punch. This guy is not simple. Indeed. An early divine king's punch is so powerful. He's not someone to be trifled with. That's not necessarily true. Can't you see? Xianxia is just testing him. He's obviously not prepared for that punch. You're right. Let's see who has the upper hand now. In my opinion, this guy has a strong start but weak finish. They're a realm apart after all. The difference in strength can't be easily overcome. Everyone was looking forward to the battle between the two of them. Xianxia's punch made Xianxia take a few steps back. Although she was shocked, she did not panic. She had underestimated her opponent. How could a mid-divine king lose to an early divine king in a one-on-one battle? Kid, if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how strong I am. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. The two of them collided again. A terrifying wave of chi scattered the clouds in the sky. The two of them kept colliding with each other. Explosions were heard. True dragon palm. Xianxia struck out with his hand. A huge palm with the shadow of a dragon appeared. It blotted out the sky. Xianxia's face turned cold. He quickly retreated. He didn't dare to be careless. Xianxia's attack was very fast. Blood eagle palm. Xianxia struck out with her palm. A blood-colored shadow appeared, piercing through the heavens and colliding with the true dragon palm. A terrifying power exploded out like a clap of thunder. The true dragon palm pierced through the air and approached Xianxia. Xianxia's blood eagle palm was broken by Xianxia's true dragon palm and he was forced to retreat once again. He was in a difficult position and could only regain his balance after throwing out 10 punches. He was overwhelmed by Xianxia's true dragon palm. Trash. Xianxia said faintly with a hint of coldness at the corner of his mouth. Xianxia was infuriated. She was forced to retreat twice by Xianxia. Her facial expression did not look good. After all, there were so many people looking at her. She came here to show off her strength, but she was forced to take each step carefully. At least, the spectators would be disappointed with her. This was not what Xianxia wanted to see. You're courting death. Xianxia snorted and attacked again. He was a mid-divine king. How could he be suppressed by a guy who was stronger than him? It didn't make sense. Blood eagle palm. Xianxia's chi soared to the sky. He pressed against Xianxia again. His palm was unstoppable. It seemed to be able to shatter the void. What a terrifying palm art. Xianxia is indeed a student of Tongxian Mansion. He's so powerful. That's right. This old man is ashamed of his inferiority. Even if this palm doesn't kill that black-robed brat, he'll be heavily injured. Chu Wang stroked his beard lightly as he listened to the elders of the 9 great sects, feeling extremely pleased. As a grandfather, he was naturally very happy that his own grandson was so strong. Hearing the praise of others, he was even more overjoyed. It's just a small trick. 5 elements combat dragon seal. Xianxia used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Every step he took was like stepping into the sky. Along with the condensing of the 5 elemental combat dragon seal, the shadow of the dragon could be seen floating in the void. Xianxia's chi was getting stronger and stronger. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps had completely closed the gap between their strengths. The moment the two of them clashed again, Xianxia knew that she could never underestimate this guy again. The 5 elemental battle dragon seal and blood hawk 8 gale palm exploded and their auras condensed, enveloping the sky above the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. Everyone's eyes were filled with graveness as they clashed. Ling Yanyu immediately activated the sect protection formation to force the two out of the sect protection formation to prevent the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect from being harmed. A battle between Divine King Realm experts was already a destructive existence. The earthly fire heavenly lightning sect's 100,000 years of foundation would be destroyed if they weren't careful. The combination of the 5 elements combat dragon's seal and the azure dragon's 5 steps was incomparably powerful. The Blood Eagle's 8 Qian palm was completely destroyed, but Jiangchen's 5 elements combat dragon's seal still carried a destructive aura, forcing the latter to retreat. Damn it. Qu Yanji was infuriated. How could a mere early divine king be so ruthless? That terrifying footstep was enough to completely suppress her. In addition to that terrifying hand seal, Qu Yanji had no way to avoid it. At this moment, Qu Yanji had no choice but to take out his origin divine tool. It was a souvenir given to him by his master, the Thunder Tyrant Hammer. The black hammer was 9 feet long and as heavy as a boulder. There were dragons and phoenixes engraved on it. Lightning coiled around the hammer. The Thunder Tyrant Hammer struck out, shattering Jiangchen's 5 elemental combat dragon seal. She was like an ancient war god, holding a giant hammer in her hand, overbearing and domineering, standing proudly in the void. At this moment, Qu Yanji finally unleashed her true power. To think that it's the Thunder Tyrant Hammer? Rumor has it that no one could escape from Qu Yanji's Thunder Tyrant Hammer after he returned to the Tianxing boundary. Yeah. Looks like Qu Yanji is really angry now. That fella could force Qu Yanji to this extent. He should be proud even if he dies. The might of a mid-divine king realm war god is indeed not to be underestimated. Origin divine tool, what a terrifying divine weapon. Once the Thunder Tyrant Hammer is unleashed, it will definitely taste blood. Qu Yanji held the Thunder Tyrant Hammer in her hand and looked at Jiangchen with disdain. Jiangchen had forced her back twice just now. If it wasn't for the giant hammer in her hand, she would have been pushed back 3 steps. But now, with the Thunder Tyrant Hammer in his hand, everyone nodded silently. Qu Yanji had already won this battle. The might of an origin divine tool wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. Under the hammer, thunder was extinguished. Who could go against it? Thunder Tyrant Hammer? This guy has already made up his mind to kill him. Ling Yin murmured worriedly. Once the Thunder Tyrant Hammer is used, it will be stained with blood. Primordial divine tool, that's a primordial divine tool. Other than the sect leaders of the 10 major sects, who else could have one? It was because Qu Yanji of the Blood Tool sect could refine an origin divine tool that countless people flocked to him. Otherwise, with his extraordinary ability, he wouldn't have made so many sects look up to him and treat him with respect. Under such circumstances, which sect could obtain 2 or 3 primordial divine tools? Then, the sect's strength would receive a qualitative leap. Primordial divine tools had already surpassed heavenly divine tools. It was an existence that heavenly divine tools could not compare to. Qu Yanji's position in the Blood Tool sect was well-deserved. See, big sister, I've said it before. Big brother's strength is not to be underestimated. Isn't it just a broken hammer? Big brother will definitely beat him up until he looks for his teeth all over the floor. Yu Er was still leisurely. Ling Yin did not know where Yu Er got her confidence from. Could it be that Jiangchen cast some kind of spell on her? That's why she was so obedient. You don't understand. Sigh. Ling Yin looked at the scene silently. Jiangchen's 5 elemental combat dragon seal was effortlessly crushed by his opponent. Jiangchen looked at the scene coldly, as if he was not moved at all. It's not too late to beg for mercy now. Who knows, I might leave your corpse in one piece for Miss Yun'er's sake. Qu Yanji held the Thunder Tyrant Hammer in her hand. Her domineering aura was unparalleled. There's no point in talking anymore. If you can kill me, I will accompany you to the end. Jiangchen crossed his arms and stared at Qu Yanji silently. Qu Yanji was so angry that she laughed. This Jiangchen was too pitiful. Even at this moment, he was still so full of himself. You will pay for your arrogance. Your strength is indeed not bad, but under my Thunder Tyrant Sky Hammer, you have nowhere to hide. Qu Yanji was very confident. The Thunder Tyrant Hammer was an origin divine tool, not everyone could resist it. He had once used this Thunder Tyrant hammer to fight a late Divine King guy to a draw. He was not afraid of his opponent's powerful pressure at all. The violent hammer intent of the Thunder Tyrant hammer was even more shocking. Origin Divine Tool? Do you think you're the only one who has it? Xianxia said with a sneer. He held a hammer in each hand and both of them were Origin Divine Tools. The Storm Hammer and the Meteor Hammer had already reached the level of a low-grade Origin Divine Tool. Even the 108 Divine Swords were refined into a peak Heavenly God tool by Xianxia, let alone the Storm Hammer and the Meteor Hammer. Everyone in the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect held their breaths as they watched this scene. 2 giant hammers, one in each hand, an Origin Divine Tool. Even the elders of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect, like Ling Yanyu and Ling Yanyu, had a solemn expression on their faces. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. An early Divine King kid holding 2 Origin Divine Tools. How domineering and extravagant is that? Even the disciples of the great clans in the Lone Dragon County should have the same standard. But Xianxia, could he be a disciple of a great clan? Everyone had this question in their hearts. The Storm Hammer and Meteor Hammer in Xianxia's hands made their expressions change drastically. They were trying to guess Xianxia's identity. If he was really a disciple of a great clan, not to mention the Blood Tool sect, even the Stellar Sky Boundary might not be able to offend him. This fella, where did he get such a powerful technique from? Ling Yun was completely shocked. The strength that Xianxia displayed was completely different from what she imagined. She knew that Xianxia was just a nobody from the Linhe boundary. But when he held 2 Origin Divine Tools in his hands, even she was stunned. Big Brother is so powerful. Yuer clapped her hands and smiled. Who are you? At this moment, Chu Yanji's expression also became serious. This guy had 2 Origin Divine Tools in his hands, and each one of them was not any weaker than her Thunder Tyrant hammer. His previous arrogance was completely gone. Early Divine King realm, holding 2 Origin Divine Tools. It was something that many people yearned for. But in his hands, it became a standard. Chu Yanji had traveled for a long time. Although he was not very strong, he had a great opportunity to get this primordial divine tool. Moreover, with the guidance of his master, he could occasionally refine some low-grade primordial divine tools. But even so, he was respected and feared by the whole Stellar Sky domain. Chu Yanji was a famous primordial divine tool. Could Xianxia be a young master of a great clan with a powerful background? It didn't seem like it. But the 2 Origin Divine Tools made Chu Yanji a little nervous. It was not because of his battle strength, but he was worried that there was someone behind Xianxia. Don't worry. I, Xianxia, am all alone in this world. There's nothing to worry about. If you have the ability to kill me, these 2 Origin Divine Tools will be yours. Xianxia said with a smile, calm and unruffled. This made Chu Yanji even more worried. It was hard to tell if this guy was real or fake. I don't care who you are. Today, I, Chu Yanji, will suppress you. It's also an Origin Divine Tool. I'm just afraid that you don't have the ability to display its terrifying power. Chu Yanji said. Really? Then I'll give you this chance. Xianxia took a step forward with the 2 Origin Divine Tools in his hands. Although he was not an expert in hammering, the power of the 2 Origin Divine Tools could still be displayed by Xianxia. I hope that this black-robed fella can defeat Chu Yanji. Yang Li said. It won't be that easy. Although it's 2 Origin Divine Tools, the amplification is not as powerful as you think. Chu Yanji's strength is much stronger than him. Ling Yanyu said. He sighed in his heart. This battle was a struggle for his Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. If Xianxia won, then the Blood Tool sect would definitely blame it on his Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. But if he lost, it would mean that he had completely lost Ling Yun. There's no chance for him to turn the situation around. This fella who came out of nowhere would not be able to do anything. He might even be killed by Chu Yanji. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Watch my hammer. Chu Yanji roared furiously. He couldn't care less anymore. He must defeat Xianxia in today's battle. The Thunder Tyrant hammer swept across the sky. As the hammer fell down, the mountain wind howled and thunder rumbled. Xianxia's aura didn't diminish at all. He waved the Tempest hammer in his hand, causing a powerful storm to sweep across the sky. At the same time, the meteor hammer in his right hand unleashed a meteor fall from the sky. It was a tragic scene. Under Xianxia's attack, the storm turned into a meteor shower. The strength that Xianxia had displayed was too shocking. Her overbearing hammer technique could not do anything to him. Xianxia gradually fell into a disadvantageous position in the face of Xianxia's two origin divine tools. Although the Thunder Tyrant hammer was invincible, it was exhausted by Xianxia's storm and meteor. On the contrary, it was restrained by Xianxia. The power of the two origin divine tools was fully unleashed by Xianxia. The storm was endless, the meteor fell, the blazing fire, the blue light and the red light intertwined. The two origin divine tools made Xianxia's expression change greatly. As the storm rose, his Thunder Tyrant Sky Hammer completely lost the initiative. It was suppressed by the two primordial divine weapons. The sight of it made the hearts of those who saw it jump. It was too shocking. Even Ling Yanyu had to be nervous. He was afraid that these two guys would destroy his earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. Thunder descends, domineering to the heavens. Xianxia struck out. The Thunder Tyrant hammer smashed down with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Above the void, even the sky seemed to be collapsing. The surrounding space was constantly shaking. Today, I must suppress you. A Thunder Tyrant hammer smashed down like a tiger, sealing all of Xianxia's aura. Xianxia hated Xianxia to the core. He would not rest until he was dead. No matter what his background was, he could not lose this battle. If he lost, perhaps the whole stellar sky boundary would laugh at his blood tool sect and even Xianxia. He was one of the top 3 experts in stellar sky boundary and entered Tongxian Mansion. Once Tongxian Mansion opened, his future would be limitless. Then I'll let you see what the true might of an origin god tool is. Xianxia sneered with a hint of disdain. The hammer of storm and hammer of meteor clashed with each other at this moment. The collision of the two origin divine hammers caused a terrifying chi to burst out. The entire sky above the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect was filled with rolling winds and lightning. The earthly fire burned the source and the meteor fell from the sky, clashing with Xianxia once again. Xianxia's falling wind and lightning was more powerful than Xianxia's. The moment their attacks clashed, the heavens and earth shook and the spatial zone was shattered. Everyone retreated, even the spectating disciples felt suffocated by the aura. If it wasn't for Ling Yanyu suppressing the two's attacks, the entire earthly fire heavenly lightning sect would have been razed to the ground. What a terrifying aura. Yeah, this black-clothed man is not inferior to Xianxia. Looks like they're on par with each other. The might of a origin god tool is unstoppable. The disciples of the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect looked at this scene with envy. They could only retreat. Otherwise, even if Ling Yanyu suppressed the shockwaves of the battle, the pressure of a divine king would still be unbearable for them. Xianxia looked at the sky with the storm hammer and meteor hammer intertwining, constantly attacking from the left and right. His powerful aura was unstoppable. Xianxia's power seemed endless, causing Xianxia to be overwhelmed. Xianxia was in a disadvantageous position in an instant, unable to retaliate against Xianxia. The Thunder Tyrant hammer was almost stuck to the storm hammer, while the meteor hammer provided Xianxia with great offensive power. If this goes on, Yanji will definitely lose. Chu Wang's face was gloomy. He was incomparably furious in his heart. No one had expected Xianxia to appear. Furthermore, this fellow's powerful attack had completely destroyed Xianxia's prestige. If Xianxia lost this battle, it would definitely embarrass the Blood Tool sect. Furthermore, the path of the Blood Tool sect's rise would also be bumpy. Yanji, come back. Chu Wang roared. However, Xianxia's might had already caused Xianxia to advance cautiously. Although it wasn't a complete defeat, it was already difficult for him to deal with Xianxia. Xianxia's face was extremely ugly. If the battle continued, he might not be able to gain the upper hand. You think you can come and go as you please? Xianxia sneered and smashed his hammer forward. Gales danced wildly, shaking the heaven and earth. Xianxia retreated step by step, his face ashen. Xianxia's strength was extremely great. Xianxia's giant hammer was able to destroy the heaven and earth. Although Xianxia wasn't an expert in hammering techniques, That kind of crazy and unreasonable bombardment, the power of a primordial spirit tool was fully displayed. Even if Xianxia was prepared, he still became somewhat passive. "Grandpa, I must win this battle," Xianxia said in a low voice. He didn't listen to Chu Wang's advice. Instead, he once again faced Jiang Chen. The two of them fought fiercely, each step was filled with killing intent. Gradually, Xianxia also regained his position. After all, the primordial spirit tool that he was most familiar with was the Thunder Tyrant Hammer. His hammering technique was shocking and incomparably terrifying. "Although Master didn't allow me to show it in front of others, but today, I have no choice but to eliminate you." Xianxia's face was gloomy. This time, he was even more furious. He was completely unreasonable. Heavenly Dipper 36 Hammer Art. First Style. Xianxia started a new round of attack. Jiang Chen took a step back in order to advance. He squinted his eyes and felt a little shocked in his heart. Because his hammering technique was extremely ferocious. It was as if there was no way to retreat at all. Xianxia was charging towards Xianxia fearlessly. This brat's competitive heart is too strong. Chu Wang bitterly smiled as he shook his head. He was also a little inferior. The current Xianxia was no longer someone he could control. Even though he was his grandson, his strength and prestige were already far from Xianxia's. "Elder Chu, don't worry. Look, Xianxia's strength is still at the peak. He just underestimated his opponent. Yeah, Elder Chu doesn't need to worry at all. This black-robed brat is definitely not Xianxia's opponent." "I hope so." Chu Wang heavily nodded. In his heart, he was incomparably hoping that Xianxia would be able to kill Xianxia and raise the prestige of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. That way, the Blood Tool sect would definitely become famous, and the marriage between the Blood Tool sect and the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect would also be completed. Xianxia's strength was not ordinary. His hammering technique changed again. Even Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. At this moment, he discovered that Xianxia's hammering technique not only contained the Tao of attack, but also the Tao of forging. In other words, it was very possible that Xianxia had fused both the Tao of forging and the Tao of forging. But now that he was fighting with Xianxia, he could sense that her power had increased by quite a bit. It was all because of the power of her hammer technique, as well as the power of her weapon forging. It was a combination of both, and it was exceptionally fierce. Such a powerful hammering technique. Jiang Chen's eyes became serious. He was being pushed back by Xianxia step by step. Moreover, Jiang Chen wanted to see through all of Jiang Chen's techniques. Jiang Chen kept retreating. He wanted to know more about Xianxia's hammering skills and techniques. But in the eyes of the outsiders, Jiang Chen had been completely suppressed by Xianxia. He had lost his initiative and was being beaten passively. Jiang Chen couldn't resist Xianxia's oppression. Moreover, every time Xianxia pushed Jiang Chen to the edge, Jiang Chen would always be able to come back from the dead end. "Jiang Chen, oh Jiang Chen. Now, you finally know how powerful Xianxia is." Ling Yan's eyes were filled with sorrow. She was ready to take action at any time. If Xianxia wanted to kill Jiang Chen, she would definitely ignore it. "Let's see how long you can hide." Xianxia sneered. His Heavenly Dipper 36 Hammers art was full of danger. Jiang Chen's expression turned solemn. Xianxia's hammering technique and smithing technique were fused into one. Moreover, there were rules to it. An ordinary mid-divine king would not be able to withstand his hammering technique. "This is the art of smithing," Jiang Chen said. "Ha ha ha. Not bad. You're quite capable. You can see that I'm using the art of smithing. There's no harm in telling you. This is my master's Heavenly Dipper 36 Hammers art. No one can block his attack. No one can match his smithing technique. That's the stance of a true expert." Xianxia was full of respect when he talked about his master. Especially the Heavenly Dipper 36 Hammers art. He was extremely proud of it. "Not bad. It's a different approach to achieve the same result," Jiang Chen murmured. "Would his craftsman god's chart be stronger than this guy's if he used it with his hammer technique?" At the very least, the so-called Big Dipper 36 hammer technique that he mentioned was absolutely not comparable to the god of craftsman's chart. Xianxia was suddenly enlightened. The doubts in his mind were also easily resolved at this moment. It must be said that the Big Dipper 36 hammers technique had given Xianxia a lot of inspiration. It allowed him to gradually understand the combination of hammering and tempering techniques, and how to achieve the fusion of attack and tempering techniques. The 36th move, Big Dipper Descending Circle. Chu Yanji's momentum was at its peak. 36 hammer shadows fell in an instant. Everyone's expression changed. How could Xianxia withstand the 36th hammer blow? The previous attack had left Xianxia with no way to retreat. This 36th move, Big Dipper Descending Circle, was the combination of the 36 strongest hammer shadows. It was also the perfection of the weapon refining technique. Everyone was mourning for Xianxia, because he had no way to retreat. Chu Yanji's overbearingness had once again refreshed their understanding of this young genius of the blood tool sect. His strength was enough to compete with the experts of the older generation. Moreover, this kind of powerful hammer technique that they had never seen before was even more frightening. Every hammer blow seemed to be knocking on their hearts. When the 36th hammer blow reached the limit, it was also the last moment of terror. It was invincible. In the end, he still lost? Ling Yanyu sighed. This unceasingly overlapping hammer technique had pushed Chu Yanji's attack to the limit, making it hard to defend against. From the first hammer blow, to the second hammer blow, to the third hammer blow, until all 36 hammers were stacked together. Even Ling Yanyu himself would have to face it seriously, otherwise, he would be injured. A monstrous genius was indeed extraordinary. The elders of the 10 great sects could already see the ending. Xianxia will die without a doubt. No. Ling Yan's eyes moved. She instantly attacked Chu Yanji, but she was stopped by You're crazy. Ling Yan roared in anger. But it was already too late when she turned around. The 36 hammers had landed on Xianxia's body. The entire earthly fire heavenly lightning sect was filled with dust. Xianxia was smashed into the ground by the Big Dipper 36 hammer technique. Only a cloud of dust could be seen, rising hundreds of zhang into the air. At that moment, Chu Yanji looked at everyone around her with an arrogant expression. She held the Thunder Tyrant Sky Hammer in her hand, her arrogance soaring to the heavens. Yanji has made a fool of herself. Sect leader Ling, Lady Yuner is mine to marry. The entire earthly fire heavenly lightning sect fell into silence, including Ling Yanyu and Yang Lu. The elders of the 10 great sects also had smiles on their faces. Damn bastard. Ling Changsu punched the rock with an ugly expression. He had loved his junior sister for so many years, but in the end, she was going to marry someone else and become a political sacrifice for the blood tool sect. Ling Changsu hated himself for not being strong enough to turn the tide. That feeling of helplessness made him hate. Xianxia, are you really going to die like this? Ling Yun murmured. Big brother told me that he won't die. Yuer smiled, the corner of her mouth was bright, pure, and innocent, making people feel pity for her. However, Ling Yun did not know what to say. You want to kill me, Xianxia, with just the celestial 36 hammers art? You think too highly of yourself. A cold voice came from the dust. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the sky. Like a ray of light, he soared into the sky and fought with Chu Yanji again. Everyone were in an uproar as they stared at Xianxia, who had risen up from the dust. Xianxia had endured the last strike because he wanted to personally experience the power of the 36 heavenly hammer skill. It's time to end this. Xianxia stared at Chu Yanji and took out his heavenly dragon sword. Xianxia's eyes were filled with coldness, which made Chu Yanji even angrier. You're still alive? Take my sword. Xianxia waved his long sword. The tip of the sword trembled and buzzed. When the shadow of the sword was raised, even Ling Yanyu's expression changed. What a terrifying sword chi! Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. His sword chi swept across 100,000 miles. Chu Yanji's expression changed. The heavenly dragon sword in Xianxia's hand was extraordinary. It was even more powerful than the storm hammer and meteor hammer. Chu Yanji could feel a great pressure from the heavenly dragon sword. Get lost. Xianxia waved her giant hammer and smashed it. Jiang Chen's sword was unstoppable. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the scene. Xianxia's Thunder Tyrant hammer was broken by Jiang Chen's sword. The hammer was sent flying. Xianxia's hair was in a mess. Blood spurted out from her mouth. She was seriously injured. Her face was dark and gloomy. One sword is enough to defeat you. No one had expected Jiang Chen's sword to be so terrifying. He defeated Xianxia with a single sword without any hesitation. Compared to their previous battle, it was like a child's play. That sword was too terrifying. None of the elders of the 10 great sects, including Chu Wang, could withstand that sword, except for Ling Yanyu. Xianxia was dumbfounded. His face was filled with confusion. Jiang Chen's sword not only defeated him, but also shattered his confidence. He was one of the top 3 prodigies in the stellar sky boundary, and he even obtained the quota of Tongxian Mansion. Yet, he could not defeat an early divine king. Xianxia was extremely furious. Until now, he still could not believe what had happened. However, facts speak louder than words. Jiang Chen won with a single sword. He did not lose unjustly. He just did not want to admit it. Ling Yan looked at Jiang Chen silently. Her heart was finally at ease. Previously, she was still unable to calm down. Because even she did not believe that Jiang Chen could be so powerful. He could defeat Xianxia and look down on the entire stellar sky boundary. How domineering was this? How domineering! Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and looked at Ling Yan silently. His lips curved slightly and he smiled faintly. I hope I did not disappoint you. Jiang Chen's words caused Ling Yan's heart to be inexplicably touched. She had mixed feelings. His silhouette was like a mountain. In the end, he did not disappoint her. Her previous worries were completely useless. Yu looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. She then turned around and made a face at Ling Yan. Ling Yan smiled. This little fella seems to know Jiang Chen better than me. Yu looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. How is this possible? Impossible, impossible. Xianxia's face was still full of sorrow. His reputation had been ruined. At least, this matter would spread throughout the stellar sky domain in a short period of time. By then, his reputation would be greatly reduced. The Blood Tool sect was still developing, so Xianxia's defeat had undoubtedly made the 10 great sects snicker in their hearts. However, the true might of the Blood Tool sect didn't lie in Xianxia's strength, but his refining skills and the sect master of the Blood Tool sect. With the two of them working together, the success rate of refining origin spirit artifacts had increased by a lot. This was the Blood Tool sect's true trump card. That black-robed young man is simply way too cool. I'm afraid that I won't be able to master that sword in my entire life. Even Xianxia was defeated. She is one of the few monstrous geniuses in the stellar sky domain. You can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't measure the sea with a pail. That's right. Who can understand the elegance of that sword? The news of Jiang Chen defeating Xianxia had spread throughout the entire Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. In the near future, the entire stellar sky domain would be shrouded in the elegance of that sword. Junior, you're formidable. Ling Yanyu said from the bottom of his heart. Even he had to treat that sword seriously. That sword contained the strength of a late divine king, invincible. Who could compete with it? Get out of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. This is not a place for you. Jiang Chen coldly stared at Xianxia. Xianxia's face turned pale, but he couldn't say anything. Even if he had thousands of words, he couldn't change the fact that he had lost to Jiang Chen in the end. I'll settle this with you sooner or later. Xianxia said while gritting his teeth. He knew that he lost to Jiang Chen because he was not strong enough. However, his refining skills were not something that others could compete with. Then how should we arrange this marriage? Sect Lord Ling, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. Chu Wang stared at Ling Yanyu coldly and asked. Trash like him can be called a genius of the stellar sky domain? I don't agree. Jiang Chen sneered and shook his head. He didn't care about Xianxia at all. Kid, don't be arrogant. Although you're stronger, you can't be compared with the geniuses of my Blood Tool sect. My grandson is a grandmaster that can refine origin divine tools. How can you be compared with him? Do you really think that you can be so arrogant just because you have some skills? Chu Wang curled his lips and said. He was obviously unhappy about Chu Yanji's defeat. For this marriage, the betrothal gift of my blood tool sect is 3 origin divine tools. Chu Wang looked at Xianxia proudly. At this moment, even the 9 great elders' countenance changed. It's really generous. 3 origin divine tools. It's a great fortune for any of the 10 great sections. It will definitely increase the sect's strength. After all, a divine king expert with an origin divine tool was completely different from a divine king expert without one. Chu Wang was a divine king expert. Chu Wang looked at Xianxia proudly. Ling Yanyu slightly frowned his brows. 3 primordial spirit tools, even he was tempted. However, what he cared about was not the primordial spirit tools, but Ling Yun. If he agreed to it, it would be fine as the 4 sects would be fine. But if he disagreed, then the blood tool sect would definitely incite the other sects to attack them. This was also a sign of the rise of the blood tool sect. Currently, only the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect had a normal relationship with the blood tool sect. The other great sects were also friendly towards Xianxia or even the blood tool sect. Only the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect was isolated. The blood tool sect became the temporary big brother. Although their sect might not have the strength to do so, with the sect lord of the blood tool sect and Xianxia, the 2 grandmasters, the rise of the blood tool sect was only a matter of time. Moreover, every sect wanted the origin divine tool sect. Naturally, they would not want to offend Xianxia. As for the marriage, Ling Yanyu sighed and looked at Ling Yun. Ling Yun's eyes were filled with sorrow. So what if Xianxia defeated Xianxia? He made Xianxia lose her face. But his ability was unparalleled. Not everyone could have this kind of ability in the art of refining. Compared to alchemists, the rarity of weapon refining grand masters was not much less. I'm willing to listen to master's arrangement. Ling Yun bit her lips and said with a lowered head. She couldn't let her master face the provocation of the blood tool sect and the other top 10 sects alone. Chu Yanji of the blood tool sect had been defeated by Xianxia. If she didn't give in, the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect would surely be ostracized by the blood tool sect. Haha, trash is trash. Looks like your blood tool sect only has this much ability. You want to marry Ling Yun with just 3 primordial spirit tools? Too stingy. Could it be that a great blacksmith sect is so narrow-minded? Xianxia snorted disdainfully. Nonsense. How would you understand the prestige of a blacksmith grandmaster? Chu Yanji said unwillingly. He knew that losing to Xianxia was the greatest humiliation of his life. However, he had never been afraid of anyone in the field of refining weapons. Even his master had said that apart from those geniuses who were nurtured by the major powers of the central region, no ordinary people could compete with him. That's right. That's right. Blacksmith genius? A trash like you can also forge a primordial spirit tool? Xianxia pretended to be surprised and looked at Xianxia. Do you think a blacksmith grandmaster is something a kid like you can come in contact with? Simply arrogant. Chu Wang was furious. This guy insulted Xianxia, which was the same as insulting him and the entire blood tool sect. This was intolerable. This guy has 2 primordial spirit tools and seems to have forgotten his surname. Haha. That's right. Why should we pay attention to such an arrogant fellow? Young Master Chu, we believe that you are the true genius of the stellar sky boundary. Don't be slandered by these people. The 9 grand elders were all fawning over Chu Yanji, praising her to the extreme. Chu Yanji had a proud look on her face. It seemed that she was quite loved and respected. At least the elders of the so-called top 10 sects had to be respectful to her. Is that so? Unfortunately, I am also a blacksmith grandmaster. Isn't it just a primordial spirit tool? Isn't it just a piece of cake? Xianxia shook his head and said in disdain. Everyone's expression changed. Ling Yanyu squinted his eyes and was shocked. Could this guy be talking nonsense? Nonsense. What kind of blacksmith grandmaster are you? Chu Yanji's heart skipped a beat and her face darkened. Only you are allowed to be a blacksmith grandmaster, and I am not allowed to be one? Ling Yan looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Is he really a blacksmith grandmaster? I only know that he was able to refine elixirs in the past. Could it be that he could also refine an essence spirit weapon? If Xianxia could really refine a primordial spirit tool, then the blood tool sect would no longer be the only sect, and his advantage would be gone. If Ling Yan could gain the favor of a grandmaster alchemist, a young and powerful grandmaster alchemist, perhaps the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect would have a chance to turn the situation around. Little friend, you can't say such things carelessly. Not everyone can pretend to be a grandmaster refiner. Ling Yanyu looked at Xianxia solemnly. I am the master craftsman. If you don't believe me, just watch. Xianxia moved his hand and 108 peak heavenly god tools soared up to the clouds. Everyone in the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect was dumbfounded, including Ling Yanyu. 108 peak heavenly god tools, how big of a deal was that? How could he have so many heavenly god tools if he wasn't a grandmaster alchemist? How could he have so many heavenly god tools if he wasn't a grandmaster alchemist? Even a grandmaster alchemist might not be able to refine a heavenly god tool every single time. Once he failed, the material used to refine the heavenly god tools would lose its natural spiritual aura and become a pile of scrap metal. 108 heavenly god tools. Even Xianxia could not take it out. This? Is this real? I actually saw 108 pinnacle heavenly god tools. This quality is almost perfect. This fella, could he really be a grandmaster alchemist? Although everyone's heart was filled with disbelief, Xianxia's 108 heavenly divine tools had truly shocked them. Moreover, the 2 origin divine tool hammers in Xianxia's hands had made them believe it without a doubt. This fella is even better than Xianxia. Ling Yanyu thought in his heart. If Xianxia was willing to stand on the side of their earthly fire heavenly lightning sect, Ling Yan might not need to marry into the blood tool sect. More importantly, she didn't have to marry into the blood tool sect. The other 9 sects wouldn't necessarily follow the blood tool sect for their own benefit. After all, Xianxia was also a master craftsman. Why should they bow and scrape before the blood tool sect? Moreover, if his earthly fire heavenly lightning sect could obtain Xianxia's support, the other 9 sects would also need to re-evaluate whether his earthly fire heavenly lightning sect was worth their attention or the blood tool sect. Everyone knew this clearly. If Xianxia was really a grandmaster alchemist and could compete with Xianxia, then the situation in the heavenly star boundary would change once again. Ling Yanyu did not say anything from the beginning to the end. He gave the right to speak to Xianxia. If Xianxia could save Ling Yan, then why not? I don't believe it. Xianxia stared at Xianxia, her eyes fixed on him. Do you dare to compete with me? If you can refine a better origin divine tool than mine, I, Xianxia, will concede defeat. Why not? If you lose, then represent the blood tool sect, come to the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect and beg for forgiveness, never to touch Ling Yan ever again. How about it? If I lose, I'll give you 2 origin divine hammers and 108 heavenly god tools. As for the marriage, is there a need to say more? Xianxia looked at Xianxia and smiled. Wow. Xianxia's bet shocked everyone. Is this fella going to bet his entire fortune? 2 origin divine tools and 108 peak heavenly god tools. Even the elders were drooling. All right. It's a deal. 10 days later, I, Xianxia, will be waiting for you at the blood tool sect's 9 Pinnacles mountain. Xianxia said. Xianxia, even Ling Yun was shocked. Xianxia's bet was too big. Xianxia's greedy eyes said it all. And from the looks of it, he's definitely going to win over Xianxia. Even though Xianxia claimed to be a grandmaster alchemist, Ling Yan still did not know his depth. At this moment, Xianxia actually bet his entire fortune for her. How could Ling Yan not be touched? Yang Lu and Ling Yanyu looked at Xianxia silently. This fella is too domineering. Ling Changsu was also the same. Xianxia's boldness had left him in the dust. Not to mention that he did not have such a fortune, even if he did, he might not be able to be so domineering. The earthly fire heavenly lightning sect's disciples, especially the young ladies, were in love with Xianxia. His attitude towards Ling Yun was truly admirable. Getting angry for a beauty, big brother is so domineering. Yue smiled, causing Ling Yan's face to blush. She did not dare to speak anymore. Jiang Chen's expression remained the same. He smiled confidently. Sect leader Ling, let's talk about this another day. Yanji's words are my words. 10 days later, at the Nine Pinnacles Mountain, the Blood Tool sect will be waiting for your Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. Humph, Chu Wang snorted coldly, his expression displeased as he turned and left. The rest of the people from the 9 sects also looked at each other with a playful smile on their faces. Looks like there's going to be a good show in 10 days. Hee hee. I don't know if this guy really has real skills. He actually dared to challenge Chu Yanji in the art of refining. Is he really a refining grandmaster? Even if he is more powerful, he might not be able to win Chu Yanji in terms of weapon forging. I'm still more optimistic about Chu Yanji from the Blood Tool sect. After all, that guy is the real deal. Who knows where this guy who appeared out of nowhere came from? Let's see who can impress us in 10 days. If the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect really has a friend who is a weapon forging grandmaster, we might have to re-evaluate ourselves. The people of the 9 sects didn't choose to stay any longer. They bade farewell to Ling Yanyu and left the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. The news of the duel in 10 days spread across the stellar sky boundary. Countless experts came to the stellar sky boundary after hearing the news. The duel between the two grandmaster craftsmen would definitely set off a storm of blood. Most importantly, the entire stellar sky boundary would become tense because of it. No one doubted Blood Tool sect's Chu Yanji's strength, but whether this prodigy who defeated Chu Yanji could suppress Chu Yanji in terms of artifact forging was still unknown. If he really could defeat Chu Yanji, then the stellar sky boundary would definitely be in an uproar, and the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect wouldn't be suppressed by the Blood Tool sect. It's all thanks to you this time. Ling Yun lowered her head and looked shy, but she still said calmly. Big brother, you don't know how much we missed you when you were not by our side for the past 10 years. Especially Sister Ling. She just didn't want to talk about it. Hee hee hee. Yue giggled and said. She held Jiang Chen's hand and did not let go. Don't talk nonsense, Yue. Ling Yan furrowed her brows and her expression turned serious. She glared at Yue and stopped talking. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. He then looked at the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect master, Ling Yanyu. Greetings, sect leader Ling. I am Jiang Chen, a friend of Yue and Ling Yun. Alright. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Ling Yanyu's expression was calm, but he was not stingy with his praise. His eyes were also filled with admiration for Jiang Chen. I only have one question for you. Are you really a refining grandmaster? 10 days from now, what are your chances of defeating Chu Yanji? Ling Yan's straightforward method made Jiang Chen quite happy. What he disliked the most were those superficial and over-the-top formalities. On the contrary, Ling Yan's method was what he liked the most. I don't dare to say 100%. I'm afraid I'll be careless. 99%. Jiang Chen smiled and said in a humble manner. Ling Yanyu smiled bitterly in his heart. What's the difference? 99% is still being humble. I don't even know how to continue. Little friend Jiang Chen, you're young and promising. It's really admirable. But that Chu Yanji is not someone to be trifled with. It's said that she went to the border of the central province and learned the art of crafting tools. After that, she came back and dominated the Heavenly Star domain. She won't let go of this humiliation. Little friend, don't be careless. Yang Lu said in a serious tone. I know. But I, Jiang Chen, do not care if she wants to take action against others. I am not someone who likes to meddle in other people's business. But if she wants to touch Ling Yun, she will have to go through me first. Miss Ling Yun once saved my life. Jiang Chen will never forget it. You guys have taken care of Yue for me for the past few years. I am very grateful for that. That's why I, Jiang Chen, will not hesitate in this matter regarding the Blood Tool sect. Jiang Chen said in a serious tone. Not to mention the Blood Tool sect, how many people had he killed in the Qi Lian boundary? What could the 3 half-step ultimate gods of Linhe boundary do to him? A young man as fierce as a tiger. Good. I, Ling Yanyu, did not misjudge you. My disciple did not misjudge you either. Ling Yanyu stroked his beard and smiled. Are you really that confident? Ling Yan frowned. She was still worried that Xianxia was just boasting. A Grandmaster Refiner, was that a realm that anyone could reach? Others might not know, but she did not know that Xianxia was just an unknown true god 10 to 20 years ago. His strength had improved tremendously over the years due to his hard work. But in the art of refining grand tools, without hundreds or even thousands of years, how could he have such an achievement? Ling Yan felt that it was a joke to be a Grandmaster Refiner for more than 10 years. What was Xianxia trying to do? Do you have no confidence in me? You saved me in the past, I'm returning you a favor now. Xianxia said. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. Her face turned pale as she smiled bitterly in her heart. Really, just to return me a favor? Is it that simple? Alright, I believe you. Ling Yan turned around and walked towards the bamboo forest between the two mountains. Her heart was filled with sadness. Little friend Xianxia, I'm counting on you this time. If you can defeat Chu Yanji, then my earthly fire heavenly lightning sect will definitely take them down. Of course, even if we lose, there's nothing wrong with it. I, Ling Yanyu, am not a person who would cause trouble. I will definitely protect you and not let the blood tool sect hurt you. Ling Yanyu said solemnly. Xianxia could see that this sect leader Ling was a broad-minded person. He was definitely not a petty person. This time, for Ling Yan, he will help her till the end. Don't worry, I will not let sect leader Ling down. Xianxia smiled and left the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect with Yuer. Countless disciples looked at Xianxia silently. Even though his strength was not as strong as Chu Yanji, he was able to turn the situation around. It was truly admirable. Moreover, he was also a Grandmaster Refiner. When he held 108 peak heavenly god tools, not to mention the disciples, even Ling Yanyu, Chu Wang and the other elders of the 10 great sects were dumbfounded. This was true terror. More than 10 years had passed. Yuer was still as cute as before, as if she was only 4 to 5 years older. Her figure had changed slightly, but she still could not get rid of her childishness. You've suffered for the past 10 years. Big brother. Before Xianxia could speak, Yuer bit her lips and said in a low voice. What do you mean by pain? Aren't I fine now? Haha. Xianxia was never a person who forgets his roots. He would always remember the kindness he received from old Gang Tu in his heart. Moreover, old Gang Tu's kindness was akin to giving him a new life. It was just that Xianxia didn't want to say those words out loud. You can hide it from others but you can't hide it from Yuer. Yuer can see your face. It's full of hardships. I can see your past. However, I can't see Big Brother's future. I can only vaguely see that you will be more tired than before. Even the light of your life will be intermittent. Yuer said while wiping her tears. She looked cute and petite but she looked at Xianxia with heartache. You can see my past and future? Xianxia looked at Yuer in astonishment. His face was filled with disbelief. Yuer nodded and shook her head. I can only see your past but it's very blurry. I can't see your future but at least it won't be better than your present. Yuer said with a serious face. Since the age of 10, I can see other people's past and future. It's just that I can't see it clearly. However, it's only limited to those below the Divine King realm. I can't see it beyond the Divine King realm. Moreover, it's very blurry. Every time I see it, I will have a splitting headache. After that, I won't look at it anymore. However, when I see Big Brother's past, Yuer's heart hurts. I don't know how long it will be before Big Brother won't be as sad as before. Xianxia was extremely shocked. However, he couldn't explain too much to Yuer. Xianxia also didn't know how talented she was. At least, it was like this for now. However, Xianxia could feel that old Gang Tu was hiding a lot of things from him. Yuer's eyes were too extraordinary. They were like a bright moon in the sky. It was shocking. Promise Big Brother that you won't reveal your strength casually, no matter who it is. Foreseeing the past and the future might not be a good thing for you. Xianxia suddenly thought of his great divination art. The reason why he hadn't used it until now was because it was too strange. It was only after he entered the divine world that he realized how extraordinary the great divination art was. The great divination art allowed him to foresee things for a short period of time, and it could play a crucial role in battle. However, it consumed a lot of soul energy, so Xianxia had never used it before. Going against the will of the heavens was bound to incur the wrath of the heavens. Before Xianxia truly understood what the heavenly Tao was, he had to be cautious, especially when it came to a secret art like the great divination art. He wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. The God world wasn't like the immortal world. The reason why the great divination art had allowed him to succeed in every endeavor back then had to do with the balance and laws between the immortal world and the God world. Yes, yes. I got it, big brother. Yuer quickly nodded. Oh, right. Big brother, Sister Ling has been missing you all these years. Although she didn't say it, I know that every time she's in the bamboo forest, she would feel a sense of worry. Apart from you, I think she doesn't miss anyone else. Hee hee. Xianxia rubbed his nose and laughed self-mockingly. That girl that was once arrogant in front of him could also worry for him now. However, Xianxia knew that he couldn't let Ling Yun down. Alright, let's go look for Sister Ling now. Xianxia brought Yuer and headed towards the depths of the bamboo forest between the two mountains. As the bamboo raft floated on the river, Yuer's eyes flashed with a hint of slyness. Big brother, I'll be leaving first. Don't be embarrassed. Sister Ling has a sharp mouth but a soft heart. Hee hee. Yuer turned around and disappeared into the depths of the bamboo forest like a fairy. Xianxia looked at the white-robed silhouette and felt a trace of heartache. He didn't know how much pressure the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect was under, but it shouldn't be borne by a girl no matter what. Otherwise, the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect, as one of the 3 major sects of the stellar sky boundary, wouldn't be forced by the other 10 major sections. The Blood Tool sect was even more fearless. One could imagine that the current situation of the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect was not as simple as he thought. Xianxia stepped on the surface of the river and looked at Ling Yun from more than 10 meters away. He said faintly, that's right. You shouldn't be so negative. This is my choice, and also my destiny. Ling Yun said. But this shouldn't be your personality. The earthly fire heavenly lightning sect can face the blood tool sect in their own way. You don't understand. The stellar sky boundary is no longer the same as before. Although the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect is still one of the 3 major sects in the stellar sky boundary, the blood tool sect and Chu Yunji's powerful return have caused the other 2 major sects to ally with the blood tool sect. At this moment, the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect is completely isolated. Do you think that the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect can still maintain their former glory and dominance? The blood tool sect wants to use this method to force my master to submit. They want to attack the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. If I choose to marry, then they won't have any reason to attack the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. Without me, the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect will no longer be a threat to the younger generation. If they join the blood tool sect, their strength will increase instead. The quota for the Tongxian mansion is not that simple. If I marry into the blood tool sect, then I will become a member of the blood tool sect. The earthly fire heavenly lightning sect will suffer a double loss. At that time, the blood tool sect will not find trouble with the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect anymore. In other words, if I refuse, the blood tool sect will join forces with the other 9 major sects to attack the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. At that time, it will be a chaotic battle. Without the other 9 major sects, Master is naturally not worried about the blood tool sect. But because of Chu Yunji's powerful return, the power of a Grandmaster Blacksmith is too great. The earthly fire heavenly lightning sect will not be able to fight against the blood tool sect. If the war really breaks out, the entire earthly fire heavenly lightning sect will become the target of the 10 great sections. At that time, the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect won't be able to resist the alliance of the 10 great sections. Ling Yun said in disappointment. The competition 10 days later was just an excuse from Xianxia. Can he really defeat Chu Yunji? That's like a fantasy. In the end, it's this Grandmaster Blacksmith that controls the distribution of power in the Tianxing boundary. If I can suppress Xianxia, then this crisis will be solved, right? Jiang Chen smiled. Jiang Chen's determination made Ling Yan feel good. However, no one knew what the outcome of this battle would be. Jiang Chen was confident, but so was Xianxia. How can I trust you? You should leave. I will always remember your kindness. However, I don't want to harm you. Even if you go, I'm afraid you'll be fighting like a cornered beast. Ling Yan continued. So what if I'm fighting like a cornered beast? With you around, what do I have to be afraid of? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen's confidence made Ling Yan speechless. No matter how strong he was, could he go against the Blood Tool sect? Could he go against the 10 great sects? In the end, his thinking was still too simple. The Blood Tool sect would definitely set up a trap in the sect. If Jiang Chen dared to go to the 9 Pinnacles Mountain, he would probably die. You're crazy. Ling Yan looked at Jiang Chen angrily. Tangshan Mansion. I want you to go with me. Jiang Chen said seriously. What? You? Ling Yan looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Are you saying that only you can enter Tangshan Mansion, but I can't go with you? Jiang Chen's smile was warm, making Ling Yan feel like she was bathing in the spring breeze. He was still so cheerful. Even if he encountered a huge problem, he would face it calmly. Even so, you've obtained the right to enter Tangshan Mansion. However, you're still not a match for the 10 great sections. To go against an entire domain, Jiang Chen, are you crazy? Ling Yan shook her head. In this life, there's nothing that I, Jiang Chen, don't dare to do. So what if it's a sect or a domain? I, Jiang Chen, will definitely protect you. 10 days later, I'll destroy the Blood Tool sect for you. With that, Jiang Chen turned around and smiled. Then, he walked into the forest. In 10 days' time, he would wash the 9 Pinnacles Mountain with blood. Jiang Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He knew that if he didn't uproot the Blood Tool sect after entering the Tangshan Mansion, the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect might still be a threat. Since that was the case, he would destroy the Blood Tool sect for Ling Yan. He wanted the Stellar Sky Domain to remember Jiang Chen's existence. 10 days later. Stellar Sky Domain, Blood Tool sect, 9 Pinnacles Mountain. Tens of thousands of miles of mountains stretched endlessly. Mountains of lava spanned thousands of miles. The 9 Pinnacles Mountain was known as the largest active volcano in the Stellar Sky Domain. It had an extremely powerful lava mountain that looked like a huge cauldron that descended from the heavens. That was why it was called the 9 Pinnacles Mountain. The 9 Pinnacles Mountain stretched for thousands of miles, but there was no grass or trees. There were only blood-red rocks all over the place, as if it was weeping blood. The Blood Tool sect was a sect that specialized in crafting weapons. With the volcano as its base, it could be considered as having a strong backing. Countless disciples and masters of crafting weapons liked to use fire to craft weapons at the 9 Pinnacles Mountain. Without exception, all of the 9 great sects came to the 9 Pinnacles Mountain early to cheer for the Blood Tool sect and Xianxia. After all, they would have to trouble the Blood Tool sect to craft Origin Soul tools in the future. The Blood Tool sect's sect leader, Chu Fangji, and Xianxia worked together. They had a high chance of crafting Origin Soul tools, which was why they were famous in the Stellar Sky Domain. Ha ha ha, the person who dared to provoke Xianxia, young Master Chu, did he not dare to come? That's right. Young Master Chu is young and promising. He has already become a weapon refining Grandmaster. His future achievements are limitless. Not to mention the Stellar Sky Domain, even the Lone Dragon County may not be able to restrict young Master Chu's rise. That's for sure. Young Master Chu is extremely talented and was chosen by the Tangshan Mansion. There are not many of them. In the future, when he enters the Tangshan Mansion, young Master Chu will definitely shine. Today, young Master Chu will definitely defeat that arrogant kid and prove the name of the Stellar Sky Domain. If he wants to meddle in the affairs of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect, he should take a look at himself first. He's overestimating himself. The Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect is really funny. Does he really think that he has found a backer? He's just a divine king. Our 10 great sects have at least hundreds of divine king experts. Why should we be afraid of him? The entire Nine Pinnacles Mountain was filled with people. The 9 great sects had all come in advance to congratulate Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was deeply loved and respected by these sections. Jiangchen had only defeated Xianxia. In terms of the art of crafting weapons, he was just blowing his own trumpet. It was not to be believed at all. The mountain wind howled. The temperature of the entire Nine Pinnacles Mountain seemed to be much higher than other places. Xianxia stood proudly on the Nine Pinnacles Mountain. He looked dignified and dignified. He looked like an elegant and beautiful young man. Countless disciples of the Blood Tool sect regarded him as a supreme figure. He was the idol of the younger generation of the Stellar Sky Domain and also the mainstay of the Blood Tool sect. Xianxia looked at the void in the distance with a proud expression. He was determined to beat Jiangchen back to his original state. This time, he dragged him to the Nine Pinnacles Mountain to fight. He wanted the entire Stellar Sky Domain to know his power. The power of a crafting grandmaster was inviolable. Naturally, he wanted to raise his eyebrows for the Blood Tool sect. The Blood Tool sect had been excluded by the 10 great sects for so many years. In his opinion, the Blood Tool sect was fully qualified to be called one of the 10 great sections. Moreover, they would definitely be one of the top 10 sections. This time, he and Chu Fangji had teamed up to refine the Origin Spirit Tool. The Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect would definitely be under his nose. It was only a matter of time before they became the #1 great sect in the Stellar Sky Domain. Yunji, just what is the background of this guy who came to challenge you? How confident are you? A skinny middle-aged man stared coldly in front of him and said faintly. His aura was vigorous and he gave off an unfathomable feeling. He was the Blood Tool sect leader, Chu Fangji. He was also considered as a crafting grandmaster. Reporting to sect leader, even though this person's strength is slightly higher than mine, in terms of crafting weapons, I can definitely make him suffer a crushing defeat. Xianxia said in a low voice. I know how strong you are. Chu Fangji nodded. His expression was cold and his smile was extremely gentle. This time, if the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect completely provoked them, this battle would be unavoidable. If Ling Yanyu knew his limits and knew how to judge the situation, perhaps the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect could still survive in the Stellar Sky Domain. Otherwise, this battle would shock the entire Stellar Sky Domain. Don't worry, Sect Master. The Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect will definitely struggle to survive under the nose of our Blood Tool sect. If they want to live, they'll have to be obedient. If they're a dragon, they'll have to coil up. If they're a tiger, they'll have to lie down. Xianxia crossed her arms in front of her chest. Although her words were a bit arrogant, Chu Fangji enjoyed it very much. In the future, Xianxia would be the leader of the Blood Tool sect. Even he, the sect lord, would not be able to compete with Xianxia in the future. As long as he grew stronger in the future, in just a few thousand years, when he comes out from the Profound Connection Divine Palace, the Heavenly Star Boundary would definitely submit to the Blood Tool sect. Although it seemed ambitious, it was something that Chu Fangji had already expected. Even after entering the Tongshan mansion, a weapon forging grandmaster would definitely be valued more than the others. This was what Chu Fangji truly believed in. In the future, Xianxia would definitely be a peerless figure that the Heavenly Star Boundary would not be able to restrain. Ling Yanyu was already prepared for the battle on the Nine Pinnacles Mountain. After all, they were one of the 10 great sects of the Heavenly Star Boundary. This time, Jiangchen wanted to fight with Xianxia. As the sect lord of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect, Ling Yanyu naturally could not lose the limelight. The 10 great Divine King Realm Elders were already prepared. No matter what the result of the battle between Jiangchen and Xianxia was, Ling Yanyu must be prepared. Otherwise, the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect would be devoured by the Blood Tool sect sooner or later. Jiangchen was like a ray of light, shooting towards the sky. He landed on the Nine Pinnacles Mountain with Ling Yun and the others behind him. Jiangchen's expression was cold. He looked at the sky and landed on the peak of the Nine Pinnacles Mountain. I, Jiangchen, am here. Jiangchen's voice reverberated across the void, deafening. The Blood Tool sect was not to be outdone. Tens of thousands of disciples were cheering for Xianxia, cheering for her today's battle. Good. I didn't expect you to have the guts to compete with me. It seems that I have underestimated you. Xianxia stood with her hands clasped behind her back. She and Xianxia stared at each other, their gazes locked. I didn't expect that a defeated opponent would dare to act so arrogantly. Was there no one else in Stellar Sky Domain? Ha ha ha, do you really think that just because you're able to refine a low-grade essence divine tool, you can be called an tools refining Grandmaster? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you really won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Xianxia's eyes were like torches, sweeping across thousands of miles. The blood tool sect, and even the 9 great sects, did not put them in his eyes. What a frivolous youth. Ling Yanyu thought to himself. However, Xianxia did have the capital to be arrogant. Long time no see, Sect Master Ling. It seems like today's battle is between your blood tool sect and the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. I'd like to see if your earthly fire heavenly lightning sect is the real deal. Humph. Chu Fangji flew up to the sky and looked at Ling Yanyu. Both of them smiled, but their smiles were cold. Let's see if this junior has the ability to do so. Ling Yanyu looked like he didn't care at all, as if he didn't care about this battle at all. Chu Fangji couldn't figure out what this Ling Yanyu was trying to do. How could he be so confident? He had set up an inescapable net on the Blood Tool Sect's 9 Pinnacles mountain. How could he be so confident? Then let's wait and see. Chu Fangji harumphed. The battle between the two sect masters had begun. Ling Yanyu also placed all his bets on Xianxia. If Xianxia could defeat Xianxia, then he wouldn't have to face so much pressure anymore. Even Ling Yun would be able to escape from the Blood Tool Sect's clutches. Ling Yun and Yuer were holding hands. Yuer was fine, but Ling Yun's eyes were filled with worry. Unfortunately, she wasn't good at expressing herself. She only hoped that Xianxia wouldn't be defeated by Xianxia. Sister, just wait and see. Big brother will not disappoint us. Men always put in a lot of effort in front of the woman they like. Hee hee. Yuer crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking like a little adult. Her face was filled with arrogance, as if everything was under her control. She was even calmer than Xianxia. How do you know about this? Ling Yan thought. Young people don't know how to worry. Don't laugh at the heavens. Good, good, good. Xianxia, I will make you lose wholeheartedly. We don't need to bet on divine tools, we need to bet on our lives. Whoever loses will become a prisoner. Life or death. Xianxia gritted her teeth and stared at Xianxia. He came to 9 Pinnacles Mountain and still dared to talk nonsense. He must be tired of living. We'll do as you say. But I wonder who will be the unlucky one. Xianxia smiled confidently. A mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers. Especially a peerless genius like Xianxia and Xianxia. They were both young and promising weapon-forging grandmasters. How could Xianxia be at a disadvantage? Even though he lost to Xianxia in terms of strength, but in terms of weapon forging, even his master said that he was a rare genius in the northern cold divine region. Otherwise, why would he accept him as a disciple? He was fearless against Xianxia. The peak of the 9 Pinnacles mountain is an active volcano and it erupts once every 10,000 years. The heat of the volcano is naturally nothing to a weapon refining grandmaster. I wonder if you dare to head to the mouth of the volcano and compete with me. I hope you won't disappoint me. The fire of 9 Pinnacles Mountain is the hottest in the entire Tianxing boundary. I hope you won't be burned alive. Xianxia flew towards 9 Pinnacles Mountain as soon as he finished his sentence. On 9 Pinnacles Mountain, flames shot up to the sky. It was as if a neon was being reborn. It flew up into the sky and struggled in the flames. 9 Pinnacles Mountain is a huge furnace. With the 9 Pinnacles Mountain as the furnace and the heaven and earth as support, this fella is really playing a big game of chess. Yeah. Looks like it's impossible for Xianxia to lose this time. How can this ignorant fella understand the mysteries of 9 Pinnacles Mountain? This means that Xianxia has a good plan. The elders of the 10 great sects nodded in silence. They trusted Xianxia. With the 9 Pinnacles as the furnace, Xianxia is undefeatable. This is definitely going to be a duel. Ling Yanyu, let's see how you're going to fight me. Chu Fangji raised his hand and clenched his fist. He was full of confidence. Nine Pinnacles Mountain was the foundation of the Blood Tool sect. Moreover, the divine weapon forged by the Nine Pinnacles Mountain would definitely be unparalleled. It was said that there was a divine emperor who passed by Nine Pinnacles Mountain. He thought that Nine Pinnacles Mountain was a mysterious place and he forged divine weapons here. That year, he shocked the entire Lone Dragon County. However, millions of years had passed and no one knew what was so special about Nine Pinnacles Mountain. What a unique cauldron. Xianxia sighed in his heart. The Nine Pinnacles Mountain was the source of the volcano, and it was a real active volcano. The Nine Pinnacles Mountain was the fire seat of the volcano, and the Nine Pinnacles Mountain was the cauldron. This was the real treasure of refining weapons. However, it was obvious that the people of the Blood Tool sect could not really use the Nine Pinnacles Mountain to refine weapons. They could only use the flames of the Nine Pinnacles Mountain for a while. When Xianxia appeared above the Nine Pinnacles Mountain, he realized how terrifying the volcano below was. It was comparable to his five elemental true fire. Its terrifying flames were terrifying and intimidating. Xianxia looked at it and saw that Nine Pinnacles Mountain was in a daze. Anyone below the Divine King realm would definitely die upon touching it, and anyone below the Hierarch realm would not dare to underestimate it. Xianxia could not even see through the flames of the Nine Pinnacles Mountain. The volcano was thousands of feet wide, and there was an unstoppable tongue of fire spewing out from the crater of the Nine Pinnacles Mountain. It was like a flaming dragon trying to break free from its shackles. It was extremely violent and fierce. Why? Are you afraid? If you're afraid, then obediently kneel on the ground, kowtow 3 times, and offer up all of your divine weapons and treasured weapons. Who knows, I might even spare your life on account of your young and frivolous arrogance. Don't lose so badly that you can't even recognize your own mother. Ha ha ha. Chu Yanji laughed and said. To her, Xianxia's solemn eyes were filled with fear. Xianxia's eyes became cold. What he hated the most was when someone insulted his parents, especially when it was someone close to him. Today, I must kill you. Xianxia said Lung Lung. Haha, although my strength is not as good as yours, we are competing in the art of refining weapons. If you win, you can take your life, and I, Chu Yanji, will not even frown. Of course, if you lose, I'm afraid your life will be left in the Blood Tool sect. The volcano of the Nine Pinnacles Mountain will devour you and turn you into ashes. Chu Yanji's eyes were sharp. Both of them stared at each other. Their gazes met, and the flames of war spread out in an instant. Today, I ask all the elders to bear witness for me. In this battle between grandmasters, whoever loses will be buried in this sea of fire. I hope all the elders can help me clear my name. In today's battle, I, Chu Yanji, will be the invincible godly monarch. Chu Yanji said in a domineering manner. The 9 sects were naturally calling out to Chu Yanji. After all, they would need her in many ways in the future. The strength of a Grand Master of tool refining was enough for them to give her face. There's no point in talking so much. Let's see who is the true master. An origin god tool isn't something that just anyone can refine. Xianxia said lightly. This is the purple star pattern steel that I obtained by chance when I was training outside. Xianxia, my young friend, I'll give it to you today. Ling Yanyu held a palm-sized meteorite in his hand as he spoke in a low voice. Even Chu Yanji and Chu Fangji's countenance changed. They had clearly heard of this violet star rune steel before. From this, one could see how rare it was. Even Grandmaster blacksmiths would tremble upon hearing about it. The reason why divine weapons above primordial divine weapons were so rare was because the materials used to forge them were too rare. Compared to concocting medicinal pellets, forging divine weapons and treasured weapons was much more difficult. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures were common, but top-grade metals that fell from the heavens were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Now that Ling Yanyu took out a piece of purple star pattern steel, Chu Fangji and Chu Yanji's eyes turned red. All right. Xianxia did not hesitate and took the purple star pattern steel from Ling Yanyu's hand. It's indeed a good item. It's perfect to make the body of the sword. Xianxia's eyes flickered. This Ling Yanyu is really generous. This purple star patterned steel can't even be bought with 1,000 gold. No wonder he's the sect leader of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect, to have such a terrifying item. Chu Fangji sighed in his heart. Even he didn't have a piece of purple star patterned steel, but Ling Yanyu gave such a big piece to Jiang Chen. This made him envious and angry. Such a good item shouldn't be wasted in the hands of this arrogant brat. As a grand master of tool refining, Chu Fangji felt his heart ache. Sect leader Ling is really generous. Haha, I wonder if this brat can give us a surprise? That's right. Sect leader Ling's bet is really big. If he loses, he would suffer a double loss. TSK, TSK, TSK. Don't say that the grapes are sour. He's a grand master of tool refining, we just need to wait and see. I wonder if he's really a grand master of tool refining. A group of people said sarcastically. They were very confident in Xianxia. They were persuaded by the Blood Tool sect to come here to support the Blood Tool sect. Once Xianxia successfully defeats Jiang Chen, the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect would definitely be punished by them. The Nine Pinnacles Mountain looked calm and peaceful, but in fact, there was an undercurrent of turbulence. Especially between Ling Yanyu and Chu Fangji, their gazes were unfathomable. You think you're worthy of using the purple star pattern steel? If you fail, I don't mind keeping it for myself. Chu Yanji's gaze fell on the purple star pattern steel in Jiang Chen's hand. He was extremely greedy for it. However, he couldn't forcefully take action under such circumstances. As the future of the Blood Tool sect and the rising star of the stellar sky boundary, he must make a name for himself in this battle. He will be the ruler of the stellar sky boundary in the future. Then you're destined to be disappointed. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Chu Yanji were finally going to start the battle of crafting weapons. Ling Yan clenched her fists. She naturally hoped that Jiang Chen could win. However, does he really have the strength of a grandmaster? If he loses, then the entire Nine Pinnacles Mountain will be in chaos because of him. If he wins, who knows how the Blood Tool sect will end this battle. Most importantly, if Jiang Chen really has the strength of a grandmaster and surpasses Chu Yanji, then the other 9 sects might not be willing to join hands with the Blood Tool sect to fight against the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. Jiang Chen was walking on the tip of a blade. However, he was extremely confident now. With the purple star patterned steel in his hand, he was even more confident and hopeful in his weapon forging skills. He wanted to forge an essence soul tool for Ling Yun, give a peach, return a plum. Whether it's a mule or a horse, it should be brought out for a walk. Now, I will show you what a true grandmaster of weapon forging is. I, Chu Yanji, will definitely be the best in Stellar Sky. If I can't forge an essence soul tool, I'm afraid someone will lose. Chu Yanji held a piece of black meteoric steel in his hand. His eyes were ferocious. He finally used his divine ability on the Nine Pinnacles Mountain. Flames rose and green tongues of flame spewed out continuously. On the largest active volcano on the Nine Pinnacles Mountain, Jiang Chen and Chu Yanji stood in the sky, facing each other. The long-awaited Grandmaster battle was finally about to begin. Ling Yanyu's eyes were filled with hope. If Jiang Chen could defeat Chu Yanji, the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect would rise once again. They would no longer be one of the 10 great sects that others could trample on. Ling Yanyu had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Even the purple star rune steel that even grandmasters coveted was given to Jiang Chen. Although it might not be considered as a gamble, it was enough to show Ling Yanyu's determination. Ling Yan's gaze was focused, waiting for Jiang Chen to erupt and rise. If Jiang Chen was defeated, her fate would follow the trend of the heavenly star boundary, becoming a sacrifice between the sects, a casualty of war. Ling Yun and Ling Yanyu, no one wanted Jiang Chen to win this battle more than them. Their fate and dignity were all tied to Jiang Chen. Although they did not say a word, Jiang Chen knew that it would be the saddest if Ling Yun could not become a sacrifice for the sections. 9 cauldrons as a furnace, let's see how you're going to fight me. Chu Yanji said with a cold gaze. She sneered at Jiang Chen. She was confident that she could defeat Jiang Chen. She must forge a true peerless origin divine tool so that everyone here would give her the title of venerable. That might not be the case. Let's think about how to bury my corpse first. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. The purple dawn star steel in his hand slowly rose up. The first step was to completely smelt the purple dawn star steel, then continuously temper it to remove the impurities within it. Only then would he be able to forge a better divine weapon. However, this step was something that many blacksmiths could not overcome in their lifetime. Especially for origin divine tools. The difference between heavenly divine tools and origin divine tools was an insurmountable chasm. If one could overcome this chasm, it would be like a fish in the sea or a bird in the sky. However, if one could not overcome this chasm, it would be hard to forge a true divine tool for the rest of his life. Xianxia, with the meteoric iron in her hand, approached the mouth of the nine-cauldron volcano in a flash. Flames surged up and scorching waves rose to the sky. Everyone was secretly worried for Xianxia. If she accidentally fell into the mouth of the volcano, it would be a real active volcano. Even with Xianxia's abilities, it would be difficult for her to survive. Xianxia continued to disperse the surrounding heat waves. She moved her right hand and a palm-sized cauldron appeared in her hand. A green halo shone in all directions. Xianxia's eyes slightly moved. What a great cauldron! This is a real treasure. It's even better than origin divine tools. I didn't expect Xianxia to have such a treasure. That's right. I've heard that even weapon refining grandmasters might not be able to find a good cauldron even after spending their entire lives. When crafting weapons, if you have a top-notch cauldron to match, then you'll definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Most importantly, this cauldron can make the refined materials even more refined. It's really enviable. I've never heard of such a cauldron before. It's really amazing. That kid must be tired. He wants to compete with Xianxia. He's overestimating himself. Amidst the cries of surprise, Xianxia's face was filled with pride. This is the azure flower cauldron that my master gave me. There's an 8 trigrams formation in the cauldron that can resist the true fire of the world. Let's see how you're going to compete with me with the azure flower cauldron. Xianxia looked at Xianxia disdainfully. This guy's solemn eyes were completely dumbfounded. Xianxia put the black meteoric iron into the azure flower cauldron. She controlled the cauldron to slowly descend into the 9-cauldron volcano. The blazing flame wrapped the azure flower cauldron. The terrible flame struck the cauldron again and again. The black meteoric iron was destined to melt gradually in the azure flower cauldron. Xianxia looked at the scene silently and smiled. Although the azure flower cauldron was not bad, it paled in comparison to his myriad chi cauldron. Your azure flower cauldron is just SOSO. Xianxia stretched out his hand and took out the myriad chi cauldron. The golden light shone brightly. No one could see the abnormality of the myriad chi cauldron, but no one dared to underestimate it. The more mysterious something was, the more it could shock people. Xianxia's myriad chi cauldron was just like that. The myriad chi cauldron appeared with a calm aura, but it caused a storm. The power of the cauldron was unparalleled and it shocked everyone. Xianxia and Fangji's faces changed greatly. This was because the myriad chi cauldron in Xianxia's hands was too terrifying. It was even more powerful than his azure flower cauldron. Fangji could not feel any aura from the myriad chi cauldron. Just like what his master had said, the more inconspicuous something was, the more powerful it was. When Xianxia put the purple star-patterned steel into the myriad chi cauldron, the myriad chi cauldron was thrown into the 9-cauldron volcano by Xianxia. The blazing flame continued to temper the myriad chi cauldron and smelt the purple star-patterned steel. Where did you get this cauldron from? Xianxia squinted her eyes. Any powerful master craftsman would never be a nobody. Especially Xianxia, who was so young, it was impossible for him to be a self-taught genius. Perhaps, his master was even scarier than him. What does it have to do with you where I got it from? Then where did you get it from? Do you want to ask your mother? Xianxia sneered and said. Both of them were controlling their respective cauldrons and their eyes were getting colder and colder. Xianxia could feel that the flame beneath the volcano was comparable to his 5-elemental true fire. What kind of flame was this? How could it be so terrifying? In the whole world, the only flame that could make Xianxia's 5 elements true fire yield was the red lotus karmic fire. However, at this moment, Xianxia felt that the flame was abnormally terrifying, especially in the myriad chi cauldron. The purple star patterned steel was gradually melting. Xianxia was even more shocked. The temperature of the flame under the volcano was even more indescribable. From the myriad chi cauldron, he could feel the terror of the flame, and it was definitely not ordinary. Xianxia's expression was solemn as he looked at the volcano. However, he couldn't find anything. The only thing he could see was the tongue of flame that was rushing towards his face, making it hard for him to see what kind of flame was underneath the volcano. Activate! Xianxia shouted in a deep voice. The blue flower treasure cauldron flew up from the 9 Pinnacles mountain. The blazing red-blue flower treasure cauldron changed its color at this moment. Xianxia was shocked. He had never expected that the blue flower treasure cauldron would be almost melted in the volcano. However, the blue flower treasure cauldron had survived the test. However, the black meteoric iron was not so lucky. It had already melted into a pool of molten iron. Xianxia activated the blue flower treasure cauldron and raised the Thunder Tyrant hammer in his hand. He finally began his practice. The black molten iron was wrapped in Xianxia's elemental energy, and he continued to conjure his thoughts. Through the Thunder Tyrant sky hammer, he hammered it down again and again. Terrifying flames once again lit up the entire 9 Pinnacles mountain, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Each time the Thunder Tyrant sky hammer hammered down, it was as if it was knocking on everyone's heart. The impurities in the black meteoric iron were constantly removed by Xianxia's Thunder Tyrant hammer. After repeated practice, the black meteoric iron became as black as ink and as bright as starlight. Xianxia was not in a hurry. The myriad chi cauldron had been refined in the 9 Pinnacles mountain for 7 days. However, at this moment, Xianxia had already forged the shape of a saber from the black meteoric iron. Although the purple star patterned steel had melted into molten iron, the impurities in it were extremely difficult to remove. Moreover, Xianxia wanted to forge a real primordial divine tool in the myriad chi cauldron. He needed to integrate the myriad chi into the purple star patterned steel. Therefore, it took a long time. Did this guy's treasure cauldron get melted by the volcano? Haha, now I'm dumbfounded. That's right. Haha, if such a dramatic scene happens, the earthly fire heavenly thunder sect will definitely become the laughingstock of the entire stellar sky boundary. Look, he finally moved. Someone pointed at Xianxia. Xianxia moved his hands and the myriad chi cauldron floated up to the top of the 9 cauldron volcano. The golden cauldron wasn't damaged at all. Moreover, the cauldron was wrapped with all the flames, not letting any of them leak out. The purple dawn star patterned steel had also completely fused with the myriad chi. Its quality was definitely unparalleled. The rejection of the myriad source chi is really strong. Perhaps it feels that the purple dawn star patterned steel isn't qualified to fuse with it. Xianxia smiled faintly. The smile in his eyes deepened because it was time for him to forge. Xianxia kept waving the Thunder Tyrant sky hammer in her hand. Golden light flashed and sparks flew everywhere. 36 Celestial Hammer Art. Even Xianxia admired Xianxia's Celestial Dipper 36 hammer art. Xianxia relied on this amazing hammer art to not only refine a divine tool, but also turn it into a sharp weapon to kill enemies. It was really not easy. The black long blade gradually took shape. It was as black as ink and shone with a dark light. It gave off a majestic aura. Xianxia waved the giant hammer again and again. Her silhouette intertwined with each other as she performed the Celestial Dipper 36 hammer art again and again. The impurities in the black long blade were constantly being tempered. The blade shone brightly and the aura it emitted was getting stronger. Xianxia's hammer technique was so astonishing that even Xu Fengji gasped in amazement. His master was an extremely powerful crafting grandmaster. Otherwise, how could he have taught such a terrifying disciple in such a short period of time? Xianxia's strength proved everything. Even Xu Fengji couldn't do what she did. After being hammered thousands of times, the sharpness of the black saber was gradually revealed. Why isn't he moving? Ling Yanyu murmured. She couldn't help but feel worried. She hoped that the purple dawn star patterned steel could help Xianxia deal with it calmly. Are you sure he can deal with it calmly? Ling Yan said worriedly. Anyway, I'm unconditionally loyal to Big Brother Ji Qi. I'll be wherever he is. Said willfully. Ling Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little fellow's blind confidence in Xianxia could no longer keep her calm. The black long blade in Xianxia's hand gradually took shape. A trace of power was gradually revealed. Everyone at the scene focused their attention on this scene. Xianxia's gaze was calm. He was still staring at the purple dawn star pattern steel. The two primordial divine tools in his hands were also tightly grasped in his hands. The meteor hammer and storm hammer were trembling at this moment. Xianxia's forging method was even more unfathomable than Xianxia's. Celestial Dipper 36 Hammer Art? I, Xianxia, don't care about it. I'll let you see what a real hammer art is. Xianxia smiled indifferently. He began to display his unique forging skill. It was the hammer art recorded in the craftsman god's chart. It was also the craftsman god's pride, the weighted hammer art, bearing the weight of the heavens and earth, holding the weight of all living things. That was why it was called the weighted hammer art. The weighted hammer art was a forging technique created by the craftsman god. Compared to the heavenly Dipper 36 hammer art, it was tens of thousands of times stronger. Although the current Xianxia was still unable to display the essence of the weighted hammer art, it didn't affect Xianxia's forging of a divine weapon. The purple dawn star pattern steel in Xianxia's hands had been forged time and time again. The twin hammers continuously struck. The weighted hammer art was constantly changing. Using the waist as the base, every hammer strike carried the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It looked light, but in reality, it was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. It was unstoppable. Cloud ladder ascends to the 9 heavens, one hammer sets 8 directions. Xianxia's figure was like a shadow, changing unpredictably. Although it looked messy, every step he took was precise. Every step he took was centered around the forging material. Starlight splattered in all directions with every hammer strike Xianxia swung. The purple dawn star pattern steel continuously shrunk, becoming incomparably pure without any impurities. This guy's hammer art is so strange, Chu Fengji said with a solemn expression. He had never seen such a strange hammer art. It looked incomparably messy and disorderly. However, it was able to extract the impurities from it. Furthermore, the purple dawn star pattern steel in Xianxia's hands also became incomparably pure. After thousands and thousands of tempering, it would become steel. At the very least, he had never heard of Xianxia's hammer art. This hammer art is as powerful as my master's. Chu Fengji muttered. The most important thing for a truly powerful blacksmith grandmaster was not the strength of the blacksmith, but the skills he had honed and the methods he used to smelt divine tools. Perhaps Xianxia's strength was not as good as Xianxia's, but he was confident that he could defeat Xianxia on the path of blacksmithing. However, at this moment, he was shocked by Xianxia's powerful hammering technique. Chu Fengji and Xianxia, who were true experts, could tell that Xianxia's hammering technique was not ordinary. It was even better than Xianxia's hammering technique. This hammering technique is simply marvelous. Xianxia's heart sank. However, Xianxia's hammering technique was obviously not as proficient as hers. This way, the quality of the forged material would be affected. Even if his hammering technique was very powerful, he might not be able to crush her. Xianxia calmed himself down and began to increase the intensity of the forging of the black long saber. Moreover, after 3 rounds of smelting, the saber was forged in the 9 Pinnacles mountain by the flames and the thunder tyrant hammer. Only then could it be said that it had been thoroughly tempered. Xianxia's heart was calm and tranquil. Although Xianxia had not used the heavy hammer technique many times, he had already obtained the true teachings of the craftsman god. However, he had not honed it for long enough, so he was still unable to display the heavy hammer technique to its peak. However, even so, the purple star patterned steel in Xianxia's hands was constantly changing. It kept shrinking and becoming incomparably pure. In addition to the myriad qi, the purple star patterned steel had completely revealed a deep purple starlight. It became incomparably dazzling and shocking. The purple star patterned steel is extremely difficult to temper, but this guy can actually temper it to such an extent. He really can't be underestimated. Chu Fengji's expression was solemn as he silently watched Xianxia. No one was optimistic about Xianxia's chances, but the methods Xianxia had just displayed were enough to make him, the sect master of the blood tool sect and a grandmaster tool refiner, take him seriously. By this point, Chu Yanji didn't have time to look at Xianxia. That was because he was about to finish the final stage of the forging process. The black blade was now as black as ink, and was beginning to take shape. Finally, it was time for Chu Yanji to finish. The terrifying aura emanating from the blade caused everyone present to look very serious. After being tempered by the Nine Pinnacles Mountain's volcano several times, the impurities on the black saber had been completely removed. His control over the flames of the Nine Pinnacles Mountain was much better than Xianxia's. This was a formless advantage that could increase the quality of the divine tool by quite a bit. Azure Flower Treasured Cauldron, it's all up to you. Chu Yanji shot the black saber into the Azure Flower Treasured Cauldron, and once again into the Nine Pinnacles Mountain's volcano. At this moment, thunderclouds appeared in the sky, and they started to gather towards the Nine Pinnacles Mountain. Is this the heavenly lightning caused by the forging of the primordial divine weapon? That's right, this is the lightning tribulation. Looks like Chu Yanji is indeed forging a real primordial divine weapon. Don't underestimate it, don't underestimate it. This fella is asking for trouble. Chu Yanji is a real grandmaster tool refiner. Now that the thunderclouds have arrived, once Chu Yanji takes out the primordial divine weapon, the entire stellar sky domain will be shocked. That's right. Let's see what grade of primordial divine weapon Chu Yanji can forge. This lightning tribulation isn't that easy to withstand. Every time a primordial divine weapon descends, there will be heavenly lightning. Although it's not as good as the heavenly lightning when we break through, it's still quite terrifying. If we're not careful, someone will fall, and the primordial divine weapon will lose its soul completely, and it will no longer be a true divine weapon. However, I believe that nephew Yanji will definitely be able to withstand the heavenly lightning. The elders of the 9 sects congratulated Chu Fangji, the sect leader of the Blood Tool sect. Chu Fangji replied with a smile. Now that Chu Yanji had completed all the steps, it all depended on the final lightning tribulation. Sect leader Ling, looks like this time, the person you brought is going to lose. Chu Fangji said confidently. Really? That might not be the case. It's too rash to make a conclusion until the last moment. If nephew Yanji can't withstand the heavenly lightning, not to mention the primordial divine weapon, I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to keep his life. Ling Yanyu said faintly. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and he completely disregarded Chu Fangji. However, the two of them were secretly competing. Sect leader Ling, take your time and watch. I'd like to see who will have the last laugh. Chu Fangji snorted coldly, turned around and continued to look at Chu Yanji. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chu Yanji, because they knew that a terrifying primordial divine weapon was about to be born, and Chu Yanji was the creator of this primordial divine weapon. If he could gain Chu Yanji's favor, it would be much easier for him to forge primordial divine weapons in the future. Xianxia had tempered the purple star pattern steel for a total of 9 times. The myriad chi cauldron had entered the volcano of the 9 Pinnacles Mountain 9 times. The purple star pattern steel had completely turned into a deep purple, and there were even circles of purple halos lingering around it. The heavy hammer technique had tempered the purple star pattern steel to the extreme, and this time, Xianxia wanted to temper the sword hilt. Using the purple star pattern steel as the blade, what would be the sword hilt? When Xianxia took out the thunderbolt daggerwood, Chu Fangji and Chu Yanji's facial expression changed completely, and they were filled with endless greed. To a craftsman, the value of the thunderbolt daggerwood was self-evident. In the past, even the supremacies of the 9 boundaries wanted to fight for the thunderbolt daggerwood in Xianxia's hands, and its value was already shocking. The thunderbolt daggerwood could be used to forge weapons and concoct medicines, and it was something that alchemists and craftsmen would go after like ducks. As a material for forging weapons, the thunderbolt daggerwood was incomparably heavy, and it was even harder than meteorites made of fine steel. Although it was made of wood, it had reached the toughness that countless metals used to forge weapons could not reach. Moreover, the thunderbolt daggerwood would not burn, and it would melt into a liquid like metals, which was also the most special feature of the thunderbolt daggerwood. Although Chu Fangji had never seen it before, he knew about the existence of the thunderbolt daggerwood. As for Chu Yanji, she had seen it in her master's place. The palm-sized thunderbolt daggerwood was treated as a treasure by her master. However, the thunderbolt daggerwood in Xianxia's hand was bigger than her master's. It's the thunderbolt daggerwood? Chu Fangji's words caused the entire Nine Pinnacles mountain to be in an uproar. Although the thunderbolt agarwood in the driver's hand was not big, it was enough to cause an uproar. Ling Yanyu and the other people from the 10 great sects were also shocked. Where did Xianxia come from? How could he have such a precious treasure? If not for the complicated situation, many people would have thought of snatching the thunderbolt agarwood in Xianxia's hand. The so-called gentleman was just a bargaining chip for betrayal. At this moment, all the sanctimonious elders of the sects, who were of virtue and prestige, had evil thoughts about the thunderbolt agarwood in Xianxia's hand. Good things should belong to the capable ones. In their eyes, Xianxia did not deserve such a divine item. Xianxia sneered. Fortunately, he did not take out the whole piece of thunderbolt agarwood. Otherwise, this competition would be completely ruined. The top 10 sects and the Blood Tool sect would probably send him into the 9 Cauldron volcano to snatch it. At that time, the whole stellar sky domain would turn out in full force. Xianxia did not care about others' eyes at all. He integrated the thunderbolt agarwood into the myriad chi cauldron and began to smelt it again. So what if it is the thunderbolt agarwood? You may not be able to refine an essence divine weapon. Chu Yanji gnashed her teeth and said. She was extremely envious of Xianxia. Her master was famous all over the world, but even he did not have such a treasure. Now it was in the hands of an unknown boy. It was really a reckless waste of God's gift. Whether it was the purple star patterned steel or the thunderbolt agarwood, he would snatch them all after this competition. At that time, he would tear Xianxia into pieces, killing people and snatching treasures. Xianxia's defeat had already appeared in his eyes. When Xianxia put the thunderbolt agarwood into the myriad chi cauldron, he could faintly feel that there was some movement under the volcano. His every move felt like he was being watched. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. If it wasn't for his extremely sensitive soul power, Xianxia was afraid that he wouldn't be able to feel it. Especially under the volcano that was spewing flames, he felt that it was very dangerous. In the blink of an eye, the thunderbolt agarwood had already turned scarlet red. Xianxia used the weighted hammer art and hammered the thunderbolt agarwood again. This time, he had already started to fuse the thunderbolt agarwood with the purple star patterned steel. The purple blade of the purple star patterned steel was incomparably dazzling. Xianxia's gaze fell on the blade, as if he was looking at the woman he had loved for many years. That pure and genuine feeling even made him a little dazed, as if it was his own child. This origin spirit tool could be considered as the work that Xianxia was most satisfied with. However, it was still too early to make a conclusion. After all, the sword had not been forged yet. But on the other side, the thunderclouds above Chu Yanji's head had already started to gather. His black saber was starting to take shape. In the viridescent flower-treasured cauldron, black light shone brightly. Above the 9 Pinnacles mountain, thunderclouds rolled and the sky changed color. What a terrifying aura! Ling Yanyu's heart trembled. Xianxia was still forging, but Chu Yanji's origin spirit tool was about to be completed. Even the final lightning tribulation was about to descend. In the blink of an eye, everyone held their breaths as they stared at Chu Yanji in the air. Chu Yanji held a black saber in her hand as bolts of lightning struck down on the saber. Chu Yanji was doing her best to resist the baptism of the lightning tribulation. However, this lightning tribulation was truly terrifying. Bolts of lightning smashed down mercilessly, causing Chu Yanji to be on tenterhooks. Whether it was concocting medicinal pills, divine weapons, or treasured items, once they reached a certain level, they could be considered to be heaven-defying, and would attract heavenly lightning. Only by completing the baptism of the lightning tribulation could one be considered to have completed the task perfectly. In the lightning tribulation, Chu Yanji was in an extremely difficult situation. However, there were even more people who were looking forward to it. They were also very excited to be able to witness the creation of an origin divine tool. Some people would never be able to see it in their entire lives. Haha, nephew Yanji is really young and promising. In the future, the world will belong to his generation. We old bones are ashamed of our inferiority. You're right. Each generation has its own talents. It's rare, it's rare. Concocting an origin spirit tool, this is the true power of a grandmaster. After a full 7 days, the lightning tribulation finally subsided. Chu Yanji's chi also became much weaker. As countless people raised their heads in anticipation, Chu Yanji finally stood out from the lightning tribulation. Even though he was in a sorry state after being struck by the lightning tribulation, no one dared to laugh at him. That was because the black saber in his hand was glowing brightly. This was not a shabby lightning tribulation, but a true baptism of glory. The origin spirit tool is here. Chu Yanji held the black saber in his hand and roared. His voice shook the 9 heavens. His smile was filled with arrogance, because he had the right to be arrogant. Everyone was extremely excited. The origin spirit tool was born. The entire 9 Pinnacles mountain cheered and cheered for Chu Yanji. The black saber was like a huge black dragon. It carried an extremely terrifying murderous aura and soared into the sky. The saber radiance was dazzling and shocked everyone. I've made a fool of myself. It can only be considered as a low-grade origin spirit tool. Chu Yanji shook his head and pretended to be calm. However, his heart was already in turmoil. This time, he had performed exceptionally well to refine such a treasure. Even his eyes were filled with pride. In the past, his best work could not reach such a level. It could only be regarded as a defective origin divine tool. This was the 4th time he had refined an origin divine tool, and it had already reached the lower level. It was already extremely rare in the world. How could he not be proud? In the entire stellar sky boundary, there were only 5 people who could achieve this kind of glory. Ha ha ha, congratulations, nephew Yanji. The Blood Tool sect has produced a peerless genius. His achievements will definitely soar in the future. Chu Fangji's face was filled with confidence as he looked at Ling Yanyu. The elders of the 9 sects also looked at him with interest. Jiangchen, can you really do it? Ling Yan kept asking herself in her heart. However, Jiangchen was still unhurried. He was busy with his forging and was not affected by the outside world. Now, sect leader Ling should understand who is the real master of blacksmithing, right? Chu Fangji and Ling Yanyu looked at each other, but Ling Yanyu was still unmoved. A good meal is not late. Jiangchen has not completed it. How do you know that Jiangchen cannot forge an origin spirit tool? Ling Yanyu's question made Chu Fangji speechless again. Let's see how long you can be so stubborn. No worries. I also want to see if Brother Jiang can forge an origin spirit tool. Chu Yanji crossed his arms and looked at Jiangchen, who was still unmoved. His smile was elegant and calm. At this moment, he was showing the demeanor of a great master. Since he had already completed the forging, it was not a bad idea to see how Jiangchen was going to do it. Since he wanted to win, he had to win fair and square. Chu Yanji did not want to be cursed in the future. In his eyes, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. It was impossible for Jiangchen to surpass him. Jiangchen's refining method was completely different from his. It was almost impossible for Jiangchen to refine an origin divine weapon. Chu Yanji frowned. She didn't know what Jiangchen was planning, but this purple sword gave her a different feeling, but she couldn't explain it. Fuse. Myriad Chi Cauldron. The flames in Jiangchen's hands rose, he stepped on the 9 cauldron volcano, and the purple sword merged into the Myriad Chi Cauldron. Rumble, everyone was waiting to see Jiangchen make a fool of himself, but at this moment, above Jiangchen's head, rolling thunder appeared. Thunderclouds gathered in all directions, surging, and its power was even greater than before. Look, Sister Ling, I told you, Big Brother definitely wouldn't lie to us. The power of this thunder retribution is many times stronger than that guy just now. Big Brother is also refining an origin spirit weapon. Yu'er crossed her arms and stared at the thunderclouds in the sky. Jiangchen's gaze was still sharp. He looked up and saw the lightning descending. He was the world-defying heavenly lightning, fearless. A strong thunder retribution is accompanied by a strong heavenly thunder. It won't be easy for Jiangchen to pass this stage. Ling Yanyu's expression was serious, he said quietly. He knew that Jiangchen's origin spirit weapon had already taken shape, but to complete the transformation of the thunder retribution, it wasn't that simple. Just as the elders of the 9 sects had said, it was possible that some great master craftsman died in the thunder retribution, especially the strong heavenly thunder. At this moment, even Ling Yanyu could smell a trace of danger. Chu Yanji's expression was gloomy. Be careful, you might die under the thunder retribution. Chu Yanji hoped that the heavenly thunder would kill Xianxia, and the purple star-patterned steel and the thunderstruck agarwood would become ownerless objects. This guy's origin spirit weapon is so strong? Even the thunder retribution is so fierce, my god. This thunder calamity is truly incomparably strong. Everyone, back off. It's really terrifying, but this guy, can he really block the heavenly thunder? Someone looked at Ling Yanyu. His stern expression had already explained everything. Difficult. Ling Yanyu only said a single word, but the expressions on the faces of the crowd were all different, especially Chu Fangji, whose expression was extremely cold. Brat, you want to eat a fatty in one bite? Be careful not to choke to death. I'm afraid that the heavenly thunder will devour you completely. Not even dregs will be left. Humph, this is a sign of overestimating yourself. Chu Fangji did not shy away from Ling Ling. Although it was filled with mockery, it was the truth. After all, Xianxia was only a mid-god king. However, even peak god king Ling Yanyu became stern when he faced the terrifying lightning tribulation. They also understood that if the lightning tribulation landed on them, they would probably die a horrible death. They had the ability to refine origin spirit weapons, but they could not avoid the thunder retribution. They would only be asking for trouble, or even dying in the thunder retribution. This was not an exaggeration, at least at this moment. Xianxia's situation made them sigh silently. The thunder retribution above the 9 heavens was definitely fatal for Xianxia. Do you really think that you're that capable? Looks like you're even more arrogant than me, but it's a pity that you're extremely arrogant and stupid. You're digging your own grave. Ha ha ha. Xianxia, you won't die willingly. Chu Yanji laughed hysterically and said. However, the terrifying thunderclouds above the 9 Pinnacles Mountain had already covered 1,000 li, including the 9 Pinnacles Mountain. Needless to say, Xianxia's figure could not be seen anymore, only a purple light was flickering in the thunderclouds. If Xianxia could not break through the final thunder retribution, he would not be able to refine the origin spirit weapon successfully, and he might die because of it. Needless to say, Ling Yanyu was extremely passive in the current situation. However, he could only wait. He glanced at his disciple who was even more anxious than him and sighed softly. Xianxia's arrogance might be the cause of his death. At this moment, the flame of hope in Ling Yanyu's heart became weaker and weaker. Looks like there's no need to say anything more about this competition. Someone shook his head and sighed. Lifting a rock only to smash one's own foot, is there a need to do this? Ha ha ha. Isn't this what you call reaping what you sow? There were quite a number of sarcastic comments. After all, the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect had become the target of public criticism. Once the thunder retribution was extinguished, the entire blood tool sect would be in a state of panic. If the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect Lord Ling Yanyu dared to make a move, then the heavenly star domain would undergo a revolutionary transformation in the future. Ling Yanyu's expression did not change as he stared at the front. As long as Xianxia did not fall, he would still be alive. As long as the thunder retribution was not extinguished, he would be able to stand proudly on the mountain. The person with the most complicated feelings was Ling Yun. She was completely different from Yuer. The spark in Ling Yun's heart was almost extinguished. However, Xianxia was frowning in the thunderclouds. He was nervous not because of the heavenly lightning, but because there seemed to be something under the 9 Pinnacles Mountain staring at him. It made Xianxia extremely uncomfortable. However, when his soul power scanned through the 9 Pinnacles Mountain, he found nothing. Although his soul power had not fully recovered, it was still impossible for an expert below the God Emperor realm to use their soul power to spy on him. However, the 9 Pinnacles Mountain made Xianxia extremely uneasy. Rumble as the thunder retribution descended, Xianxia did not have much time to think. He started to forge and baptize the purple longsword. The thunder retribution was extremely overbearing. Some people were disheartened while others were gloating. Xianxia was not afraid of the heavenly lightning. When the heavenly lightning landed on his body, it was like a tickle. However, this primordial divine tool still needed the thunder retribution to nourish. It's still not enough. Let the storm come more violently. Xianxia smiled. The strength of the heavenly lightning was far from enough to him. Jiangchen moved his mind. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and dawn sky golden lightning descended from the sky and struck the thunderclouds. The sky changed color and the 9 pinnacles mountain trembled. It can't be? Such a terrifying thunder retribution? Even a half-step hierarch would not be able to escape death. Ha ha ha, looks like it's true. Did this fella poke the god of thunder's nest? That's too scary. Good boy. I have never seen such a terrifying thunder retribution. Everyone's heart trembled. Even the light of hope in Ling Yan's eyes was gradually extinguished. Even venerables had to face this kind of heavenly lightning seriously. Jiangchen was just an early divine king, how could he resist this heavenly lightning tribulation? It was even more violent than before. Under the thunder retribution, how could anyone survive? Jiangchen was arrogant. Crafting such a terrifying primordial divine tool was equivalent to digging his own grave. This sentence was not wrong at all. Is it really over? Not necessarily. Yuer's face was solemn and she said like an elder. Her young face was full of seriousness. Her big eyes were fixed on the thunderclouds in the void far away. She trusted Jiangchen 100%. The thunderclouds covered the sky and covered the 9 Pinnacles mountain. Bolts of lightning struck on Jiangchen's body but there was no ripple. On the contrary, the purple long sword in his hand became brighter and brighter. It was full of purple light. The sword hilt was black, full of coldness and mystery. The sharp edge of the sword cut through the long river and the setting sun. The shadow of the sword was like a hook, splitting the snow, moon and wind. It's finally done. Jiangchen let out a long sigh of relief and his eyes were shining. This time, his forging had reached the level of a middle-grade essence divine tool. Even he himself was extremely shocked. It seemed that his forging skills had improved greatly. However, a real peerless divine tool still needed good materials. After all, one could not cook without rice. The thunderbolt agarwood and the purple star-patterned steel were the real soul of the sword. The thunderbolts gradually faded and his figure appeared on the 9 Pinnacles mountain again. Under the clouds, Jiangchen stood proudly in the void. The whole 9 Pinnacles mountain was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. No one expected that Jiangchen could survive such a terrifying thunder trial. Moreover, he stood proudly in the void. He was calm and his clothes were fluttering in the wind. It seemed that he was not injured at all. He held the purple long sword in his hand and he was like a god descending to earth. He became the focus of everyone's attention. They originally thought that Jiangchen would definitely die. However, Jiangchen gave everyone a loud slap in the face. His appearance was like a miracle. He stood out from the thunder trial that even a half-step to venerable would be afraid of. How powerful was he? However, Jiangchen did it. Whether it was Chu Fengji, Chu Yunji, or the elders of the other 9 sects, they all became serious and could not stay calm. This is impossible. Chu Yunji was shocked and even cried out in surprise. Although he did not believe it, Jiangchen's figure was standing there proudly. And the most attractive thing was the purple sword in his hand. The edge of the sword was full of purple light, shining brightly in everyone's eyes. That purple sword seemed to be a level higher than the primordial divine tool that he had forged. Did this guy pop out from a rock? He's still alive? Terrifying. Truly terrifying. This guy can actually forge a nascent divinity item, and the quality. I feel like it's even stronger than Chu Yunji's nascent divinity item. In any case, he really did it. This guy is really terrifying. His strength is even higher than Chu Yunji's, and his artifact forging skills seem to be better than hers. The faces of the elders of the 9 sects turned solemn at this moment. That's because the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect also possessed a divine king grandmaster, which could change the situation of the stellar sky boundary in an instant. Jiangchen's nascent divinity item attracted everyone's attention. The purple light gave off a mysterious and cold murderous aura. Big brother, good job. You're the best. He he he. Yuer gave a thumbs up to Jiangchen. Ling Yan's smile became brighter. This was the happiest and most sincere smile she had for many years. Jiangchen did not break his promise to her. He protected her. These 4 words could not be calmed down in Ling Yan's heart for a long time. Good. 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 Ling Yanyu also said good 3 times in excitement. Xianxia had forged a nascent divinity item, and the quality was not low either. This was enough to prove that he was qualified to go against Xu Yanji. The earthly fire heavenly lightning sect no longer remained silent. Xu Yanji and Xu Fangji had the darkest expression on their faces. They exchanged a glance with each other. Xiangqian's appearance had disrupted their original plan. It could even be said that they were in a mess. At this moment, even the elders of the 9 major sects were no longer looking at Xiangqian with hostility. Instead, they were looking at Xiangqian with friendliness. This made Xu Yanji extremely angry. These guys were all fence-sitters. They couldn't be trusted at all. However, the main culprit was Xiangqian. Xiangqian must pay the price for this competition. The elders of the 9 sects were not fools. They did not expect Xiangqian to be so capable. It goes without saying what a grandmaster alchemist meant. They did not want to offend Xiangqian. They were even more willing to see Xiangqian and Xu Yanji stand against each other. If that's the case, they would be the ones to benefit from it. Purple light pierces the sky, black shadows fill the air. Let's call it the purple cloud obsidian sword. Xiangqian held the purple cloud obsidian sword in his hand. He looked at Ling Yun with a gentle gaze. This sword was specially forged for her. Everyone, Xiangqian was lucky enough to forge a mid-grade nascent divinity tool. I wonder how he compares to young Master Xu Yanji. Xiangqian's gaze was like a torch. He looked at Xu Yanji. At that moment, the 9 sects became silent. Xu Fangji also stared at Xiangqian coldly. Xiangqian, you cheated. How could you forge a nascent divinity tool? This is the 9 Pinnacles Mountain. Do you think you can escape from my eyes? You were able to survive such a terrifying lightning tribulation. Isn't that cheating? Do you think we're fools? Although your primordial spirit tool is slightly stronger than Yunji's primordial spirit tool, it was definitely not refined by yourself. It's even unknown whether you refined it or not. Maybe you used what you hid before to make up for it. Xu Fangji pointed at Xiangqian and said with a gloomy expression. His face was filled with ferocity. Xu Fangji, you're slandering me. Ling Yanyu said angrily. Xu Fangji was completely distorting the truth. He actually went back on his words and said that Xiangqian's nascent divinity tool was not forged by himself. That's true. How did he survive such a terrifying lightning trial? This is really unimaginable. Could it be that this isn't considered cheating? It seems like I've underestimated you. Xiangqian, I thought you would have a fair fight with me. You actually used such a despicable method to win against me. I thought that if I won against you, we could work together to make a name for the Stellar Sky Domain and benefit the Stellar Sky Domain. I appreciate you, but you're so unsightly. Now, it seems like you're really a shameless person. I, Xu Yanji, actually wanted to team up with you. I'm so ashamed. Xu Yanji's face was full of anger. She spoke with great emotion and pushed Xiangqian to the heart of the struggle. Such a shameless speech really changed Xiangqian's view of the world. That's true. Xiangqian, if you're really able to refine this Origin God tool, how did you manage to avoid the lightning calamity? Yeah, how do you explain the lightning calamity? You're not as skilled as others and yet you dare to resort to trickery. How despicable. You're the shit stirrer of the crafting world. Chu Wang and the others scolded Xiangqian rudely, looking like a vile person intoxicated by success. In their point of view, the Origin divine tool that Xiangqian forged was completely prepared, and it was not really forged by him. Otherwise, how could they explain the lightning tribulation? Ha ha ha, what a good way to invert the truth. I, Xiangqian, have finally witnessed the abilities of your blood tool sect. You can always find a way to pin a crime on someone. Isn't this the moment that you've been waiting for? Xiangqian pointed his sword at the void as he stood proudly on the 9 Pinnacles Mountain. His aura suddenly rose and his gaze was like a sword as he looked disdainfully in all directions. You bunch of people are too shameless. You can't win against him, so you accuse my big brother of trickery. You're all bastards. Yu gritted her teeth as she looked at the people from the blood tool sect fiercely. The hatred in her heart was indescribable. Xiangqian had already expected this. He could always find a way to pin a crime on someone. They did not want Xianxia to be able to refine the origin god tool. They only wanted Xianxia to lose so that the blood tool sect could rise. Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. At this moment, he knew that he could only use his fists to solve the problem. In this world where the weak were prey to the strong, only the strong could be reasonable. The weak could only be trampled, be it in terms of body or dignity. However, at this moment, at the mouth of the volcano below the Nine Pinnacles mountain, a gigantic flaming beast leaped up. The terrifying scorching waves caused Ling Yanyu and the rest to retreat continuously. The scorching waves, coupled with the glaring flames, made it impossible for anyone to see clearly what exactly it was. All they could see was a gigantic giant with purplish-red flames covering its head. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Xianxia in one gulp. That scene shocked the entire Nine Pinnacles mountain. The people from the Blood Tool sect all knelt on the ground. Xianxia's figure had already disappeared from Nine Pinnacles mountain. That is, Ling Yanyu's face was ashen. The flaming beast was so fast that no one had expected it. Moreover, Xianxia was caught off guard and was directly swallowed. This scene caused the people from the 10 great sects to secretly break out in cold sweat. It was as if they had experienced death and brushed shoulders with the god of death. That is our Nine Pinnacles mountain's fire god. Since ancient times, the fire god has only appeared twice. The first time was hundreds of thousands of years ago, and the second time was even longer than that, millions of years ago. According to historical records, once the fire god appears, there will be millions of corpses and blood will flow for thousands of miles. He is our Nine Pinnacles mountain's fire god. I never thought that he would actually exist. Chu Fengji said with a stern expression. The fire god lived under an active volcano and was rarely seen in hundreds of thousands of years. He did not expect it to appear at this moment. Most importantly, the fire god was so terrifying that he could not even muster the slightest bit of resistance. That was because the flaming beast was really too powerful. Even Ling Yanyu did not have the slightest bit of resistance because resistance was destined to be useless. That fire god had at least reached the martial supremacy realm. Although Ling Yanyu did not see it, he was extremely shocked. He knew that the flaming beast could easily swallow him in one gulp. No, at this moment, Yu Er and Ling Yan's eyes were filled with sorrow as they roared heartbreakingly. The fire god has appeared. Ha ha ha, this is what they mean by the evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Xianxia thought that by cheating, he could win against me? The fire god had seen everything. Xianxia, you are paying the price for your stupidity. Humph, Chu Yanji said with a smile. The scene just now could be said to have shocked the world. The temperature of the Nine Pinnacles mountain instantly rose by tens of degrees. Countless disciples fainted from the surging heatwave. This is called retribution. Looks like we have underestimated the Blood Tool sect. Yeah, to think that the Blood Tool sect has a fire god. This is my first time hearing about it. The Blood Tool sect should not be underestimated. The elders of the 9 sects heaved a long sigh. Who would have thought that the arrogant Xianxia would be devoured by the fire god in a blink of an eye? Ling Yanyu of the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect's expression was extremely ugly. He could not compete with the fire god's mightiness at all. The elders of the 9 sects were still hesitating about which side to stand on. But now, it seemed like there was no need to say anything. It didn't matter if Xianxia was really a master craftsman or not. It didn't matter if he had the ability or not, because a dead man had no right to speak. Now, this is the best outcome. It's a pity that the primordial divine tools and heavenly divine tools that Xianxia lost to me can only be given to the fire god. Chu Yanji sneered. She looked at Ling Yun with envy. Such a peerless beauty, one glance could topple a city, another glance could topple a country. She was going to be his woman. Sect Lord Ling, do you still stand by what we said earlier? Yanji should be qualified to marry Lady Yun Er now, right? Chu Yanji stared at Ling Yanyu and said fearlessly. Even though he was facing the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect's patriarch, a peak divine king, Chu Yanji still had his own pride. This battle would definitely make him famous in the stellar sky domain. What if I say no? Ling Yanyu said to Lung Lung. His eyes were filled with determination. Master, Ling Yan looked at Ling Yanyu, biting her red lips and said with an ugly expression. She had yet to wake up from Xianxia's death. Her master and the Blood Tool sect had once again stood on the opposite side. Sect Lord Ling, is this your sincerity? Looks like the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect wants to fight against my Blood Tool sect. Everything that we've agreed on has now become you breaking the agreement. Is this what you, Sect Lord Ling, would do? Chu Fengji said. That's what you guys said. Since when did I, Ling Yanyu, agree to marry my disciple to your Blood Tool sect? From the beginning to the end, it's just you guys being overbearing. I, Ling Yanyu, am a man of my words. However, if someone wants to force me, I, Ling Yanyu, will never agree to it. Ling Yanyu said with pride and determination. Even Ling Yun did not expect that her master would fight for his freedom. But this way, the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect and the Blood Tool sect were destined to go to war. Looks like you're really going to disregard the friendship between our two sects. Sect Lord Ling, haven't you thought about the result? My Blood Tool sect wanted to form a marriage alliance with you out of goodwill. Never did I expect that you would humiliate us like this. My Blood Tool sect will never agree to it. Chu Fengji and Ling Yanyu's eyes were already spewing flames of fury. The two of them stared at each other. It was likely that this battle was unavoidable. The Blood Tool sect wanted to establish their prestige, but the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect did not give them the chance to do so. Then, there will be a huge battle. Ling Yanyu was very determined. At this moment, he must not let his disciple fall into the hands of the Blood Tool sect. If that happens, the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect would lose their quota to enter Tongxian Mansion. His disciple would be disheartened. Even the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect's morale would fall because of this marriage alliance. This was something that Ling Yanyu did not want to face. The Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect was once one of the top 10 sections. But now, they had to bow down to a mere Blood Tool sect. Don't worry, I'm here. Ling Yanyu patted Ling Yan's shoulder. I, Ling Yanyu, have never suffered such humiliation in my entire life. I will accompany you to the end for today's battle. But if you want to marry my disciple, that's a different story. Ling Yanyu's expression was cold. Xianxia's death had affected him greatly. A man who had known his disciple for less than 10 years was willing to risk his life for Ling Yun, just to give her freedom. How could he, as a father and daughter who had 1,000 years of friendship with Ling Yun, remain indifferent? It's your disciple's fortune to be able to marry into my Blood Tool sect. It seems like Sect Lord Ling wants to fight with my Blood Tool sect. Then, I, Chu Fengji, will accompany you to the end. I will not agree to anyone who wants to take my Blood Tool sect as an example. After today's battle, the Blood Tool sect will definitely give sect leader Ling an explanation. Chu Fengji smiled at Ling Ling and the smile on his face became more and more feminine. Although he was shocked by Ling Yanyu's reaction, he had already expected it. If Ling Yanyu wanted to resist, he would have to join forces with the other 9 sects to attack Ling Yanyu. It would not be easy for him to leave the 9 Pinnacles Mountain. Alright, I, Ling Yan, will accompany you to the end. It was likely that sect head Chu had already prepared everything and was only lacking the final push. I, Ling Yanyu, want to see who can do anything to me. Ling Yanyu already knew that the Blood Tool sect would not let this battle go. The other 9 sects were already in cahoots with him. Only the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect did not like the Blood Tool sect. That was why Ling Yanyu pointed the spear at him. Ling Yun was just a pawn, even without Ling Yun, there would be someone else. Alright, you're indeed one of the top 3 experts in the stellar sky boundary. I, Chu Fengji, naturally know that I'm not sect leader Ling's opponent. However, aren't you a little too arrogant to challenge the Blood Tool sect and the other 9 sects? 9 sects? Didn't you guys already prepare for this? It's not that easy to push the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect into a hopeless situation. Ling Yanyu looked down on everyone. The 10 sects were right in front of him, but he was the only one left. Sect leader Ling, why are you doing this? Everyone did not want to see such a scene. The rise of the Blood Tool sect is unstoppable, but you still want to face it head-on. Although the Blood Tool sect's foundation is not as strong as your Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect, The influence of their two grandmasters is not something that your earthly fire heavenly lightning sect possesses. A marriage is a good thing, why do you have to go to war? Why don't you bury the hatchet and make peace? You can't win this battle. The Chi transformation sect's elder sighed. That's right, sect leader Ling, it's not good for everyone if you insist on going all out. It's just a marriage, everyone should be happy. But you're still so stubborn. The earthly fire heavenly lightning sect will definitely be destroyed in your hands. The divine puppet sect's elder also tried to persuade Ling Yanyu. I, Ling Yanyu, have been unstoppable my entire life. Today's matter must be carried out. I, Ling Yanyu, can die, but the dignity of the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect shall not be trampled on. A mere blood tool sect wants to shit on my head? I will definitely fight to the end. Everyone, you don't have to say any more. I know that you guys are already prepared for this battle, but I, Ling Yanyu, will not frown. Ling Yanyu said in a heroic manner. Ling Yan silently looked at her high-spirited master. Going against the top 10 sects by himself. She could not imagine how much pressure he had to face. However, her heart was burning with passion. Who can defeat the heavenly star hero? Only Yang Yuan and Zhao Wuji. As for the others, I, Ling Yanyu, do not put them in my eyes. Who dares to fight me? Ling Yanyu held the bolting lightning dual cloud truncheons in his hand. His eyes were like the northern lights, looking down on the heavens. His aura was like that of a tiger. Good, good, good. What a tragedy. Sect leader Ling, my blood tool sect will fight to the death with you today. Chu Fangji's eyes were sharp as he stared at Ling Yanyu. With a wave of his hand, the divine king realm elders of the 9 great sects and the 10 great elders of his own sect also came out. The entire 9 Pinnacles mountain was in a state of panic. Beneath the 9 Pinnacles mountain, the volcano was erupting, the lava was rolling and the waves were monstrous. However, Xianxia could not feel anything other than the heat. The heat was even stronger than his 5-elemental true fire. If it wasn't for the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, Xianxia would have been engulfed by the heat. This is an ancient fire mastiff beast. The fire Qilint's voice resounded in Xianxia's mind. Ancient fire mastiff beast? Xianxia frowned and his expression changed. Gulp. Gulp, that's right, it's the primordial mastiff beast. I learned about it from my inherited memories. The rarity of the primordial mastiff beast is even greater than Qilint's. They devour the heavens, devour the earth, devour dragons. In short, there's nothing they don't eat. In the history of the ancient fire mastiff beast, it devoured the fire dragon king of the dragon clan. This fella's fire attribute was extremely strong. Even the fire dragon king's origin true fire couldn't do anything to it. In the end, it was devoured by the ancient fire mastiff beast. It likes to eat fire-attributed demonic beasts, divine weapons, and treasures. It can eat any metal. We're still in the ancient fire mastiff beast's stomach. We need to get out as soon as possible. Otherwise, even primordial divine weapons would be digested by it. The fire Qilint's words seemed to be filled with shock towards the ancient fire mastiff beast. This ancient fire mastiff beast has probably devoured your fire Qilin clan before. Xianxia said softly. The fire Qilin remained silent. However, he had already admitted it. In short, the ancient fire mastiff beast was unimaginably terrifying. I don't believe that I can't break open its stomach. Xianxia snorted coldly. Holding the purple cloud obsidian sword in his hand, he slashed out. His aura swallowed the heavens, but he was still unable to break open the ancient fire mastiff beast's stomach. Xianxia used the heavenly dragon sword and slashed out again. In the end, it only left a shallow mark on the ancient fire mastiff beast's body. Mother asterisk cur. Xianxia cursed. Even the heavenly dragon sword couldn't break open this fella's body. Just how strong was it? The heavenly dragon sword is hard and strong, but the body of the fire mastiff is hard and soft. It can't be broken at all. Even the terrifying power of the heavenly dragon sword has been reduced by 70 to 80%, so it can't be broken at all. Xianxia thought in his heart and his expression was extremely solemn. The heavenly dragon sword rarely failed, but this time, it couldn't even break the internal organs of the fire mastiff. It really shocked Xianxia. At this moment, the fire Qilin also appeared beside Xianxia. Do you know the weakness of the fire mastiff? Xianxia asked. The fire mastiff is a fierce beast, a descendant of the ancient god clan. It is rumored that it has devoured meteorites and the dragon clan. There is nothing in the world that it doesn't eat. Moreover, its body has an extremely strong acid that can even corrode primordial spirit tools. The fire mastiff is also a treasure. Its body is enough to refine a divine weapon, and its body is indestructible. But its weakness? I don't know, or it has no weakness at all. The fire Qilin also said helplessly. At this time, they were swallowed into the stomach of the fire mastiff, but they still couldn't break the internal organs of this guy to escape. The temperature of its body has reached a peak. I can only use divine origin power to resist it. At most, I can hold on for 6 hours. Xianxia said in a low voice. If he couldn't break the body of the fire mastiff in 6 hours, then even the myriad chi body would not be able to save him. Because this temperature was enough to melt anything. If the acid in the body of the fire mastiff started to flow, then the corrosive acid would make Xianxia face a life and death situation. Xianxia and the fire Qilin studied countless methods. 4 hours had passed, but it was still useless. Xianxia still couldn't break the internal defense of the fire mastiff. Is it really going to be melted by this fire mastiff? Back then, the fire dragon king of the dragon clan died in the hands of the fire mastiff. It seems that there is no other way. The fire Qilin said in a trembling voice. He looked at Xianxia, and Xianxia's face was also solemn. Look, what is that? What a pungent smell. The fire Qilin widened its eyes and rapidly retreated. The corrosive acid that continuously flowed out from the fire mastiff's body also began to spread towards them. 5 elemental trigram fire formation. 12 fire god guards. Xianxia summoned the 12 fire god guards and sealed his surroundings. The 12 fire god guards used the 5 elemental trigram fire formation as the foundation to protect Xianxia. However, the pungent acid flowed over bit by bit. The legs of the 12 fire god guards were all corroded by the acid, from their ankles to their calves. Xianxia's expression changed completely. Was this guy really so terrifying? The acid in their stomachs was something that even a primordial divine artifact couldn't resist. Moreover, it was almost like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The legs of the 12 fire god guards were completely corroded. Holy shit! This is too terrifying. Xianxia couldn't help but curse. He had never encountered such a terrifying thing. This fire mastiff was definitely a rather difficult thing to deal with. Even the acid in its body could easily corrode a primordial divine artifact. Xianxia couldn't help but wonder if a primordial divine artifact could resist the acid in the fire mastiff's body. Xianxia quickly kept the 12 fire god guards. Right now, the 12 fire god guards were completely crippled. Their 24 legs were all corroded by the acid. Damn it. I never dreamed that the Eastern Emperor Bell would save my life at this time. Dong Huangtai once said that the Eastern Emperor Bell could help him complete a directional transmission. At the critical moment, it was equivalent to giving him an extra life. It would be easy for him to escape. However, Xianxia never expected that he would be swallowed into the stomach of the fire mastiff at this time. He originally thought that this directional transmission could help him get rid of a greater danger. However, when the acid corroded the calves of the 12 fire god guards, Xianxia knew that he had no way out. Eastern Emperor Bell, it's up to you now. Xianxia took out the Eastern Emperor Bell. His eyes focused and he activated the divine bell. In the next second, Xianxia and the fire Qilin appeared in the scarlet magma. Under their feet, magma was everywhere. As for him, he stood in a place where there were very few flames. Although he was far away from the magma, the blazing temperature still made his entire body extremely painful. Compared to the stomach of the fire mastiff, this damned place was not much better. Xianxia and the fire Qilin could only use their divine origin energy to resist. This was because their resistance to fire was much stronger than ordinary people. If it was an ordinary person, it would be hard for them to even have 10 breaths of time in this place of death. We're finally out. Xianxia raised his eyes and looked up. Above the void, it was filled with flames. However, he knew that they were already out of the stomach of the fire mastiff. However, they couldn't directly teleport out of this damned nine-furnace volcano. Instead, they were trapped here. How is this possible? You're still not dead after being eaten by me? A furious voice was heard, causing Xianxia's heart to tremble. He immediately turned around and saw a gigantic unicorn. Its body was fat, but it was sturdy like a diamond. Its eyes were burning with flames, and it was staring at Xianxia. Fire mastiff beast? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. This fire mastiff beast had a single horn on its head. It was 10 feet tall and its entire body was burning with flames. It was even more ferocious than the fire qilin. Its fangs were 3 feet long and flames were rising from its nose. Its 4 legs were on the ground. However, every leg was a fiery red golden hook. It was abnormally sharp and carried with it a raging fire. Its eyes were about to completely burn. I like your body. If I want to eat you, you won't be able to escape. The fire mastiff beast gloomily stared at Xianxia with endless greed. The fire mastiff beast was extremely surprised that Xianxia could escape. However, it would not let a cooked duck escape from its mouth. But you might not be able to eat me, Xianxia said coldly. This fella is too strong. Xianxia, let's go. The fire qilin gritted his teeth and said. The fear in his heart had made him lose his fighting spirit. There's even a fire qilin. What a delicacy. The fire mastiff beast muttered. The fire qilin gritted his teeth in anger. However, he knew that even if his strength was on par with the fire mastiff beast, he might not be able to defeat it. It's quite strong, Xianxia said in a low voice. Even the corner of his mouth was a little dry. His heart was in turmoil. If his soul realm had not reached the Emperor realm, Xianxia would not even know how terrifying this fellow was. Late Hierarch realm. Compared to the Reverend Lord who wanted to kill and rob him, this fella's strength was much stronger. Moreover, it was a true late Hierarch realm. Xianxia instantly lost his fighting spirit just like the fire qilin. They should not be thinking about fighting but how to escape. What are you waiting for? Run. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, he started running towards the Nine Pinnacles mountain. In order to resist the terrifying flames, he had used up a lot of his divine origin energy. However, before Xianxia and the fire qilin could run more than 100 feet away, they were stopped by the fire mastiff beast. With a terrifying speed, the fire mastiff beast appeared in front of Xianxia and the fire qilin. Its giant claws smashed down. It was just a simple attack but it had already given Xianxia a headache. The fire mastiff's claw tore through the void. Xianxia used the Great Void technique to dodge, but his escape route was still blocked by the fire mastiff. As the claw smashed down, Xianxia blocked it with his sword, but he was instantly sent flying. The fire qilin's condition was not any better than him. Its entire body was heavily injured. This was no longer a question of whether it could fight or not, but whether it could run away. Dragon Transformation, Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Xianxia used the Dragon Transformation and Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique consecutively. At that moment, the fire mastiff was slightly stunned, then it sneered, "You can be considered as half of the dragon race. My favorite food is dragon race beasts. Qilin is not bad too." Xianxia's strength had reached an unprecedented peak, comparable to a peak divine king. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, he used the limitless sword, advancing step by step. However, the fire mastiff was too strong. In less than 5 rounds, Xianxia was struck down. His face was pale and blood was spurting out from his mouth. I also like your sword very much. If I eat you as well, I might be able to improve my strength. Breaking through to the half-step divine emperor is not impossible. The fire mastiff's eyes kept darting around, as if it was thinking of how to use Xianxia and the sword in his hand. In Xianxia's heart, there were thousands of horses galloping madly. This was AF * King Rare Monster. He even wanted to eat the heavenly dragon sword. However, Xianxia was defeated too quickly. His opponent's strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. Xianxia finally believed the saying that in the face of absolute strength, all techniques were useless. The fire qilin could not be counted on. Even Xianxia did not expect the fire Qilin to be suppressed so miserably by the fire mastiff. Even his breathing became uneven. This was the might of a king among the beasts. As one of the strongest fire Qilin in the Qilin clan, even he was afraid of this fire mastiff. Was this guy really that terrifying? I hope you won't be burnt to a crisp by my flames. As the fire mastiff spoke, a mouthful of flames shot out from its mouth. The purplish-red flames caused Xianxia to feel an indescribable fear. 5 elements true fire. Xianxia summoned the 5 elemental true fire, but the 5 elemental true fire was almost instantly assimilated by the fire mastiff beast's volcano, as though it had been completely devoured. Xianxia kept retreating as the flames enveloped his entire body. Fire snakes spurted out, but when they came into contact with the surrounding stone walls, they instantly turned into flying ash. Divine Golden Bell, God-sealing restriction. Xianxia used the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art, but the Eastern Emperor Bell still couldn't block the terrifying flames. The flames burned, causing Xianxia's divine origin energy to burn. Xianxia could only retreat again and again. The flames aren't bad, and your abilities aren't bad either. Unfortunately, you're not my opponent. You're too weak, too weak. The fire mastiff spat out another mouthful of purplish-red flames, wanting to engulf Xianxia and the fire Qilin. Xianxia retreated into the Zulong Tower. The flames enveloped the Zulong Tower, but the Zulong Tower blocked the fire mastiff beast's attack. Eh? What a strange pagoda. This thing is the same as the sword in that human's hand. They're all rare treasures. The fire mastiff beast muttered to itself. Xianxia sat on the Zulong Tower, drenched in sweat. He was almost burnt to death by the fire mastiff beast's flames. He played with eagles all day, but his eyes were pecked out by an eagle. If he really died under the fire mastiff beast's flames, Xianxia would feel rather sullen. This fellow is too abnormal. Xianxia panted heavily. Between life and death, he felt as though he had just survived a calamity. The Zulong Tower blocked the fire mastiff beast's flames, but Xianxia could feel that the temperature within the Zulong Tower was constantly rising. Do you think I won't be able to do anything to you if you hide in the tower? The fire mastiff beast stared at the Zulong Tower. Roar. The fire mastiff beast roared angrily as blazing flames spewed out of its mouth. Although its flames weren't able to melt the Zulong Tower, it caused the temperature within the Zulong Tower to reach an unprecedented height. This damned fellow. Xianxia's expression was extremely ugly. At this time, he could only summon Red Lotus. He didn't know much about this fellow. It was simply a fool's dream to deal with this fire mastiff beast based on the bits and pieces of the fire Qilin's inherited memories. Red Lotus. Xianxia summoned Red Lotus from the depths of his soul. Fire mastiff beast. How did you provoke this thing? Red Lotus's expression changed drastically. Like a fire lotus fairy, her fiery figure silently stared at the fire mastiff beast outside the Zulong Tower. You recognize him? What should we do? How can we escape from this fire mastiff beast? Xianxia asked anxiously. You overestimate me. This fellow is already nearing maturity. A mature fire mastiff beast can swallow a great emperor expert in one gulp. Red Lotus's solemn expression made Xianxia's heart boil. This fellow's terror was self-evident. Even Red Lotus was somewhat wary of him. Even you don't have a solution? Xianxia sighed. It's not that there's no solution. We can only use violence to counter violence. If my Red Lotus karmic fire can fight the fire mastiff beast to a draw, we might have a chance of survival. Red Lotus whispered. The best outcome is for you to fight to a draw? Although Red Lotus did not say it clearly, her chances were no more than 30 to 40%. Xianxia was well aware of this. The fire mastiff beast is an ancient divine beast and a descendant of the god clan. Even the dragon clan has to respect it. In ancient times, many beasts were stronger than the dragon clan. It's just that the ancestral dragon emperor of the dragon clan opened up a path for them. The true battle power of the dragon clan relies on the accumulation of numbers. Because the ancient divine beasts are even rarer than the dragon clan. Some were even born at the beginning of the primordial chaos. There are only 1 or 2 of them. This fire mastiff beast is one of them. Its ancestor is the fire god, Zhurong. The blood of the fire god flows in his body. Otherwise, why do you think his flames are so terrifying? Even your 5 elemental true fire is slightly inferior. Who in the world can match it? If that's the case, then if I can obtain the beast fire origin in his body, it might allow my 5 elemental true fire to evolve. Xianxia's eyes blazed as he stared at the fire mastiff beast outside the Zulong Tower. We are food in his mouth now. You actually want to devour him? Humph, what a fool's dream. Don't place too much hope on me. I will run away on my own at the crucial moment. Red Lotus said coldly. Xianxia looked at Red Lotus anxiously. However, Red Lotus did not seem like she would leave easily. Although Xianxia did not know much about her, Red Lotus was not someone who was afraid of death. The descendant of the fire god, Zhurong? God clan. Is there really a god clan in the god world? Xianxia murmured. The god race is only a legend, but legends are not necessarily false. Whether they exist or not is impossible to verify. The god world has existed for far too long, so long that tens of thousands of years can pass in the blink of an eye. However, the fire god Zhurong really existed. This fire mastiff is the descendant of the fire god Zhurong. In my memory fragments, the fire god seems to be one of the strongest gods in the world. Hong Lian said with a frown. No matter what, this fellow's flames are not something my 5 elemental true fire can contend against. You are my only hope now. Xianxia shrugged and said, showing a stance of if I die together, he would perish together with you. I can only do my best. Hong Lian said indifferently. Xianxia and the fire Qilin placed their last hope on Hong Lian. On top of the ancestral dragon pagoda, a blood-red lotus slowly rose. Fiery light soared to the sky and converged together. On top of the fiery lotus, Red Lotus was like a goddess from the 9 heavens, standing proudly in front of the pagoda. Red Lotus Hellfire? The fire mastiff's eyes suddenly froze, as if it was staring at Hong Lian rather fearfully. Unfortunately, you are not mature yet. After a while, the fire mastiff said coldly. Aren't you the same? Hong Lian and the fire mastiff stared at each other, not giving way. But it is enough to deal with you. Father once said that the Red Lotus Hellfire is the only flame that can contend against my bestial fire. Unfortunately, you are not strong enough and can only be devoured by me. I never thought that my strongest bestial fire would not be that human, but the Red Lotus Hellfire. The fire mastiff looked at Hong Lian greedily, wanting to swallow her whole. You want to devour me? Let's see if you have the ability. Hong Lian and the fire mastiff faced each other, the flames in their eyes intertwining, showing no signs of backing down. However, it was clear that the fire mastiff was also slightly afraid of the Red Lotus Hellfire. I'll let you know that the strongest fire in this world is the primary beast fire of my fire mastiff beast. After devouring your karmic fire of the Red Lotus, I'll definitely reach the martial emperor realm within 1,000 years. The mastiff fire beast's greed was clearly expressed in its words. Its eyes were filled with blazing flames. Their gazes continued to meet, and every time they met, flames would rise. Their surroundings were filled with endless flames. There were no fancy moves in their battle, nor were there any life or death battles. There was only the struggle of flames. Whoever's flames were stronger would be able to suppress the other. The Red Lotus karmic flame's expression grew increasingly grave. The flames around the two of them caused Xianxia to be overwhelmed with shock. These two fellows were extraordinarily terrifying. Hong Lian has reached the hierarch realm. Xianxia was a little shocked. However, it made sense. If she did not have the strength of a hierarch realm, she might not stand a chance against the fire mastiff beast. Xianxia's eyes turned red. Their divine souls kept intertwining. That was the test of the soul fire. However, Xianxia could see that Hong Lian was obviously at a disadvantage in the battle against the fire mastiff beast. Her strength was much weaker than the fire mastiff beast. The fire mastiff beast had reached the late hierarch realm battle strength, and the primary beast fire in its body had reached the pinnacle. If we were at the same level, your karmic fire of the Red Lotus might be stronger than mine. However, you're too weak now. Accept my judgment. After devouring you, I'll unleash the karmic fire of the Red Lotus to the extreme. The fire mastiff beast sneered and opened its mouth, wanting to devour Hong Lian. Hong Lian kept retreating. Her pretty face was extremely pale. She had no way out now. The fire mastiff beast's primary beast fire kept expanding, forcing her karmic fire of the Red Lotus to shrink. You're indeed the descendant of the fire god Zhurong. Your primary beast fire is so terrifying. Xianxia murmured. At that moment, he could feel Hong Lian's danger. The fire mastiff beast was too terrifying. It had the battle strength of a late hierarch realm and possessed the primary beast fire that was comparable to the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Xianxia even guessed that an ordinary divine emperor might not be able to defeat the fire mastiff beast. He recalled that he was almost killed when he fought against a middle hierarch realm reverend of the 9 boundaries. He had used all his strength to escape. He would definitely lose against the fire mastiff beast. There was no chance for him to win. Xianxia's heart trembled as Red Lotus was constantly being pushed back by the fire mastiff beast. Even Hong Lian was not his match? How could he break through the siege of the fire mastiff beast? Xianxia's heart was filled with endless anger and struggle. This was the biggest crisis he had ever faced since he entered the divine world. Moreover, he couldn't just watch Red Lotus die for him. Go. It'll be too late if we don't leave now. I'll hold him back. Hong Lian yelled without any fear. She was being pushed back by the fire mastiff beast, but she was not afraid at all. How can I leave? Xianxia smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was struggling in his heart. Xianxia could not let Red Lotus stay and be devoured by the fire mastiff beast. Go. You'll die if you keep talking nonsense. Hong Lian's eyes were filled with determination. He was the only successor of the craftsman god. He must not die here. Even if she had to fight with her body, she must help Xianxia escape. Currently, Red Lotus had nowhere to run. She was dying slowly. She might not be as lucky as Xianxia once she was devoured by the fire mastiff beast. Xianxia was not willing to let Red Lotus die for him. As a man, he must not sit and wait for death. Cold River Stone. Yes, it's the Cold River Stone. A glimmer of hope suddenly rose in Xianxia's heart. The destructive ice god's divine emperor weapon was at least a primal origin treasure. However, Xianxia's strength was not strong enough. He would need to reach the hierarch realm before he could use it. However, his spiritual strength had reached the emperor realm. Xianxia knew that this was his last and only hope. Even though his soul had not fully recovered and his strength was only at the divine king realm, he would still watch Red Lotus die if he did not take this gamble. And all of this was because of him. Even if Xianxia were to die, he would not want to bear the burden of this friendship and owe someone, especially at a time like this. Xianxia would never leave. Cold River Stone, it's all up to you now. Xianxia held the Cold River Stone in his hand. His eyes were filled with determination. Even if he had to die, he must not retreat. How could a man let a woman stand in front of him and die for him? If so, Xianxia knew that he would never be able to surpass his peak in his entire life. You're crazy, Xianxia. You don't even have the strength to use the Cold River Stone. This is not the Heavenly Dragon Sword. It might backfire on you. The Cold River Stone is a peerless divine weapon of the ancient god emperor. Without the strength of a hierarch realm, you can't even touch it. Even if you reach the hierarch realm, you still have to be careful. Fire Qilin was speechless. I would rather die than stand behind a woman and cower. The word man is not just for show. The Fire Qilin stared at Xianxia silently. He knew that Xianxia had no other way out now. If he did not do this, they could only resign themselves to death. This was their final hope. If they lost, they would be consigned to eternal damnation, sinking deep into the abyss of death. Despite knowing that there was a tiger in the mountains, he still chose to advance. This was a fearless spirit and a resolute attitude. The Fire Qilin knew that with Xianxia's personality, he definitely would not abandon the Fire Lotus and flee alone. He would rather die in battle than owe others, especially women. From the moment he decided to follow Xianxia, he deeply understood Xianxia's personality. Otherwise, with the Fire Qilin's pride, why would he willingly serve Xianxia? You should go. I can't guarantee that we'll definitely win this battle. Xianxia glanced at the fire Qilin. I won't go. The fire Qilin also shook his head, extremely determined. There's no meaning to a pointless sacrifice, Xianxia said nonchalantly as he stared at the fire mastiff. He already had nowhere else to retreat. He could only fight with his back to the wall. You can be fearless for your friends, but how can I, the fire Qilin, be afraid of death? Ha ha ha, Xianxia, you underestimate me too much. The greatest glory of my fire Qilin clan is not the extraordinary talent of a divine beast, but the dignity of a divine beast. Our heads can be chopped off, our blood can flow, but our dignity cannot be thrown away. The fire Qilin's determination touched Xianxia. He could not say anything else, because if he did, it would be an extreme insult to the fire Qilin. Good brother. Although the fire Qilin could not help Xianxia at all in this battle, he gave him great encouragement. It made Xianxia's heart as firm as a boulder. Bastard, why aren't you leaving? What are you waiting for? Hong Lian roared furiously. Her face was pale and her eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. She did not know why she was risking her life like this. Was it for Xianxia? Or was it for the legacy left behind by the craftsman god who had been dead for tens of thousands of years, but Xianxia didn't care at all. He didn't want to leave at all. This isn't loyalty, it's stupidity. Hong Lian's eyes were practically spitting fire, but she was unable to control Xianxia because he had already charged over. This was a battle between martial supremacies. For someone of his strength, it was a complete massacre. Then I'll be stupid for once. Xianxia smiled calmly and fearlessly as he charged into the sky. Flames surged and shot in all directions, causing the air to explode. Foolish and ignorant fellow, this will be your final choice. Unfortunately, you are stubborn. Perhaps this is a gift from the heavens to me. Ha ha ha. The fire mastiff let out an ear-piercing sneer. Its body trembled as a terrifying wave of fire surged into the sky, almost incinerating the surrounding space. Hong Lian was forced back time and time again. Her complexion was extremely ugly. There was nothing she could do to reverse the situation. She no longer had any ability to turn the tide. Although her karmic fire of the Red Lotus was powerful, the fire mastiff's original beast flame was inherited from the fire god Zhurong of the primordial god race. It was extraordinary and not much weaker than her own karmic fire of the Red Lotus. In particular, her strength was completely suppressed by him. Turning defeat into victory was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Cold River Stone. Activate. Xianxia wielded the Cold River Stone. It was as heavy as a titan and as cold as an iceberg. In that instant, a terrifying chill descended upon the peak of the volcano. Cold River Stone? What a familiar name. The fire mastiff murmured. There was an unknown existence like this in its inherited memories. Cold River Stone. The destructive ice god's peerless emperor weapon. The fire mastiff's expression turned solemn. In the next instant, the entire Nine Pinnacles Mountains volcano was filled with the piercing chill of the Cold River Stone. The temperature of the Nine Pinnacles mountain plummeted. The chill spread with Xianxia at the center. Xianxia held the Cold River Stone in his hand and descended upon the world like an unparalleled king. The terrifying chill was like a substantial rain of arrows, heading straight for the fire mastiff. The powerful chill caused the fire mastiff's expression to change drastically. I never expected you to possess the destructive ice god's peerless emperor weapon. Unfortunately, with your strength, you can't unleash its full power. Even with the peerless emperor weapon, you still can't defeat me. The fire mastiff was full of confidence. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. He knew how powerful Xianxia was. It was not easy for him to control such a huge and powerful peerless emperor weapon. It was impossible for him to do so without reaching the martial honor realm. If he was not careful, he might even injure himself and suffer a backlash. You're crazy. Bastard. Hong Lian gritted her teeth. Her beautiful eyes flickered with worry. With Xianxia's current strength, he could not use the power of the Cold River Stone at all. Even she could not do so. Although she had the strength of a hierarch, the Cold River Stone's attribute was the exact opposite of hers. It would be impossible for Xianxia to use the Cold River Stone. Even if Xianxia did not reject the cold river stone, the five-elemental true fire in his body would be suppressed to the limit. It might even be devoured by the cold river stone. The moment Xianxia turned his head, his life had been decided. It could be said that he would definitely die. There was no turning back. However, because of this, Hong Lian was even more furious. She had risked her life, but he still turned his head. The moment he turned his head, Hong Lian's heart was filled with joy and sorrow. This is how a person should live his life. If he is not crazy, he will not survive. The smile on Xianxia's face remained as calm as ever. Even in a life-or-death situation like this, he did not even frown. Just as Hong Lian thought, the five-elemental true fire in his body had been suppressed to the limit by the cold river stone. There was only a tiny spark left, and it seemed like it was about to be extinguished. Even the fire origin of the five-elemental true fire was not enough to resist the power of the cold river stone. Xianxia shivered inside. Nothing was more important than surviving this battle. The streams of coldness rapidly approached the fire mastiff. The fire mastiff also fought with everything it had. Even a lion needed to use its full strength to catch a rabbit, not to mention the cold river stone before it. The fire mastiff felt a sliver of danger. Although Xianxia was unable to truly activate the cold river stone and unleash its true power, there was nothing wrong with being cautious. Xianxia wielded the cold river stone. The mountain of coldness pressed down as the streams of coldness lingered around Xianxia. Xianxia had turned into a god of destruction and threw a punch. Coldness surged into the air as the fire mastiff roared furiously. Tongues of fire spewed out, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. The coldness and tongues of fire constantly intertwined. Xianxia was forced back time and time again, and his expression became uglier and uglier. The fire mastiff's resistance had a crucial effect at this moment. Even the surrounding temperature constantly rose and changed. You won't be able to defeat him. Hong Lian smiled bitterly inside. However, it was already too late to say anything now. Xianxia was facing certain death as he constantly clashed with the fire mastiff. With the might of the chill river stone, he was able to unleash a few impressive attacks. However, after the attacks, Xianxia was unable to use the chill river stone again. His presence had also become extremely weak. At that moment, the chill river stone began to violently backfire. What Xianxia had worried about had still happened in the end. The true fire of the five elements constantly resisted the coldness from the chill river stone, but the coldness was just too powerful. The true fire of the five elements struggled to resist at all. The weak true fire of the five elements was suppressed to the point where it could not rise up in Xianxia's dantian. It was like a trembling child that had seen a burly man. It could not fight back at all. Even the blood in Xianxia's body seemed to flow more slowly. Not only was the coldness from the chill river stone cold to the outside world, but it was also damaging to himself. It made things rather difficult for Xianxia, but at that moment, he had no path of retreat. He could only advance. Ha ha ha, this is your retribution. Do you think a supreme imperial weapon is that easy to use? Let alone you, even I can't activate the chill river stone, the fire mastiff sneered. Xianxia's overestimation of his abilities made it even more hilarious. He was completely trying to look impressive at his own cost. He had not even used the chill river stone's power, yet he had forcefully used it now. He would only reap what he had sown. At that moment, the fire mastiff did not even need to do anything. It was very likely that Xianxia would be devoured by the coldness from the chill river stone and die for good. Sigh. Hong Lian sighed gently. Was it going to be over in the end after all these years of waiting? Originally, they believed that Xianxia would definitely be entrusted with great responsibility in the god's tomb, and Hong Lian had seen how he had progressed step by step. Xianxia's rise was definitely a rising star. It was just a pity that luck was not on his side. They had actually encountered the ancient fire mastiff here. Since ancient times, the number of fire mastiff beasts did not exceed 3. Their luck was really too good. Hong Lian knew that the backlash of the frigid river stone had already begun. It was impossible for Xianxia to endure its coldness. Even the five-elemental true fire was extremely weak right now, about to be extinguished at any time. How could Xianxia resist the fire mastiff? Even so, it was difficult for him to even protect himself. It's time, it's fate. The Fire Kirin murmured. He had already chosen to accept his fate, but he had no regrets. To be able to befriend a human like Xianxia in this life, the Fire Kirin would have no regrets even if he died. Xianxia clenched his teeth. At this moment, he knew that he had been forced to the edge of life and death. He definitely could not let Hong Lian look down on him, in order to save others, and even more so, in order to save himself. Ha ha ha, I don't need to do anything anymore. Just accept the backlash of the frigid river stone and die. The fire mastiff sneered. Xianxia's myriad chi body, the Fire Kirin, the sword, his pagoda, and finally the red lotus karmic fire. It could eat them all. Once it devoured all of them, it would definitely break through to the Emperor realm. At that time, it would truly be a peerless expert that would descend upon the world. It's too early to be happy now. Xianxia Lunglung smiled. His Emperor realm soul instantly spread out and covered the entire Nine Pinnacles mountain, including the fire mastiff beast. Red Lian's expression also changed. This is, the Emperor realm soul? The fire mastiff beast cried out. Hong Lian was completely shocked as she looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Even the craftsman god only had the Emperor realm soul back then, and that was because of his millions of years of forging and his peerless talent. However, the craftsman god was already in the divine Emperor realm at that time. However, Xianxia was only a divine king. How could he have the Emperor realm soul? Although they were shocked and in disbelief, it was the truth. Xianxia's Emperor realm soul was extremely overbearing at this moment. Even the fire mastiff beast could not be compared to Xianxia. How could the Emperor realm soul be achieved so easily? In the divine Emperor realm, only a few peerless geniuses or people with great luck could achieve it. This is impossible. The fire mastiff beast finally sensed the danger. Although a divine king could not activate the cold river stone, the Emperor realm soul was undoubtedly terrifying. It could definitely make the cold river stone unleash its power. The fire mastiff knew how terrifying the soul of an Emperor realm expert was. Although he was not strong enough, he could only run away if he encountered an expert with the soul of an Emperor realm expert. However, Xianxia's strength was too weak. A divine king fella possessing the soul of an Emperor realm expert. This was simply unbelievable and unheard of. There are many things that are impossible. For example, you can't defeat the cold river stone. At least not now. Xianxia's smile became wider. Although his Emperor realm soul was injured and could not recover in a short period of time, at least at this moment, he forcefully used the Emperor realm soul to activate the cold river stone. It would definitely shock everyone. If the fire mastiff beast wanted to resist the power of the cold river stone, it would depend on his ability. Even if you can activate the cold river stone, so what? I would like to see if my original beast fire is stronger or if your cold river stone is stronger. The fire mastiff beast roared angrily and continuously beat its chest. The sound was deafening and the flames in its eyes were more than 3 feet long. Original fire seed, burn. The fire mastiff beast's strength caused Red Lotus and the fire Qilint's expressions to change. They trembled and retreated, escaping from the center of the fire mastiff beast's flames. Xianxia stood proudly in the void, facing the fire mastiff beast. The cold river stone in his hand shone with a cold light once again. The surrounding temperature dropped to negative hundreds of degrees Celsius. Compared to before, it was countless times colder. Even Red Lotus karmic fire was greatly suppressed. The fire Qilin could not resist this terrifying coldness at all and shivered. A touch of coldness moves the world. The cold river stone was unleashed in an instant, becoming as big as a mountain, almost blocking the volcanic crater of the Nine Pinnacles mountain. Under the cold air, the fire mastiff's beast origin flame kept burning, but it was suppressed by the cold air of Xianxia's cold river stone. Even the fire mastiff's fire seed was shrinking. Damn it, this cold river stone is actually so terrifying. The fire mastiff was extremely furious. It had originally thought that Xianxia had shot himself in the foot and was digging his own grave. However, it had never thought that this guy would actually possess an Emperor realm soul. This was completely out of its expectations. It was imaginable how powerful an Emperor realm soul was. Coupled with a peerless emperor weapon like the Cold River Stone, it instantly lost the initiative. Even its origin beast fire was completely suppressed. It could not do anything at all. The fire mastiff continued to struggle but to no avail. The fire mastiff was already panicking. It's too terrifying. A peerless emperor weapon, Hong Lian said in a low voice. She turned to look at Xianxia. At that moment, he was like an invincible god of war sent by the heavens. Waves of cold air accompanied by ice and snow covered the Nine Pinnacles mountain that was originally burning with flames. The fire mastiff beast's fire seed could hardly breathe under Xianxia's pressure. The source of his life was his beast fire seed. However, Xianxia's Cold River Stone had safely pressed him under the mountain. The cold air was oppressive, causing his beast fire seed to drop again and again. The endless fire seed had turned into a star fire. No, I can't accept this. Why do you possess an Emperor Realm soul? Why? The fire mastiff was incomparably furious. The unwillingness in its heart was written all over its face. It had never thought that it would be defeated by a divine king human. Furthermore, the coldness of the Cold River Stone was constantly devouring and suppressing its beast fire. Its life force was also becoming weaker and weaker, to the point where it was on the verge of collapse. The suppression of the Cold River Stone was too terrifying. Even though they were affected by a little bit, Hong Lian and the Fire Qilin still felt extremely pressured. However, the Cold River Stone's true target was the Fire Mastiff. The Fire Mastiff continued to attack its origin beast fire. However, it was to no avail in the end. It was as if it had been devoured by the Cold River Stone. Its origin beast fire was already on the verge of being extinguished. It's over, Fire Mastiff. This will be your end, Xianxia said coldly. The Cold River Stone suppressed the Fire Mastiff with lightning speed. The Fire Mastiff roared continuously. However, there was no response. All that was left was endless pain and struggle. The Cold River Stone completely suppressed the Fire Mastiff. The originally fiery red Nine Pinnacles mountain was replaced by a terrifying cold air. The Fire Mastiff had completely lost its ability to fight. Its huge body collapsed. The entire Nine Pinnacles mountain shook slightly. However, Xianxia also knelt on one knee and finally collapsed. At this moment, Xianxia's Emperor State soul was heavily injured once again. This was because he was too weak. His soul was also injured, which was why he was so passive. If his soul was not injured, there would not be such a huge backlash. Even if there was some damage, it would definitely be within the range that Xianxia could endure. However, the backlash from the Cold River Stone had caused his soul to be in extreme pain. The cold air entered his body. Xianxia was facing the judgment of death. Time passed by. Xianxia's body was almost frozen. Xianxia. Hong Lian's eyes were filled with tears of blood. She cried out involuntarily. However, Xianxia's body was completely frozen at this moment. The entire Nine Pinnacles mountain had turned from a volcano to an extremely cold place. The surrounding temperature had also reached a terrifying level. What's going on? Why is it so cold all of a sudden? That's right. Why did the temperature drop so much? I don't know. The Nine Pinnacles mountain was originally a volcano. Why did it become so cold? The entire Nine Pinnacles mountain is frozen. Look. The elders of the 10 great sects looked at the Nine Pinnacles mountain solemnly. The Nine Pinnacles mountain had actually turned into an extremely cold ice mountain at this moment. Who would dare to believe that? However, the divine world was huge. There were all sorts of strange things. Everything was reasonable. In the divine world, there was nothing that was impossible. Xianxia. Could it be Xianxia? Ling Yan gritted her teeth and said with a gloomy expression. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Currently, their earthly fire heavenly lightning sect was being suppressed by the 10 great sects and the entire blood tool sect. Even Ling Yanyu was being attacked from all sides. As one of the top 3 experts in the stellar sky boundary, Ling Yanyu would have been killed if not for his strength. 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. Even so, he still managed to create a path of blood. Chu Fangji and the others from the Blood Tool sect could not take him down at all. Could it really be that kid? Could it be that he's still alive? A sliver of curiosity rose up in Ling Yanyu's heart. He was covered in quite a few wounds as well. He had already killed 2 god kings in this battle, but it was a pity that the other side outnumbered them, so he was unable to overwhelm them all. However, the mightiness of a peak divine king had caused them to be cautious. They did not dare to risk their lives. But if this continued, they would definitely be defeated. The experts of the 10 great sects would continue to arrive, and the Blood Tool sect was the headquarters of the 10 great sects. Ling Yanyu had already thought of retreating from this battle, but there was nothing he could do right now. He couldn't escape from their attacks. If this goes on, the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect might very well perish in his hands. No. Yuer's face was pale as she cried. I don't want you to die. I don't want you to die. Big brother, Yuer's cries shook Ling Yan's heart. She cried her heart out, causing her to be disheartened. Even Yuer thought that Xianxia was dead. There's no reason for him to be alive. Because Yuer had the ability to predict the future. Others might not know, but Ling Yan knew it. Xianxia was a prodigy, yet he still met his end. His life aura has already disappeared. The Fire Qilan's heart was filled with sorrow. What he was worried about had happened. Xianxia suffered from the Cold River Stone's backlash. Adding on to the fact that his soul was damaged, he would definitely die. However, Xianxia still chose to face the battle stubbornly. The final scene had already appeared in his mind. His soul aura is also gone. Hong Lian's eyes were completely bloodshot. All of this happened because he wanted to save her. The enmity between them was difficult to explain. Xianxia's body was completely frozen by the cold chi released by the Cold River Stone. The backlash caused Xianxia's body to be heavily injured, unable to resist at all. His body and soul were frozen. Heaven and earth, Tao of nature. The Tao of freedom, dream of Nanshan. These words resounded in Xianxia's mind. His soul actually recovered a little at this moment. However, the cold chi of the Cold River Stone was too powerful. Or it could be said that Xianxia's strength was too weak to fight against it. Am I still alive? Is my soul still here? Xianxia's soul had regained a bit of consciousness from the soul shock. However, he didn't know how long it would take for his soul to wake up again. It might even take millions of years. There might not even be any results. Eh? Hong Lian's heart shuddered violently. She suddenly raised her head as a gleam of excitement flickered through her eyes. This was because she could sense that Xianxia was still alive. It was an almost undetectable presence of his soul. Xianxia isn't dead yet. Hong Lian said gravely. The Fire Qilan also exclaimed. Really? To be exact, he isn't completely dead yet. However, his aura is far too weak. Hong Lian shook her head. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Therefore, she only hoped that she could find a chance in this rare opportunity. It's almost inaudible. The Fire Qilan nodded. He couldn't feel it. Only when Hong Lian said so did he feel hopeful. Right now, Xianxia's entire body and soul are frozen. It's almost impossible to help him recover, the Fire Qilan murmured gravely. The Fire Qilan's heart was incomparably solemn as it muttered to itself. At the very least, it was helpless. There's still a chance. Hong Lian's face was red as she said softly. As long as I can fuse with him, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus can melt the extreme coldness of the Cold River Stone. Then, Xianxia can recover. The Fire Qilan looked at Hong Lian in shock. To her, it would definitely be a great injury. It might even be irreparable. If Xianxia and I can't wake up, then take me and Xianxia away from here. Bury us in a place where no one will ever know. Perhaps one day, when the sky is boundless and the sea is boundless, we will wake up one day. Hong Lian smiled and said calmly. Since she had already made up her mind, she wouldn't leave any regrets. All right. The Fire Qilan nodded heavily. He was able to survive because of Xianxia's desperate struggle. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he wouldn't let anyone harm them. The Fire Qilan turned around and left, leaving enough space for the Red Lotus. Hong Lian stared at Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was like an ice sculpture. The entire volcano of the Nine Pinnacles mountain was also covered in ice. The mountain of fire had almost become a mountain of ice. Whether you can survive or not will depend on this. If you can be in perfect harmony, it means that you are not fated to die. Red Lotus gently took off her silk dress. She was as beautiful as a fairy, devastatingly beautiful. Her jade-like body was breathtaking, her beauty unmatched. Hong Lian hugged Xianxia, who had already been frozen into an ice sculpture. At that moment, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus engulfed the two of them. Endless flames shot up into the sky. One could only see Hong Lian hugging Xianxia within the raging flames. Their bodies were tightly pressed together. The source of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was a little stronger than the cold energy of the cold river stone. After all, it wasn't breaking the seal of the cold river stone, it was only breaking the energy of its backlash. Even so, it was exceptionally difficult. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus continuously circled around Xianxia. The ice melted, the ice melted. Xianxia's heart, Xianxia's soul, and Xianxia's body were all changing bit by bit. Time passed. Day after day, year after year. After 3 years, Xianxia's body finally melted completely. The ice on Xianxia's body had completely melted. His body was also extremely cold. The source of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus had almost been completely used up in these 3 years. Hong Lian was completely exhausted. However, her efforts were not in vain. Xianxia had finally awakened from the ice sculpture. His soul and body had also recovered to an extremely good state. She used the karmic fire of the Red Lotus to ignite the 5-elemental true fire in his heart. Moreover, they were in perfect harmony. Almost half of the source of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus had been integrated into Xianxia's body by Hong Lian. Is he finally going to wake up? Hong Lian murmured. She was extremely happy in her heart. Even though she was on the verge of death and the source of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was about to be extinguished, Xianxia was still alive. As long as she still had a breath left, she would definitely not die. However, it was different for Xianxia. If she did not use the source of the karmic fire to save him, he would have died. Who knows how many tens of thousands of years it would take for him to recover. Even if his soul still had a breath left, it would not be easy for him to wake up. Now that you have the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, I hope that you will cherish it. Don't disappoint me, little craftsman god. After she finished speaking, Hong Lian slowly fell onto Xianxia's body. A brief moment later, when Xianxia woke up, he was slightly startled when he saw the naked Hong Lian in front of him. However, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus that coexisted with the 5-elemental true fire in his dantian had already told him everything. Xianxia raised his head and covered Red Lotus with a layer of clothes. In the next moment, her body underwent a tremendous change, turning into a dazzling fiery red golden lotus, vivid and lifelike. Xianxia held the golden fire lotus in his hand. His heart was filled with gratitude. If it was not for Hong Lian, he did not know when he would be able to regain his life. The kindness that Hong Lian had shown him was akin to giving him a new lease on life. You actually gave me half of your true fire essence. Won't you regret it when you wake up in the future? After losing half of your true fire essence, you will never have the chance to reach the peak again. Xianxia quietly said. The true fire essence was the source of Hong Lian's life. In order to save him, she had fused with him and even used her true fire essence to help him. His life had already been completely intertwined with hers and could never be separated again. If Hong Lian was destroyed, he would be fine, but if he was destroyed, Hong Lian would also cease to exist. You've given your life to me. Hong Lian, I will never let you be silent in this lifetime. Xianxia firmly said. Although he did not know how long it would take for Hong Lian to wake up, or even 10,000 years, Xianxia would never give up hope. Once he stepped into the martial emperor realm, he would definitely find a way to help her recover her true fire essence. The two blazing flames in Xianxia's body made him even more solemn. The true fire essence of the Red Lotus karmic fire essence had completely fused with him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand the cold river stone's backlash. Xianxia clenched his fists, the five elemental true fire in his left hand and the karmic fire of the red lotus on his right. At that moment, he could feel the energy in his body rising continuously. The karmic fire of the red lotus might not increase his strength by much, but it was released when the opponent was unprepared. Even a peak divine king would be scared out of his wits. A slight mistake and he would be burned to ashes by the karmic fire of the red lotus. Xianxia, you're finally awake. The fire Qilan's face was filled with joy. If not for the red lotus, I'm afraid I'll never be able to recover. How long have I been unconscious? Xianxia asked. 3 years. The fire Qilan answered. It's been that long? It's time for me to go to Tongxian Mansion. Xianxia murmured. He turned his head and looked at the fire mastiff not far away. The fire mastiff wasn't dead yet. It was still breathing, but it was suppressed by the cold river stone. However, it was on the verge of death. The primordial true fire passed down by the fire god Zhurong clan? This time, it should be mine. The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. This fire mastiff is a treasure. It's more than enough to refine a primordial spirit tool. The fire Qilan's eyes flickered. Then I'll take its primordial true fire to commemorate the red lotus. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He reached out his hand and the primordial true fire in the fire mastiff's body instantly struggled. Although it was on its last breath, the primordial true fire was still able to defend itself. Unfortunately, the karmic fire of the red lotus in Xianxia's body was much stronger than the primordial true fire in the fire mastiff's body. No, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. The fire mastiff's struggling will reverberated in the air. However, Xianxia did not hesitate and used the karmic fire of the red lotus to extract the primordial true fire. The primordial true fire of the fire mastiff's primordial true fire was comparable to the karmic fire of the red lotus. Although it was weak, the primordial true fire was still burning fiercely. It's impossible not to die. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it. Xianxia said calmly. Even though the five elemental true fire is still growing, it is still no match for a divine fire like the red lotus karmic fire. Today, I will use the fire god Zhurong clan's origin true fire to fuse with my five elemental true fire. Xianxia, you'd better think this through. The fire mastiff beast's essence flame is extremely powerful. Even though you've already extracted the fire mastiff beast's essence flame, its arrogance is still there. It's no weaker than the karmic fire of the red lotus. You'd better think twice before you act. The fire Qilan reminded. I can even subdue the fire mastiff beast. Why would I be afraid of a mere primordial fire essence? Xianxia sneered as he stared at the fire mastiff's origin fire in his hand. In the next moment, he entered the Zulong Tower without hesitation and began to refine it. The fire mastiff beast's primordial fire essence was extremely powerful. The fusion of the five elemental true fire with it was imminent. As long as it could be fused, the five elemental true fire would definitely reach a higher level. At that time, it might even be comparable to the red lotus karmic fire. The true dragon flame, the true thunder fire, the Qilan sacred flame, the vermilion bird divine flame, and the sun flame all fused together with the true flame of the fire mastiff. The fire mastiff beast's essence fire was clearly superior, but under the pressure of the red lotus karmic fire, the fire mastiff beast's essence fire was unable to cause any trouble. Under the fusion of the true dragon fire, it became the true dragon divine fire. Under the fusion of the true lightning fire, it became the divine lightning fire. Under the fusion of the Qilan sacred fire, it became the Qilan divine fire. Under the fusion of the sun fire, it became the sun divine fire. Under the fusion of the vermilion bird divine fire, it became the vermilion bird heavenly fire. It was even more superior. Xianxia used the red lotus karmic fire to suppress the fire mastiff beast's essence fire, and the fusion was completed in an unstoppable manner. After the fusion, even Xianxia did not expect the five elemental true fire to be so terrifying. After the fusion, every flame of the five elemental true fire was more than 100 times stronger than the five elemental true fire. Even the red lotus karmic fire was not inferior to the five elemental true fire. After the fusion of the fire essence fire, the dragon marks in Xianxia's body underwent a monstrous change once again. As he circulated the dragon transformation skill, the dragon marks underwent a shocking change, and the number of dragon marks increased by tens of thousands. Am I finally going to break through? Xianxia held his breath and concentrated. The dragon transformation skill circulated wildly, and the 5-elemental true fire spread out to protect his body. The surrounding ice mountains of the 9 Pinnacles mountain also began to melt slowly. The dragon marks grew densely in his limbs and bones. The dragon transformation skill evolved once again, and the number of dragon marks reached 4,500,000. He was on the verge of breaking through, and the mid-divine king realm was reached in an instant. The lightning dispersed, and Xianxia clenched his hand. The power of a mid-divine king made him feel unprecedentedly powerful. This was a true mid-divine king. Xianxia was confident that a late divine king expert would be shocked by the power of his punch. You've become stronger again. The fire Qilin congratulated him. This is the fire mastiff beast's essence fire. I hope it'll be useful to you. Xianxia moved his fingers gently, and the fire Qilin's essence fire danced in his hand. The fire Qilin said in shock, "Are you saying that you're giving me a strand of the fire essence fire?" The fire Qilin did not dare to hope for it. The importance of the fire mastiff beast was obvious. Hong Lian had lost half of the fire mastiff beast's essence fire, and no one knew when he would be able to wake up again. Moreover, he would never be able to reach the peak again. Yet, Xianxia actually wanted to give him the fire mastiff beast's essence fire. The fire Qilin was filled with gratitude and excitement. We are brothers who never leave each other's side. Only when you're strong enough can we fight against the enemy together. Xianxia smiled. All right. The fire Qilin nodded heavily. His fire mastiff beast's essence fire and the fire mastiff beast's essence fire would definitely collide, and his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. In the Zulong Tower, the fire Qilin focused on fusing with the fire mastiff beast's essence fire. It took him 3 whole months to completely fuse with the fire mastiff beast's essence fire, and his strength had actually reached the peak of the late divine king realm. It had completely exceeded Xianxia's imagination. It's really unexpected. Xianxia was also shocked. He had witnessed the fire Qilin's transformation. The fire mastiff beast's essence fire and the fire Qilin's essence fire were extremely similar. Moreover, they were both ancient divine beasts. Once the 2 fire mastiff beasts collided, it would be like a powerful combination of stars. Peak divine king realm. I didn't expect it either. The fire Qilin was extremely excited and extremely grateful to Xianxia. His great transformation was closely related to Xianxia. I'm afraid you'll reach the hierarch realm earlier than me. Xianxia praised from the bottom of his heart. So what? With your strength, even the hierarch fire mastiff beast can't do anything to you. Ha ha ha. The fire Qilin said with a laugh. The fire mastiff beast has destroyed the lower half of my 12 fire god guards. Now, I'll use its body to refine my fire god guards again. Xianxia said with a sneer. He took out the myriad chi cauldron and threw the fire mastiff beast's body into it. After refining it for 49 days, the fire mastiff beast's body became only 3 feet long. However, it was still the size of a farm dog. It turned into a piece of fiery red metal. The impurities that were removed were also as firm as a rock. Xianxia used the impurities to refine the 12 fire god guards again. However, even the impurities from the fire mastiff beast's body had improved the quality of the 12 fire god guards. Although they could only reach the mid-divine king realm, they were much more powerful than before. The fire mastiff beast's body is really not simple. The fire Qilin was shocked. Under the refinement of Xianxia's karmic fire of the red lotus and the divine fire of 5 elements, the fire mastiff beast's body was cleansed and the impurities were removed. Finally, it became a metal that could be used to refine divine weapons. It's a little extravagant to refine origin divine weapons. The fire mastiff beast's body is like a treasure. Xianxia had a feeling that the fire mastiff beast's body could even challenge a peak origin divine weapon or even a primordial treasure weapon. However, he did not have the ability to do so. The fire Qilin's eyes moved, looking at the fiery red boulder not far away. It was triangular in shape, the fiery red boulder had a smooth surface. A mouthful of fire was not enough to melt the boulder at all. The Fire Qilin and Xianxia looked at each other, both of them became extremely excited. What is this boulder? Xianxia frowned. But the terror of this boulder was probably the same as the body of the fire mastiff that he had refined for 49 days. I got it. The Fire Qilin's eyes flashed. If I'm not wrong, this should be a fire silk crystal. The Fire Qilin's eyes made Xianxia doubt it. What's a fire silk crystal? Xianxia asked. To put it bluntly, it's the shit of the fire mastiff. Mother asterisk cur. Xianxia scolded jokingly. Was this guy making fun of him? Don't look down on the shit of the fire mastiff. What it excretes is all essence. It only eats the most precious metals or heavenly treasures. Even if it excretes, it's still the most precious. It's through continuous fusion in its body, that's why it's such a big pile. The Fire Qilin said seriously. Ha ha ha, it's still a pile of shit. Xianxia laughed and said. You have to think of it this way. This pile of shit can be refined into an origin divine tool. If you don't want it, I don't know how many people will fight for it outside. Don't say divine emperor experts, even emperor experts will be tempted by it. Moreover, this thing is the same as the thunderbolt agarwood, it can be refined into pills. But to fuse with it, it's extremely difficult. To be able to obtain it, it's the only one in history. You have to know that in the entire ancient times, the number of fire mastiff did not exceed 3. The Fire Qilin's solemn expression made Xianxia finally realize the importance of this fire silk crystal. Although it was a little funny, it was true. The fire mastiff could even eat an origin divine tool in one bite. Even if it's excrement, it's still an absolute treasure. I can forge weapons, but forget about concocting pills. Xianxia curled his lips and shook his head with a smile. One day you'll know how precious it is. If it's in my inherited memories, it's definitely not an ordinary item. Anyway, it's better to put it away first. The Fire Qilin said. You're right. I definitely won't let go of such a good thing. Keeping the fire silk crystal, Xianxia and Fire Qilin looked at each other. They had to leave now. In 3 years, Tongxian Mansion must be opening soon, or maybe it had already opened. He had been unconscious for 3 years, and he had no idea what had happened in Stellar Sky Domain. Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning Sect, I hope you won't be swallowed by Blood Tool Sect so easily. Ling Yun, Xianxia, am back. Look, the 9 Pinnacle Snow Mountain has melted. Moreover, it was accompanied by sudden changes in the heavenly thunder. It's been 3 years, how did it suddenly become like this? Who knows? Now that our Blood Tool Sect is determined to win, the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning Sect is going to be destroyed soon. Ha ha ha. We have to inform the elders about this as soon as possible. The melting of the 9 Pinnacles Snow Mountain is no small matter. Senior brother is right. Ever since the 9 Pinnacles Mountain turned into this from a volcano 3 years ago, it hasn't appeared for millions of years. Now that the ice on the 9 Pinnacles Mountain has melted, something must have happened. A few disciples of Blood Tool Sect said with a serious expression and quickly went into the sect to report to the elders. The entire 9 Pinnacles Mountain had shattered into pieces, and the flames were soaring into the sky. Although it wasn't as terrifying as before, the flames still made the 9 Pinnacles Mountain extremely hot. Friends, please wait a moment. Xianxia smiled and looked at the disciples who were in a hurry. Who are you? He, isn't he Xianxia? Xianxia is not dead. That devil in human form, he's not dead? Could he have been in the 9 Pinnacles Mountain for the past 3 years? The few of them were dumbfounded. They were only true gods while Xianxia was a divine king expert. Killing them was as easy as flipping his palm. 3 years ago, when Xianxia fell into the 9 Pinnacles Mountain, the entire Blood Tool Sect was extremely excited. But now, they felt the threat of death. Chu Fengji, where are Chu Yanji? Xianxia smiled. Sect Lord and Senior Brother Yanji are in the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning Sect. One of the Blood Tool Sect's disciples said with a pale face, trembling in fear. It's been 3 years, the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning Sect is still here. My sacrifice was not in vain. The smile on Xianxia's face turned mellow and mellow. The 10 great sects joined hands to attack the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect? Yes, yes, yes. But the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect has a strong foundation, they managed to hold on for 3 years. Another disciple said with a pale face. Facing Xianxia's question, he dared not say a word. To them, death was just a matter of moving a finger from Xianxia. Indeed, one of the 10 great sections. Looks like the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect won't be destroyed so easily. Xianxia nodded silently. But I'm afraid the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect won't be so lucky this time. The 10 great sects sent out 40 divine king experts to destroy the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. Another blood tool sect disciple said in a low voice. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Tell the people of the blood tool sect to leave the sect within 10 breaths. Otherwise, I, Xianxia, will burn the blood tool sect. Xianxia turned around, leaving the disciples of the blood tool sect in 10 breaths. I, Xianxia, will burn the blood tool sect within 10 breaths. Run if you want to live. Xianxia's voice reverberated around the 9 Pinnacles mountain. The remaining 30,000 disciples of the blood tool sect were all anxious. 3 divine king experts stood in the sky and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia, I can't believe you're still alive. Do you really think you're some peerless expert who wants to burn the blood tool sect? You'll definitely die if you go against the blood tool sect. The black-clothed elder shouted. Shut up. I've said that I'll give you 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, I, Xianxia, will not show mercy. Facing death, Xianxia had long since become indifferent to it. His heart was as calm as still water. Kindness was the epitaph of a kind person. 10 breaths of time was his greatest mercy. Let's go. This fella is powerful. Let's take him down first. The black-clothed elder shouted in a deep voice. The 3 divine king experts immediately took action and rushed towards Xianxia. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Xianxia's expression was as calm as a mountain. With a wave of his palm, the 3 divine king realm experts were burnt to ashes. All the disciples of the blood tool sect were shocked. The 3 divine kings were no match for Xianxia. The entire blood tool sect was in chaos. From now on, the blood tool sect will no longer exist in the Tianxing boundary. Tianluo in sealing formation. Gather. Along with Chu Fengji's shout, 20 mid-divine kings and 8 early divine kings joined hands and launched an attack towards Ling Yanyu. The entire earthly fire heavenly lightning sect was in great danger. Half of the 100,000 disciples were killed. The earthly fire heavenly lightning sect turned into a sea of fire. Countless disciples were killed. Blood flowed everywhere, it was a terrible scene. It's not that easy to kill me, Ling Yanyu. Ling Yanyu roared furiously. He held the heavenly halberd in his hand and soared into the clouds. The dual lightning swordsman wreaked havoc. However, the formation of 28 divine kings still made Ling Yanyu suffer from attacks from all directions. At this moment, he was completely restrained. The formation formed by 30 divine kings was not to be underestimated. It was not a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. The might of nearly 30 divine kings was not to be underestimated. Even a peak divine king like Ling Yanyu did not dare to face it head-on. Let's see how long you can last. It's been 3 years, it's time for you guys to wake up. There's only death waiting for you guys to go against my blood tool sect. Chu Yanji said with a cold smile. Joining forces, they began to attack Ling Yanyu. Under the heavenly Sivine sealing formation, Ling Yanyu's every move was filled with danger. He had been fighting for years, and had been injured for a long time. This time, his injuries were even worse. 3 years, 7 battles. He was the one who repelled them every single time, protecting the last shred of dignity of the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. But this time, they've clearly made up their minds. They sent 30 divine kings to kill him and another 10 divine kings to suppress the other divine kings of his sect. Even Ling Yun, Yang Lu, and the 10 elders were in a disadvantageous position. They couldn't turn the situation around at all. Every time Ling Yanyu forced them to retreat, he had to use all of his sect's strength. Furthermore, the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect's disciples were reduced by half, and more than half of them were either dead or injured. No one would be able to bear such a loss. Ling Yanyu brandished his truncheons as lightning and fire surged. He fought against 100 by himself. His powerful means caused the faces of Chu Yunji and the other experts to slightly change. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse, not to mention that Ling Yanyu was not at the end of his rope yet. The might of a peak divine king was completely unleashed. Even the Skynet ceiling formation could not completely suppress him. However, Ling Yanyu did not have the slightest chance to catch his breath under the joint attack of nearly 30 people. Furthermore, with the support of the formation, Ling Yanyu could only move with difficulty. Blazing dual dragon truncheons. Ling Yanyu struck out with his dual truncheons. A fire dragon soared into the sky, roaring in the void and wreaking havoc in the sky. However, it was still withstood by the Skynet ceiling array, completely nullifying his attack. Ling Yanyu's situation became more and more difficult under the encirclement of the 30 people. However, no one could injure him. After all, if they wanted to injure Ling Yanyu, they would also have to suffer a great injury. If I don't take action, Sect Lord Ling will start killing again. A faint laughter reverberated above the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. A blood-clothed figure appeared, stepping on a cloud calmly. Half-step Martial Venerable. Ling Yanyu said word by word. His expression completely changed. No wonder you dared to make my earthly fire heavenly lightning sect disappear from the heavenly star domain. You have something to rely on. I thought you're dead. I didn't expect you to have broken through to the half-step hierarch realm. Ling Yanyu said while gritting his teeth. Isn't that the previous sect lord of the Blood Tool sect? The previous sect lord died due to cultivation deviation. The previous sect lord was more than 100,000 years old. I didn't expect Chu Tianzhou to still be alive. Yeah, no wonder they have such a strong backing. They have a half-step hierarch like Chu Tianzhou. The Blood Tool sect's old ancestor is a half-step hierarch. Looks like they'll definitely become one of the top 10 sections. If we can eliminate the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect this time, the Blood Tool sect will definitely replace them. A half-step hierarch expert is terrifying. Even the Divine Puppet sect might not be able to eliminate them easily. The elders of the 9 sects were shocked. The appearance of the Blood Tool sect's old ancestor, Chu Tianzhou, had boosted their confidence. However, the rise of the Blood Tool sect was unstoppable. Welcome, old ancestor. Chu Yunji and Chu Fengji greeted him. Ling Yanyu, if you surrender now, I might spare your life. Submit to my Blood Tool sect and the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect will be erased. This is your only chance to live. Chu Tianzhou said straightforwardly. He only had one goal, to destroy the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. I'd rather die than be humiliated. Chu Tianzhou, if you're really capable, you can do whatever you want to my Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. I will not surrender even if I have to die. Ling Yanyu shouted. Looks like the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect's sect Lord Ling is as tough as ever. This time, I'd like to see who can compete with me. Chu Tianzhou said faintly. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Old ancestor will definitely kill Ling Yanyu. Chu Yanji said with a low voice. Back in the day, you defeated me once as well. I wanted to let bygones be bygones and take you in, but you're too stubborn. Don't blame me then. Sect Lord Ling, today is the day we end our battle. Chu Tianzhou's face was cold, but he said in a benevolent tone. I'm really surprised that you're able to break through to the hierarch realm. Even if I know I'm going to lose today, I will not give up the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. I, Ling Yanyu, will not become a slave of a fallen sect even if I die. Ling Yanyu felt sad. He knew he could not win against Chu Tianzhou. Although there was only a slight difference between a half-step hierarch and a peak divine king, the difference was irreversible. The venerable realm was the dream of countless people. Becoming a venerable realm, even if it was a half-step hierarch realm, was an existence that countless people could only look up to. The difference between an immortal and a mortal was enough to prove everything. Everyone, stand down. Chu Fengji said. At this moment, Chu Tianzhou took a step forward and swept across the void. Ling Yanyu rushed up to the clouds and the two started fighting. Needless to say, Ling Yanyu's strength was clear for all to see. The might of a peak divine monarch should not be underestimated. Chu Tianzhou unleashed a series of powerful attacks. Golden silhouettes streaked across the void. Chu Tianzhou let out a faint smile and stepped on the void like the wind. With a swing of his palm, he forcefully pushed Ling Yanyu back. So powerful. Ling Yanyu thought. His face slightly changed. He was defeated by Chu Tianzhou in the past, but now he had broken through to the half-step hierarch realm. The difference between them was obvious. The current you is not worth mentioning in my eyes. Blood cloud palm. With a flip of his hand, Chu Tianzhou's palm stirred like thunder, and it transformed into layer upon layer of folded hands that smashed down, causing dense blood energy to ripple and suffuse the sky. Ling Yanyu's expression changed drastically. He quickly retreated and attacked with both of his truncheons, but he still couldn't defend against the blood-colored palm. He was heavily injured and was sent flying, blood splattering all over the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. Master! Ling Yan's expression changed as she retreated. The two divine kings also managed to push her back. Ling Yan was also in a bad situation. Yanyu! Yang Li's expression changed drastically. She flew towards Ling Yanyu, but she was pushed back by Ling Yanyu. If she were to take action, she would die a worse death than him. Pfft! Ling Yanyu spurted out blood as he tried to stabilize himself. However, he was already heavily injured. He was defeated by a half-step hierarch in just one move. Arrogant fella, this is your calamity. Since you insist, then the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect can only be destroyed by my palm. Chu Tianzhou's palm landed on the blood cloud palm. The entire earthly fire heavenly lightning sect's expression changed. Ling Yanyu might not be able to survive this attack. Earthly fire heavenly lightning sect, how dare you? A deep roar echoed in the sky above the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. A blue figure shrouded the sky and even Chu Tianzhou's expression changed slightly. He yelled, "You're the heavenly lightning sect? Who is it? How dare you ask me who I am after coming to my earthly fire heavenly lightning sect? Get lost." The blue-clothed figure let out a low shout, and Chu Tianzhou was actually forced to take several steps back, his expression incomparably grave. Another half-step hierarch. The earthly fire heavenly lightning sect's old ancestor? Looks like the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect's old ancestor. Countless people raised their heads in anticipation. Ling Yanyu also stared at the void with shock and guilt in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Ling Yanyu has failed the old ancestor. It's not your fault." The blue figure shook his head. "Senior. Ling Su." Chu Tianzhou said in a deep voice. Although he had reached the half-step hierarch realm, Ling Su was much stronger than him. Chu Tianzhou had heard of Ling Su when he was young, but Ling Su had already lived in seclusion. Tens of thousands of years had passed. Some said that Ling Quan had passed away while others said that Ling Su had gone to travel the world. However, his appearance had shocked the disciples of the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. The old ancestor of the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect would not give up on them. "You want to flatten my earthly fire heavenly lightning sect? How arrogant." Ling Ran said calmly. "Pass my test and the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect will be yours. It seems like we will have to fight, Senior Ling Su. I, Chu Tianzhou, will flatten the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect today. No one can stop me." Chu Tianzhou said in a deep voice. "It might be difficult for me to kill you, but defeating you is a piece of cake. Don't you think too highly of yourself?" Ling Ran also smiled and shook his head inwardly. "Indeed, it's impossible for me to defeat you by myself. However, if you want to fight one against two, you might not be able to win for sure. Brother Zhu, sorry to keep you waiting." Chu Tianzhou looked towards the northwest direction as he spoke with a low voice. In the blink of an eye, an azure-cloaked figure arrived on a flying sword, and he stood on the blade of the sword with his hands behind his back. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his white hair was cold and arrogant, yet he was calm and composed. "Zhu Zhenfeng from the North Shadow Sect. Even he's here. Looks like the Blood Tool Sect is going all out this time. It's not easy to invite the old ancestor of the North Shadow Sect." Yeah. Although the North Shadow Sect is one of the weakest sects among the 10 great sects, they have the Jin sect's old ancestor. This time, even if the old ancestor of the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect is here, he might not be able to defeat us. Our old ancestor of the North Shadow sect and the old ancestor of the Blood Tool sect, Chu Tianzhou, will surely stand out from the crowd. The entire earthly fire heavenly lightning sect was bustling with noise. However, it was not an optimistic situation for the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect and Ling Yanyu. Two half-step venerables against the old ancestor. Even with the old ancestor's foundation, he might not be able to gain any advantage. Brother Ling Ran, how have you been? Ha ha ha, it's been 130,000 years. Time is truly unforgiving. The green-clothed old man, Zhu Zhenfeng, said with a laugh. His gaze was sharp as he stared at Ling Kuang fearlessly. Looks like your preparations are truly foolproof. Ling Li's expression also became extremely solemn. He did not place Chu Tianzhou in his eyes, but if Zhu Zhenfeng, who was from the same generation as him, were added to the mix, he would definitely be at a great disadvantage in this battle. No matter how deep his foundation was, his chances of winning against two great half-step venerables would be extremely slim. Ling Yanyu's expression was extremely ugly. Does the heavens want my earthly fire heavenly lightning sect to perish? Ling Yanyu murmured. At this moment, he swore to protect the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect with his life. Looks like the Blood Tool sect must have paid a great price to invite Brother Zhu. Looks like today's battle is unavoidable. Ling Ran shook his head and sighed. Brother Ling Kuang, we're not being overbearing. As long as the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect surrenders, we'll naturally retreat. However, if you continue to resist stubbornly, then this battle is unavoidable. Zhu Zhenfeng said with a smile. 100,000 years ago, have you ever heard of Ling Ran? Who was he afraid of? Ling Ran's words caused Zhu Zhenfeng to hold his breath. Back then, Ling Ran was the overlord of the heavenly star realm. That was also the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect's most glorious time. None of the 10 great sects could compete against him. I don't dare to challenge Brother Ling Kuang's position alone, but with Brother Zhu's help, I have nothing to worry about. Since it has come to this, Senior Ling Ran, we can only fight with our strength. Chu Tianzhou and Zhu Zhenfeng looked at each other. The two half-step hierarch realm experts were finally going to attack together. The battle between the three half-step hierarch realm experts resounded in the void, causing everyone to bow down. Let's see how you're going to fight us now. Chu Yanji snorted coldly and looked at Ling Yanyu with a faint smile. Ling Yanyu had been heavily injured by Chu Tianzhou, so his strength had been greatly reduced. If he were to fight against over 30 god kings, he would definitely not be able to compete at all. Let's kill you while you're down. What are you waiting for? Chu Fangji bellowed. He held his saber horizontally and rushed to the front. The 28 Divine King Realm experts formed a formation again and surrounded Ling Yan. Ha ha ha, why should I be afraid? From the moment I became the sect master of the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect, I have already disregarded life and death. So what if I die today? Ling Yanyu was not afraid. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. There were more than 100 injuries on his body. Ling Yan and Yang Lu could not help but cry. Master, it's all my fault, it's all my fault, Ling Yan blamed herself. Her eyes were filled with tears. If she had married into the Blood Tool sect, none of this would have happened. It's not your fault. Even without you, the Blood Tool sect would still be above us. They wanted to rise, so they needed to show their might. It's just that we became their target. Yang Lu bit her lips and silently watched this scene. She was already prepared to face death with equanimity. If Ling Yanyu died in battle, she would not live alone either. The battle of 100,000 disciples was quite intense. The Blood Tool sect had sent out 50% of their disciples and the elites from the 10 great sects. The earthly fire heavenly lightning sect was defeated in every aspect. Whether it was the battle of the sect master, old ancestor, or the battle of the low-level disciples, they were completely suppressed. No matter how strong the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect was, how could they compete with the 10 great sects? Ling Yanyu had fallen into a passive position and suffered a lot of injuries. However, he was like an undying war horse, charging forward with his head held high. Even if he was injured, he would not hesitate to die. His spirit was empathized by the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect's disciples. The battle between the three half-step hierarch realm experts had become the focus of the audience. After all, not everyone had the chance to witness a battle of life and death between half-step hierarch realm experts. Some of them might not even have the chance to witness such a battle in their lifetime. How could they miss such an intense battle? Although Ling Chen had a strong foundation, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. The gap between half-step hierarch realm experts was not that big. It was too difficult for Ling Chen to fight against two people alone. The three of them fought back and forth. Ling Chen was constantly being suppressed. Although he was not as badly injured as Ling Yanyu, it would not take long for him to be defeated. It was already difficult for him to move forward. It was almost impossible for him to counterattack. Ling Chen was in a passive position from the beginning. The two half-step hierarch realm experts had an overwhelming advantage, causing Ling Chen to feel the oppression and anger that he had not felt for more than 100,000 years. Despicable! Ling Kuang roared in anger. However, Chu Tianzhou and Zhu Zhenfeng did not care and continued to attack. As long as Ling Chen fell and Ling Yanyu died, the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect would no longer exist. Even if the remaining disciples were elites, what use would they be? Ling Yanyu, die. From now on, the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect will disappear from the stellar sky domain forever. Chu Yanji took advantage of the situation to attack Ling Yanyu. Ling Yanyu was already at the end of his tether. He did not have the slightest ability to retaliate. The final pressure had also exhausted his divine yuan power. He was going to be defeated in the end. Chu Yanji's long blade went straight towards Ling Yanyu. At that moment, Ling Yan's pupils contracted. She rushed forward, wanting to block this blade for Ling Yanyu. But at this moment, Ling Yan suddenly felt that her waist was being hugged by someone. She turned her head in anger and saw Jiang Chen's smiling eyes. Isn't it good to be alive? If you die, who will cheer for me? Jiang Chen, you. Ling Yan looked at this scene in disbelief. Am I dreaming? Ling Yan couldn't believe that Jiang Chen was still alive. I won't die so easily. If I'm here, the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect won't perish. Jiang Chen said calmly. I believe you. Ling Yan murmured. As long as he was around, the world seemed to have become peaceful as usual. Jiang Chen? What? He's still alive? Wasn't he devoured by the 9 Pinnacles Mountain's fire god? A centipede dies but never falls down. He's still alive. He seems to have become stronger. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen. Chu Yanji's fatal attack was blocked by Jiang Chen. Ling Yanyu looked at Jiang Chen with a shocked expression. He smiled bitterly, but a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Jiang Chen is still alive. Ling Yanyu said softly. But what could he do? Jiang Chen was only a mid-divine king. How could he fight against the 10 great sects of the stellar sky domain with his strength? Almost 30 divine kings joined hands and formed a powerful formation. Even a peak divine king like him could not compete with them. You're really tough. You can't even kill the 9 Pinnacles Mountain's fire god. Chu Yanji stared at Jiang Chen with a gloomy expression. Now that Jiang Chen's strength had made a great breakthrough, he was bound to be stronger than before. However, he was only one person after all. It was impossible for him to turn the situation around. There were supreme experts of the 10 major sects here. No one could save the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. The 10 major sects were all targeting the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. To Ling Yanyu, this battle was a hopeless situation. You'll be the one to die first. Jiang Chen smiled. You guys are all alone now. Even the blood tool sect is gone. Let's see how long you guys can last. What did you say? Chu Fangji's expression changed. He stared at Jiang Chen with a gloomy expression. There's no more blood tool sect in the stellar sky domain. It's been destroyed by me. Jiang Chen said faintly. Chu Fangji did not believe him. He could not believe that Jiang Chen was so powerful. The blood tool sect had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. How could it be destroyed by Jiang Chen so easily? That's bullshit. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. But I, Xianxia, always keep my words. It's time for us to settle this score. I almost lost my life in the Nine Pinnacles Mountain. Today, everyone has to pay the price. Xianxia glanced at Chu Yanji, Chu Fangji, and the others. He was only a mid-divine king, but he was not afraid in front of so many experts. It's a miracle that you didn't die in the Nine Pinnacles Mountain. But now that you've come to us, don't blame us. Chu Yanji said with a sneer. Although he might not be a match for Xianxia, their team was too strong. How could a mere Xianxia do anything to them? Chu Yanji sneered. Damn it. The entire Nine Pinnacles Mountain is gone. Chu Fangji said dispiritedly. He looked at Xianxia with a pale face. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Xianxia, the Blood Tool sect and you are irreconcilable. I, Chu Fangji, will turn you into ashes today. Chu Fangji's words made everyone's expression change, especially the people of the Blood Tool sect. Even Chu Fangji confirmed it. It meant that Xianxia's words were very reliable. Even Ling Yanyu took a deep breath. Xianxia's method was truly formidable. Although it was an empty Blood Tool sect, who would have thought that Xianxia would be able to burn it down? Chu Fangji was in a panic and hated Xianxia to the bone. Ling Yanyu took a deep breath. Ling Yanyu took a deep breath. I said it earlier, but you guys didn't believe me. Today, I, Xianxia, am willing to go through fire and water for the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. Sect leader Ling, let me fight on your behalf. Xianxia waved his hand. His aura was like a rainbow. Countless disciples of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect were excited. Xianxia's appearance was like a savior. Although they couldn't tell if Xianxia had a chance of winning, they only needed someone who could shoulder this burden. Xianxia was not going to pass on this responsibility. Xianxia, you, Ling Yanyu could not believe that Xianxia would disregard his own life and death to fight for his Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. Even if it was for Ling Yanyu was filled with gratitude. Xianxia could see that Ling Yanyu was already at the end of his rope. Don't worry, sect leader Ling. I will let them know that the Blood Tool sect is weak. Xianxia said proudly. Ignorant brat, do you really think that you're a peerless sovereign? You've destroyed my Blood Tool sect. Today shall be the day of your death. Everyone, let's kill this bastard together. Chu Fangji took the lead and sent over 30 Divine King Realm experts to attack Xianxia. Watch out. Formation. Chu Yanji shouted in anger. The foundation of the Blood Tool sect was destroyed by Xianxia. As a disciple of the Blood Tool sect, they hated him to the core. They must kill him in an instant. Oh? You think you can take out a formation of this level? Xianxia said with a sneer. The Heavenly Luoyin ceiling formation was just a piece of cake for him. Watch me break the formation with one hand. Xianxia sneered and flew up to the sky. He could see the eye of the formation at first glance. It would only take him a moment to break the formation. The Heavenly Ceiling Yin formation looked strong and indestructible, but Xianxia just laughed it off. With a light touch of his finger, the formation collapsed on its own. Chu Yanji and the others were dumbfounded. Xianxia turned his hand and struck out a palm with an imposing aura. The 30 Divine King Realm experts were dumbfounded. The Heavenly Ceiling Yin formation was broken just like that. The entire Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect was in an uproar. Xianxia's attack shocked the world, breaking the formation with a single hand. Even the 3 half-step hierarch who were focused on the battle were shocked. This mid-divine king realm was not ordinary, even Ling Yanyu's face was filled with astonishment. The Heavenly Ceiling Yin formation that almost killed him was so weak in Xianxia's hands? Breaking it with one hand? Isn't that too hurtful? This fella is so strong? Chu Fangji gasped. He wanted to cry but had no tears, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The Skynadine ceiling formation that even peak divine kings trembled in fear was actually like a layer of window paper in his eyes, shattering with a poke. This was also too hurtful to his pride, right? You guys are too weak. Xianxia's arrogant words once again provoked Chu Fangji and the Divine King Realm experts of the 10 major sects. 30 profound mastery experts were highly respected in the Heavenly Star boundary. Although they were not as high and mighty as the 10 major sects, They were still respected and respected. But they were so weak in front of this kid. Who could bear such mockery? If he was allowed to continue being so arrogant, the 10 great sects would have no face left. Don't celebrate too early. Do you think you can defeat us just because you broke our formation? Dream on. I'd like to see how you're going to fight us alone. That's right. Everyone, don't panic. This fellow has only figured out our formation. Even if he can break it, it doesn't mean that he can block our combined attack. You're right. Kill this monster and the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect will collapse by itself. Let's see what else they can rely on then. Over 30 god kings launched their attacks once again. This time, Xianxia was even more composed. He smiled and said indifferently, "Don't worry. It's time to witness the strength of a mid-divine king." Xianxia's aura was calm and steady. Mid-divine king realm. Just the strength of his physique was enough to give a late divine king a headache. More than 30 divine king realm experts did not slack off at all. They fought with all their might, wanting to kill Xianxia. After all, Xianxia's arrogance had angered them. He looked down on everyone. Isn't this guy too arrogant? If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll really think that he's invincible. Xianxia held his blade in front of him and threw a punch with one hand, fighting against the divine king experts. No one had expected Xianxia's speed to be so fast, so ferocious, and so unyielding. Xianxia took a step forward and threw out 3 punches, sending 3 divine kings flying. No matter if they were mid-divine kings or early divine kings, none of them could withstand a single blow from Xianxia. Xianxia's punches and palms were extremely ferocious, as if he was invincible. More than 30 divine king realm experts were like children in Xianxia's eyes. He was at ease, advancing and retreating calmly. Each of his punches was shocking. As he advanced and retreated, 13 palm winds were thrown out, causing the 13 divine kings to retreat in embarrassment. Xianxia took the opportunity to chase after them. He was not afraid at all, causing Ling Yanyu, Ling Yun and the others to be dumbfounded. Who would have thought that Xianxia, a mid-divine king, would be like a wolf in a flock of sheep? That terrifying pressure caused the divine king's expression to change drastically. Xianxia's charge was invincible. The 9 dragons and 10 elephants once again displayed their divine mightiness. Xianxia was able to fight against the divine kings with just the strength of his flesh and blood, gaining the upper hand. The more the divine king experts fought, the more frightened they became. They did not expect Xianxia to be like a mad bull that was not afraid of death, rushing into their camp. That kind of fearless charge made them shiver. Xianxia did not hold back anymore, each of his attacks was fatal. More than 30 divine king experts were pushed back by Xianxia at this moment. Each of them was heavily injured and their facial expression changed drastically. They ran away in all directions, looking at Xianxia in fear. Xianxia's fist was filled with explosive power. It was a simple punch, but it made them feel despair between life and death. This was Xianxia's power. It was so powerful that it made people's hair stand on end. It was so powerful that it made people suffocate. Too powerful. The spines of the divine puppet cult's divine king were shattered by Xianxia. He said with a pale face. Even his lips were dry. None of them had thought that they would be defeated by a mid-divine king. It was a humiliation. However, they all knew how terrifying Xianxia was. His power was to fight violence with violence. He did not give them any chance at all. Over 30 god kings were as pale as a piece of white paper in Xianxia's eyes. How could this be? Chu Yanji held her chest and murmured. Xianxia's strength had left them with no room to resist. He was like a tyrant above the 9 heavens, devouring everything in the heavens and earth, crossing the 4 seas and looking down upon the world. At this moment, no one dared to take a step forward. Xianxia looked down upon everyone. We actually lost. Chu Fengji's face was filled with shock. However, the truth spoke louder than words. In Xianxia's eyes, the 30 god kings were like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. They were invincible amongst the same level as him. Just how powerful is he? Ling Yan was filled with shock as he said in a low voice. At least, he did not have any chance of winning against Xianxia. Xianxia was just a mid-divine king. Not to mention that he was invincible among his peers, even a peak divine king like him had to admit defeat. This kid's future would be limitless. Xianxia, is this your true strength? Ling Yan's lips curled up slightly. Her heart was filled with peace. He was like the son of heaven that had descended from the 9 heavens, saving her from the fire and water. He had become her dream lover. She admitted that she had already fallen deeply in love with him when she was in Linhe boundary. Even so, it's too early for you to be happy. The 2 of us ancestors will defeat Ling Tian soon. Even if you defeat us, Ling Tian will not be a match for our Blood Tool sect and North Shadow sect's ancestors. Humph, Chu Yanji said unwillingly, glaring at Xianxia. You're really noisy. Xianxia frowned and shook his head. At this moment, a fire qilin descended from the sky. Everyone panicked and their expressions changed drastically. The earthly fire heavenly lightning sect was shocked. A peak divine king realm fire qilin swallowed the heavens and earth, swallowing the injured Chu Yanji in one gulp. She didn't even have the chance to resist. The people of the 10 great sects were stunned. Chu Fangji was also stunned. Xianxia was not joking, he was actually this terrifying. After devouring Chu Yanji, the fire qilin quietly stood behind Xianxia. The elders of the 10 great sects kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to make a sound. Half-step hierarch realm? Maybe we can challenge him. Chu Fangji's face was full of shock as he gasped. However, Chu Yanji was already dead. She was eaten by the fire qilin. The power of the fire qilin had shocked the 3 half-step venerables. It was extremely difficult for them to kill a peak divine king realm fire qilin. The fire qilin's fire was extremely overbearing. No one below the half-step ultimate god realm could beat it. Even a half-step ultimate god realm divine beast might not be able to handle it. What a great Xianxia, to be able to make a peak divine king realm fire qilin submit to him, it's really amazing. Ling Yanyu said with a serious face. Ling Yan was overjoyed when she heard what he said. Xianxia's aura had surpassed everyone and could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the 3 half-step hierarch realm experts. Even the fire qilin was willing to stand behind Xianxia. Ling Yan had a whole new level of respect for Xianxia from its eyes. Our earthly fire heavenly lightning sect is finally saved. Yang Lu cried tears of joy. At this moment, she finally felt a glimmer of hope. Xianxia had defeated more than 30 divine king realm experts and turned the tide. Now, only the half-step hierarch realm experts were left. Although the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect's old ancestor was at a disadvantage, it seemed like his life was not in danger. The morale of the disciples of the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect was greatly boosted. Now, all of the disciples were riled up and started to fight back crazily. Chu Fangji and the others' faces were pale. Under the pressure of the fire qilin, they had no chance at all. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Chu Yanji's death had caused Chu Fangji to lose his composure. Xianxia was unstoppable. At this moment, he could only hope that the old ancestor could suppress Ling Su, then they would have a greater chance. Brother Zhu, it looks like we have to end this battle quickly. Chu Tianzhou was slightly worried after seeing Chu Yanji killed by the fire qilin and Xianxia's invincible strength. They must suppress Ling Kuang first. Otherwise, their situation would be quite worrying. All right. Zhu Zhenfeng knew what to do and agreed without hesitation. The 2 of them started to suppress Ling Zhao with all their skills. The battle between half-step hierarch experts shook the entire mountain range. The earthly fire heavenly lightning sect was on the verge of collapsing. Blood cloud hand. Ghost shadow perplexing steps, kill through wolves. The 2 quasi-martial exalted experts' powerful attacks forced Ling Mo to retreat. His aura was also greatly suppressed. Earth fire seal. Ling Mo slammed out with his palm. His fiery chi sword, overturning rivers and overturning seas. But Zhu Zhenfeng and Chu Tianzhou were clearly a level above him. Their terrifying pressure caused Ling Mo to continuously retreat. He felt an extremely great crisis of life and death. These 2 weren't easy to deal with. Most importantly, with the 2 of them working together, he was already starting to feel a bit overwhelmed. Heavenly Thunder Seal. Ling Tian attacked again, but the 2 of them joined hands to suppress him, not giving him a chance to catch his breath. Ling Mo, you're not our match. You'll only fail if you continue to fight. Ha ha ha, surrender now, when are you going to do so? Chu Tianzhou laughed heartily. Both of their attacks were deadly. Ling Tian's situation was deteriorating day by day. His defeat was beginning to show. Everyone could see that he was running out of time. Ling Mo's expression was grim, he gritted his teeth and his face was gloomy. Damn it. I'll drag one of you down with me even if I die. Humph. Ling Mo shouted angrily. His strength was 3 times stronger than the two of them. He would definitely win in a one-on-one battle. However, how could the two of them give him such a chance? Together they would live, apart they would die. They knew this very well. There was no need for words between half-step hierarch experts. The two of them advanced and retreated at the same time, not giving Ling Mo any chance at all. On the contrary, Ling Mo was getting more and more exhausted. Unfortunately, you don't have a chance anymore. Humph. Chu Tianzhou sneered and said. Ling Mo was forced to retreat by the two of them in the end. The blood cloud palm hit Ling Mo, causing him to fall from the sky and kneel on the ground. He slowly raised his head, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Surrender, or die. Zhu Zhenfeng looked at Ling Mo coldly and said in an overbearing manner. Dream on. Ling Mo roared angrily. He was ready for a battle of life and death. 2 half-step hierarchs? Aren't they going too far? Jiangchen smiled and stood beside Ling Mo. No one had thought that Jiangchen would dare to fight against a half-step hierarch. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to fight against a half-step hierarch. He was a mid-divine king, a half-step hierarch could easily kill him. Brat, do you think you're qualified to stand here and talk to me? Zhu Zhenfeng looked at Jiangchen with a faint smile and disdain. Little friend, the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect is in danger. I'm grateful that you're willing to help us, but I'll feel guilty if I lose my life. Ling Mo looked at Jiangchen and said. Don't worry, Senior Ling. I don't care about these 2 bugs. Jiangchen shrugged his shoulders and said disapprovingly. Zhu Zhenfeng and Chu Tianzhou looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. Jiangchen didn't even put them in his eyes. This was intolerable. Little fella, although you're strong, you'll die a horrible death for provoking our old ancestor. The corner of Chu Fengji's mouth became more and more radiant. Jiangchen's strength was not bad, but it was a pity that he was too conceited and overestimated himself. Did he really think that he could fight against a half-step hierarch expert? It was like hitting a rock with an egg. You're courting death. Zhu Zhenfeng said faintly. It's not worth getting angry with a mid-divine king, he should just kill him. Brother Zhu is right. Just kill him. You're too hateful. You're not qualified to stand up for the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. You deserve to die for provoking the hierarch's dignity. Chu Tianzhou's gaze was like an arrow, pressing towards Jiangchen. A dreadful pressure completely enveloped Jiangchen. Jiangchen took a step forward, not retreating, but advancing instead. His eyes were blazing with fighting intent. This time, he would not retreat. Senior Ling, I'll take care of the blood tool sex trash, you deal with the other one. What do you think? Jiangchen said. This? Can you really do it? Ling Mo's eyes were filled with shock. This fella must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts to fight against a half-step hierarch expert. The gap between their strength was too huge. All right. I'll leave Chu Tianzhou to you. Do you think you're qualified to talk to me like this without the fire Qilin? I only need to move my finger to kill you. You reckless fool, I'll teach you a lesson now. Remember, the dignity of a hierarch is not to be challenged. Chu Tianzhou and Jiangchen looked at each other with murderous intent in their eyes. All right, I'll fight you alone. Fire Qilin, help me. Chu Tianzhou was slightly stunned. He thought that Jiangchen was relying on the fire Qilin. Without the fire Qilin, how could Jiangchen challenge him? But now, Jiangchen had asked the fire Qilin to fight him alone. Wasn't Jiangchen courting death? If a half-step venerable couldn't kill a mid-divine king, Chu Tianzhou wouldn't be able to live anymore. Jiangchen. Be careful. Ling Yan prayed in her heart. Although Xianxia had killed Chu Yanji and defeated over 30 Divine King realm experts, the person standing in front of him was a genuine half-step venerable. His strength was unimaginable. A half-step venerable could change the world. This was the difference between a Divine King realm and a Hierarch realm. What a reckless fella. Die. Chu Tianzhou flew towards Xianxia. At this moment, everyone held their breath because Xianxia's strength was too weak compared to Chu Tianzhou. The two of them could not be mentioned in the same breath. Little friend, be careful. Ling Yin reminded. Xianxia's expression changed and he immediately casted the dragon transformation. Under the transformation, Xianxia's strength had already reached the late Divine King realm. His terrifying strength and body were unprecedentedly strong. With a single punch, the mountains and rivers were shattered and lightning was surging. Chu Tianzhou and Xianxia clashed against each other. The two of them exchanged blows continuously. Xianxia's strength was also unleashed to the extreme. The two of them kept exchanging blows. The mountains were shattered, the rivers were flowing and the wind was howling. Xianxia's body was made of flesh and blood. A mid-divine king fighting against a half-step venerable. It was unimaginable for anyone. Xianxia was bold and unrestrained. He did not care about Chu Tianzhou's attacks at all. He took Chu Tianzhou's attacks head-on. Every step he took was filled with killing intent. Although he was in a passive position, his attacks had perfected Xianxia's physique. Every punch landed on the flesh, but it could not shake Xianxia. Awesome! Xianxia and Chu Tianzhou clashed again and again, shaking the entire earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. Even though Xianxia couldn't completely suppress Chu Tianzhou, in their eyes, Xianxia had already won. This guy is actually so terrifying? That's a half-step hierarch expert. Patriarch Chu has finally met his match. From the looks of it, this battle will not be easy. An expert like that is truly shocking. He possesses such terrifying battle prowess as a mid-god king. It's difficult to imagine just how terrifying he will be once he matures. That might not be the case. In my opinion, Chu Tianzhou has the upper hand now. Xianxia might not be able to withstand the Chu family's patriarch's continuous attacks. Without the fire Qilin, how is he going to fight the Chu family's patriarch? The elders of various sects looked solemn as they silently watched the battle. Xianxia retreated in order to advance, completely blocking Chu Tianzhou's attacks. Xianxia advanced with each step. This time even Chu Tianzhou was shocked. This guy's strength is not bad. To be able to block my attacks. Chu Tianzhou was shocked. However, his attacks were not slow at all. Each of his attacks was fatal, pressuring Xianxia to the point of suffocation. Half-step hierarch realm and divine king realm are still far apart. Xianxia retreated step by step with a solemn expression. He needed to at least reach the late Divine King realm in order to completely suppress a half-step hierarch realm expert. However, it would not be easy for Chu Tianzhou to defeat him now. Brat, go to hell. Chu Tianzhou struck out the blood cloud palm once again. Xianxia resisted it with all his strength. The heavenly dragon battle armor covered his body. The blood cloud palm hit Xianxia's body, but Xianxia wasn't afraid at all. In the end, he was only forced to take a dozen steps back. There was no sign of him losing. The entire earthly fire heavenly lightning sect was in an uproar. Xianxia had won everyone's respect and shock. Even the elders of the 10 sects did not dare to imagine that he could fight against a half-step hierarch. Even a peak divine king like Ling Yanyu was not a match for a half-step hierarch, but Xianxia did it. Looks like you'll think that I'm a pushover if I don't show you what I'm capable of. Xianxia sneered. With a shake of his body, he casted the ancient soaring dragon technique. His strength had reached a new peak, reaching the realm of half-step venerable. His strength was so powerful that it made Chu Tianzhou's facial expression change. Xianxia's strength had actually reached the same realm as him. This was too unbelievable. Any kind of secret technique that could be cultivated to such a level would be shocking to anyone who heard of it. Half-step hierarch realm. Chu Fangji's throat was a little hoarse. At this moment, the dreadful aura emitted from Xianxia's body had explained everything. Xianxia's aura was exactly the same as his old ancestors. Ling Qian and Zhu Zhenfeng, who were far away, were shocked as well. So what if you've reached the half-step hierarch realm by force? Let's see how long you can last. Humph. Chu Tianzhou knew that Jiang Chen was doing this at the cost of his own life. However, he did not know how long Jiang Chen could last. The powerful aura of a half-step hierarch was not something that a mid-divine king like him could withstand. It's enough to kill you. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. Both of them continued to clash. Jiang Chen's aura was overwhelming. The ancient soaring dragon technique consumed a lot of energy. Jiang Chen's heart was extremely heavy. However, he wanted to see how strong his enemy was. The divine origin chi required to reach the half-step hierarch realm was as vast as the sea. Jiang Chen estimated that he could not last more than a quarter of an hour. However, this quarter of an hour was enough to deal with Chu Tianzhou. Blood Cloud Demon Hand. Chu Tianzhou's expression was solemn as he displayed his strongest technique. It was his most terrifying attack. 5-Elemental Divine Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen struck out with the 5-Elemental Divine Fire. The 5-Elemental Combat Dragon Seal underwent a great change and turned into the 5-Elemental Divine Dragon Seal. It was many times stronger than before, especially when Jiang Chen displayed it with his half-step hierarch realm strength. It was terrifying. What a terrifying seal. Everyone could not help but feel powerless, including Chu Tianzhou. The divine dragon was like fire, soaring to the 9 heavens, turning into a seal and destroying the world. The 5 elements divine dragon seal destroyed Chu Tianzhou's blood cloud demon slaughtering hand in an instant, crushing down with an unstoppable force. Chu Tianzhou's expression changed continuously as he retreated continuously. However, the 5 elements divine dragon seal was already within reach. No, Chu Tianzhou cried out in alarm. In the end, a trace of fear still appeared in his eyes. However, it was too late for Jiang Chen to stop his attack. The 5 elemental divine dragon seal's power almost destroyed half of the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. Chu Tianzhou was also suppressed and was heavily injured. He almost lost his life from the seal. His breathing was intermittent. The 5 elemental divine dragon seal is really terrifying. Not only the others, even Jiang Chen took a deep breath. After the 5 elemental true fire transformed into the 5 elemental divine fire, the 5 elemental divine dragon seal shocked the world for the first time. What a terrifying fella. Ling Qian and Zhu Zhenfeng looked at Jiang Chen at the same time. At this moment, Jiang Chen was standing proudly in the sky, stepping on a green cloud, looking down at everyone. Chu Tianzhou's face was filled with pain. Jiang Chen's 5 elemental divine dragon seal had instantly made him lose his combat strength. Countless people were shocked by its terrifying might. After all, Jiang Chen's opponent was a half-step hierarch. Chu Fangji's expression was not any better than Chu Tianzhou's. The defeat of the Chu family's ancestor meant that the Blood Tool sect had completely lost their competitiveness. Chu Fangji was extremely nervous. Chu Yanji's death was undoubtedly a huge blow to the Blood Tool sect. The 9 great sects might not help the Blood Tool sect anymore. Even if they managed to defeat the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect, the Blood Tool sect would at most become a weak sect. This time, the Blood Tool sect's plan was completely disrupted by Jiang Chen. Not only did he kill the strongest genius of his sect, even their ancestor, Chu Tianzhou, was heavily injured. I've lost. Chu Tianzhou murmured with a pale expression. Although Jiang Chen was only a mid-divine king, his terrifying strength had defeated Chu Tianzhou. Undeniably, Jiang Chen was just too monstrous. Chu Tianzhou had to admit that Jiang Chen was just too abnormal. The moment Chu Tianzhou lowered his head, the crowd was in an uproar. In other words, he had submitted to Jiang Chen. A half-step venerable actually submitted to Jiang Chen just like that. It was unbelievable. It's useless now. Jiang Chen shook his head. Chu Tianzhou's expression changed and he said, "Then what do you want? You still have the cheek to ask me what I want." What a joke. Since what's done is done, there's no point in apologizing. The Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect has already lost, but do you have the intention to let them go? You don't. Because of your ambition and ruthlessness, you want to kill people to establish your prestige. Therefore, the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect is destined to be slaughtered by you. No one is worthy of pity. I, Xianxia, always like to cut the weeds and remove the roots. If I lose, I'm afraid I won't be able to walk out of here today, right? Xianxia sneered. If he was the one who was defeated today, no one would be able to protect him. At this moment, Xianxia only had killing intent towards Chu Tianzhou. You want to kill me? Chu Tianzhou revealed a shocked expression and subconsciously took 2 steps back. His eyes were filled with gentleness. Yes, I don't want to be remembered by others. I'll kill you to save myself the trouble of a long night. You want to establish your dominance, and coincidentally, I also want to establish my dominance. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone be able to bully the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect? Xianxia countered with a question, his words piercing Chu Tianzhou's heart. Chu Tianzhou knew that this fellow had already made up his mind to kill him. Although you defeated me, it won't be that easy to kill me. Humph. Chu Tianzhou snorted coldly. Is that so? Fire Qilin, he said that it won't be easy for me to kill him, so I'll leave it to you. Xianxia looked at the Fire Qilin, and everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Was he really going to kill the Blood Tool Sect's half-step venerable ancestor? How dare you? Chu Tianzhou's eyes were blazing, but his heart was filled with shock. If Xianxia really dared to kill him, the whole stellar sky boundary would be shaken. Kill. Xianxia said calmly. In the next second, the Fire Qilin soared into the sky and rushed towards Chu Tianzhou. Everyone held their breath as they watched this scene. The Fire Qilin's attack was swift and fierce. Even if Chu Tianzhou was in his peak state, he still didn't dare to be careless. In less than 10 moves, the Fire Qilin had captured Chu Tianzhou and used its huge claw to chop off Chu Tianzhou's arm. Damn bastard, you can't kill me. Chu Tianzhou's anger soared, and he was in extreme pain. Brother Zhu, save me. Chu Tianzhou quickly asked Zhu Zhenfeng for help. But at this moment, Zhu Zhenfeng had lost Chu Tianzhou's help, and it was extremely difficult for him to fight against Ling Su. Now, he was completely suppressed by Ling Su and couldn't even protect himself. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have regretted it. Die. The Fire Qilin's strength almost made Chu Tianzhou feel hopeless. He didn't even have the chance to self-destruct and was swallowed by the Fire Qilin. However, Chu Tianzhou's strength had reached the half-step hierarch realm, and so was his soul realm. His physical body was destroyed, but if his soul could find a suitable physical body in a short period of time, he could still be reborn. However, his strength would be greatly reduced, and it would be impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. Still want to escape? Do you think you have the ability to do so? Xianxia raised his hand and looked at Chu Tianzhou's humble soul. As soon as the great Yu soul-forming light appeared, Chu Tianzhou had nowhere to hide and was completely sucked into it. Old ancestor. Chu Fangji's eyes were wide open, and his face was ferocious. He retreated dispiritedly, and his face was ashen. The peerless genius Chu Yunji was dead, and the old ancestor Chu Tianzhou was also dead. Chu Fangji was isolated and helpless, and he was completely in a passive position. Not only the people from the 9 great sects, even Zhu Zhenfeng and Ling Su were extremely afraid of Xianxia and the Fire Qilin. They were too strong. Chu Tianzhou wanted to escape, but his soul was suppressed. This meant that he was completely dead, and he didn't even have the chance to be reborn. Big brother Ling, I admit defeat. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope that big brother Ling will forgive me. Zhu Zhenfeng retreated after one attack, and said with a solemn face. He finally lowered his arrogant head in front of Ling Su. Now that Chu Tianzhou was dead, it was difficult for him to fight alone. Forget about Xianxia and the Fire Qilin joining hands to deal with Ling Kuang, even Ling Kuang alone was enough to make him lose his chance of survival. A wise man submits to circumstances. Zhu Zhenfeng had already seen through the current situation, so he wouldn't ask for trouble anymore. He had only received benefits from the Blood Tool sect, and now that the situation was gone, he would be really stupid if he still wanted to fight against the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. I was confused for a moment and was deceived by the Blood Tool sect and Chu Tianzhou. I hope Big Brother Ling can forgive me and give me a chance. After all, we are old friends who have known each other for more than 100,000 years. Zhu Zhenfeng said with a dry smile. He could only admit defeat in front of Ling Su's domineering aura. Chu Tianzhou was already dead, and he died in a horrible way. That mid-divine king was too monstrous, and that fire Qilin. Zhu Zhenfeng couldn't help but shiver when he thought about how Chu Tianzhou was eaten by a divine beast. Was it really a moment of confusion? Humph, Ling Su said Ling. Yes. Big Brother Ling is right. I, Zhu Zhenfeng, will definitely follow Big Brother Ling's lead in the future. Zhu Zhenfeng's heart was filled with bitterness. He thought that this useless thing had been killed just like that. You said it better than a song. That's not what you said before. Senior Ling, I think it's better to just kill such a despicable person. He's just a two-faced person who will fall with the wind. Who knows when he might stab you in the back. That's not worth it, the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect can't stand such a despicable person. Jiangchen said with a smile. Ling Li's eyes shifted as he looked at Jiangchen. It was not easy to kill a half-step hierarch, not to mention that Zhu Zhenfeng had the Beiying sect behind him, one of the 10 great sections. Brother, your aura is unparalleled and righteous, you must be joking. Zhu Zhenfeng looked at Jiangchen and nodded with a smile. He knew that he was not a match for Jiangchen and the others. If we don't kill this person, where will the dignity of the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect go? Chu Tianzhou must die, the blood tool sect must perish, this is the consequence of offending the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. Senior Ling, don't you want the whole stellar sky domain to know the strength of the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect? The Beiying sect must be destroyed, Zhu Zhenfeng must not be left alive, otherwise, they will be criticized for colluding with Chu Tianzhou's blood tool sect. If we don't kill Zhu Zhenfeng, then the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect's prestige in the stellar sky domain will be gone. It's up to you whether you want to kill him or not, but I think the blood tool sect and Beiying sect must not be left alive, Zhu Zhenfeng is no exception. Jiangchen transmitted his voice. Ling Ran pondered for a moment. It's easy to kill Zhu Zhenfeng, but if the experts of the other 9 great sects join hands, then the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect will be destroyed. The 9 great sects aren't necessarily united. They rely on the blood tool sect to benefit from it, but they also know what they want. There are only absolute benefits, not absolute allies. Now that the blood tool sect has been destroyed, the relationship between them has been washed away. Do you think that the 9 great sects will still stand up for the blood tool sect at all costs? Destroying the Beiying sect is just to show the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect's strength. The other 8 great sects will definitely not stand up for them, they only have themselves to blame. Zhu Zhenfeng's participation is equivalent to becoming the blood tool sect's life and death ally. The fact that the other sects haven't sent out their top experts has already proved that the blood tool sect is just a dispensable partner in their eyes. Jiangchen's words reverberated in Ling Li's mind, causing him to be incomparably shocked. His thoughts also became clearer. He had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, constantly comprehending the great Tao in order to improve himself. However, he had long neglected the complicated relationships between the various sects and had become indecisive. Jiangchen's words made his killing intent towards Zhu Zhenfeng even more intense. All right. Ling Su's words caused Zhu Zhenfeng's expression to change greatly. He quickly retreated, anger and hatred intertwining in his eyes. Ling Tian, do you really want to kill me? That's right, you joined hands with the blood tool sect to bully my earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. Ling Li waved his hand and his aura changed again, pressing towards Zhu Zhenfeng without any fancy moves. Jiangchen was right, what the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect needed to do now was to establish their prestige. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey, then no one would dare to defecate on their heads anymore. The blood tool sect was seeking revenge, while the northern shadow sect's Zhu Zhenfeng was retribution. I won't let you succeed even if I have to die. You're dreaming if you want to kill me. Zhu Zhenfeng turned around and left. Fire Qilin, lend Senior Ling a hand. Jiangchen said with a smile. The fire Qilin and Ling Li joined hands to block Zhu Zhenfeng's path of retreat. With the two of them joining hands, Zhu Zhenfeng had no way out. Jiangchen had consumed a lot of his energy in the battle just now. The 5-elemental divine dragon seal required the coordination of the 5-elemental divine fire in order to cast out a terrifying seal. Compared to the previous seal, the difference was like heaven and earth. The amount of energy required had almost depleted half of Jiang Chen's divine origin strength. He could only cast out one more attack before he would be exhausted. An hour later, Ling Li and the Fire Qilin's attacks finally heavily injured Zhu Zhenfeng. Zhu Zhenfeng's hair fluttered wildly in the wind. He was in a sorry state, unable to advance or retreat. He roared in pain, but there was no response. In the end, Ling Li killed Zhu Zhenfeng, but he had also consumed a lot of his energy. This battle was not easy for him either. The 9 great sects, including the 3 great elders of the Northern Shadow sect, had an ugly expression on their faces. Chu Fangji's heart was trembling. He wanted to escape, but he found that he was already trapped in the 5-elemental trigram fire formation by Jiang Chen. The death of Chu Tianzhou and Zhu Zhenfeng had shaken the entire stellar sky boundary. Nearly 30 Divine King Realm experts did not dare to breathe loudly. Elders of the Northern Shadow sect, you can choose to join the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect, submit, or die. Ling Kuang shouted. His voice shook the heavens, causing them to tremble in fear. That's because the aura was directed at the 3 of them. We're willing to submit. The 3 great divine kings said hurriedly. Zhu Zhenfeng's death meant that the Northern Shadow sect's survival was at stake. They could only choose to surrender to the light. Blood Tool sect, kill without mercy. Leave no one alive. Ling Li waved his hand. At that moment, Chu Fangji staggered a few steps back. His heart sank to the bottom. The Blood Tool sect was finished this time. I, Ling Li, can let bygones be bygones. But it doesn't mean that my Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect is a pushover. If you dare to offend me again, my Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect will fight you to the death. Ling Tian said in a deep voice. The divine kings of the 8 great sects broke out in a cold sweat, as if they had just been granted amnesty. Ling Tian was also very clear that if he were to take action at this moment, it would be equivalent to declaring war against the other 8 great sections. Thank you, Senior Ling, for sparing our lives. The Divine King Realm experts said with gratitude. Their faces turned pale as they retreated angrily. The Blood Tool sect was completely annihilated. The entire stellar sky boundary was shaken. The Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect had annihilated the Blood Tool sect. No one dared to go against it. This time, we're lucky that little friend Jiang Chen was here. Otherwise, the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect's situation would be unimaginable. Ling Li said solemnly. Senior Ling, you're too kind. I'm just doing what I should do. Moreover, your sect and I are fated to be together. Lady Ling Yan saved me in the past. I will remember this kindness forever. Jiang Chen said with a smile. An, a talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Since the 2 of you are fated, then I shall betroth Ling Yan to you today. Little friend Jiang Chen, what do you think? Ling Li said with a sincere smile. Ling Yanyu and Yang Lu looked at each other. It was a joyous occasion for the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. The disciples were cheering. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen shook his head hesitantly. This, I think we'll leave it to fate. Jiang Chen said with a bitter smile. At this moment, Xiao Yu and Sister Ning were still nowhere to be seen. Although he had Ling Yan in his heart, he could not be with her, at least not now. Because he could not give her too many promises. End of chapter 29:20. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.